Hyuan calendar year 1510. West Sea, Island Brando. On the small road around the island, a blond, tall, and muscular man ran rhythmically. With each breath, his speed seemed to increase a lot. Old York, who was about to go to the market to sell vegetables, saw this and joked, "Dio, you are exercising again." Normal people might chat with him for a few words, but Dio ignored him. Before the goal is not achieved, Dio will not easily talk to him. Even if the other party is a beautiful woman, he will not change his mind, let alone York, an old man. Watching Dio running away, York shook his head and laughed. This guy can really stick to it. Half a year ago, this young man seemed to have suddenly changed into a different person and started exercising crazily. At first, the Islanders thought that this guy was just joking, but he really persisted for half a year. "The world is tough. It's good to have this energy, but my temper is still as bad as ever." York was helpless. On the other side, Dio ran straight to the back mountain of the island. There were the training equipment he had set up in the past 6 months. Damn system. It tricked me into this world, and I ran away within a day. Dio cursed in his heart every day. In his previous life, he was called DAO and was brought to the pirate world by an unknown system, and his soul was a young man named Dio. After the system found that it had kidnapped the wrong person, it ran away without saying a word, without a trace of nostalgia. Fortunately, there is still my eldest brother to take care of my parents, so they're not left alone in their old age. After the system left, Dio also gave up the idea of going home and could only try his best to survive in the pirate world. As Dio, who is familiar with the nature of this world, thought about the whole story over and over again, and summed up 2 words: power. Only when you become strong can you act as you wish. In order not to be controlled by others, he has been exercising crazily since half a year ago. But unfortunately, the result was only a strong body of muscles. In fact, he had thought about joining the Navy at first and training with the Navy's resources. However, things did not go as he wished. Dio stopped. To go to the back mountain, he had to pass through the bustling market in front of him. In front of the fruit stall in the market, several Navy officers were nibbling fresh apples, and the boss stood by with a sneer. Dio was really not happy to be a Navy officer under these rubbish. Dio could clearly feel that with his current physique, he could beat these guys. Rather than being an accomplice to these guys, it would be better to save enough money and follow the merchant ship to the Kingdom of Flowers to find the 8 treasures Navy for training. At least, if he was lucky, he could learn domineering there. "Hey, Colonel Maoshu, it's Dio." The Navy follower poked the leading Maoshu. "Huh, Dio." Maoshu looked at him with a gloomy look. "Boy, stop." Dio ignored them and continued to run to the back mountain. Feeling the teasing eyes around him, Maoshu became angry and pulled out a pistol from his waist. "Dio, you bastard. I told you to stop. I didn't bring a gun last time. Let's see what you can do this time." Not long ago, Maoshu and several Navy officers wanted to ask Dio for protection money, but unexpectedly, they were beaten up by Dio. "Today, I came to Brando to save face." Seeing Maoshu pulling out a gun, the market was chilled. Most of the islanders hid behind, fearing that they would get into trouble. Dio paused and froze in place. Maoshu and the Navy followers behind him saw this and thought Dio was frightened and sneered. "I told you to be crazy. Can you be more crazy than a gun?" Maoshu spat on the ground. Many islanders with conscience wanted to step forward to help dissuade them, but they were stopped by their relatives and friends. Was Dio really frightened at this moment? According to the rules of the universe, System 9527 has been bound to a new host, and now you are given compensation for crossing. Ability, invalidation talent. Extraordinary Charm 9527 is here to say goodbye to you and wish you all the best. The mechanical words in his mind had long gone away, but Dio couldn't come back to his senses for a long time, until Maoshu held a pistol against his back. "Turn around and see how I deal with you today." Maoshu's face was sinister. Dio turned slowly and stared at Maoshu coldly. When Dio's face appeared in everyone's sight, the girls, women, and even the old woman present blushed instantly, and some even licked their lips. And those who had ill will towards Dio felt waves of pressure. It was as if Dio was a superior, looking down on himself mercilessly. You, what do you want to do?" "I have a gun. I'm a Navy." Maoshu was timid inside. Yes. Don't mess around. Our people are not far away." The Navy henchman bluffed. Looking at the performance of the people around him and Maoshu, Dio was thoughtful. Is this the effect of talent? Extraordinary charm? TSK? Ordinary, useless. Dio snorted coldly and ran towards the back mountain. Because of these people, his training time was shortened by a few minutes. Dio didn't take Mao Shu and his guys seriously at all. But now, after all, they're wearing the skin of the Navy, so he can only teach them a lesson. However, he has to leave the island too, and then it will be their death. These people, using their identity as Navy, do all kinds of evil, which is more disgusting than pirates. The islanders have been swallowing their anger because of the idea of people should not fight officials, and he, Dio, will not tolerate it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have beaten Mao Shu. More importantly, since this man had a grudge against him, don't blame Dio for being ruthless. Dio never believed in repaying evil with kindness, but only believed in cutting the grass and eradicating the roots. Watching Dio going away, Mao Shu hesitated to shoot. He was afraid that if he couldn't kill Dio, Dio would tear him apart. "Colonel, what should we do?" the follower asked tentatively. Mao Shu gritted his teeth secretly. "Let's go." "Ah, is that it?" The follower was puzzled. Mao Shu's hatred flashed across, and he looked around and whispered, "Go and inform the Dalong pirates." The follower swallowed his saliva. "What do you mean? What do you think?" Mao Shu's eyes were dim. Understand. I'll go now." The follower smiled flatteringly. After no one stopped him, Dio ran to the top of the back mountain in half an hour. Here on both sides are woods with training institutions already arranged, and in the middle is an open space covered with wooden boards. As usual, let's do 200 push-ups first. Just as he was about to lie down, Dio stopped. "By the way, I wonder what that ability, invalidation, does." "Invalidate the fruit ability?" Dio rubbed his chin and thought. "Isn't this the ability of the dark fruit? No, it should be more than that." After a few seconds of hesitation, Dio put his right hand on his chest. His eyes flickered. "Let's give it a try." Invalidation of human body restrictions. Buzz. An invisible pattern covered his body. Dio's eye sparkled. Could this method work? Without saying anything, Dio lay down and did push-ups. He wanted to test the effect. After just a moment, Dio stopped exercising. He clenched his fists and felt the power of his palms, and Dio laughed out loud. In the past, even if he did push-ups, he would only feel sore. But now, after doing push-ups for a while, he felt a clear increase in strength. This ability is not bad. Dio raised the corner of his mouth. Chapter 2. Nullification. 998, 999, 1000. After the human limit nullification, Dio effortlessly completed 1,000 push-ups. He silently approached a grand tree and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! The tree trembled, its green leaves cascading down. With a crack, fissures began to appear along the trunk, extending and ultimately causing the tree to collapse. Raising his tender red fist, Dio frowned. His strength had indeed increased significantly, yet it came with a twinge of pain. Of course, with a mere thought. A layer of transparent patterns enveloped his body. Pain nullification restored the color of his right fist in an instant. And Dio felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him, even letting out an involuntary groan. This ability held great potential. Dio grinned. Perhaps it was time to set sail. With nullification, his survival capabilities were undoubtedly secure. What he lacked now, however, were means of attack. Regrettably, the effects of nullification required physical contact with the target. Otherwise, he would not lack offensive capabilities. But it was inconsequential. With such a conceptual ability, if he could not grow stronger, what difference was there between him and a waste? Shaking his head, Dio reclined on the wooden plank and began doing sit-ups. Meanwhile, back at the naval base, Mao Shu angrily smashed objects in his office. "Colonel, the Daro pirate crew is heading to Brant soon." A subordinate approached cautiously. Mao Shu loosened his tie. "Have they made their demands?" "They said they would deal with Dio," the subordinate chuckled. Mao Shu sat down contentedly, kicking away the documents at his feet. If they truly accomplished their mission, he would grant them the opportunity to plunder nearby. "Understood," the subordinate replied solemnly. Mao Shu scoffed. "Do they dare to challenge me? Dio, you won't even know how you perish." Over the years, Dio was not the only one to resist, however. Those who opposed him had long been fed to the fish. At Brant, in the rear mountains, Dio twisted his neck and slowly rose, his bones cracking audibly. He exerted his arms, his muscles bulging, his physique gradually approaching perfection. Adjusting the hem of his now shortened shirt, Dio grimaced. It seemed he would need to buy new clothes. Approaching the mechanism button on the wooden plank, he gently stepped on it, and the creaking of gears resonated from the trees on either side. "Perhaps I could give this a try?" Dio tied a black cloth over his eyes, focusing his mind intensely. Boom. Logs came crashing from the forest. Sensing the wind rushing past his ears, Dio swiftly sidestepped, but was still a moment too late, getting struck on the shoulder by a log. He grunted, quickly readjusting his stance. Before starting the mechanism training, he had removed pain nullification. Otherwise, the mechanisms would not provide a sense of crisis, and the training's effectiveness would be greatly diminished. After several impacts, Dio quickly adapted, moving gracefully amidst the logs. This sensation, within his pitch-black vision, it seemed logs were appearing one after another. The embryonic form of Kinbunshika Haki. After human limit nullification, his innate talent was indeed terrifying. Once he stabilized his Kinbunshika Haki, Dio removed the black cloth. As sunlight suddenly flooded in, he squinted, momentarily pausing, just as a log came crashing down. Dio lunged forward, extending both arms to block the log, the gears above emitting a mournful creak. Afterward, this place was of no further use. Dio's eyes widened, straining to pull the log downward, causing the gears above to tumble down. With one action triggering another, as one mechanism was destroyed, others began to falter. In an instant, numerous logs collided violently, gears flying everywhere. Observing the chaos around him, Dio smiled faintly and proceeded down the mountain. Upon reaching an open area, Dio spotted a distant town engulfed in flames, thick smoke billowing into the sky. What is this? Pirates? Dio furrowed his brow. To be honest, he held little regard for the world government, the navy, pirates, or revolutionary forces. Ultimately, it was merely a matter of who was strong and who had the right. After merely 6 months of acquaintance with the townspeople, he had no inclination to risk himself for anyone. Yet, gazing upon the familiar houses, the well-known streets, and all that was now lost, Dio felt an overwhelming agitation within. Damn it! A ferocity flashed in Dio's eyes. With the speed of a cheetah, he dashed forward. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, he found a figure lying in a pool of blood. Approaching, he realized it was Old York. Just as he was about to check for breath, Old York opened his eyes, hazy yet filled with relief. Dio? You're still alive? That's wonderful. What are you doing here? Dio asked, bewildered. Old York's face was ashen. The wolf pirate crew came to plunder. I wanted to return home to find my grandson, but I'm old, and I couldn't outrun those damned pirates. Dio fell silent. Cough, cough. Dio, I know your heart lies elsewhere. In his dying moments, Old York appeared more spirited. With bony, frail hands, he grasped Dio's right hand tightly. I implore you to visit my home and save my grandson. Please, consider it the dying wish of an old man. Dio withdrew his hand, standing tall, coldly stating, your affairs are your own to handle. Before Old York could succumb to despair, Dio pointed a finger at his forehead. Death nullification, pain nullification. In the next instant, Old York's injuries healed at an astonishing rate, his complexion regaining its color. Just moments ago on the brink of death, Old York now appeared as if nothing had happened. Old York blinked, incredulously touching his body. I'm not dead. Gazing up at Dio, who stood in silhouette against the light, Old York muttered, what on earth are you? Have you consumed the treasures of the ocean? As a newspaper man, Old York was somewhat familiar with the existence of devil fruits. Dio offered no further explanation and made his way toward the town center. It appeared the pirates had nearly finished their looting and were now celebrating and dividing the spoils at the center. Seeing Dio depart, Old York hesitated, ultimately shaking his head in resignation and heading east. Thankfully, the pirates had gathered at the center, sparing him from another encounter and a second demise. In the town center, the leader of the wolf pirate crew, Wolf, a burly man with a mane of hair, sat grandly at the edge of a fountain. Boss, we have a few rivals. A group of menacing sailors surrounded a few small, ugly figures. Oh, rivals. What's their bounty? Wolf glanced over. The lead sailor kicked the best-dressed small figure. I'm asking you a question. I'm Daro, captain of the Daro pirate crew. My bounty is 5 million berries. Daro stammered, his face flushed. The atmosphere fell silent before erupting into raucous laughter. Wolf laughed so hard he could barely contain himself. Ha ha ha. 5 million berries? Is that all? Do you know who I am? I know, Daro trembled. The hungry wolf of the West Sea, Wolf, bounty of 40 million berries. Wolf's smile concealed malice. Good you know. Now do you wish to live or die? Live. I choose to live. Daro shouted loudly. The members of Wolf's crew smirked wickedly. Did you all hear that? He chose to live and watch himself die. Wolf's lips curled upward, resembling a ravenous wolf toying with its prey. Chapter 3. The wolf pirates cursed be that wretched Darling. I intended for him to deal with Dio, yet he has the audacity to plunder the town? Captain Maoshu, accompanied by a fierce contingent of Navy officers, stormed towards the village, his fury palpable. He has stolen all our treasures. What shall we collect henceforth? His subordinates echoed in agreement, exclaiming, Indeed, this darling seems to regard you, Colonel, with utter disdain. Yes, indeed. We must teach him a proper lesson. Other Navy officers flattered, their voices dripping with sycophancy. Maoshu clenched his fists, his gaze fixed upon the raging inferno ahead, his expression contorted with rage. Pirates, you shall soon learn who reigns supreme in these waters. Before long, the crew of the Wolf Pirates spotted the approaching Navy officers. Captain, the Navy is here. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Wolf halted, his knife poised midair. Oh, the Navy? Brothers, we have more intriguing prey arriving. A sinister chuckle erupted from the band of pirates. With a swift thrust of his knife into the figure before him, which merely struggled momentarily before falling still, Wolf shook his head in indifference. Since new prey has arrived, this pitiful creature yearning to witness its own demise is of no further use. As the words left his mouth, a flash of blades ensued, severing several heads, revealing the captured crew of the darling pirates. Wolf cast a cursory glance before dismissing them entirely. Let us go meet the Navy. A dozen pirates followed Wolf, their bloodlust palpable. Just a few steps in, the two factions converged at the entrance of the central square, tension crackling in the air. Faced with the menacing pirates, Maoshu instinctively took a half-step back. Colonel, we cannot falter at this moment, stuttered a subordinate, his voice trembling. Regaining his composure, Maoshu reminded himself, after all, he is a Navy officer. Dealing with these petty pirates should be a trivial matter. Ahem, where is your captain, darling? Bring him forth to meet me, Maoshu declared, his demeanor stern. The members of the Wolf Pirates exchanged bewildered glances. Darling pirates? Does this Navy believe we are mere lackeys? An eerie smile crept across the faces of the Wolf crew. Captain, this seems rather amusing, one sailor murmured. Wolf smiled faintly, signaling for his men to bring forth the corpses of the darling pirates. As Wolf's crew advanced, the Navy presumed they were fetching Darling. Truly, Colonel, your presence commands respect. A subordinate complimented. Humph. Of course. Do they dare defy my orders? Maoshu's vanity swelled. Suddenly, one Navy officer frowned. Colonel, I can't shake the feeling that these individuals seem familiar. Maoshu scoffed. They are all from the Darling Pirates. Of course they look familiar. Is that so? Does the Darling Pirates boast so many members? The officer scratched his head in confusion. Maoshu's body stiffened as an ominous premonition washed over him. In that very moment, the sailors of the Wolf Pirates tossed the corpses of the Darling crew before the Navy. The Darling Pirates you sought have arrived. Wolf grinned malevolently. The Navy officers slowly lowered their gazes, and upon seeing the mangled remains, they understood their grave error. Cursed be it. Who are you? Maoshu raised his pistol, and the Navy officers swiftly brandished their firearms. However, just as they lifted their weapons, a sharpshooter from the Wolf Pirates, having already locked onto their targets, eliminated Maoshu's subordinate. Turning in disbelief, Maoshu's pupils dilated in horror. No, no, no. Before he could collapse, Wolf forcefully pinned him to the ground, leaving him battered and bruised. Huh. I thought you were formidable. Navy, it seems you are quite mistaken, Wolf taunted. Please, spare me. Spare me. I am Colonel Maoshu of the West Sea's 79th Branch. Killing me would bring you no benefit. We might yet collaborate, prosper together. Observing Maoshu's pitiful state, Wolf's eyes glimmered with intrigue. He had initially thought this man merely a minor Navy officer, yet discovered he held the rank of a branch colonel. As the pressure above him eased, hope flooded Maoshu's eyes. We need not resort to violence. Captain, we could become allies. Wolf regarded Maoshu's obsequious expression, a grin spreading across his face. Ah, so it was merely a misunderstanding. Pray tell, Colonel Maoshu, what profitable ventures do you propose? There are numerous ways to make money. I am curious to know what esteemed captain you are. Maoshu exhaled in relief. Ah, I am Wolf. Wolf. Maoshu's heart sank. This was no amiable character. What is it? Wolf inquired, his smile concealing a glint of menace. Fail to acquire wealth, and you may as well perish. And no, nothing, Maoshu stammered. I was merely contemplating profitable ideas. Oh, have you arrived at a conclusion? Wolf's arm morphed into a deadly claw. Maoshu swallowed hard. I have. I oversee numerous islands, large and small. I can provide you with maritime charts, indicating vulnerable defense points, while simultaneously delaying the Navy's reinforcements. Wolf's smirk widened as his claw patted Mao Shu's shoulder. Excellent. Men, prepare to set sail. Aye. Meanwhile, Dio entered the town. A clothing store? He paused, stepping over the corpses at the entrance. Shortly thereafter, Dio emerged, clad in a white shirt, a tailored black suit, and a golden leather belt. Casually, he retrieved a men's copper-gold necklace from a neighboring jewelry store, draping it around his neck. Assessing his reflection in a fractured mirror, Dio nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, quite presentable. He then proceeded towards the center of town. In no time, a lookout from the wolf pirates spotted Dio. Oh, another visitor? Without a moment and Apos' hesitation, the sailor fired his weapon. Dio deftly sidestepped, evading the shot effortlessly. Did I miss? The sailor queried, perplexed, and prepared to shoot again. Just as he aimed, he realized Dio's figure had vanished. Where did he go? The sailor exclaimed in terror. Behind him, Dio pointed, invoking oxygen nullification. The firearm fell from the sailor and Apos' grasp as he clutched his throat, his face reddening. The sailor struggled to seize Dio, only to find his vision blurring and his mind clouding. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Who is it? Old way. A few more sailors rushed over, witnessing their comrade and Apos' grim fate, their eyes wide with rage. Dio scoffed coldly, his expression inscrutable as he advanced swiftly. So swift. The sailors attempted to retaliate but found themselves utterly incapable of responding. Wherever Dio tread, one sailor after another fell, devoid of the means to resist. Didon and Apos, come any closer. The last sailor cried out in desperation. Dio pressed his palm against the sailor and Apos' face, and in an instant, he crumpled to the ground, convulsing until succumbing to asphyxiation. However, the sailor and Apos' final scream caught Wolf and Apos' attention. Something has gone awry. Wolf turned, rallying the remaining sailors towards the source of the commotion. Mao Shu found himself caught under Wolf and Apos' arm, gasping for breath. Dio, hearing the approaching footsteps, twisted his neck, relishing the prospect of playing with these pirates. Chapter 4. The Death of the Mouse Thud. A sailor collapsed painfully to the ground, writhing in agony, struggling to breathe. His body curled up like a lobster. Yet, alas, it was not long before he met a despairing death, his eyes bulging in hopelessness. Was this all he was capable of? Dio felt a twinge of disappointment. Wolf emitted a low, guttural growl. You scoundrel! The mouse, hiding behind him, was shaken to the core. Dio was indeed formidable. Reflecting on their past grievances, the mouse felt a surge of anxiety. Wasn't he in grave danger? Captain Wolf, you must eliminate this rogue. He thought desperately. Wolf, agitated, knew that failing to deal with this insolent brat would tarnish the reputation of their pirate crew. Glancing back at the remaining sailors, whose cowardice was palpable, he decided to take matters into his own hands. Dio cast a sidelong glance at the mouse and turned to Wolf with a cheerful smile. I am looking forward to this. Wolf narrowed his eyes as his body began to swell, transforming instantaneously into a werewolf. The zoan-type dog fruit, wolf form. Your ability must relate to air and requires contact to activate. Having sacrificed so many sailors, how could Wolf not have perceived Dio and Apos' methods? Therefore, if I attack from a distance, victory shall be mine. Just because these fools cannot hit you does not mean I cannot. Do not forget, wolves are swift. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wolf leapt onto the rooftops, bounding swiftly in the vicinity. Clever, but that is all. Dio sidestepped. 3 streaks of silver light slicing through the bricks beneath. Wolf scowled. You can dodge once, but can you dodge twice, thrice? Whoosh. More silver lights shot forth. Dio chuckled softly, closing his eyes and fully unleashing his observation hockey. To the astonishment of all present, Dio strolled leisurely, effortlessly evading all of Wolf and Apos' attacks. More astonishing still, he did so with his eyes closed. What a monster! Colonel Mouse clutched his head, his expression one of dread. He already sensed his impending doom. You only know how to dodge? Wolf seethed with fury. Dio and Apos' ears twitched, pinpointing Wolf and Apos' location, and the bricks beneath his feet exploded. I need not dodge. Dio and Apos' cold visage appeared before Wolf. Wolf and Apos' hair stood on end as he scrambled away from Dio. Upon reaching a safe distance, he remained shaken. He had no desire to experience the same fate as the fallen sailors. If I do not dodge, you are still displeased, Dio shrugged helplessly. Wolf's face twitched, gritting his teeth. You brat. Dio did not respond, instead contemplating. His current speed was still insufficient. If this werewolf chose to flee, it would be challenging to intercept him. Having finally encountered a worthy opponent, Dio did not wish to frighten him away. Moreover, with the body limitation nullification ability continuously active, the longer he fought, the stronger he would become. Thus, I shall refrain from using my air abilities. Let us engage in a proper battle. What? Wolf thought he had misheard. Who would willingly abandon their powers? Do not think I am foolish enough to believe you. You wish to deceive me into making contact. Dio shrugged. You may let your subordinates come first. As I said, I will no longer use my air abilities. There is honor among men of the sea. Wolf was taken aback, gazing into Dio and Appos. Eyes filled with fighting spirit, his expression turning serious. Brat, if you board my ship, I shall grant you the position of first mate. The mouse, hearing this, panicked. Captain Wolf, no. This scoundrel is not a good person. All eyes turned to him. Good person? Who among us is a good person? The mouse and Appos. Forehead dripped with cold sweat. No need. Even if I were to set sail, I would be the captain. Dio stated plainly, as if it were a foregone conclusion. Wolf gazed deeply at Dio and suddenly burst into uproarious laughter. Ahaha. Then let me personally test if you're worthy to set sail. Dio questioned, puzzled. Are you not fearful of my air abilities? Humph. If this is your sense of honor, then even if you set sail, you will not go far. Wolf lunged with his clawed hands poised to strike. Dio smiled lightly. I keep my word. This is one principle I can adhere to. With bulging muscles, Dio seized Wolf and Appos' wolf claw, deflecting the attack. However, at this stage, his strength still fell short of Wolf and Appos', and he was promptly knocked to the ground. The sharp wolf claw slowly advanced toward Dio. It appears your strength leaves much to be desired for setting sail. Wolf smirked. Feeling waves of power surging within him, Dio rejoiced. Indeed, real combat surpasses training by leaps and bounds. Whether it is a delusion or not, it is not for you to decide. Dio and Appos' palm pressed down, halting the advance of the wolf claw. What? Wolf was taken aback. How had this fellow and Appos' strength suddenly surged? From a distance, the mouse quickly picked up a flintlock and shouted to the remaining sailors. What are you waiting for? Eliminate that guy. Right. A golden opportunity. The sailors snapped into action, hastily raising their guns to aim. Dio and Appos' observation hockey flared wildly, and without hesitation, he activated his ability. Impact nullification bang, bang, bang. Several bullets struck Dio, yet all were repelled by his skin, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Huh. The mouse and the others stood in a daze. Dio turned his head, fixing a fierce gaze upon the mouse. You brought this upon yourself. With a forceful push, Dio sent Wolf flying and darted forward like an arrow. I am the Navy. I am a Navy colonel. The mouse cried out. Killing me means declaring war against the Navy, against the world government. Before he could finish, Dio and Appos' right hand landed on the mouse and Appos' face. Body function nullification. The mouse and Appos' eyes widened in terror as he collapsed to the ground. He could no longer feel his arms and legs. In the next moment, his vision turned to darkness. I cannot see. Dio, what have you done to me? Dio sneered coldly. Do not fret. Your bodily functions will gradually disappear until your heart stops and your mind withers. And no. The mouse and Appos' voice abruptly ceased, evidently having lost the ability to vocalize. Ignoring the mouse, Dio cast a glance at the nearby sailors, who trembled in fear. Stand down. Your opponent is me. Wolf charged forward with great speed. TSK. Dio frowned, his form shifting as several sailors followed in their comrade and Appos' footsteps, gasping for breath as they succumbed. Turning to Wolf, he remarked nonchalantly, they attacked first. Wolf King assault. Wolf and Appos' eyes turned crimson. The wolf claws bore blood-red patterns, and his figure dashed with afterimages. Dio nodded in satisfaction. Now this is more like it. This will allow me to grow stronger. Die. Wolf appeared before Dio in the blink of an eye, his bloodied claws slashing relentlessly. Dio matched his strikes with his fists. Initially, he struggled to keep up, accumulating several claw marks on his body. Yet, before long, he began to deflect the attacks with ease. Ineffective. Excitement shone in Dio and Appos' eyes. Wolf had become numb. The figure before him was truly a monster. This rate of growth was simply unheard of. Chapter 5. Das bonus with a resounding crash, Dio and Appos' S hands clamped firmly around Wolf and Amp. Oppo's S claw. Thank you for your assistance. Dio chuckled lightly. Before Wolf could react, Dio executed an over-the-shoulder throw, slamming him down violently. Ugh! Wolf cried out in agony, feeling his spine misalign. Just as he attempted to rise, he caught sight of Dio and Amp. Oppo's S right hand reaching out. Did you not claim that you would refrain from using your air abilities? Wolf exclaimed in horror. Dio smiled benignly. Rest assured, I always keep my word. What are you doing? Wolf broke into a cold sweat, attempting to evade but finding movement arduous due to his injuries. Relax, dizziness is normal. It and Amp. Oppo's S merely an experiment. Dio and Amp. Oppo's S right hand pressed firmly on Wolf and Amp. Oppo's S shoulder. Fruit ability nullification. Wolf felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as his strength rapidly dissipated. What is happening? He raised his hand, only to realize he had reverted to his human form. A surge of panic gripped him as he tried to activate his fruit ability, only to discover it had no effect. What have you done to me? Wolf and Amp. Oppo's S eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Dio. Dio straightened himself. Just a little experiment. It seems my theory holds merit. Wolf and Amp. Amp. Oppo's S expression darkened. A person like you at sea will undoubtedly incite a major incident. This world will undoubtedly be turned upside down by your arrival. Thank you for the compliment. I share the same sentiment, Dio replied with a slight smile. Ah. How unfortunate that I will not witness such a scene. Acknowledging his impending doom, Wolf adopted a more carefree demeanor. After all, a man of the sea has long learned to regard life and death with indifference. Dio nodded, deciding to grant Wolf a swift end, viewing it as a benefit for the assistance he had provided in enhancing Dio and Amp. Oppo's S strength. He picked up the flintlock lying on the ground, aimed it at Wolf and Amp. Oppo's S forehead, and gently pulled the trigger. Bang! Red and white erupted forth. Discarding the flintlock, Dio surveyed the surroundings. Flames roared, and corpses littered the ground. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burning wood and flesh. After a moment of dazed contemplation, Dio shook his head. It is time to set sail. With no essential belongings left at home and his parents long deceased at the hands of pirates, he felt no attachment. He would make use of the pirates and Amp. Oppo's ship to embark on his journey. With that thought, Dio made his way toward the pirate ship docked at the port. Soon, he arrived at a two-masted sailing vessel. Gazing at the wolf skull flag, he smiled faintly. I shall graciously accept your ship. With a light leap, Dio boarded the pirate vessel. It seems someone has arrived ahead of me. Dio noted the multitude of pirate corpses with mild surprise. Utilizing his observation hockey, he discerned a figure lurking behind the cabin door. Dio grinned. How intriguing. I wonder who this fellow might be. As he approached the cabin, Dio observed the figure closely. Just as he was about to open the door, two blade-like arms thrust out from behind it, accompanied by a furious shout. Pirate! Die! Das Bonus burst from the cabin, his sharp arms splitting the door as they lunged directly at Dio. However, the bladed arms came to a halt just before Dio. Dio, big brother? Daz exclaimed in astonishment, taking in the tall, muscular figure before him, with a monk-like, shaved head. Looking at the blades in Daz and Amp. Oppo's S hands, Dio realized. So that's it. You are truly Mr. 1. Old York has returned to find you. What are you doing here? Dio inquired, lowering his gaze. And what has happened to your hands? I Don and Amp. Oppo's T recall you possessing such abilities. Indeed, Desbonus was the grandson of Old York, now 19 years of age. When Dio first met him, he was merely a simple fisherman without the swift-cut fruit ability, nor did he bear the end Amp. Oppo's 1 and Amp. Oppo's tattoo on his chest. Thus, Dio had presumed it was merely a coincidence of names. However, it was evident now that this young man would become the renowned Mr. 1 under Old Sand and Amp. Oppo's S command. Grandpa came back for me. Impossible. Daz and Amp. Oppo's S eyes widened in disbelief. I witnessed my grandfather being slain by pirates. Overcome with rage, he prepared to strike. Dio, however, swiftly evaded, landing a palm on Daz and Amp. Oppo's S shoulder, causing the swift-cut fruit ability to rapidly dissipate. Daz stammered in confusion. I too possess abilities. Old York is not dead. Let us discuss your situation properly. Dio expressed curiosity. That's how it is. No, big brother Dio, we can talk later. The pirates will return shortly. Daz was about to agree when he suddenly recalled the sailors and Appo's conversation. Dio firmly pressed him. They are already dead. Speak of your matters. Dead? Daz stood frozen in shock. Seeing his bewildered expression, Dio felt exasperated and without further ado, seized him and headed toward Old York and Appo's residence, intending to show him the fate that had befallen those pirates. At Old York and Appo's home, Daz and Old York sat upright, while Dio reclined on the sofa. So, you wanted to avenge Old York's death, but given the enemy and Appo's numbers, you devised a plan to infiltrate their ship and poison their food? Daz scratched his head in embarrassment. Yes. You young rascal. Old York sighed with emotion. Dio stood up, placing a finger on Daz's body, retracting the fruit ability nullification. Your fruit ability must have been acquired on their ship. As Daz felt his abilities return, his eyes sparkled, showcasing his blades before Old York and Dio. Indeed, I found it in their food storage. Grandpa often took me to read the newspaper, so I recognized the devil fruit. Dio chuckled. You truly are fortunate. With that, the room fell into silence. None of the three were particularly chatty, resulting in an awkward atmosphere. After a moment of hesitation, Old York and Appo's expression turned serious. Dio, where do you intend to go next? Dio approached the window, gazing at the blood-red sunset, pondering deeply. I shall set sail. I seek to grow stronger and witness all that this world has to offer. Old York hunched over. His murky eyes radiated a glimmer of light. What if someone stands in your way? Dio slowly turned, his expression icy. Those who obstruct me shall die. No matter who they are, whoever it may be. Old York erupted into hearty laughter. Daz, standing beside them, was completely bewildered, unable to grasp the riddle being exchanged between his grandfather and big brother Dio. Noticing Daz and Appo's confusion, Old York patted him on the back. Since you have acquired the treasure of the sea, you should join your big brother Dio on his journey. But, Grandpa, you. Daz looked worried. Fear not. This old man will accompany you. Otherwise, how would you two navigate the seas? Old York chuckled heartily. Dio cast a sidelong glance. When did I say I would take you both? Old York and Appo's smile faltered. With a thud, he clung to Dio and Appo's leg. Oh dear, Dio, you must not abandon us. Dio and Appo's lips twitched in response. Enough of the jesting. Prepare to depart. Once we reach the land of flowers, I shall ensure to find a navigator to kick this old coot off. Chapter 6. The Land of Flowers in the Western Sea. A majestic two-masted sailing ship glided gracefully across the waves. On the deck, Dio was engaged in his usual physical training. 99.98, 99.99, 10,000. In the control room, Daz swallowed hard, exclaiming, Brother Dio, that and Appo's terrifying. Old York's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Dio and Appo's future achievements would undoubtedly be remarkable. He playfully kicked Daz in the rear, saying, What are you staring at? Go join Dio in his training. Daz retorted, What is the point? With my current abilities, I could easily overpower those pirates. His right arm transformed into a lethal blade. Old York, frustrated, insisted, When I tell you to go, you go. All right. Daz replied nonchalantly as he sauntered towards the deck. Old York sighed. This kid is blinded by the allure of the devil fruit. Yet, he felt powerless to intervene. As Dio concluded his workout, he noticed Daz approaching with a nonchalant demeanor, performing push-ups with exaggerated effort. Observing Daz and Appo's lackadaisical attitude, Dio chose not to intervene, understanding that sometimes one must learn through experience. When Daz encounters hardship, he will grasp the consequences of overly relying on his abilities. And that hardship is not far off. The destination, Flower Country, boasts formidable powers. Dio was also intrigued by the legendary 8-strike fist. He wondered whether he could replicate the martial arts of his past life, such as Bajiquan and Taijiquan, with his current skills. What is the point of fighting solely with abilities? True masculinity lies in the thrill of physical combat, he mused. Perhaps it was his name that brought about such thoughts, as he often envisioned using objects to strike foes, like an unknown steamroller. Shaking off these convoluted thoughts, Dio entered the control room. Old York, how long until we reach Flower Country? He nearly let slip a more familiar term of address. Old York, oblivious, glanced at the nautical charts and estimated, we should reach the island of Flower Country by this afternoon. Is that so? Dio gazed out at the vast ocean. feeling a surge of excitement within him. His journey was about to commence in Flower Country. By the way, Dio, what makes you want to go to Flower Country? Old York inquired curiously. Dio grinned. There, I can learn valuable skills that will make me stronger. I see. Old York reflected for a moment before surprising Dio with his next statement. Once we arrive in Flower Country, you should find yourself a navigator. I'll be settling down there. Seeing Dio's astonished expression, Old York smiled gently. I am growing old. While the sea belongs to everyone, it ultimately belongs to the youth. He added, besides, don't you wish to see us off? Dio chuckled. Ah, the wisdom of age shines through. With your understanding, I wouldn't dream of driving Daz away. He just another mouth to feed. Old York nodded appreciatively, enjoying the conversation with someone of keen insight. From here on, I entrust you with the responsibility. Dio raised a hand. Let us not speak too soon. What if he wants to follow you? I'll discuss this with him. Old York replied, not wanting to place Dio in a difficult position. Dio shrugged, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. In the Western Sea, the biannual martial arts tournament was approaching, attracting numerous merchant ships and pirate vessels. The merchants sought profit, while the pirates were eager to witness the fabled 8-treasure water army. Additionally, several allied nations sent representatives to observe the tournament, hoping to find a few exceptional guards. Is the information reliable? Several men in black suits stood in a shadowy alley at the Flower Country port. Indeed, the son of the devil is present in this nation, the youngest among them. Rob Lucci spoke coldly. The other CP9 members exchanged glances and chuckled softly. Kid, Flower Country is an allied nation, protected by the 8-treasure water army. Setting aside the approval from above, the other allied nations would certainly not consent. After all, if they could annihilate Flower Country, they could do the same to them, which crosses their bottom line. Rob Lucci scoffed. Making sacrifices for the world government is their honor. The leader of the CP shook his head. Enough of that. This operation has been sanctioned from above. Our task is simply to covertly retrieve Nico Robin. Now, let us begin the search. Yes. Rob Lucci and the others responded respectfully before dispersing. Unbeknownst to them, a man wearing a black top hat and leaning on a cane sword watched them with a smirk from a nearby rooftop. CP, is it? How intriguing. This martial arts tournament promises to be quite a spectacle, Lafitte mused, his pale complexion and blood-red lips suggesting a delicate disposition. Just as he was about to follow, Lafitte paused, captivated by the imposing figure of Dio disembarking from the ship. What a commanding presence. When did the Western Sea have such a figure? Not just him, but everyone in the port turned their gaze towards Dio. Women blushed, while men appeared solemn. As expected, you create a stir wherever you go, Old York remarked. Dio smirked, uncertain whether his extraordinary charm was a blessing or a curse. However, one thing he was sure of, since he could not remain inconspicuous, he would strive to be the most audacious, the most flamboyant, and the strongest individual from the moment he set sail. Where are we headed? Daz scratched his head. To the tavern, Dio replied casually. We need to gather intelligence. Let me see, the nearest tavern is. Old York opened the map. Excuse me, do you need a guide? A calm voice interrupted them. The trio turned to see Lafitte approaching. Dio and Amp, Oppos, eyes narrowed. Waz and Amp, Oppos, Tevis the future navigator of Blackbeard? How interesting. A navigator presenting himself. Dio and Lafitte locked eyes, both maintaining a composed facade while scrutinizing each other. This fellow seems somewhat familiar, Old York pondered. The notorious devil's Lieutenant Lafitte, exiled from his homeland for excessive violence. Dio chuckled softly. Ah, so it's you. Old York and Dio exchanged surprised glances. Lafitte raised an eyebrow. Oh, you know of me? Then do you still require my services as a guide? Dio laughed heartily. I couldn't, and Amp, Oppos, ask for more. I am in dire need of a guide. Then allow me to lead you to some taverns. It would be a fine opportunity to assess your drinking prowess, Lafitte insinuated. Dio said nothing further and gestured for Lafitte to lead the way. Lafitte nodded, feeling quite pleased with the golden-haired man thus far. He wondered, however, how this person's temperament and strength measured up. If they were commendable, perhaps he could serve as Lafitte's captain. The nearest tavern is the Brown family on East Street. Their rum is quite remarkable. Care to give it a try? Of course, you're the guide. I'll follow your lead, Dio replied, studying Lafitte intently. Lafitte chuckled lightly, twirling his cane as he moved gracefully ahead. Dio and his companions followed closely behind. Meanwhile, on the stage of the Brown family tavern, an 18-year-old stunning girl donned a veil and silk dance attire, captivating the audience with her enchanting movements. leaving the patrons utterly entranced. Chapter 7. The youthful Nico Robin in the Flower Country, at the Brown Family Tavern. The creaking of a small wooden door announced the arrival of a new guest. Patrons and staff alike turned their curious gazes toward the entrance, eager to identify the newcomer. Leading the way with a broad smile was Lafayette, who, upon noticing the attention, tipped his hat and offered a slight bow. Who was this theatrically dressed fellow? He seemed strangely familiar, the crowd pondered. Before they could recall Lafayette and Amp, Apos' identity, Dio stepped out from behind him. The atmosphere in the tavern chilled instantly, and even some inebriated patrons were jolted awake, casting anxious glances at Dio, who exuded a formidable presence. The dancer on stage gazed at him in astonishment. Throughout her years, she had encountered many, yet none could rival the striking golden-haired man before her. When did such a figure emerge in the West Sea? Indeed, Captain Dio is truly captivating, Lafayette remarked with a subtle smile. On their way here, Lafayette had already discerned the identities of the three. Dio shrugged nonchalantly and chose a sofa deeper in the tavern. Lounging lazily with his feet propped on the table, Des and Old Yerk sat quietly beside him. After summoning a few bottles of rum with a wave to the server, Lafayette settled down next to Dio. The other patrons, seeing that Dio and Apos' party had not caused any trouble, momentarily relaxed and resumed their revelry. I initially intended to gather information here. Since you, Lafayette, have lingered in the Flower Country for a while, could you enlighten me on how to meet Pepper? Dio whispered, his gaze fixated on the dancer ahead, sensing a peculiar familiarity about her. Oh, Captain Dio seeks to meet the esteemed leader of the 8 Treasure Water Army, Pepper? Lafayette replied, somewhat surprised. He had assumed Dio's purpose was to participate in the martial arts tournament. Typically, a direct visit might end in rejection. However, an excellent opportunity is on the horizon. The Flower Country is set to host a martial arts tournament, and the victor will have an audience with the king, allowing Pepper to be met. Dio withdrew his gaze, contemplating. A martial arts tournament, you say? What are the requirements? Lafayette smiled gently. Quite simple. No fruit abilities allowed. Victory must be achieved solely through physical prowess. Dio rolled his eyes. Is this not merely a way for their 8 Treasure Water Army and 2nd Treasure Water Army to recruit talent? One might say so. Lafayette shrugged playfully. Understood. Dio nodded, gesturing subtly toward the dancer. Do you know her? A flicker of disappointment crossed Lafayette's eyes. Could it be that this individual was a lecherous man? To be honest, he did not despise lustful inclinations. But indulging before a goal was achieved would only lead to self-sabotage. Apologies, Captain Dio, but I harbor no interest in the dancer. Sensing the distance in Dio and Apos' tone, he chuckled softly. What I meant is, this woman seems rather extraordinary. Lafayette paused, scrutinizing Nico Robin on stage more closely. As he observed, his brow furrowed. Though she dances, she remains vigilant, as if evading something. Evading? Dio mused, his chin propped on one hand. In the West Sea, a woman evading, what a curious coincidence. Suddenly, the small wooden door was kicked open, redirecting the crowd and Apos' attention. Rob Lucci, accompanied by his superior Kamaya, strode in with an air of arrogance. CP operations, no one move. The responsible party stepped forward. Upon seeing their black suits, many patrons instinctively recoiled. Even those oblivious to the situation sensed that these two were not to be trifled with. Dio, observing this, felt a surge of certainty. How fortuitous. Moments ago, uncertainty lingered, but with the arrival of CP, it became clear. She escaped? No wonder she could evade capture for so long. Dio mused with a hint of admiration. So, Captain Dio has discerned her identity? Lafayette inquired, intrigued. To attract the attention of CP, she must indeed possess remarkable qualities. Dio rose to his feet. Shall we pay her a visit? Lafayette cast a glance at the CP agents by the door, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I could not wish for more. If Captain Dio harbors no fear, what is there for a wanted man like myself to dread? Daz, Old Yerk, remain here and do not move. We shall return shortly. Dio instructed before heading toward the door with Lafayette, seated in the innermost part of the tavern. It took a while for Rob Lucci and Kamaya to notice Dio and Lafayette as they made their way forward. Halt. I command you to stop, Kamaya shouted, pushing past the tavern owner. Yet, Dio and Lafayette paid him no heed. Seeking death, Lucci's sharp finger thrust forward, finger gun. Seeing Dio make no attempt to evade, Lucci's eyes gleamed with delight. No one could withstand his assault. After all, He was the most talented individual CP9 had seen in 8 centuries. Alas, the impact of his attack dissipated against Dio without even a scratch. Attack nullified. What? Lucci was taken aback. This was the first time his attack had failed during a mission. Not good, Lucci, retreat. Kamaya's pupils dilated as he swiftly leaped forth, interposing himself before Lucci to absorb Dio and amp Appos as palm strike. Your name is Lucci, I see, Dio remarked, passing by Kamaya while assessing Rob Lucci. At 18. You still bear a certain naivety. I hold you in high regard. Would you care to join my crew? Dio smiled faintly. Lucci's potential was not lacking, but it was stifled by the cat fruit. What nonsense! I am a member of the world government. Lucci flatly rejected. Hey, Kamaya, what are you doing? Counterattack, quickly. Dio shook his head. Such a pity. I hope when the world government casts you aside, you still possess this loyalty. With that, Dio turned away, striding toward the exit, while Lafayette, eyes wide with astonishment, hurried after him. Captain Dio, what a remarkable display. Lucci realized he could not obstruct Dio. He had already discerned that he was no match for this man. Moreover, the more pressing concern was Kamaya. It appeared he was in trouble. Rushing forward, Lucci finally caught sight of Kamaya. How could this be? At that moment, Kamaya's eyes bulged, veins protruding, as his heart ceased to beat. Heart nullified, Kamaya was dead. The man who could overpower him, the one he referred to as his master, had perished just like that. Dio? Who on earth are you? Lucci's expression turned grave. The capture operation had not even commenced, yet their squad leader had already fallen, significantly escalating the difficulty of the task ahead. Shouldering Kamaya's lifeless form, Lucci departed the tavern, intent on gathering the remaining CP9 to discuss their next steps. Meanwhile, in the back alley of the Brown family tavern, Robin wrapped her long black hair in a scarf, leaving only her expressive eyes visible. It seems I must find a crew to leave this place. Join my ship? How about it? Dio emerged from the alleyway, hands tucked in his pockets. It's him. Robin's body tensed, instinctively retreating. This man is formidable. Yet, as she stepped back, she noticed Lafayette. Miss, Captain Dio wishes to extend an invitation to you. And I, too, am curious about your identity, Lafayette said with a cheerful demeanor as he regarded Robin. Cold sweat broke out on Robin and amp Appos' forehead. This is bad. I am surrounded. Chapter 8. Let us join together in the back alley of the Brown family tavern. Dio approached Robin step by step. At that moment, Robin and amp Appos' mind was in turmoil. Should I retaliate? Can I truly succeed against such a formidable man? In the past, Robin might have been more resolute. However, now, under the influence of the extraordinary charm and the fright from CP, she had lost her composure. Just as she was in deep thought, Dio suddenly tore off her headscarf and tossed it into the air. Her dark hair cascaded down, and Robin appeared like a frightened rabbit, her eyes bewildered. Do you wish to board my ship, Nico Robin? Dio stood before her, his expression calm. Although he had no interest in the historical text, he recognized the necessity of an interpreter. After all, wielding a sword and being unarmed are two entirely different concepts. Nico Robin, Lafayette murmured, instantly recalling the infamous child of the devil. So it was her, the survivor from O'Hara. No wonder Captain Dio sought her out. Taking a deep breath, Robin suppressed her thoughts and smiled lightly. This is the first time someone has invited me so directly. Gazing at the golden-haired man before her, Robin felt a weight in her heart. An ambitious man, perhaps? He had cornered her. Did she have any other options? Well then, I look forward to your guidance, my captain. Over the years, she had become accustomed to such situations. Seeing the forced smile on Robin and amp Appos' face, Dio understood that her heart was not truly in it. However, he could empathize. Even among the Straw Hat crew, she had only come to accept them after a series of events. Nodding, Dio decided to seize the moment. He looked towards Lafayette, who stood behind Robin. I happen to need a navigator. Care to join? Such is fate, something one cannot pursue. For now. Lafayette was quite pleased with Captain Dio. Dio smiled. Then, my 2 crew members, let us embark. We are off to witness the martial arts tournament of the Flower Country. Lafayette nodded, aware that something about the Flower Country had piqued Dio and amp Appos' interest. However, Robin hesitated. Dio, Captain, the CP of the world government is hunting me down. Perhaps I should remain hidden for a while. Dio and Lafayette paused in their steps. Since you are now my crew member, you need not concern yourself with the world government, Dio declared before continuing onward. Robin wanted to argue, presuming Dio was unaware of the CP and amp Appos' might. Lafayette smiled gently. Miss Robin, rest assured, the captain possesses the strength to make such a statement. Just moments ago, one of the CP agents was swiftly dispatched by the captain, while the other was too intimidated to retaliate. Even I, who have consumed a devil fruit, feel a twinge of fear in the captain and Oppos, as presence. Surprise flickered in Robin and Oppos' eyes. Yet she still grappled with her doubts. If the captain had slain a CP agent, they would not let such an offense slide easily. Upon reaching the alley and Oppos' exit, Dio slowly turned, his expression serious. Even against the Demon Slayer order, I can ensure your safety. Stunned by Dio and Oppos' words, Robin found herself momentarily frozen. In the past, when others learned of the world government and Oppos' pursuit of her, they would abandon her, even attempt to collect the bounty on her head. This was the first time she had heard someone speak of protecting her. Her internal resistance lessened slightly, and she tentatively took a step forward. She hoped that what Dio said was true. The three then returned to the tavern to gather York and his grandson before heading to the martial arts arena in the Flower Country. Dio, afterwards. I leave Daz to you, York said softly during their journey. Did you manage to convince him? Dio glanced at the silent Daz. York nodded. Yes. Daz will serve as a sailor on your ship from now on. Dio did not refute, tacitly agreeing. Lafayette and Robin eyed Daz curiously. This simple young man with a monk and Oppos' head would soon be their companion? How intriguing. Lafayette and Oppos' lips curled into a smirk as he cast a knowing glance at York. Indeed, the world is never short of clever individuals. The old man clearly saw potential in Captain Dio. As they advanced, each harbored their own thoughts. Just as they turned a corner and arrived at the arena, a figure flew towards them from afar, clearly aiming to strike Dio. The eyes of the audience shifted in unison. Oh no. Kai, who had just kicked his opponent away, noticed the incoming projectile and his expression changed. Dio remained motionless, while Daz stepped forward, his fingers transforming into blades, crossing them over his chest. Then, with force, he brought them down in an X shape. Microdust slash. Blood splattered as the unfortunate individual was mercilessly cleaved apart by Daz, crashing to the ground. The arena fell silent. Kai and the leadership of the Flower Country frowned, sensing impending trouble. Oh, a murder has occurred. Finally, someone has been slain. That's what makes martial arts interesting. Certain nobles from allied countries cheered. Robin watched Daz with a serious expression. He exuded a fierce killing intent. However, she was not a saint, having fled since the age of 8. She had long been acquainted with the world and Oppos' brutality. Many had met their demise at her hands, directly or indirectly, though none had been as gruesome as Daz and Oppos' actions. Lafayette, on the other hand, felt quite satisfied. Such a person was worthy of being his companion. Dio wiped the blood from his sleeve and grumbled, next time you strike, do so more elegantly. Do you think I want to wash these soiled clothes? The usually indifferent Daz blushed at the remark. I'll wash it, if necessary. Dio rolled his eyes, pushed Daz aside, and approached the arena. Lafayette and the others followed closely behind. Who are you? What do you want? Kai planted his naginata into the ground, blocking Dio's path. Looking at the future Kai, Dio thought to himself, has this guy always been so rugged? I and Oppos am here to see Qing Jiao about something. Step aside. Kai and Oppos' eyes widened. Huh? You're looking for the old man? Just you? What are you? Defeat me first. Then we can talk. TSK. Dio grimaced, glancing around before signaling Lafayette and the others to head to the audience stands. Once they departed, Dio's gaze swept past Kai, landing on the high-ranking officials of the Flower Country in the stands, ultimately locking eyes with Qing Jiao. Aren't and Oppos, do you holding a martial arts tournament? I'm pressed for time. Let all those who have advanced come at me together. How arrogant. Kai tightened his grip on the naginata, infuriated. The contestants below the stage were equally incensed. This man had far too little respect. How impressive. A noble girl exclaimed, her eyes sparkling, Father, I want him as my guard. The daughter of the second-rate naval commander. Euhalija flirted, such a man deserves to be my husband. Kai is nothing. The nearby noble girls stifled their laughter. Have you looked at yourself? Haha. All right, Kai. Let them come together. Qing Jiao suddenly laughed heartily. It had been a long time since he encountered someone with such spirit. He didn't mind giving them a chance. If they could truly defeat Kai and his group, he would be delighted to engage further. Kai gritted his teeth. Did everyone hear that? Let us all attack him together. Oh, all the advancing contestants, their expressions fierce, charged forward. Chapter 9. Dominance. I concede. One after another, competitors were sent flying by Dio. Since the battle commenced, no one had managed to lay a hand on Dio. Instead, they were subjected to his strikes, kicks, and brutal blows. It was akin to being utterly defenseless, yet mercilessly pummeled. Observing from the sidelines, Kai suddenly realized the prowess of observation hockey. Is this your only reliance? How laughable. Kai finally made his move, not with his hands, but with his feet. He preferred to concentrate the impact of the 8ch fist in his legs. In the audience, the younger Buwu inquired, "Old man, do you think Kai can win?" Qingjiao stroked his beard thoughtfully. Kai is still too impulsive. He only revealed a hint of observation hockey. And yet he rushes in. It seems he requires further training. Buwu, with a knowing smile, replied, "No worries, I'll handle the strategizing from now on." Old Kai can just charge in. Qingjiao nodded in approval, reassured that with Buwu's assistance, the 8 Treasure Water Army would have capable successors. The wielder of the Naginata made his move. Could the captain withstand it? Robin and Appo's expression turned serious. Raffet smiled lightly. "Miss Robin, you still doubt the captain?" "Although my acquaintance with him has been brief, I can tell that Captain Dio would never engage in a venture without confidence. Our task now is simply to await his return." Robin smiled gently. "I am curious, Mr. Raffet, why you have such faith in the captain." Raffet adjusted his black top hat with a chuckle. That is destiny at play." Listening to his enigmatic musings, Robin felt a wave of exasperation. "Can we speak plainly? ISN and Amp, Oppos, it natural for the crew to trust their captain?" Suddenly, the usually silent Des spoke up, causing both Robin and Raffet to pause in surprise. Old York also looked at his grandson in astonishment. He had not expected Daz to voice such sentiments. Well said, Daz," Raffet remarked, pointing his slender finger at Daz. "Trust is indeed essential." Robin's gaze fell upon Dio, who was in the midst of battle. "Should I place my trust in you, Dio? Do not presume that you alone possess the power of hockey." Kai, utilizing his rudimentary observation hockey, locked onto Dio and launched a powerful kick, unleashing a wave of potent energy. 8ch fist. Dio discarded the competitor in his grasp and faced the oncoming Kai without a hint of fear. Damage nullification. Perfect. I wish to see if I can replicate the essence of Bejiquan and Taijiquan. Though I achieved little in my past life, I at least grasped the foundational techniques. Utilizing his basic observation hockey, Dio integrated the listening force of Taijiquan into his movements. As Kai and Amp, Oppos' attack approached, he deftly redirected it with minimal effort. Kai not only failed to strike Dio, but was instead seized by the ankle and hurled away. He spun through the air several times before landing heavily, his expression grave. How could this be? My observation hockey had clearly locked onto him. Why did I miss? Moreover, what was that technique just now? On the platform, Qingjiao was astonished. This golden-haired youth possesses remarkable skill. It must have been the inadequacy of my technique that allowed him to seize my leg. Kai, unwilling to yield, resolved to fight with all his might. His inexperienced Busashoku hockey flickered on his feet. Arm kick. Kai shattered the ground beneath him, leaping into the air, his darkened saws aimed at Dio. Dio's eyes lit up. Busashoku hockey, my first target has emerged. Human limitations nullification. The extraordinary talent he possessed drew his unwavering focus to Kai Yi's Busashoku hockey. So this is how it operates. Dio shifted his stance, fists clenched, channeling energy through his legs. Now, if I can just make contact with the Busashoku hockey, I'll fully comprehend its essence. Then, let the mountains collapse, the earth tremble, and the heavenly cannon roar. Dio's muscular arms bulged as he executed a straightforward, powerful punch. Boom. The two forces collided, sending shockwaves that fluttered the banners of the arena. The stones beneath Dio and Amp, Oppos' feet shattered under the strain. What? He actually blocked it? Kai was stunned. He hadn't anticipated that an attack imbued with Busashoku hockey could be countered by Dio's sheer physicality. However, it appeared that you are not proficient in Busashoku hockey. Kai felt beads of sweat form at his temples. Then, victory is mine. Sensing a surge of power within, Dio grinned widely. Is that so? Busashoku hockey is merely something to learn on the fly. Kai scoffed. Learn on the fly? Do you really think? Before he could finish, Kai and Amp, Oppos' jaw dropped in shock, left speechless. Dio's arms were likewise cloaked in Busashoku hockey. And judging by the level of mastery, It surpassed Kai, E and Amp, Oppos, own. You must have trained in this before. Kai roared, refusing to believe that Dio had just acquired Busashoka Haki. Otherwise, it would be utterly absurd. Such talent? Are you even human? Think what you will. Dio tightened his right fist. Offense and defense must be distinct. A sudden, immense force surged from his feet. Kai had no time to react before he was sent flying by a single punch. He crashed hard to the ground, rolling several times. The arena fell silent for a moment before erupting into thunderous applause. Ambition is a common ailment among humans in the pirate world. Even those who had been defeated by Dio now expressed sincere admiration for him. Bowu leaped down from the stands, assisting Kai to his feet. What is your name? Kai was not one to shy away from defeat. Dio, before long, my name will resound throughout the world. Gazing at the extremely confident, radiant golden-haired man in the arena, Kai etched that moment deeply into his heart. How could one not be convinced by such a person? In the audience, Robin quietly watched, captivated by the man on stage who seemed to radiate brilliance. Perhaps his ship could truly accommodate me? Dio, you are quite impressive. Qingjiao leapt down from the stands, landing before Dio. Speak up, what do you need from me? Qingjiao stroked his beard, eager to mentor such a talented successor in the world of pirates. Dio looked up at Qingjiao, noting his considerable height. He must be at least 5 meters tall. Though Dio himself stood 2 meters tall, he felt dwarfed in the pirate world. Extending 2 fingers, Dio calmly stated, I seek you out for 2 matters. Oh, pray tell. Qingjiao was intrigued. The arena fell silent, as everyone awaited Dio's intentions. First, I wish to witness your conqueror and Amp, Oppos, Haki. His words sent shockwaves through the arena. What? He wants to experience the conqueror and Amp, Oppos, Haki of Captain Qingjiao? Is he out of his mind? Why would he want to witness the conqueror and Amp, Oppos, Haki? Puffed surely he isn and Amp, Oppos, having trouble sleeping and wishes to use the conqueror and Amp, Oppos, Haki as a lullaby? Daz, puzzled, asked, what is conqueror and Amp, Oppos, Haki? Robin frowned, rummaging through her memories of O'Hara's knowledge and finally recalling relevant information. Haki. There exists such a peculiar ability. Robin was astonished. During her time in hiding, she had relied on her intellect to navigate challenges, neglecting to absorb such knowledge. Raffet, familiar with some Haki lore, suddenly entertained a thought upon hearing the captain and Amp, Oppos' request to experience conqueror and Amp, Oppos' Haki. Could it be that the captain desires to awaken conqueror and Amp, Oppos' Haki? Kai and Amp, Oppos' eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Dio. Upon hearing this request, he recalled Dio and Amp, Oppos' display of Busashoka Haki. If his talent were indeed that formidable, perhaps he could indeed awaken conqueror and Amp, Oppos' Haki. Qingjiao and Amp, Oppos' eyes narrowed. He had surmised Dio and Amp, Oppos' intentions as well. Conqueror and Amp, Oppos' Haki is innate and cannot be forced. Dio and Qingjiao exchanged steady gazes. I understand. Then, prepare yourself. Qingjiao's beard fluttered as his expression hardened, an invisible pressure emanating towards Dio. Dio's pupils instantly contracted, and a tremendous pressure enveloped him. Is this the power of the conqueror's Haki? A smile curled upon his lips as excitement surged through him. Come on. Give me more intensity, old man Green Pepper. Chapter 10. The Continent of Ice as You Wish. Green Pepper stepped forward, his eyes wide, an invisible shockwave sweeping across the arena. The audience, weakened in spirit, fainted outright. For instance, Old York and Robin struggled to hold onto their seats, gasping for breath in astonishment at Green Pepper. Sweat beaded on Lafayette's forehead as he gritted his teeth, enduring. Is this the caliber of a king? My captain. Will fate favor you? Kai and Bu-Wu stood at the base of the arena, supporting each other, lost in thought. That old man is still as fierce as ever. I wonder if that Dio can fulfill his wishes. Those affected by Green Pepper and Oppos' conqueror and Oppos' Haki all exhibited similar reactions, let alone Dio, who was at the forefront. At this moment, Dio hunched over, desperately holding himself up to avoid kneeling. Simultaneously, he exerted all his strength to adapt to the conqueror's Haki, refusing to succumb to unconsciousness. He had cancelled the damage nullification beforehand. hoping to fully experience the Conqueror's Haki with human limitation nullification. So far, the results seemed promising. Dio's body gradually straightened, defiantly fixing his gaze on Green Pepper. A flicker of surprise crossed Green Pepper's eyes. He did not expect Dio to adapt to his Conqueror's Haki so swiftly. However, it appeared he had yet to awaken his own Conqueror and Apos' Haki. Just as he felt a twinge of disappointment, Dio slowly spoke. Is this the Conqueror and Apos' Haki? Green Pepper, I can sense your Conqueror's Haki. It is waning. Since you have lost your adventurous spirit, I shall take what is mine in this world. Dio's pupils suddenly constricted. His extraordinary talent fully awakened. A powerful wave of Conqueror's Haki erupted from within him. Buzz. Green Pepper instinctively took half a step back. After retreating, Green Pepper frowned. I have no intention of yielding this world to you, you insolent brat. Under the pressure from Dio, his Conqueror's Haki seemed to regain its former might. The two forces crackled in the air. Those who remained conscious in the arena could hardly believe their eyes. Dio had indeed awakened his Conqueror's Haki. Destiny. This is destiny. Lafayette appeared as a fervent believer, his gaze fervently fixed on Dio. His fingers transformed into sharp blades, gripping the seat tightly. His eyes locked on Dio without a blink. In that moment, he firmly believed that Captain Dio would one day reign over the world. Robin's mouth fell agape. Today's experience was simply surreal. The figure of the giant Sauron floated in her mind. There are no eternally solitary individuals in this world. You will surely find companions willing to protect you. Dio. Robin pondered absently. Could you be the one I am meant to wait for? In the arena? Dio's golden hair flowed as he stood with vigor. Old man, even if you refuse, I will seize it for myself. His Conqueror and Apos' Haki began to erupt with deep black lightning. The entire competition arena was thrown into chaos, struck by the domineering lightning. Green Pepper suddenly felt his age, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness before the youth. The Conqueror and Apos' Haki gradually receded. Kid, since you and Apos' achieved your goal, there and Apos' no need to bully an old man like me. Dio nodded, retracting his Conqueror's Haki as well. Truth be told, he was quite pleased to have awakened his Conqueror's Haki. Insolent brat, now speak of the second matter. Green Pepper only wished to hasten Dio and Apos' departure. Dio remained silent, instead surveying the surroundings. He noticed that the only conscious individuals remaining were Lafayette, Kai, and the pillars of the second treasure marine. Even Robin, Daz, and Boo Woo were dazed, on the brink of collapse. What? You do not wish for others to hear? Green Pepper chuckled, pointing to the pillars of the second treasure marine behind him. Old Woo is one of us. Go ahead and speak. Dio smiled gently. There's nothing to hide. It concerns the continent of ice. Upon hearing those 4 words, Green Pepper's expression shifted, his eyes growing dangerous. Where did this fellow acquire such intelligence? What are you planning? Green Pepper replied coldly. No need to rush, I merely wish to make a transaction. Dio spread his hands. I propose a trade. Half of your treasures from the continent of ice in exchange for healing your cranial protrusion. Green Pepper was taken aback, instinctively touching his head. Heal my cranial protrusion? Can you truly cure it? Simply put, Dio spoke with unwavering confidence. Green Pepper and Apos' expression grew conflicted. After much contemplation, he ultimately shook his head. Never mind. I desire my cranial protrusion for the treasures of the continent of ice. If I give you half, I might as well nurture Kai and wait for him to discover them later. The refusal was anticipated by Dio. He never intended to claim half the treasure. A quarter. I only require a quarter. That is my bottom line. Green Pepper narrowed his eyes, locking gazes with Dio. Dio stood his ground, his hands enveloped in a more refined version of armament Haki than Kai's. Fine, if you can heal my cranial protrusion, I shall grant you a quarter of the treasure. Green Pepper decided on the spot. Damn it, I almost forgot this brat is stronger than Kai. Delaying will only mean he reaches the treasure first. Dio smiled. He needed startup capital for his expedition and sought quick riches, thus setting his sights on the continent of ice. As for treasures, there were plenty in the Sky Island, so there was no need to dwell on it. If all else fails, he could always seize the heavenly gold or rob Taisolo. Wait a minute. It seems Taisolo just acquired the gold fruit this year. Perhaps I can invest in some primitive shares. Kid, are you not going to treat me? Green Pepper urged. Coming. Dio approached Green Pepper, extending his right hand to press against him. Pain nullification, crack, crack. A series of bone sounds echoed as Green Pepper's cranial protrusion slowly healed. What is this? Green Pepper gasped. A healing-type devil fruit? Below, Kai-E and the pillars of the second treasure marine and Apo's eyes lit up. He truly recovered. As Dio withdrew his hand, Green Pepper raised his hand to touch the top of his head. Upon feeling that familiar cranial protrusion, he was overcome with joy. Wonderful, wonderful. It has returned. It has all returned. Ha ha ha. In that moment, Green Pepper genuinely felt grateful to Dio. Dio smiled faintly, walking towards the audience, approaching the crew and Apo's section. Captain, congratulations. Lafayette gently wiped the sweat from his brow, excitedly gazing at Dio. There is an even greater surprise. Dio and Apo's hand brushed past Robin and Daz, gradually bringing them back to consciousness. Lafayette murmured, a greater surprise? Is it related to the continent of ice? Let us go and claim our reward. Dio took the lead in departing. Robin and Daz were somewhat bewildered. What was happening? Had it all come to an end? Lafayette reminded them. Keep up. Robin stood up, pondering, while Daz glanced at old York beside him, torn between choices. Observing this, Lafayette halted. The captain did not awaken him. You should know it is time to part ways. After a long silence, Daz took a deep breath, silently stuffing the bag of berries he held into old York's clothing. Then, without looking back, he ran towards Dio. Lafayette and Robin exchanged glances, sharing a faint smile as they followed in Dio's footsteps. Beside Kai-E, Dio, leaning against the wall with arms crossed, smiled broadly upon seeing the 3 crew members catch up. This is my original crew. Chapter 11. The death sentences. 2 ships gradually docked at the ice continent. Qing Jiao, Kai-E, and Buwu leaped down from the vessels, accompanied by a large contingent of the 8 Treasures Water Army warriors. Is this truly the ice continent? Kai-E surveyed the surroundings. Old man, is our ancestral treasure really located here? Qing Jiao stroked his beard thoughtfully. Indeed, it took me considerable time to discover this place. Had it not been for that scoundrel Carp, I would have claimed the treasure long ago. The mere thought of that detestable Navy officer ignited Qing Jiao and Apo's fury. If it weren't and Apo's for him, I wouldn't and Apo's have had to share the treasure with Dio. One day, I shall exact my revenge. Revenge? On whom? Dio, accompanied by Robin, Lafitte, and Daz, approached. Qing Jiao rolled his eyes. It's nothing. Let us hurry and divide the treasure. Turning around, he smiled slyly. Do you genuinely think you can take away the entirety of a quarter of the treasure? Dio, you underestimate the ancestral secrets of our 8 Treasures Water Army. Watching the departing 8 Treasures Water Army, Lafitte murmured, Captain, that old fellow seems to be plotting something. Dio sighed, shaking his head. How careless of me. It only dawned on me after boarding the ship. Glancing back at the Wolf Pirate Crew's ship, Dio mused, the treasures of the Jade Ice Mountain are plentiful. Even a quarter of them would overwhelm our vessel. The 8 Treasures Water Army could easily establish a base here, but we are different. Lafitte suddenly understood. No wonder Qing Jiao was so generous. Dio smirked. So, let us work diligently. This is our seed money. Once we arrive at Water 7, I shall construct a sailing vessel that belongs solely to us. Hey, Dio, are you coming? Kai called from ahead. Coming. 8 punches. Cone Dragon Spike. Qing Jiao opens the door. With a thunderous roar, Qing Jiao's head, shrouded in a thick layer of armament hockey, cleaved through the ice, creating a fissure several kilometers long and dozens of meters deep. Golden light shimmered from the crevice, casting reflections on everyone's faces. The members of the 8 Treasures Water Army gasped in astonishment. So much treasure. Daz swallowed hard, awestruck by the sheer volume of gold and jewels. Robin delicately covered her lips, overwhelmed with emotion. Lafitte gazed at Dio with admiration. With this wealth, they would venture further than ever. Humph, let us get to work. Qing Jiao waved his hand. Is it possible to store what we cannot carry? Dio's eyes glinted. Qing Jiao's carefree demeanor faltered momentarily. Cough, cough. No. You take as much as you can carry. Dio shrugged it off, undeterred, as he had the golden land of Sky Island awaiting him. Meanwhile, CP9 arrived at the martial arts arena of the Flower Country, detaining all members from the allied nations. Hey, what are you CP folks doing? An irate noble exclaimed. The king of the Flower Country, Ramen, stepped forward. They are all vital members of their respective allied nations. What is the meaning of detaining them? Rob Lucci held a transponder snail aloft, addressing the nobles. Hello, I am Spanda. Upon hearing Spandam's voice, the nobles were taken aback. Spandam, the favored underling of the celestial dragons. The devil's child, Nico Robin, has appeared in the Flower Country. According to my subordinates, she is allied with a group of pirates. That pirate named Dio not only sheltered Nico Robin, but also killed my subordinates. You must assist CP in capturing these scoundrels. Afterward, I shall report your merits to the celestial dragons. Initially, many nobles were indifferent, but upon hearing the final remark, their eyes gleamed with ambition. After all, the celestial dragons were figures they aspired to impress. Mr. Spandam, rest assured, we will capture these scoundrels. Indeed, indeed. However, some rational voices emerged. Hey, are you fools? The one they want to capture is Dio, the man who just shone brightly in the arena. Yet, the majority were blinded by greed or eager to prove themselves. What is there to fear? We are so many, and there are also escort ships outside. We can overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Exactly. Seeing that the overwhelming majority of the nobles agreed to capture Dio, Rob Lucci nodded, putting away the transponder snail. Those willing to assist, follow me. Watching the departing crowd, King Ramen remained unmoved. Old Wu, is Dio truly as outrageous as you say? Ramen turned to his companion. The stalwart leader of the Two Treasures Water Army, Old Wu, stroked his dragon-like beard. I can only say, these fools are merely heading to their doom. Isn't that right, Old York? Old Wu glanced at the armored figure beside him. Old York removed his helmet, smiling gently. Dio will not be deterred by this rabble. As Dio's elder, he had certainly arranged matters prudently. Before departing, Dio entrusted Old Wu with watching over Old York, for he had not forgotten that CP was still present. Moreover, with this connection, Old York would find it easier to navigate life in the Flower Country. Soon, one noble treasure ship after another followed the lead CP vessel towards the ice continent. Along the way, they encountered the returning 8 Treasures Water Army and Dio's group. Rebels Dio and the Devil's Child Nico Robin, you are surrounded. A noble shouted through a megaphone. Surrender, and you may yet spare your lives. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Qing Jiao chuckled lightly. Dio lad, we shall take our leave first. After all, they held the title of the Flower Country. Engaging with these people and CP would yield unfavorable consequences. Dio yawned, casually waving his hand. Be gone quickly. Once the 8 Treasures Water Army distanced themselves, the noble fleet and CP completely encircled Dio and his group. Dio, if you surrender Nico Robin, we might let you go. Rob Lucci proclaimed from the bow of the ship. In fact, we could introduce you to the high-ranking officials of the world government. Humph, the world government, Dio scoffed. Suppressing Robin's urge to move, Dio stepped forward. However, after a few steps, he turned back. You are now my crew. Do not think of fleeing or surrendering at the first sign of trouble. Pointing to his head, Dio calmly declared, while I am here, so are you. Robin opened her mouth, hesitating to speak. After a long moment, she broke into a soft smile. Then, I leave it to you, Dio, Captain. Dio nodded. Lafitte, Daz. What shall we do in the face of our enemies? Slice them down. Daz transformed his arms into blades. I shall end their fate. Lafitte adjusted his black top hat, white wings unfurling from his back. Dio felt a rush of pride. This was the spirit. What nobles, what CP, what world government. Those who stand in my way shall be crushed. The three positioned themselves at the bow of the ship. Dio's gaze turned cold, surveying all before him. Rob Lucci, I shall make today a nightmare you cannot shake off. Kneel before me. The oppressive aura of the Conqueror's hockey surged skyward, enveloping the sea in its ferocity. Chapter 12. Your nightmare, the tactic of overwhelming numbers? Utterly useless in the face of the Conqueror's hockey. A terror akin to the sky collapsing gripped the hearts of all present. The indolent nobles collapsed to the ground in an instant, leaving only a handful of guards struggling to hold their ground. The CP members fared no better, as key targets of Dio's attention. Aside from Rob Lucci clinging desperately to the railing, the rest succumbed to unconsciousness. What is this? Rob Lucci gazed at Dio in the distance, at that devilish figure. A chill coursing through him. The Conqueror's hockey lasted merely a minute, yet the alliance between the nobles and CP crumbled completely. Dio accepted the black coat handed to him by Robin and draped it over his shoulders. Twisting his wrist, he grinned. Gentlemen, let us announce our arrival to the world. We have been waiting for this moment. Even the usually composed Lafitte could not contain his excitement, not to mention the simple-minded Daz. With a clash of fists, Daz was eager to engage. Dio seized Daz by the shoulder, and with a forceful push, the ship sank several meters deeper into the water. With a mighty leap, Lafitte soared high into the air, soon landing on the noble's treasure ship, commencing his rampage. After casually tossing Daz onto a noble ship, Dio stepped onto the CP vessel. Rob Lucci, shaking his dazed head, staggered towards Dio, attempting to intervene. Just as he reached out, Dio grasped his throat and slammed him against the wall. I told you. Today is the nightmare of your life. Dio's lips curled into a sinister smile. Remember this, Rob Lucci. You will never complete your mission. You will never kill me. And these nobles perished because of your weakness. They died due to your ignorance. No. In Rob Lucci and Apo's eyes, Dio and Apo's smile was terrifying and frigid. A slight squeeze of his hand rendered Rob Lucci unconscious from asphyxiation. Tossing him carelessly onto the deck, Dio began to incapacitate the CP personnel one by one. Oxygen deactivation, body function deactivation. Half an hour later, Robin maneuvered the pirate ship closer. Daz stood behind Dio, drenched in crimson, while Lafitte delicately wiped his sword cane with a handkerchief. Casting a disdainful glance at Daz, Dio remarked, "Can you not be so messy? It's always like this with you." Daz, feeling aggrieved, replied, "Oh, I'll develop some range techniques." Shaking his head, Dio tore down the world government and Apo's flag, stepping forward to face Robin. "Look, the world government is nothing special. They are merely human and can be slain." The flag was cast into the sea, sinking beneath the waves like a tattered rag under Robin and Apo's dazed gaze. Arin and Apo's, "You afraid of retaliation?" Tears welled in the corners of Robin and Apo's eyes as she stared blankly. Dio leaped before her, a mere 30 centimeters apart. "Retaliation? Those who cannot kill me will be repaid 100-fold. He placed his right hand gently on Robin and Apo's dark hair, whispering, "Robin, you are my crew. No matter their vengeance, I will never abandon you, nor anyone else." These words broke Robin completely, and she covered her mouth, bursting into tears. "Saul, I must have found that person, right? Hey, Lafitte, aren't we going down?" Daz hung suspended in the air, grasped by Lafitte. With a gentle smile, Lafitte replied, "Wait a moment, don't disturb the captain." Daz nodded, though he appeared confused. Below, Dio faced the weeping Robin with a hint of exasperation. "If you keep crying, others might think I'm dead." Upon hearing this, Robin's sobs ceased abruptly. Her face flushed as she turned away from Dio. Before leaving, she shot him an annoyed glance. "Can't you say something nice?" Observing Robin's hurried retreat, Dio stroked his chin, deep in thought. The 18-year-old Robin seemed to possess a newfound youthful vitality. "Captain, where to next?" Lafitte inquired as he descended with Daz. Dio finally regained his focus, his expression turning serious as he gazed at the vast ocean. "After this, the world government and the Navy will likely pay us heed. Therefore, let us explore the South Sea." Lafitte was taken aback. "The South Sea? Aren't we heading to the Grand Line?" Dio chuckled lightly. "We will, but not just yet. Though I hold the world government and Navy in contempt, I must acknowledge that I still require time to grow." Lafitte pondered. He too was in no rush, eager to thoroughly learn the newly encountered hockey system before embarking on the Grand Line. "Shall we traverse the calm belt to the South Sea?" Lafitte asked. Dio shook his head. "Too slow. We shall take the reverse mountain." "Huh? But reverse mountain is a one-way route, Captain. You shall understand in due time." Dio smiled mysteriously. Lafitte was puzzled, yet as the captain had set the course, the navigator merely needed to determine the route. 3 days later, at Marine Headquarters, Marineford, the Admiral, Kizaru, strolled leisurely down the corridor towards the conference room. "Ah, Borisolino, I heard you captured a fishman?" Akiji approached from behind. "Oh, just a troublesome fishman named Arlong," Kizaru shrugged. Akiji adjusted his eye patch. "Oh really? I wonder what today's routine meeting will entail. If it's trivial, I'll catch up on sleep. Who knows?" Kizaru spread his hands. The two finally arrived at the meeting room just in time. Sengoku, seated at the head, twitched his lips, feeling helpless. Clearing his throat, Vice Admiral Tsuru softly coughed, reminding Sengoku of the matter at hand. Taking a deep breath, Sengoku produced a report. 39 were expected at this meeting, 30 are present, while 9 are engaged in military duties. Now that everyone is here, the meeting commences. Sengoku began his monotonous discourse. A quarter of an hour later, he rapped the table. "Kazan, be serious during the meeting." Akiji, resigned, pulled back a corner of his eye patch, feigning attentiveness. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Kizaru sitting upright, appearing unusually serious. "Eh? This guy is so serious today?" Pulling back his eye patch entirely, Akiji scrutinized, only to realize that Kizaru was wearing sunglasses and napping. Our model. Akiji was filled with emotion, ready to continue slacking off when Sengoku displayed several photographs, capturing his attention. A grave incident had recently transpired in the West Sea. Dozens of nobles and hundreds of guards had met a gruesome fate, and a small team from CP9 was nearly annihilated. This event has extremely severe repercussions. Sengoku's voice was cold. Moreover, it was perpetrated by a new pirate crew. What? A new pirate crew? Good grief, are newcomers this terrifying? Suru interjected solemnly. More importantly, Suru continued, the end Amp. Appos, son of the devil and Amp. Appos, Nico Robin, was aboard that pirate ship. The meeting room fell silent. No wonder CP was involved. To be frank, some of the senior officers were reluctant to engage with Nico Robin's affairs, as they were privy to certain inside information. Regardless of who was involved, this incident was of utmost seriousness, necessitating a bounty to be declared. It would be best to send someone to apprehend them. A hawkish officer proposed. After a few moments of contemplation, the attending Marines unanimously agreed. Akiji gazed at the photograph of Nico Robin, contemplating for a moment before raising his right hand. Let me go meet this pirate crew. Suru and Sengoku were taken aback. Akiji. After a moment's hesitation, Sengoku nodded. Very well. Now let us discuss the name of this pirate crew and the bounty. Chapter 13. This title. I dislike in the waters near Upside Down Mountain, a newsbird soared away from a pirate ship. Oh, Captain, the front page of the newspaper features you, exclaimed Lafayette in astonishment. Dio and Daz, who were training together, halted their movements, wiping the sweat from their brows as they approached Lafayette. Robin, holding a cup of coffee, sauntered over as well. What did it say? Dio inquired, intrigued, as it was his first time being featured in the news. Lafayette unfolded the newspaper. The rogue pirate crew has plundered Bland Island, slaughtering nobles and guards. An egregious crime. Captain, there's also a bounty notice. Dio frowned as he took the bounty notice with displeasure. TCH. Rogue? I do not appreciate this title. The rogue pirate crew, Captain Rogue Dio. Bounty. 90 million berries, dead or alive. The rogue pirate crew, Demon Child Nico Robin. Bounty. 79 million berries, dead or alive. The rogue pirate crew, Navigator Devil Chief Lafayette. Bounty. 55 million berries, dead or alive. The rogue pirate crew, Assassin Daz Bonus. Bounty. 50 million berries, dead or alive. Dio crumpled his bounty notice into a ball, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. These fellows have the audacity to pin the events at Bland Island on us. Daz seethed, anger boiling within him. That is my hometown. How could we possibly raid it? Moreover, this report makes no mention of the heinous acts of the mouse, instead praising him for bravely battling pirates and sacrificing himself. Dio. Daz turned to him, seeking guidance. Sensing Daz's fury, Dio raised his hand in a calming gesture. I too despise taking the blame for others. Furthermore, we shall determine our own title. Dio and Appos, gaze fixed on Lafayette. Which is the nearest naval base? Lafayette seemed to anticipate Dio and Appos' thoughts, a wicked smile creeping across his face. The 79th Division. Hearing this familiar designation, both Dio and Daz were momentarily taken aback. What a coincidence. The debts owed by the mouse shall be settled by the 79th Division. Dio resolved. Lafayette marked the location, and Daz turned the ship towards their target, the 79th Division. Observing their seamless coordination, Robin shook her head in resignation, allowing them to indulge in their antics. Ever since boarding this vessel, she had finally been able to sleep without trepidation. Some time later, at the 79th Division, David, how much loot have those villages brought in recently? Several Navy officers jested at their post. It's certainly more than what I earned as a mobster, David chuckled. Oh my, you're quite the character. When do we celebrate? His comrades playfully draped their arms around him. David pounded his chest. Today, I'm off duty. And I'll treat my brothers to the red light district. Bravo. The others cheered, excitement bubbling over. Standing at the edge, one Navy officer, smiling, suddenly noticed something unusual on the horizon. Huh? What is that? Upon hearing his words, David and the others leaned forward to gaze. That was when David peered through the post's telescope. At first glance, he saw a two-masted ship, a striking golden-haired man standing at the bow. On the second glance, he spotted a black flag adorned with a golden skull. Behind the skull, there was a blood-dripping hourglass, the crimson drops forming the letters DIO in gold. Pirates! Pirates! Sound the alarm! David exclaimed, a sense of foreboding gripping him. TCH, pirates? This is a naval base. The others scoffed, unconcerned. David gritted his teeth, shoving past his comrades, and pulled the alarm. The moment he laid eyes on that flag, a chill ran down his spine, a premonition of impending doom. I hope it and Oppos. That's just my imagination. In the distance, Lafayette lowered his monocular. Captain, it seems they spotted us. Dio paid no heed, dismissing the naval base entirely. Lafayette. I didn't realize you possessed artistic talent, he remarked, glancing at the pirate flag. After all, I am a navigator, with a foundation in cartography, Lafayette replied. Easing into the moment, Robin, lingering behind, murmured, I believe I can draw quite well too. Dio and the others fell silent. Is that so? No wonder Robin has such peculiar taste, Dio pondered. By the way, Captain, what shall we call ourselves? Daz scratched his head. Upon hearing his words, Lafayette and Robin turned their expectant gazes towards Dio. Feeling the weight of their attention, Dio embraced the sea breeze, his golden locks billowing. The world pirate crew. Our aim is to stand atop this world. In the eyes of his companions, Dio radiated a dazzling brilliance, fervent and alluring. Boom. The gates of the naval base swung open, warships sailing forth one after another. Pirates. This is the 79th Division. Are you here to meet your demise? A Navy officer mocked, brandishing a megaphone. Dio's lips curled upward into a smirk. Laugh while you can. I hope you can still laugh after this. His right arm enveloped in hockey, he leaped into the air above the warship. The pitch-black Conqueror's hockey erupted, darkening the sky around him, causing the Navy below to feel a weight in their hearts. Remarkable. Dio plummeted towards the flagship, producing a deafening roar. Countless Navy officers were sent flying by the recoil. The flagship reached its maximum draft, beginning to capsize. In a single move, Dio stunned the Navy of the 79th Division into silence. Is this a joke? Is this even human? Retreat! Retreat! The higher-ranking Navy officers cried in unison. But it was too late. Dio, like a wolf among sheep, tore through them all. He refrained from allowing Daz and Lafayette to strike, for he intended to hone his hockey at this naval base. 15 minutes later, the deployed naval fleet lay in ruins. Dio's pirate ship slowly sailed into the 79th Division. The remaining Navy, weapons in hand, trembled in terror at the sight of Dio and his crew. Ignoring the terrified personnel, Dio signaled for Daz and Lafayette to proceed. The three were faint smiles. Daz stepped forward, severing the flagpole of the world government and Navy, then hoisted the flag of the world pirate crew. Robin retrieved ink and began inscribing their pirate crew's name and the crimes of the mouse on the walls of the naval base. Lafayette ventured to the intelligence and treasure rooms, hoping to uncover something valuable. An hour later, the world pirate crew set sail once more. The news of the 79th Division's downfall was reported to headquarters by the surviving Navy, accompanied by photographs of the wall. Captain, the treasure room yielded nothing of value. It's all merely gold and jewels, which we have in abundance, Lafayette shrugged. I was hoping for legendary swords and devil fruits. I was rather optimistic. Dio shook his head. Lafayette pulled some documents from his pocket. However, I did unearth some intriguing intelligence. Dio accepted the papers, reading intently. Red-haired Shanks has destroyed the music nation of Elijah. There are suspected revolutionary forces emerging in the East Blue. Guild Tesoro seized the gold fruit during the auction held by the Don Quixote family. The world is descending into chaos. Dio's gaze flickered, recognizing several familiar yet unfamiliar names. We shall meet sooner or later. Chapter 14. The World Pirate Crew Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Damn it. Sengoku listened to the soldier's report, his eyes ablaze with rage. Beside him, Admiral Tsuru wore a grave expression. This group of ruffians is utterly lawless. Tsuru propped her chin on her hand, scrutinizing the photographs brought by the soldier. Sengoku ground his teeth. We must have Kazan eliminate them. These people are far too dangerous. Merely due to their dissatisfaction with the title, they invaded Branch 79. It is as if they are defecating on our heads. Upon hearing Sengoku's crude remarks, Tsuru rolled her eyes. Calm down, Sengoku. There must be other reasons. She gestured toward the photographs. Sengoku frowned. Regardless of the cause, their actions must be punished. After examining the contents of the photographs, Tsuru tapped her fingers on the table, deep in thought. This group is exceedingly self-centered. They do not justify their actions. And once they are blamed, their behavior becomes extreme. Henceforth, the Navy and Oppos' intelligence investigations must be thorough. Sengoku nodded, harboring a deep loathing for the traitor known as the Mouse. Had this individual been more reasonable and joined the Navy, we would have gained a formidable ally. Such a reckless ally is more detestable than a worthy adversary. Not only must we strengthen intelligence investigations, but we must also rectify the corruption within the Navy. Tsuru nodded in agreement. As for that group, let us alter their titles as they demand. This? ISN and Oppos. See that letting the pirates lead us by the nose? Sengoku pondered. Titles are inconsequential if we fail to comply. I fear they might take further reckless actions. Tsuru sighed. Sengoku, with a throbbing headache, rubbed his temples. It seems we have no choice. We shall increase their bounty and have Kazan apprehend them swiftly. Very well, I shall urge Kazan along. Tsuru stood to leave. What a time we live in, the era of great pirates. Sengoku looked up, utterly fatigued. In the days that followed, the world took notice of the peculiar group led by Dio. Within mere days, the bounty was updated once more, and even the names of the pirate crew became ludicrous. World Pirate Crew, Captain, King of Evil Dio, Bounty, 120,000,000 berries, no questions asked. World Pirate Crew, Son of the Devil Nico Robin, Bounty, 87,000,000 berries. No questions asked. World Pirate Crew, Devil Sheriff Lafayette, Bounty, 82,000,000 berries, no questions asked. World Pirate Crew, Assassin Daz Bones, Bounty, 80,000,000 berries. No questions asked. Grand Line, near the Sabaody Archipelago. Captain, It and Oppos, SDO again. Beckman frowned as he handed the new bounty notice to Shanks. Shanks accepted the notice and gazed at Dio and Amp. Oppos' arrogant pose in the photograph, feeling a chill run down his spine. I have an inkling this fellow is extraordinary. Could he be our rival? Beckman inquired. Shanks returned the bounty notice. I cannot say. We shall see when we encounter him. Sabaody Archipelago, Island 1, Don Quixote Family Headquarters. Doflamingo stared intently at Dio's bounty notice. From this individual, he sensed a familiar essence, a demeanor that revels in chaos. Hey Doflamingo, what are you looking at? Torpol leaned in. Doflamingo and Oppos' forehead throbbed with veins. Stay away from me. After shooing Torpol away, Doflamingo took a deep breath. Inform me if this man arrives at our headquarters. Torpol, receiving the bounty notice tossed by Doflamingo, fixed his gaze on Dio's photograph. He understood. New World, Cake Island. Oh, the one who compelled the Navy to alter titles while increasing bounties. How intriguing. Charlotte Linland fixed her gaze on Dio's bounty notice. Garrett should be about 19 now. If this fellow survives and arrives in the New World, perhaps an opportunity may arise. Unknown waters, aboard the Moby Dick. Old man, it seems a remarkable newcomer has emerged. Marco handed over the bounty notice. Whitebeard cast a glance before raising his gargantuan goblet and downing its contents in one gulp. Gururara, with Shanks ahead and this Dio behind. The world is becoming quite interesting. Wano Country. Jean delivered the latest newspaper and bounty notice to Kaido. After casually flipping through the pages, Kaido and Oppos' gaze lingered on Dio. World Pirate Crew? King of Evil? Such audacity. Kaido and Oppos' eyes narrowed. Woohoo. When you arrive in the New World, you shall learn that there is only one beast king. West Blue, Reverse Mountain. That's more like it. Dio set down the bounty notice with satisfaction. After so many years, I never anticipated my bounty would increase. Robin smiled gently. Dez affixed his bounty notice to the control room, training with renewed vigor. Lafayette stood atop the lookout, savoring his coffee. My choice appears to be quite sound. Just as everyone reveled in the new bounty, a tremendous current roared from ahead. Rumble, rumble. Captain, we and Oppos' arrived at Reverse Mountain. Lafayette and Oppos' expression turned serious. Dio stood, gazing at the magnificent spectacle ahead, feeling a sense of wonder. Ascending against the current is truly extraordinary. Placing his palm on the ship, he gently bestowed his abilities. Impact nullification. Daz, steer carefully. Dio called back. Understood. Daz ceased his training, rising from the ground to steady the swaying helm. Robin and Lafayette grasped nearby fixtures of the vessel. Dio stood at the bow, gripping the railing, confronting the mist that billowed from the crashing waves. The pirate ship surged straight along the current, racing toward the summit. Even as it brushed against the adjacent cliffs, Dio and Oppos' power ensured it sustained no damage. Moments later, just as the ship was about to soar out, Dio and Oppos' eyes widened. Now, Daz, hard to starboard. At the same time, Dio enhanced the ship once more. Current nullification, inertia nullification, thud. The pirate ship firmly came to a halt at the peak of Reverse Mountain. Observing this, Dio promptly rescinded inertia nullification. Due to the hard starboard maneuver, the vessel gradually veered toward the right passageway. Ultimately, drawn by gravity, it plunged down the right path, heading toward the south blue. Impressive. Captain, you can make the ship impervious to the current. Lafayette and Amp, Oppos, eyes sparkled with admiration. What power does the captain possess? Hey, Captain, it seems there and Amp, Oppos, a pirate ship ahead. Daz exclaimed from the control room. Dio and Amp, Oppos, eyes gleamed with excitement. After all, he had not revoked impact nullification. Let us collide with it. Huh. Everyone was taken aback. Trust me. Dio grinned widely. Daz, seeing this, gritted his teeth, straightened the helm, and decided. If the captain says so, then let and Oppos crash into it. Below, the black spot pirates of the South Blue trembled in fear as they navigated their ship, terrified of crashing into Reverse Mountain. What is that? Someone screamed. All members of the Black Spot pirates gazed ahead as a ship sped toward them. Wasn't an Amp, Oppos, it's supposed to be a one-way street. The Black Spot pirates appeared utterly despondent. Chapter 15. Where are they? Is this the South Sea? Dio paced back and forth on the deck, surveying the surroundings. Behind their pirate ship lay the remnants of a shattered vessel. How exhilarating. I never expected this ship to be so resilient. Daz leaped down from the control room. Lafitte shook his head with a chuckle. It cannot possibly be the ship's merit. It is clearly the captain's prowess. Dio, what devil fruit did you consume? Robin inquired with curiosity. Dio paused, turning around. I say, I haven't eaten anything. Do you believe me? The three were taken aback. Haven't eaten? Is this extraordinary ability merely a testament to the favor of fate? Lafitte expressed admiration. You are truly terrifying, Robin exclaimed. Can the captain consume another devil fruit? Daz scratched his head. Upon hearing this, Lafitte and Robin found the notion even more daunting. If he were to consume another potent fruit, how formidable would Dio become? The thought was unfathomable. Dio, noticing their unwavering belief, felt a twinge of surprise. Did they trust me so much? If I say I haven't tea eaten, then I haven't tea? A light laugh escaped him, and he felt a sense of comfort within. By the way, Captain, where are we headed? Lafitte inquired. Dio stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before responding. Let us first find an island for resupply, and then proceed to the Salb Kingdom. Lafitte murmured. Salb? What awaits there? Dio fell silent. His intention to go there was merely a stroke of luck, hoping to encounter that individual. Seeing the captain's reticence, Lafitte shrugged and moved aside to ascertain their direction. Soon, the world pirates set sail towards the Salb Kingdom, passing by several islands for a leisurely resupply. Meanwhile, Akiji entered the West Sea via the Red Line, riding his bicycle toward the nearest naval base. Is there any news regarding the world pirates? Akiji asked the base commander. No reports. The commander responded with an awkward smile. Akiji frowned. None? They have been out of contact since leaving the 79th branch? The commander nodded. Indeed. The information shared among colleagues in the West Sea revealed no sightings of the world pirates. It appears they have already left the West Sea. Akiji pondered for a moment. Retrieving a transponder snail from his pocket, he dialed the phone of his colleagues in the Grand Line. After contacting several colleagues, Akiji discovered that the world pirates seemed to have vanished from the world. Not only were there no traces in the West Sea, but also in the Grand Line. Rubbing his temples, Akiji lamented. Where could these fellows be? Have they entered the doldrums? Ultimately, Akiji contacted the Navy headquarters to report the disappearance of the world pirates, hoping to be informed immediately upon any news of their whereabouts. All right, understood. I will inform you as soon as I have information. Vice Admiral Tsuru hung up the transponder snail. What happened? Sengoku looked up. Tsuru sighed. It and Amp, Oppos, the world pirates again. They have gone missing. What? Missing? Sengoku's eyes widened. How could they go missing? Such a large target. Tsuru replied helplessly. The most likely scenario is that they are in the doldrums, en route to other seas. Sengoku and Amp, Oppos' heart tightened. Other seas? What could those scoundrels be doing in other waters? We must promptly notify our subordinates. Any news of the world pirates should be reported immediately. I know. Tsuru spoke in a deep tone. I was just contemplating why they would not enter the Grand Line, but instead venture to the Four Seas. After a long pause, Sengoku and Tsuru exchanged glances, revealing the reason. Growth. This Dio is truly remarkable. Sengoku elevated Dio and Amp, Oppos' threat level once more. He must be eliminated at the nascent stage. Days later, the Navy headquarters finally received word from the South Sea. The world pirates have appeared in the waters of the South Sea. Upon hearing this news, Akiji immediately set off for the South Sea. Time was of the essence. Otherwise, these rascals would escape again. Simultaneously, the world pirates, longed for by the Navy, arrived at the Kingdom of Bliss in the South Sea. As their pirate ship docked at the harbor, the ordinary citizens of the kingdom scattered like birds taking flight. Only a group of ill-mannered individuals remained, leering at Dio and his crew. Dio narrowed his eyes. Lafitte, you and Daz guard the ship. If you need anything, let Robin and me know. With so much gold and treasure aboard, he did not wish to leave it to these ruffians. Lafitte nodded in understanding. Having sensed the trouble with this group, as he and Robin stepped onto the land of the Kingdom of Bliss, Dio hesitated, surveying the graffiti-laden buildings. Is this place truly suitable for resupply? The two walked towards the city center under the watchful gaze of numerous unsavory characters. However, just as they were about to exit the harbor, a few unsavory figures began whistling at Robin. Hey there, beautiful. Want to join us for a while? We have money. Haha. Not only do we have money, but also goods. Having navigated the underworld for so long, Robin had grown accustomed to such crude remarks and continued walking forward in silence. However, Dio halted his steps. Turning around, he met Robin and Appo's puzzled gaze and softly urged, respond. Robin. What? Robin was confused. Give those guys a good smack. I know you have the ability. Dio continued to encourage her. But we still need to. Robin was reluctant to stir trouble. Dio raised his hand to interrupt her. If I were to act, they would only suffer more. You need not evade any longer, Robin. After a prolonged silence, Robin smiled gently. Indeed, Captain. Crossing her arms, Robin's expression turned icy. Enduring those words did not mean she was not angry. 6 flower blossoms, slap. Those foul-mouthed ruffians suddenly sprouted 6 arms from their upper bodies, and before they could react in terror, the arms began to rain slaps upon their faces. The onlookers fled in panic, fearing they might also receive a slap. After venting her frustration, Robin felt much lighter. Let us proceed, my captain. Robin beamed at Dio. Dio smiled faintly, leading the way towards the city center. Once the two had completely departed, the fleeing ruffians returned. Upon seeing their comrades with swollen faces, they felt utterly humiliated by their own actions. Damn it, these pirates are too arrogant. What should we do? We need to find the boss. Let him avenge our brothers and restore our honor. Yes, let us find the boss. A group of them stormed towards a villa by the distant bay. What are these guys up to? Daz stood on the deck, somewhat puzzled. Up to? Heh. Lafitte snickered. They are merely sealing their own fate. After a while, Dio and Robin arrived at the city center. Just as they passed a bakery, 2 boys and a girl dashed past them. Kid, Victoria, hurry up. Today is the battle for my inheritance of the Punk District. The red-haired leader declared boldly. The girl, panting, shouted, Wait for me, you jerk, Kid. The masked Kira silently followed closely behind Kid. Hearing these 2 familiar names, Dio was taken aback. His gaze fell upon the departing trio, appearing to be teenagers. Of similar age and in the South Sea, it must be them. Chapter 16, Street Struggles in the South Sea, within the Kingdom of Bliss. What's wrong? Robin inquired curiously as Dio paused his steps. Dio snapped back to reality, shaking his head with a chuckle. It's nothing. Let us continue shopping. The two proceeded to browse the market in an orderly fashion. Meanwhile, Kid and his companions had ventured far into Punk Street. That blonde man over there seems to have been watching us, Kira remarked as he approached slowly. I know. He gives off the vibe of a pirate. Kid replied with a serious expression. Victoria tilted her head. Oh, a pirate? But he looks like a wealthy young master, especially with that handsome face. Upon hearing this, Kid and Kira's expressions darkened, and they fell silent. Hey, why aren't you talking? Victoria blinked her bright eyes. Kid smirked. I'm just preparing for the upcoming battle. Kira nodded in agreement, arms crossed. Come on, you're not jealous, are you? Victoria giggled, covering her mouth. Of course not. Kid retorted in embarrassment as he dashed ahead. Kira cleared his throat and hurried to catch up. Victoria watched the two run off, knowing all too well from their behavior that they held feelings for her. Oh dear, what should I do? Before she could follow, Kid and Kira came rushing back. Victoria. Run. Kid shouted, beads of sweat on his forehead. Huh? Victoria froze, her gaze falling behind them to see a group of thugs armed with knives and clubs pursuing them frantically. That scoundrel Kid. No honor. Kid. We're going to avenge our boss. I told you it wasn't Timmy. I just got here. Kid yelled, his voice hoarse. However, the enraged thugs were too far gone to listen, shouting their intent to take down Kid. Victoria sprinted ahead, glancing back. What is happening? Kira murmured. The punk boss we agreed to fight today is dead. What? Victoria turned to Kid. Feeling uncomfortable under their gazes, Kid fumed. I didn't do it. If I wanted to kill, I'd do it openly. Victoria and Kira nodded in agreement, well aware of Kid's character. Though he could be hot-headed, he was a man of his word. Someone must have framed you. Victoria frowned. Damn it, I'll find out who. Kid gritted his teeth. Suddenly, a machete was hurled from behind them. Kid instinctively used his magnetic powers to deflect it away. I've tolerated you fools long enough. Kid glared at the thugs in Punk Street. Kira and Victoria halted as well. Kid extended his right hand, activating his fruit ability, causing all metallic items on the thugs to levitate into the air, swords, weapons, earrings, and necklaces. The thugs gulped nervously, momentarily paralyzed with fear. I said, I didn't kill anyone. Understand? Kid's face twisted in fury. The thugs exchanged glances, and finally, one bold individual stepped forward, declaring, You are the prime suspect. Kid, you must give us an explanation. An explanation? Huh. Kid gathered the metallic items, forming a massive iron ball, which he hurled at a nearby building. Boom. Dust and debris filled the air. Cough, cough. The thugs waved their hands to clear their vision. Where did they go? Kid and Amp. Oppo's voice echoed from a distance. Give me 3 days, and I will uncover the truth. The thugs of Punk Street pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. 3 days was reasonable. If Kid failed to find the culprit, they could act then. We'll guard all the ports. You want to escape. In the distance, Kira carried the exhausted Kid as they fled, while Victoria and Oppo's eyes were filled with concern. Your stamina is lacking, Kid chuckled bitterly. You've done well, Victoria reassured him. Kid, agitated, muttered, Who could it be that framed me? Kira, who had remained silent, analyzed the big guy from Coast Street. Huh. Both Kid and Victoria were taken aback. Upon reflection, they realized that Coast Street had long-standing conflicts with Punk Street. With the punk boss dead and Kid labeled a suspect, Punk Street was now leaderless. That makes sense. Kid's eyes widened. Let's south head to Coast Street. Having just settled the last payment with a merchant, Dio and Robin observed the familiar trio sprint past them. How energetic they are, Robin smiled lightly. Dio grimaced, wondering what trouble Kid was stirring. After some time, the duo led several merchant groups toward the coast. Upon arriving at the port, they were met by a throng of armed individuals standing defiantly before them. The merchants, seeing this, dared not linger, abandoning their payments and fleeing for their lives. Dio frowned at the supplies left behind. These wretched fools. Boss, I told you. That female pirate is quite a beauty. One rogue flattered before a towering figure. They know what they're doing. Wanting the boss to avenge them? Impossible. But if a beauty is involved, the boss will run faster than anyone. The big guy fixated on Robin, drooling. Well done. Feeling the lecherous gaze upon her. Robin was about to retaliate when Dio intervened. Leave it to me. This pest is insufferable. Dio and Oppo's expression turned cold as he stepped forward. In a corner where both sides faced off, Kid and his companions were astonished. Isn't that the blonde pirate? They're finished. That big guy's crew is no joke. Kid shook his head. Kira nodded. The numbers are too uneven. Victoria cast a worried glance at Robin, fully aware of the threat posed by the big guy. This sister is in for a tough time if she falls into his hands. On a pirate ship at the port, Lafitte and Daz munched on sunflower seeds while leaning against the railing, watching the scene unfold. Beneath the ship lay several mangled bodies of rogues. These fools had retreated after several unsuccessful attempts to attack. Perhaps they sensed defeat and didn't wish to die. Or the big guy was only interested in Robin, uninterested in the pirate ship. What do you think the captain will do to defeat these guys? Daz glanced at Lafitte. Lafitte adjusted his black hat with his cane, ensuring it didn't obstruct his view. The captain won't waste time on this trash, so it's Conqueror's hockey. As soon as he spoke, the sky darkened ominously. A powerful aura of Conqueror's hockey erupted from Dio's body, unleashing a torrent of black and gold lightning. With each step Dio took, a wave of ruffians collapsed, setting off a domino effect. When Dio reached the kneeling big guy, none of the thugs behind him were spared. They all fainted. The big guy trembled, unable to meet Dio and Oppo's gaze, his fear palpable. Spare me. Please, spare me. The big guy begged, bowing repeatedly, hoping for mercy. Yet, Dio remained expressionless, extending a finger to lightly touch the big guy's bloodied forehead. Your sins will be your undoing. The big guy and Oppo's pupils dilated in terror, his face drained of color. Chapter 17. The world, please, spare me. I beg you. The large man, crimson-faced with bulging eyes, was crouched on the ground, his nails embedded deep in the soil. Oxygen nullification in Dio's eyes. There was not a hint of compassion as he slowly crouched down, patting the man's cheek. Trash. Do not obstruct my path. Regret washed over the large man. Given a second chance, he would ensure that the instigator of his plight would suffer to death. Don and Amp. Amp. Oppose. T. Don and Amp. Amp. Oppose. T. He attempted to reach out for Dio, but as his hand barely lifted, he succumbed to suffocation. Dio rose, waving towards the pirate ship. Come down and help with the cargo. Lafitte and Daz immediately leaped from the ship, stepping over the bodies of the fallen to approach. Just as they prepared to greet Dio, a glint of cold light shot towards him from the side. Clang. Dio's left arm, enveloped in hockey, deftly blocked a large sword, revealing his face beyond his arm. Is it you? Kid, eyes filled with fury, glared at Dio. You scoundrel, you still dare to covet Victoria's life. Kid roared, unleashing the full force of his devil fruit powers as magnetic energy erupted. All metallic objects in the port began to levitate, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Wow. What a remarkable ability. Lafitte and Amp. Oppose. S.I. sparkled with excitement as he gripped his cane firmly. Daz, however, harbored a deep-seated disdain for Kid, feeling that should he unleash his powers, he too would fall under Kid and Amp. Oppose. S control. Dio paid no mind to the floating objects. Instead, he gazed past Kid. Behind him, wearing a mask, was Kira, panting heavily against the wall, cradling the unconscious Victoria. This fool thinks that girl is dead? Dio found it amusing. Surprised by this sight of Kid, observing Kid and Amp. Oppose. S sweat-drenched, pale visage, Dio shook his head in laughter. If you and Amp. Oppose, feeling unwell, just put her down. The girl is not dead. Huh. Kid was taken aback. He's right. Kid. Victoria merely fainted. Kira called from behind. Clang, clang, clang. All the metals crashed to the ground. Kid relaxed, a smile breaking across his face. That's a relief. But as soon as he spoke, he collapsed. With quick reflexes, Lafitte rushed forward, catching the fainted Kid, jesting, Captain. When did you start bullying children? Dio rolled his eyes. Get them, and the supplies aboard. With that, he strode toward the pirate ship, leaving Lafitte, Daz, and Robin exchanging helpless glances and shrugging. What else could they do? They might as well get to work. The sound of waves crashing jolted the unconscious Kid awake. Holding his throbbing head, he slowly sat up on the deck. Where am I? Surveying his surroundings, he realized he was on a ship, a place unfamiliar to him. Wasn't I at the port? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Wow, Sister Robin, you know so much. Victoria. Kid sprang to his feet. Huh. I think I just heard Kid's voice. The cabin door creaked open, and the two emerged. Kid, you're awake. Victoria exclaimed, rushing towards him. What? What happened? Where are we? Kid whispered to Victoria, recognizing Robin as the woman who followed the golden-haired man. We and Amp. Oppose. On Captain Dio and Amp. Oppose. S pirate ship. They rescued us, Victoria explained, recounting the events after they regained consciousness. Pirates? Kid furrowed his brow, turning to Robin. Take us back. I cannot decide that. Robin chuckled lightly. Moreover, do your two companions wish to return? What do you mean? Kid was taken aback. Victoria shifted uneasily. I wish to stay with Sister Robin and learn. I no longer want to fight in the streets. Kid's jaw dropped, lost for words. After a long pause, he finally regained his composure. Where's Kira? Where did he go? As if summoned, the door to the training room swung open, and Daz stepped out, with Kira bouncing excitedly behind him. Daz, how did you manage that training? Tell me. Daz, is there a trick to push-ups and sit-ups? Daz, what other techniques can I develop with my scythe? Suddenly, Daz halted, and Kira noticed the others on deck. Upon locking eyes with Kid, his expression froze momentarily, relieved that his mask concealed any change in his demeanor. Kid, you're awake? Kira stammered awkwardly. Kid's face turned ashen, feeling as though the world had shifted during his slumber. What are you all up to? We still need to return to rule the streets. An eerie silence enveloped the air. After a long moment, Kira sighed. Kid, are you content with being just a ruler of the streets? Victoria has encountered the knowledgeable Miss Robin, and I have met the martial-minded Mr. Daz. Most importantly, they can show us a different world. Kid, what is your dream? Kira's voice rose in fervor. The gathered crowd fell silent, their gazes fixated on Kid. From the lookout, Lafitte murmured, "Speak it aloud. Dreams should never be forsaken." My dream? Kid's pupils dilated. He still remembered each time he had voiced his aspirations, only to be met with ridicule. Could he truly speak of it here? Say it. Kira and Victoria urged him on. My dream is. Kid gritted his teeth. My dream is. One Piece. Upon shouting the words, the anticipated mockery did not follow. Kid's gaze, laden with complexity, fell upon Robin and the others. Very good, Robin encouraged. You have some guts, Daz remarked, begrudgingly impressed despite his dislike for the red-haired lad. Interesting, Lafitte leaned against the railing of the lookout. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from behind Kid. Then let me see how far you can go, Kid. Kid whirled around to see Dio, clad in a fitted black suit, golden hair flowing, seated at the ship's bow. My ship still needs a maid and 2 interns. Dio and Apos' countenance was stern, his words laced with undeniable authority. Kid found himself momentarily speechless. Victoria and Kira shared a glance, recognizing the shift in atmosphere. What an intimidating presence. Kid was utterly subdued. They exchanged glances before stepping closer to Kid, placing their hands on his shoulders. Feeling the support of his friends, Kid regained his focus and locked eyes with Dio. Dio, observing the rebellious glint in Kid's eyes, felt an overwhelming desire to conquer. Little one, do you think I cannot subdue you? Without employing Conqueror and Apos' hockey, merely relying on his extraordinary charm, Dio rose and stared down at the trio. Be it the Navy, One Piece, or the world government, they are merely stepping stones on my path to the pinnacle of this world. Power, fame, wealth, freedom, whatever I desire, I shall seize or obliterate. What I, Dio, seek is the world. The crew and Apos' eyes widened, realizing that Dio and Apos' ambition encompassed nothing less than the world itself. Chapter 18. Ginny, a pirate ship, adorned with a skull flag of black and gold, sailed slowly across the sea. Victoria, clad in a maid and Apos' outfit, sat at a desk with Robin, diligently studying ancient scripts. Meanwhile, the hapless duo of Kid and Killer toiled away, burdened with the task of cleaning. This was absurd. It was Victoria who was supposed to be the maid. Kid grumbled. Victoria's ears perked up as she turned her head, playfully waving her pink fist. What's the matter? Does helping me clean make you feel wronged? Not at all, not at all, Killer interjected promptly. Kid shot him a bewildered look, as if he were seeing his best friend for the first time. If Dio were to witness this scene, he would surely mutter, a sycophant deserves no mercy. I quit. I and Apos, am going to find Dio. I want to grow stronger, Kid declared, tossing aside the mop and dashing towards the deck. Hey, Killer hesitated, unsure whether to follow or stay behind. Victoria rolled her eyes. Just leave it. I'll handle it myself later. Without a second thought, Killer dropped the broom and sprinted after Kid. These 2 rascals, Victoria sighed in exasperation. Robin stifled a giggle. You 3 share a wonderful bond. To be honest, she felt a twinge of envy towards them. Having even one true friend is a blessing, let alone 2. We and Apos, all grown up as orphans in the same neighborhood, supporting each other throughout these years, so of course we share a strong bond, Victoria replied, her face lighting up with a blissful smile. Now, this character should be interpreted as. Meanwhile, Kid and Killer sought out Dio. Dio, I want to become stronger, Kid proclaimed, determination etched on his face. Dio, who was fishing at the bow of the ship, glanced at him and replied coolly, First, train with Daz to enhance your physical abilities. I know that, but I'm talking about the kind of power you wield, taking on 100 foes at once. Kid and Apos' eyes gleamed with anticipation. Conqueror and Apos' hockey, Dio mused, then proceeded to impart knowledge about the 3 forms of hockey to the duo. Armament hockey and observation hockey still require you to physically train. Kid and Apos' expression soured momentarily, but then he recalled Conqueror and Apos' hockey. What about the Conqueror and Apos' hockey? Before he could finish, a wave of dark Conqueror and Apos' hockey erupted from Dio. Thud. Facing Dio's hockey, Killer collapsed to the ground, while Kid struggled to hold onto the railing, gritting his teeth in resistance. Just as they were on the verge of losing consciousness, Dio retracted his hockey. This ability is contingent upon one's innate talent. It either exists or it does not. Killer, you lack it. How about you? I'm not sure, Killer responded, feeling a pang of disappointment at Dio and Apos' words. However, he quickly rallied, recalling that the captain had mentioned how rare this ability was. and that it wasn't tea essential. Kid wiped the sweat from his brow, his eyes sparkling. Will I possess it? Dio set down his fishing rod and turned to Kid. You wish to learn? I can teach you. Teach me? Kid was taken aback. Didn't you say that Conqueror and Oppos S hockey cannot be trained? That's generally true, but for those with potential, it's another story. Dio appeared to have discovered a new fascination, grinning at Kid, causing him to shiver involuntarily. I'll go find Brother Daz to train my body, Killer decided. Sensing the tension in the air and bolting away, Kid swallowed hard. How do I train? Quite simply, Dio smiled. You must adapt to my Conqueror and Oppos S hockey. Huh? Kid stood there in shock. The next moment, a wave of dark hockey focused solely on him. Kid promptly fell to his knees, quite literally. Dio chuckled lightly as he felt the intensity of his hockey gradually increase. If you wish to adapt to my ever-evolving Conqueror and Amp, Oppos S hockey, you kid, better hope to be squeezed dry of your potential sooner rather than later. Otherwise, I might just become your nightmare. In the training room, through the window, Killer watched Kid being taught by the captain and felt grateful for his quick escape. Suddenly, a large hand rested on Killer and Amp, Oppos S head. What are you looking at? Today and Oppos S task is 500 push-ups. Des pulled Killer back. Killer felt utterly defeated. Perhaps cleaning was tea so bad after all. In the Sorbet Kingdom, after the Revolutionary Army overthrew King Bekele and Amp, Oppos S reign, the land was collectively governed by the people. Naturally, there were also esteemed figures to guide the nation and Amp, Oppos S development, such as the former king, Burdog, and his mother, Corny. On this day, a woman returned, crossing the ocean with her infant in her arms. Back to this place filled with memories. Thud. Jenny, her skin turned blue and covered in hard scales, collapsed at the church entrance. This phenomenon immediately drew the attention of those nearby. Upon recognizing her, they exclaimed, Jenny, quickly, fetch King Burdog and Queen Corny. After a flurry of excitement, Jenny weakly opened her eyes. The faces she once knew flooded her vision. Everyone, I'm back. Burdog and Corny wept tears of joy. Jenny, what has happened to you? Nothing much, just a bout of illness. Jenny forced a smile, presenting her child, Bonnie. Could you please take care of her? Corny trembled as she accepted Bonnie. Hesitating to speak, Jenny seemed to sense Corny's unspoken thoughts and smiled gently. I wish to bid farewell to them. Corny nodded, and together with Burdog, they set up a transponder snail for Jenny. Meanwhile, aboard the Revolutionary Army and Amp, Oppos S ship, which had just entered the South Sea, the main transponder snail suddenly rang. Dragon, Kuma, and Ivankov were taken aback. Who could be calling? Answer it. Hello, Kuma. I'm back. A frail voice came through the transponder. Jenny. The group was both shocked and overjoyed. However, their elation was short-lived. I have contracted a strange illness, and they abandoned me. Jenny calmly revealed the harsh reality. Kuma broke into a cold sweat. What are you saying? Jenny, I thought I would never see you again. Where are you? I'll come find you right away. A heavy silence fell on the line. After a long pause, Jenny and Oppos S voice finally emerged. I'm glad to hear you say that, but you absolutely must not come. Kuma, I'm sorry, but I will soon perish. Even though I long to see everyone, this call is my farewell. What? The group gasped in horror. Kuma stood frozen in shock. Suddenly, a location flashed in his mind, and he pushed past everyone, racing out. There was only one place she could return to. It's south very close. Jenny, wait for me. Kuma slapped himself on the chest and vanished in an instant. Kuma, the others in the Revolutionary Army exclaimed. On the line, Jenny continued her farewell. Please take care of gentle Kuma for me. And Kuma, Jenny will always love you. The voice abruptly ceased. A heavy silence enveloped everyone in the Revolutionary Army. Ivankov was already in tears. Oh, Jenny. In the Sorbet Kingdom, not long after disembarking, Dio witnessed Jenny and Oppos S demise at the church. Listening to her final words, Dio felt a sense of oppression. Celestial dragons. One day, I shall confront them. Gazing at the morning crowd ahead, Dio and Oppos S eyes sharpened with resolve. Whether he could bring that person aboard would depend on this moment. If he could, the mobility of the world pirate crew would rival that of the flying pirate crew of the Golden Lion. With a firm decision in his heart, Dio stepped forward. Chapter 19, Salvation of the Solb Kingdom. The ships of the world pirate crew docked on the shore. Kid and Killer lay weakly on the deck. At last, a moment to rest. Kid gasped. Victoria stood nearby, offering water to the two immobilized men. Now you realize you are not that strong, huh? Victoria remarked with a hint of irritation. These two, always acting as if they were the center of the universe back in the districts, have finally met their match. Daz's brother and Amp, Oppo's, training methods are terrifying. Killer side. Kid involuntarily shivered. That Captain Dio is simply inhuman. Lafayette approached, twirling his cane with a smile. It is for your own good. Though you possess some abilities, your foundation is lacking. Daz nodded in agreement. Indeed. I went through the same. Kid and Killer exchanged glances, realizing that they were in for a tough time ahead. Robin sat on a sun lounger, picking up a nearby dessert, and sighed softly. I wonder when the captain will find a cook for the ship. It's always us taking turns. But we're not particularly skilled at it. Perhaps this time the captain will bring back a chef? Daz scratched his head. Lafayette pondered, curious about Dio's purpose for being there. Hey, someone is flying in the sky. Kid and Killer exclaimed. What? The others looked up but saw nothing. Daz's gaze slowly fell on the two, grinning broadly. Looks like you two are just itching for trouble. No, I swear someone was flying just now. Kid insisted urgently. However, Daz did not give them a chance to explain, swiftly dragging them into the training room. Daz, once I become stronger, I will be the first to take you down. Kid shouted defiantly. Daz remained silent, focused solely on training. Victoria expressed concern. But Robin reassured her. Don't worry, Daz knows what he is doing. Lafayette gazed at the empty sky. Those two certainly don't seem to be lying. Could that be the captain's target? Meanwhile, at the entrance of the church in the Salb Kingdom, Bear descended from the sky, leaving a paw print on the ground. Ginny, where are you? Bear exclaimed anxiously. Upon spotting Bulldog and Connie among the crowd, he froze, for his eyes had caught a familiar figure within the throng. How could this be? How could this be? Tears welled up in Bear's eyes as he scrambled to Ginny's side. Bear. Bulldog sorrowfully remarked. This is a disease known as azure scales. The body gradually turns blue, and the skin becomes as hard as scales. Exposure to sunlight accelerates the condition. Bear was now in tears, heartbroken as he gazed at Ginny, who had lost her former self. Must it return to this place, away from the sun? Gently lifting Ginny, Bear took slow steps toward the church. Connie and the others cradled the swaddled Bonnie, choosing not to intrude upon Bear. For now, let him bid farewell to Ginny properly. Inside the church, Bear laid Ginny's body before the cross and sat beside her, weeping as he reminisced about the past. Bear. We will surely be happy together in the future. The girl, munching on a chicken leg, declared to the dazed Bear. Happy? Bear covered his face. Will we truly be happy? Just as he was lost in memories, Dio entered the church. Behind him, Connie and Bulldog remained vigilant. Normally, Bear would have sensed the presence, but at this moment, he was too absorbed to notice Dio. Observing Bear's despondence, Dio approached him slowly. Stop. The Bear is in such a state, and you still want tea? Let him be? Bulldog exclaimed angrily. Dio was taken aback. Do you take me for a world government agent? He shook his head with a chuckle. If you obstruct me. Are you hoping Ginny One T come back to life? Huh? Bulldog and the others were taken aback. Bear suddenly lunged forward, grabbing Dio. What did you say? Ginny can come back to life? Dio remained silent, merely glancing at Bear's hand gripping him. Noticing Dio's gaze, Bear immediately released him and knelt down. Burying his head, please, save Ginny. I beg you. As long as Ginny can be saved, I do not care what fate awaits me. Dio placed his hand on Bear's shoulder, speaking softly. Rise, for I have come here to save her. Regarding the azure scales, he would clearly state the terms of the transaction. For Bear, he would not ask for any price. For it was the absence of a cost that would cause the gentle Bear to lose sleep, dedicating himself wholly to assist him. Ah, what a villain I am. Dio thought with self-mockery, stepping past Bear to reach Ginny. With his left hand grasping hers, he activated his ability. Death nullification, disease nullification. If there were a divine healer in this world, it would undoubtedly be Dio. Under the expectant gazes of Bear and the others, Ginny's chest began to rise and fall, a breath returning. She is really alive. Bulldog and Connie, seasoned in the ways of the world, were left speechless. The power of resurrection. Who is this person before us? In the next moment, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. The scales on Ginny's skin gradually faded, her color returning to its normal hue, even becoming more delicate than before. The azure scales had been cured. The crowd gasped in awe. This was supposed to be an incurable disease. Well, upon reflection, it makes sense. If one can bring the dead back to life, how could a disease be beyond remedy? The onlookers gazed at Dio with fervent eyes. Who among them did not have their own ailments? Sensing the stares behind him, Dio smirked, immediately feigning weakness. Bear rushed to support him, repeatedly murmuring, "Thank you. Thank you." Dio waved his hand. "Just let me rest for a moment." "Oh yes." Bear quickly helped Dio to his side. Ignoring the fervent gazes, Dio laid down and fell asleep. "Save you? I am no saint." Observing this scene, the crowd refrained from disturbing Dio, settling down to await patiently. Ginny's eyelids fluttered, gradually awakening. Upon seeing Bear and the others, she was momentarily stunned. "Bear, have you all died too?" Bulldog and Connie's faces darkened. Bear embraced Ginny, weeping joyfully. "So wonderful. So wonderful." Ginny, feeling the warmth of Bear's body. Ginny was bewildered. "Am I not dead? What on earth happened?" She raised her hand, repeatedly checking, still unable to believe that the azure scales had vanished. "Bear, what is happening?" Bear collected himself, pointing to the resting Dio and meticulously recounting the recent events. With Bear's assistance, Ginny slowly rose, gazing at Dio in astonishment. Such a miraculous ability must come at a great cost. Why would this man, a stranger, save her? Her eyes unconsciously fell on Bear, as someone who worked in intelligence. Ginny instinctively identified her target. Chapter 20. Bearing 2 life-saving graces. Mr. Dio, thank you immensely. Deshion, Ginny, and Bulldog bowed deeply to Dio, who was savoring his meal. It was merely a trifling matter. Dio waved his hand dismissively. Yet I must admit, I did not anticipate Ginny's culinary skills to be so remarkable. Hee. Considering my substantial appetite and the need to care for Bear Cub back then, I honed my skills through practice. Ginny wiped her nose, seemingly reverting to her former boisterous self. By the way, Mr. Dio, since you saved me, I would like to accompany you from now on. Dio paused momentarily, and the others looked at Ginny in confusion. Deshion was about to speak when Ginny raised her hand to interrupt him. "I am profoundly grateful to Mr. Dio, for you have afforded me the chance to witness Bonnie grow and to see Bear Cub once more. Even if you were to send me to my demise, I would harbor no hesitation. However, I do not wish for Bear Cub to engage in endeavors he dislikes because of me." Deshion's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Ginny. A brief silence enveloped the scene. Dio and Apos' lips curled into a smile, as expected of a former intelligence expert of the Revolutionary Army. This level of insight is indeed impressive. Mr. Dio, Deshion, and the others looked astonished. "I came here precisely for Deshion. Allow me to introduce myself." Dio, after wiping his mouth with a napkin, stood tall. "I am Dio, a citizen of the West Sea, the captain of the world pirates, and henceforth, I shall also be your captain." "Pirates!" The crowd gasped, and those who had intended to seek Dio and Apos' medical assistance fled in haste. In mere moments, only a handful of recognizable faces remained in the church. "I remember now," Deshion exclaimed. "You are the Dio who was recently wanted for killing a noble." Ginny was taken aback. "Killing a noble? Have I misjudged him?" Dio shrugged. "That is indeed the case. So, what say you? Will you join my ship?" Bear. "And you too, Ginny." Deshion's expression was conflicted. On one hand, he wished to repay Dio, yet on the other, he was reluctant to part with his comrades in the Revolutionary Army. Mr. Dio, I shall board the ship." Ginny's expression turned serious. "Please do not make things difficult for Deshion." "No." Deshion suddenly stood up, grasping Ginny's arm. "If we follow your reasoning, Mr. Dio saved you because of me. Thus, I should repay Mr. Dio. This is a price I must pay." "Bear Cub." Ginny stared blankly, as if Bear Cub had become more resolute in their absence. Dio snapped his fingers, a wise decision. "You too, take Bonnie aboard with you." Ginny and Deshion exchanged worried glances. Bring Bonnie along? This, after all, Mr. Dio is a pirate, and Bonnie is still so young. What if something were to happen? Observing their expressions, Dio chuckled softly and walked towards the church exit, speaking as he went. "As far as I know, the jade scale has hereditary potential. Bonnie may not show symptoms now, but that does not guarantee she will remain unaffected in the future." "What?" Deshion and Ginny's pupils constricted. "At present, only I and Dr. Vegapunk of the world government can remedy this terminal illness. Who do you believe would demand a lesser price?" Dio stood at the church and Apos' entrance, silhouetted against the light. Ginny and Apos' heart trembled. She could sacrifice her freedom for her life, but what of Bonnie and Apos' life? This man had no intention of letting Bear Cub go from the start. With Bear Cub and Apos' character, he would undoubtedly bear the burden of their lives. Bonnie, having saved them twice, Deshion would never think of leaving the world pirates. Deshion seemed to grasp the outcome, smiling gently. "Then it is settled. The three of us shall live together from now on, Ginny. I am sorry, Bear Cub. Ginny lowered her head, lamenting that she and Bonnie had caused Bear Cub to lose his freedom. Hey, 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 you seem to be pondering something unpleasant. Dio remarked tersely. You are my crew now, not my slaves. As long as you do not betray the pirate crew, I could not care less what you do. Huh? Ginny was momentarily stunned. Indeed, Mr. Dio is recruiting crew members, not. Apologies, Mr. Dio? Ginny knelt down in a straightforward manner. DeShiong took Bonnie from Queen Connie and Appo's arms, tugging at the apologetic Ginny. Come on, Mr. Dio has already set off. Huh? Ginny suddenly looked up, realizing Dio had truly left. Is he angry? Ginny felt a wave of panic. DeShiong shook his head, smiling gently. Mr. Dio is not as complicated as you think. He only cares about the outcome. Is that so? Ginny rubbed her temples, realizing her occupational habit still lingered. Perhaps I was overthinking things. The two took Bonnie and bid farewell to Bulldog and Connie before hastily pursuing Dio. Silence accompanied them until they arrived at a bay in the Soul Bay Kingdom. Dio halted, furrowing his brow. What is it? Ginny, holding Bonnie, perched onto Xiong and Appo's shoulder. Dio exhaled a deep sigh. Someone has assaulted my crew. DeShiong and Ginny exchanged surprised glances. The group quickened their pace, soon spotting several ice sculptures by the bay. Such power. DeShiong grew alert. It must be the recently promoted Admiral, Akiji. Dio and Appo's expression remained stoic as he gazed at the ice sculptures of Kid, Killer, Daz, and Lafitte. The pressure he exuded intensifying. Bear, you two stay here and look after them. I will be right back. With that, Dio and Appo's hands waved over the four ice sculptures, causing the ice to melt instantly. Having completed his task, Dio leaped aboard the pirate ship. Captain Dio's aura is incredibly formidable. Ginny stuck out her tongue. And while carrying Bonnie, she began to assess the condition of Kid and the others. DeShiong stepped forward, using his fruit ability to display the injuries of the four, forming massive red bear paw bubbles. Just as the two tended to Kid and the others, a surge of Dark Conqueror and Appo's hockey erupted on the pirate ship. Dio, on the deck. Robin, who was frozen from the waist down while holding Victoria, exclaimed, Run. Beside her stood a Navy officer wearing an eye patch and clad in a blue and white uniform, Akiji. Kazan. Ah, what a formidable conqueror and Appo's hockey. Kazan squinted. Dio advanced slowly. With each step, his aura grew stronger. As he reached Akiji, the entire sky above the Soul Bay Kingdom descended into darkness. Golden-black hockey lightning erupted chaotically in the air. After freeing Robin from her icy prison with his left hand, Dio coldly declared, Escape? The one who should flee is this fellow. Akiji tensed, unable to fathom that someone yet to enter the Grand Line could possess such overwhelming pressure. More importantly, how could Dio nullify his freezing ability? What fruit power is that? You, who roam the seas instead of entering the Grand Line. What scheme do you harbor? Dio and Appo's right arm enveloped in armament hockey, he scoffed. No comment. With that, he unleashed a powerful punch. Chapter 21. Kazana Kainu in the Solb Kingdom, the bay has transformed into a battlefield of ice. Who will emerge victorious? Daz, pale-faced, leans against the railing of the pirate ship. Lafitte shakes his head. I cannot say, but the strength of an admiral is still beyond our reach. How infuriating it is to be so easily vanquished. Kid clenches the railing in frustration. Kira sighs deeply. We must enhance our training, provided we survive this ordeal. Robin gazes at the frozen sea, her expression complex. Is everything all right, Robin? Victoria inquires, concern etched on her face. I hope Dio returns safely, Robin silently prays. The captain will be fine. Victoria asserts, fists clenched in determination. Bartholomew and Ginny exchange glances. This pirate ship seems somewhat different. Are you just going to hide, Kazan? Dio shatters the ice layer with a punch. Kazan materializes in the distance. My observation hockey has been alerting me. Touching you will surely lead to a dire fate. Kazan muses, scratching his head. I must admit, I am curious about your abilities. It is remarkable that I sense danger from you, yet fortunately, it requires contact to activate. Thankfully, your speed and hockey have not yet reached their pinnacle. Otherwise, I would be quite troubled. Dio clenches his fist and strikes again with all his might. Alas, Kazan effortlessly dodges and retaliates by hurling ice spears towards Dio. The spears collide with Dio's body, shattering into fragments without inflicting any harm. I find you increasingly intriguing. Kazan remarks, raising an eyebrow. Your physical prowess is rather ordinary, yet you withstand my attacks. Quite peculiar indeed. Kazan unleashes a chilling shockwave. Frozen time capsule. The wave glides past Dio, leaving no trace behind. My ice has no effect on you, Kazan muses, stroking his chin. You presently give me the impression of a stubborn turtle. Dio's expression darkens. You are the stubborn one. Your entire family is. Since I cannot harm you, and you cannot strike me, shall we converse instead? Kazan shrugs. Huh. You dare attack my crew without provocation? Dio laughs heartily. And now you wish to chat? Kazan squints, puzzled by Dio's intentions. This battle is evidently a stalemate, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Do you see our pirate flag? Dio gestures towards a distant ship. Kazan pauses, having certainly seen the World Pirates and Appos flag, but wonders what the issue is. What are you trying to convey? Dio smiles faintly. Can you guess why there is an hourglass symbol on the pirate flag? Kazan responds incredulously. What do I know about your crew's thoughts? I have told my crew that what I seek is the world. Dio approaches slowly. Kazan grows wary, ready to evade. In addition to the world, I desire something else. Dio halts. What? Kazan inquires, eager for more intel. Dio presses his finger against his temple, grinning. The world. Smash for Ludo, Is that not the same? Kazan and Appos. S expression darkens, feeling mocked. Time nullification. The ticking of clock ceases within Dio and Appos' mind. The world abruptly halts. Within this temporal rift, Dio acts decisively, moving forward. Given his current physique, he can only operate within this space for 2 seconds over a span of 24 hours. Though brief, it suffices. The sound of clocks resonates as Dio delivers a powerful blow to Kazan and Appos' abdomen. Boom. Kazan is sent flying, sliding along the ice before regaining his footing. How did your speed suddenly increase? Kazan is astonished. From his perspective, Dio struck him in an instant. Leaving no time to react, Dio waves his right hand. You should be more concerned about yourself. Kazan is taken aback, finally recalling that Dio had touched him. Before he can finish, Kazan collapses to the ground, clutching his throat in agony. Dio expressionlessly withdraws his hand. Oxygen nullification, Kazan, truly a formidable admiral. Despite the lack of oxygen, mobilizes his haki, striving to counter Dio's ability. However, Dio's powers are not derived from a devil fruit. How is this possible? Kazan exclaims in disbelief upon realizing that haki is ineffective. Must he perish here? His hands dig into the ice, blood seeping from his nails. Kazan's vision begins to fade, his senses dimming. Just as he approaches the brink of suffocation, a voice calls from afar. Dio, spare him. Robin shouts from the pirate ship. He granted me mercy once. I wish to return the favor today. Please. Dio averts his gaze, contemplating briefly before nodding slightly. He approaches Kazan, observing his humiliating state, and smiles placidly. Since Robin intercedes on your behalf, and you have not taken their lives, I shall grant you a reprieve this time. But remember, Kazan, this is a one-time concession. Should we meet as foes again, we shall settle this with finality. Having spoken, Dio gradually distances himself from Kazan's blurred vision. Gasping for breath, Kazan reaches out to stop Dio, but it is a futile effort. Ultimately, he collapses upon the ice. Upon Dio and Appos' return to the ship, all eyes are fixed upon him. Captain, I never expected you to defeat an admiral. Daz exclaims, his eyes gleaming with admiration. This transcends the realm of fate. Lafitte gazes at Dio fervently. You are truly monstrous. Kid mutters, while Kira and Victoria nod in agreement. It seems everyone has underestimated you. Captain Dio, Bartholomew comments, reflecting on the day's extraordinary events. Who exactly are you? Ginny scrutinizes Dio intently. Robin, with a grateful expression, hands Dio a black coat. Welcome back, Captain. Dio dons the coat, shaking his head calmly. Do not celebrate too soon. Today and Appos' victory was merely a stroke of luck. Whether I can replicate this success in the future remains uncertain. I still have a long way to go before matching an admiral and Appos' strength. Lafitte nods in understanding. Glancing up at the sky, he grins. But you won, did you not? Captain, prepare for fame. Everyone follows Lafitte and Appos' gaze, spotting a newsbird soaring high. Dio sighs. Let us hasten our departure from this place of turmoil. All right. I will quickly chart the course. Lafitte begins to leave when Dio calls out to him. No need. We shall execute a rapid transfer. Huh? The crew expresses confusion. Dio looks to Bartholomew. Can you send the ship to the East Blue? Bartholomew comprehends Dio and Appos' plan immediately. I can. But it is quite a distance and will require multiple strikes. That should be quicker than sailing, Dio smiles. Indeed, Bartholomew acknowledges his abilities. The rest of the crew, except Ginny, remain bewildered. What are Captain Dio and this new crew member discussing? Chapter 22. The mightiest rookie. Despite having flown several times, it still felt absurd. Kid leaned against the railing of the deck, expressing his exasperation. The ship of the world pirates was enveloped in Kuma's bubble, soaring rapidly through the sky. To possess such extraordinary abilities is indeed impressive. No wonder he is a cadre of the Revolutionary Army. Lafayette admired Kuma greatly. Kuma, holding Bonnie, chuckled amiably. Everyone. It and amp, Oppos, it's time to eat, announced Victoria, dressed in a maid and amp, Oppos' outfit, as she opened the door to the dining area. The group filed in, with Dio being the last to arrive. Upon seeing Ginny, dressed as a chef, bustling about, he smiled faintly. What luck! A chef picked up for free. Oh, Kuma. I haven't and Oppos. He asked you yet, where exactly is our destination in the East Sea? Just as Dio settled in, this question struck him. Kuma scratched his head. A place called Frost Moon Village. We resupplied there during our time with the Revolutionary Army. Dio nodded, realizing it was that place. He pondered whether he could lure that young swordsman, Zoro, onto the ship. After a moment of contemplation, he glanced at the chattering trio of Kid and the Bonnie nestled in Kuma and amp, Oppos' arms, frowning slightly. Perhaps it and amp, Oppos' best to leave it be. This place is almost turning into a children and amp, Oppos' shelter. In the future, crew recruitment will be left to fate. However, the mention of Frost Moon sparked thoughts of swordsmanship in Do's mind. Ordinary individuals have limited energy in their lifetimes, typically mastering only one skill to its pinnacle. Yet he was different. After the nullification of human limits, he had become a hexagonal warrior. Perhaps he could acquire the swordsmanship of Frost Moon as a foundation. Do's eyes gleamed with determination. Soon, the meal concluded, and the trio of Kid was left with the arduous task of cleaning up. Interns should act like interns. Menial and laborious tasks are meant for interns, Dio remarked. Just as he intended to train with Daz, he caught sight of Robin, and a bright idea struck him. Robin, do you have any books on magnetism? Yes. Why? Robin queried, puzzled. Dio grinned, turning to Kid. Kid, from now on, your training will include an additional subject. Huh? Kid's eyes widened in disbelief. Dio scoffed. You, my friend, are a complete illiterate. It and amp, Oppos' a shame to waste the potential of your magnet fruit. Henceforth, you will study magnetism under Robin for an hour each day. Kira and Victoria erupted in laughter, while Robin stifled a giggle, waving at Kid. You're always welcome, little brother Kid. Reading? Studying? Kid's face turned ashen. He would rather endure Dio and Oppos' punches than touch that hypnotic material. Meanwhile, Kuma received a call from the Revolutionary Army, gazing at the snail phone in his hand. He remained silent. Kuma, say something. Where are you now? Ivankov urged anxiously. Kuma took a deep breath. Everyone, I'm sorry, but I must withdraw from the Revolutionary Army. What? The members of the Revolutionary Army were taken aback. Why? Kuma, what on earth happened? Ivankov could hardly believe it. Kuma looked at Bonnie nestled in his arms, recalling Ginny in the kitchen, and his expression gradually firmed. I have joined the world pirates. A silence fell on the other end of the line. Is it your own will, Kuma? Dragon asked hoarsely. Kuma bit his lip, murmuring, Yes, it is my own will. I see. Dragon gazed out the window. Take care, Kuma. I and Oppos. Am sorry, everyone. With that, Kuma ended the call. What is happening? Ivankov was unable to accept it, wanting to confront Kuma. Enough, Ivankov, Dragon interrupted. The fact that Kuma can communicate with us normally indicates he is not under duress. He genuinely wishes to join the world pirates. The young Sabo leaned against the doorframe, and the mood within the Revolutionary Army grew somber. Dragon was somewhat surprised. This child, whom he had recently saved, had a certain depth. Enough. The revolutionary path is one of ebb and flow. Dragon began to rally the spirits of the group. Kuma has not sacrificed himself, even if he leaves the Revolutionary Army. It does not mean he has abandoned the revolutionary cause. As far as I know, the first act upon joining the world pirates is to slay nobles. Though their methods may be extreme, it suggests that Kuma's decision is not entirely negative. With each of Dragon and Oppos' encouraging words, the Revolutionary Army slowly regained their fighting spirit. Captain, big news, huge news. A revolutionary soldier rushed in, clutching a newspaper. While the world pirates soared through the skies, a report ignited the seas. What are you joking about? This is a rookie? How terrifying. Even before entering the Grand Line, there are such achievements. It's utterly absurd. If even such monsters can be pirates, how can we ordinary folk survive? We must kill him. The Navy must kill him. He absolutely cannot enter the Grand Line. The common folk on the Grand Line reached a consensus to petition the Navy. At Navy headquarters, Marineford, Sengoku stood in shock. Before him lay a newspaper. Its bold headlines shocking to the core: The World and Appos, S mightiest rookie. Navy Admiral defeated. The accompanying photo depicted Dio standing before Akiji, watching him struggle in distress. Sengoku had never anticipated such a scenario. He wished to drag that incompetent colonel out and thrash him. Originally, this monster could have been part of the Navy. The more powerful Dio became, the more Sengoku loathed him. We must thoroughly investigate the Navy and Appos' quality. Vice Admiral Tsuru entered, holding a snail phone. Akiji has been rescued by the nearest Navy base. He is not gravely injured. Apparently, Nico Robin interceded on his behalf, which is why Dio spared his life. Sengoku clenched his fists. For a Navy admiral to be spared by a pirate was a profound humiliation. By the way, Akiji has something to say to you. Tsuru handed over the snail phone. What is going on, Akiji? Sengoku's expression turned serious. On the other end, Akiji sighed heavily. What happens to me is irrelevant now. However, Marshal, every Navy personnel must remember, absolutely, never let Dio lay a hand on you. Do not let him touch you. Otherwise, you will die? You will definitely die? Sengoku and Tsuru were taken aback. It was their first time hearing Akiji speak in such a tone. What kind of ability does he possess? Tsuru wondered. Touching means death? Then it can only be dealt with through long-range attacks? Akiji gazed at his hands in confusion. I don't even know. He then recounted the details of the battle. After hearing Akiji and Appos' account, Sengoku and Tsuru furrowed their brows. Dio was indeed a formidable foe. No wonder Akiji had lost. Upon first encountering this individual, if the intelligence was uneven, one could easily be killed. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Tsuru rhythmically tapped her fingers on the table. Dong, dong, dong. As the clock in the Marshal and Appos' office struck the hour, the sound echoed throughout the room. Sengoku and Tsuru simultaneously had a flash of insight. Could it be? If that were the case, his ability would be exceedingly difficult to handle. Sengoku felt troubled. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, Sengoku and Appos' private snail phone rang. With a grim expression, he hesitated to answer. At such a time, the only one calling his private snail phone could only be the Five Elders. Chapter 23, Frostmoon Village. EC impossible. Absolutely impossible. Sengoku shouted fervently into the transponder snail in his hand. The strength and contributions of Akiji are evident to us all. How could he possibly be stripped of his position as a commander over this matter? Saint Saturn replied in a deep voice. Watch your tone, Sengoku. Both parties paused for a moment to regain their composure. I apologize, but I still hold my opinion. Sengoku temporarily suppressed his anger. The Gorosei exchanged glances. And after a lengthy discussion obscured from the transponder snail, Saint Nazashiro delivered the ultimatum. This will be your Navy and Appos' last chance. Allow Akiji to regain his dignity during this period, and it would be best to capture a few individuals with high bounties. Furthermore, many allied nations do not wish to see the world pirate crew appear in the Grand Line. We also do not want to witness a second rocks. Sengoku. You know what must be done. Sengoku took a deep breath. Understood. The Navy will make every effort to capture the world pirate crew. Good. Nazashiro responded before abruptly hanging up the transponder snail. Vice Admiral Tsuru exchanged a weary glance with Sengoku. Do we have any news about Dio and the others? Sengoku inquired. Tsuru shook his head. They have disappeared again. Sengoku sighed. Is it the North Sea or the East Sea this time? Regardless of which sea it is. As long as there are traces of them, we shall gather our forces and annihilate the world pirate crew. Tsuru crossed her arms, resting her chin on her hands. Will we truly succeed? Sengoku pointed to the clock behind him. That individual's abilities are rather absurd. Tsuru replied helplessly. Let's give it a try. After all, his crew does not possess such absurd capabilities. Moreover, if we fail, let the world government deal with the headache. Sengoku was taken aback, not expecting Tsuru to say such a thing. Don't look at me like that. Tsuru raised her hands in surrender. According to the intel, Dio and his crew have no habit of massacring civilians. Compared to those nefarious pirates, they are much better. The bounties they possess merely contradict the world government. We in the Navy need not clash with them, causing irreparable casualties. As she spoke the last sentence, Saru revealed the transponder snail she had used to communicate with Akiji. Sengoku frowned. Letting pirates go free is not, Saru interrupted, Don and Appos. He preached to me about principles. I am merely providing the best advice. You are the admiral. So you make the decision. Sengoku fell silent, turning to face the world map, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Dio and his crew, causing a stir across the world, landed on the shores of Frostmoon Village in the East Sea. This dramatic entrance frightened the fishermen, who scrambled towards the village's dojo in a panic. Is this really the East Sea? Kid, Killer, and Daz emerged from the training room. Dio turned back, gazing at the increasingly muscular trio, feeling a sense of déjà vu. What is this inexplicable feeling? I hope it doesn't develop into the Moonlit Trio. Dio Captain. Ahead is the Frostmoon Village I told you about, home to swordsmen. Kuma's voice snapped Dio back to reality. Shaking his head, Dio chuckled. Is anyone interested in checking out the swordsmen on this island? Not at all, came the synchronized response from Daz and the others. Dio and Appos' expression stiffened, realizing their newfound camaraderie. I won't be going. Kuma gently shook Bonnie in his arms with a smile. Dio looked around, seeing that the others had no intention of going ashore, and begrudgingly called for the three. Walking along the narrow path through the fields, Dio's mood lightened slightly. It seems the residents of this island are quite industrious. Daz, observing the lush crops, felt a sense of approval for Frostmoon Village. Kid and Killer, who had always roamed the streets, were equally astonished by the pastoral scenery. What a splendid view! Suddenly, a middle-aged man dressed as a samurai, wearing glasses, stood smiling before the four. Behind him, many villagers held sickles and hoes, watching warily. You must be Gungshiro from Frostmoon, Dio halted. Daz and the others scrutinized Gungshiro. Is this the swordsman Mr. Kuma spoke of? Oh, you know me? Gungshiro inquired curiously, seemingly unfamiliar with him. Dio smiled lightly. It was Mr. Kuma who recommended me. Gungshiro's eyes brightened. So you are friends of Kuma? In that case, you should be treated as guests. Why not come to my dojo for a chat? Absolutely, Dio nodded. Gungshiro turned to reassure the villagers that there was no danger, only to see their terrified faces. Not good. Drawing his long sword from his waist, he clashed it against Dio and Appos' armed right fist, producing a metallic sound. After staggering back several steps, Gungshiro finally regained his footing. What is the meaning of this? He demanded, tightening his grip on the sword, his gaze sharpening. Dio retracted his armed color, shaking off his hand. No need to be tense. I merely wanted to test the so-called swordsmanship. Initially, I sought to request a basic swordsmanship lesson from you, but it seems your skill is rather lacking. With that, Dio scoffed. I might as well practice on my own. Gungshiro's complexion darkened, having never encountered someone who so bluntly disparaged his swordsmanship. However, this individual clearly had the strength to back up his words, as Gungshiro's arm still trembled from the impact. What nonsense! My master's swordsmanship is not something you can defame. A green-haired boy came running from a distance, brandishing 3 bamboo swords at Dio. Zoro, come back. Gungshiro rushed forward to intervene. Bam! Kid sent Zoro flying with a kick, while Daz's transformed arms severed Gungshiro's blade. Impossible. I had clearly reached the realm of cutting steel. Gungshiro stared at his broken sword in disbelief. Cutting steel? Huh. Daz's armed color faded from his arms. If cutting steel is all you have, then your swordsmanship is indeed lacking. As Gungshiro plunged into self-doubt, Zoro's voice called him back. My master once said that the strongest sword is the power to protect what I cherish and to cut down what I envision. What do you know? Damn, that hurts. Zoro groaned, rising from the field, glaring at Kid, who was only slightly taller than him. Zoro, Gungshiro and Appos' eyes narrowed as he resumed his stance, exuding a fierce aura even with his broken sword. Good spirit, Dio nodded, picking up a fallen bamboo sword from Zoro. Although he had never wielded a sword before, Dio felt as if it were an extension of his own body. Closing his eyes, he focused intently. When Dio opened his eyes again, Gungshiro was astonished to see a seasoned swordsman standing before him. How can this be? Gungshiro was taken aback. This golden-haired man had shown no signs of swordsmanship earlier. The strongest sword? Haha, Dio chuckled lightly. There is no such thing as the strongest, there is only the stronger. Gungshiro, what is swordsmanship? Gungshiro stood frozen, pondering the question. After a long pause, he recalled, to protect what I cherish, to cut down what I envision. Tightening his grip on the broken sword, Gungshiro repeated Zoro's words. Is that so? Dio's bamboo sword, now coated in armed color, pointed towards Gungshiro. Swordsmanship consists of three elements: the wielder, the sword itself, and the death that lies between you and me. Will you draw your sword, Gungshiro? Cold sweat dripped from Gung-shiro's forehead. Will I draw my sword? Will I draw my sword? Will I draw my sword? If I do, I might die? Chapter 24. The Way of the Sword. Observing his master lost in a trance, Zoro felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Without hesitation, Dio swung his bamboo sword towards Kayashiro's neck. Although the bamboo blade was unsharpened, Kayashiro still sensed a deadly aura emanating from it. Driven by primal fear, he instinctively shut his eyes and recoiled. Master! Zoro exclaimed in alarm. No, I must save him. Guena has already departed. I will not allow my master to leave as well. Grasping the shattered blade of Kayashiro's sword, Zoro lunged at Dio with a fierce cry. Buzz! Kid raised his right hand, activating the powers of the magnet fruit. No matter how hard Zoro strained, the blade in his hand remained motionless. Damn it! Move! Zoro's hands, gripping the broken blade, were already bloodied, yet tears welled in his eyes as he yearned to pierce Dio and rescue Kayashiro. That fellow! Kid and his companions were somewhat astonished. The green-haired youth before them was certainly no ordinary individual. In the moment Kayashiro closed his eyes, he not only heard Zoro's desperate call but also felt the guilt that had haunted him for years surge forth. Father, I will prove to you that a female swordsman can become the strongest in the world. In his inner world, Kayashiro once again beheld his daughter, Guena. The father I know is not a coward who dares not wield a sword. Kayashiro knelt in his mind. Since Guena's passing years ago, he had maintained a facade of normalcy, yet his inner path of swordsmanship had long been shattered. I can protect nothing. Kayashiro's expression was one of despair. Guena's figure, filled with disappointment, urged him, swing the sword, father. In reality, Dio noticed Kayashiro's prolonged inaction and a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. With a light stroke, he accelerated his strike. Just as the bamboo sword was about to descend, Kayashiro suddenly opened his eyes and raised the broken sword to deflect Dio and Appo's attack. As long as there are those I need to protect, I can continue to wield my sword. No sooner had he spoken than Kayashiro stepped forward, swinging his sword with all his might towards Dio. Dio chuckled lightly as he released his armament color. The bamboo sword swept through the air, shattering along with Kayashiro's broken blade. To dare strike at a strong opponent, Kayashiro. Bear was right. You are indeed intriguing. Looking at the hilt of his blade, now devoid of a blade, Kayashiro smiled bitterly. Your strength requires no teaching from me. Dio shrugged. I wanted to see how your swordsmanship has progressed and to meet someone. His gaze fell upon Zoro, who was also noticed by Kayashiro. A glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Seeing that his master was unharmed, Zoro had already lowered his weapon, though his hands continued to bleed. Dio chuckled softly, brushing his fingers through Zoro's green hair. Your disciple will surely become a great talent in the future. Injury nullification. The wounds on Zoro's hands healed rapidly. Huh! Zoro exclaimed in amazement. It was his first encounter with such a miraculous ability. Kayashiro raised an eyebrow. Devil fruit? Dio spread his hands, providing no further explanation. My ship is just outside, and Bear is also here. Would you care to join us? After a moment's thought, Kayashiro nodded. Sure, I'll go as well. Zoro insisted on not leaving his master alone. You three go find some locals and buy some local specialties. Dio was indifferent to bringing a bit of wealth to the village. All right. Kid, Kira, and Daz, resembling a trio of muscular nesting dolls, strolled toward the villagers. After explaining the situation to the residents, Kayashiro led Zoro and Dio on a leisurely walk through the fields towards the coast. Dio, if I hadn't had Appos, T awakened to deflect that blow, would you really have struck me? Who knows? As Kayashiro reached the bay and beheld the fluttering pirate flag, he stood frozen in place. He had assumed Dio was also part of the Revolutionary Army. Little did he know, he was a pirate. No wonder I felt something was off, Kayashiro muttered, his heart filling with wariness. However, the next moment, that caution dissipated. Kayashiro, long time no see. Bear emerged from the ship, waving a friendly greeting. Exhaling softly, Kayashiro responded, long time no see, Mr. Bear. He then boarded the ship to catch up with Bear about recent events. Meanwhile, Dio stood on the shore beside Zoro, both locked in a staring contest. The atmosphere growing awkward. Dio and Appo's mind raced, and suddenly an idea struck him. Hey, I have a thought. Coughing lightly, he sat beside Zoro. Kid, would you like to hear some swordsmanship stories? Zoro initially wished to ignore Dio, but upon hearing the word sword, His ears perked up involuntarily. Dio grinned, blending all the sword stories he knew into a singular narrative. Once upon a time, in a distant era, a sword came flying from the west. As if a celestial being descended. This sword, 3 feet and 7 inches in length, weighed 7 pounds and 13 ounces. I possess a sword that buries the sun and moon, slashing through the Milky Way. The heavens did not give birth to a lone city. The way of the sword endures like an eternal night. By the end, Zoro and Apos' face flushed, panting heavily, yearning to become the greatest swordsman immediately. However, Dio and Apos' tale abruptly concluded. Zoro turned, somewhat embarrassed, and asked, Is that all? That's it. Dio shrugged. Everything I could remember, I've shared with you. Anything else? It doesn't exist. Zoro and Apos' expression twisted in confusion. But, how could that be the end? The lone city hasn't and Apos' vanquished the Cybertron kingdom nor avenged Naruto. He hasn't married the cross-dressing shaman. Noticing Zoro's excited demeanor, Dio clicked his tongue, realizing he had perhaps oversold the tale. Patting Zoro's shoulder, he said meaningfully, stories, like life, always have imperfections. You must learn to accept them. Imperfections. Zoro paused, recalling the girl with whom he had made a promise. Indeed, life is unpredictable. Dio nodded. You are teachable. I believe you will venture further along the path of swordsmanship. I hope one day you can declare the famous saying of the lone city, and Apos, the heavens did not give birth to Zoro. The way of the sword endures like an eternal night. Upon hearing Dio's flattery, Zoro felt as if he were soaring. Indeed, one day, I will stand at the pinnacle of swordsmanship, carrying Guena's vow. Watching Zoro lost in his fantasies, Dio quietly slipped away. Not my concern. He's just lost in his thoughts. After a while, Des returned to the ship with packages in hand. Kayashiro and Zoro stood on the shore, waving goodbye. Goodbye, Mr. Bear. Goodbye, Mr. Dio. Bear stood at the railing, waving farewell in return. Only Dio remained seated at the bow of the ship, gazing out at the sea. There are countless destinations in the East Blue. Where to next? Perhaps Windmill Village. At that very moment, a dog-headed warship was on its way home. Carp was classically dozing on the deck. Bogart, holding documents from headquarters, walked sternly to Carp. Mr. Carp, there is urgent intelligence. Bogart shouted. Smack. Carp and Apos' bubble burst as he lifted his head. Is it time for a meal? Bogart and Apos' face darkened. It and Apos' urgent intelligence. Chapter 25. The sniper. Hey, Captain. Your bounty has increased. Kid has become increasingly familiar with addressing Dio. Daz was the first to lean in, his eyes widening as he read the bounty notice. World Pirate Crew, Captain, the evil Emperor Dio, bounty. 500 million berries, extremely dangerous, life or death uncertain. Hiss, so many zeros. Daz gasped in astonishment. Kid extended his index finger and counted one by one. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 500 million berries. Captain, you've reached 500 million berries. Victoria questioned. Defeating an admiral only warrants 500 million berries? Lafitte chuckled softly. If the captain enters the Grand Line, it will surely be much more. But for now, in the 4 seas, 500 million berries is already a top-tier bounty. I see. Everyone nodded in understanding. Captain, from now on, the Navy will definitely come after us. Lafitte said, glancing towards the bow. Dio stared out at the sea, lost in thought. They will come after us? His crew's safety was not in question, for his abilities could protect them, along with the exceptional support from Kuma. However, Dio was dissatisfied with mere defense and escape. Upon reflection, he realized that the only ones on board capable of fighting were himself, Kuma, Lafitte, and Daz. Robin, Kid. And the others would merely suffer at the hands of the Navy and Apos' onslaught. The time to develop is still too short, Dio murmured to himself. It seems I need to strengthen the crew. Dio leaped in front of everyone, his expression calm. The course remains unchanged. We will still head to Windmill Village in the Goa Kingdom. There is no need to worry about the Navy. In fact, we can utilize their pursuit for some practical training. Training? The trio exchanged glances, sensing that the captain seemed more confident than they were. Knowing his grandfather's situation, Des kept silent. Truth be told, he viewed the captain's abilities as divine. Kuma rumbled, rest assured, even if the Navy surrounds us, I can help everyone escape. Robin chuckled softly, indeed, but Dio won't just slip away without a fight. Dio adopted an expression of agreement. With Kuma and me here, everyone and Apos, as safety is assured. Which is why I propose practical training. Let us have a grand battle. Kid rubbed his fists together, eager for action. Daz tightened his fists. The bounty must not increase solely for the captain. Interesting, Lafitte smiled, adjusting his black hat. He was now somewhat looking forward to the Navy and Oppos encirclement. Seeing the crew's fighting spirit ignited, Dio smiled with satisfaction, gently patting each person's shoulder. Captain, what are you up to? Lafitte's eyes sparkled with curiosity, fully aware of how Dio triggered his abilities. I've prepared some gifts for you, Dio replied with a faint smile. This week, train hard. Armament hockey limitation nullified. Valid for 1 week. Observation hockey limitation nullified. Valid for 1 week. As soon as he finished speaking, Lafitte and Daz dashed into the training room to practice harder. Kuma and the others wore puzzled expressions. Robin shook her head with a smile. It seems I need to extend my daily training time as well. Could it be? Ginny asked, surprised. Indeed, Robin confirmed. Kuma, come train. The captain has activated his abilities. Ginny called out, training will surely yield remarkable results. Kid, and Victoria suddenly understood. Daz, wait for us. Kid hurried into the training room. The deck fell silent. Dio returned to his fishing spot at the bow, ready to use push-up fishing methods when he suddenly spotted a ship ahead. The hot-blooded pirate crew felt utterly innocent. They were sailing smoothly when they suddenly came under invisible attack. First, their captain was shot dead, followed by crew members falling one after another. Even those hiding behind walls were not spared, as bullets shattered the wooden hull and pierced their bodies. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. The last remaining Old Han crouched in a corner, pleading desperately. Thud. Dio leaped onto the decrepit pirate ship. Seeing Dio, Old Han mistakenly thought he was the one responsible and quickly crawled over to beg for mercy. I want to be a pirate anymore. I want to be a pirate anymore. Please, don't kill me. Dio frowned, about to inquire when Old Han and Oppos' head was pierced by a bullet. A sniper. Dio's observation hockey extended rapidly, but yielded nothing. Such a distance? Dio's expression grew serious. A sniper of this caliber in the East Blue made him think of 3 individuals, Jizub, Usopp, and Van Oka. Though he mentioned 3, the answer was clear. Jizub was on red-haired Shanks and Oppos' ship, and Usopp was still a mere 7-year-old child. Thus, the 15-year-old Van Oka bore significant suspicion. Of course, one could not rule out the possibility of some hidden master. Just right, my ship is in need of a sniper. Dio grinned. His arm, covered in armament hockey, shot up suddenly to deflect a bullet. Haha, gotcha. Dio exerted force beneath his feet, causing the hot-blooded pirate crew's vessel to splinter. Bang! The ship shattered, and Dio shot forth like an arrow. Meanwhile, several kilometers away on a small island, Van Oka, viewing Dio and Oppos' flight through the scope, cursed under his breath, "This is bad." I and Oppos' hit a snag. There was no time to clean up the scene. He grabbed his beloved gun, Qianlu, and dashed down the mountain. Running through the forest, cold sweat dripped from Van Oka and Oppos' forehead. I must leave before that person arrives. As he neared the coast, he even spotted his small boat. Yet, just as joy flickered in his eyes, he stopped abruptly, his expression turning grim. What? Not running anymore. Dio stood on a branch behind Van Oka, mocking him. Is my fate at its end? Van Oka clenched Qianlu tightly. Suddenly, he turned and fired at high speed. But Dio merely tilted his head slightly, evading the bullet. What? Van Oka was astonished. It was the first time he had seen someone dodge a shot. With a bitter smile, he thought, is this my fate? Truly humble. Hey, kid, Dio scoffed at the despair etched on Van Oka and Oppos' face. My ship still needs a sniper. Care to join? Van Oka paused, finally taking a moment to observe the man before him. He appeared arrogant, unruly, confident, and with a hint of indifference. It seems my fate is at a crossroads. Well, what have you decided? Dio landed before Van Oka. It would be my honor. Van Oka sheathed Qianlu respectfully. Patting Van Oka's shoulder, Dio praised, for such a young age, your sniping skills are quite impressive. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Dio, captain of the World Pirate Crew. Pirate, Van Oka murmured. What a twist of fate. After just hunting down a ship of pirates, I have now become one myself. Come, let me introduce you to your future comrades. Dio led Van Oka towards his small boat. Van Oka said nothing, merely following closely behind. Chapter 26. Windmill Village such as fate. Van Oka and Lafayette spoke in unison. Daz and the others regarded the two with curious eyes. Yet they remained oblivious to the scrutiny, instead sharing a moment of mutual understanding. With Captain Dio, fortune always favors me, Lafayette said, a sickly smile spreading across his pale visage. Van Oka adjusted his glasses, declaring, if fate has guided me here, then I shall follow Captain Dio. How philosophical, Ginny scoffed, rolling her eyes. If you don't eat, I'll take it away. Hey, Miss Ginny, I'm eating. Van Oka quickly retorted, his defenses collapsing instantly. Having spent nearly a month on the island honing his marksmanship, he was not about to squander the opportunity to indulge his palate. Lafayette chuckled lightly. You truly are still a child. Indeed, this guy looks to be about Kira's age, yet speaks with such airs, Kid remarked, smirking. Mind your own business. Van Oka huffed. Hey, Kid feigned a punch at him, only to be restrained by Kira and Victoria. Noticing Van Oka and Appo's pride, Lafayette did not hesitate to deliver a blow. Don't be fooled by Kid's youth. You truly cannot best him. Van Oka paused mid-bite, his brow furrowed. Me? Unable to defeat him? I am a sniper genius. Then why not take a shot and prove it? Kid taunted. Van Oka scoffed, I would love to, raising his firearm. He noticed that no one attempted to stop him. Did they really trust this kid so much? Without further hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet slowed before Kid, gradually coming to a halt. Tossing the bullet onto Van Oka's table, Kid raised a finger in a gesture of civility. See? Van Oka stood frozen, incredulous that this individual had genuinely intercepted his shot. Holding the bullet in his hand, he found it hard to accept. Don't take it to heart. This boy has a peculiar ability with metallic objects. Coupled with his prior preparation and your lack of dominance, it was only natural he could stop you, Lafayette. The life mentor interjected. There are many formidable individuals aboard this ship, each shining brilliantly in their respective domains. You too shall not be an exception, our sniper. Gradually regaining his composure, Van Oka inhaled deeply. I understand, Mr. Lafayette. Suddenly, Dio burst through the door. Why are you shooting? His gaze swept the room. Ginny, who had been observing, recounted the events. Dio's expression darkened. Van Oka, your gun should be aimed at the enemy, not your comrades. It was indeed my fault, Captain. I accept any punishment, Van Oka replied sincerely. Then destroy that gun aimed at your comrade. Dio's face remained cold. What? My beloved gun. Van Oka's heart sank as he gazed mournfully at his cherished firearm. For a sniper to destroy his own weapon was akin to seeking his own demise. Van Oka gritted his teeth. I'm sorry, Captain. I cannot. Weren't you just claiming to accept responsibility? Dio sneered, observing Van Oka and Appo's humility, which stirred discomfort in Kid. Captain, it was I who instigated the provocation. You cannot blame him, Kid said, mustering courage. Van Oka was taken aback. He anticipated Kid coming to his defense. Do you think this is a game? Dio's eyes glinted fiercely, emanating an aura of overwhelming authority. The restaurant was suddenly filled with palpable tension. Captain, it was entirely my fault. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall on me. Kid stubbornly met Dio's gaze. Silence reigned, a heavy stillness enveloping the space. Just as the two contemplated their fates, the pressure dissipated. You two will practice an additional hour today, Dio announced calmly, devoid of any lingering anger. What? Kid and Van Oka stood dumbfounded. Get going. Dio glared. Oh. They hastily departed. Once they had left, Lafayette chuckled softly. Captain, could you refrain from using your Conqueror and Appo's as hockey the next time you play the villain? Dio rolled his eyes. Do you think I relish it? These two are even more arrogant than I am. They require a firm hand. After all, one was extraordinarily gifted, and the other possessed remarkable abilities. Lafayette understood. Captain, we have arrived at Windmill Village in the Goa Kingdom, Daz reported as he entered. Dio nodded, preparing to rise. But Daz continued, however, there is a naval warship at the port. Dio halted, raising an eyebrow. A naval warship? From the Doghead? Yes, indeed, from the Doghead. Captain, do you know them? Daz inquired curiously. Oh, Moshiro I Lafayette, you and Kuma safeguard the ship. I will go ashore alone, Dio commanded. What is the matter? Lafayette sensed something unusual about the warship. As Dio approached the door, he slowly uttered a name. The Navy hero, Garp. Lafayette's pupils constricted. Iron Fist Garp. Realizing Dio and Appo's intent, he hurried to find Kuma, astonished that even in a small windmill village, they might encounter such a formidable figure. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Bogart also took note of the world pirates. What are they doing here? he thought, tensing up. The shadow of a tree, the name of a person. No matter the circumstances, Dio had defeated Akiji, and he did not consider himself comparable to the latter. Quickly report to headquarters. I must contact Vice Admiral Garp. Bogart hastily relayed the orders. Everyone, stay alert. The Navy personnel aboard the Doghead warship brandished their weapons, fixating their gazes on the world pirates. As the ship gradually docked, before it had even stabilized, Dio leaped out. That person is Bogart and Appos. S. eyes narrowed. The Emperor of Evil, Dio? What is he doing in Windmill Village? After instructing the soldiers to keep an eye on the world pirates, Bogart frantically dialed Garp's din mushy. Pick up. Vice Admiral Garp, please answer. Just leaving Dayton's home. Garp felt irritable. Damn Luffy and Ace. How dare you wander off? Don't let me catch you. Buzz, 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 pulling out the din mushy. Garp scratched his head, irked by the incessant ringing. What on earth is happening? Hello? This is Garp. Before he could finish, Garp's expression shifted, his demeanor turning grave as he nodded. Understood. You all guard the pirate ship. I'm going to find Dio. Hanging up, Garp set aside thoughts of searching for Ace and Luffy. According to Bogart, Dio was headed towards Windmill Village. Boom. Garp sprang into action, startling countless birds into flight. Simultaneously, Dio arrived at a tavern. Welcome. Machino greeted from behind the bar with a smile. Upon recognizing Dio, her brow furrowed. This man looked strangely familiar. Surely, the guest hails from outside. Upon hearing her words, the two children seated before her turned to scrutinize Dio. Dio was pleasantly surprised at his good fortune. He had encountered Luffy and Ace right away. Indeed, I have come from afar, as a pirate, Dio declared, removing his black coat and neatly folding it over a wooden chair. His fitted black suit accentuated his muscular physique, exuding charm. Machino's cheeks flushed, and she instinctively averted her gaze. A pirate? You two are a pirate, Luffy exclaimed, eyes wide with excitement. Ace, however, regarded Dio with suspicion. Chapter 27. Garp as a grandfather. You are the infamous Emperor of Evil, Dio, with a bounty of 500 million berries. Machino suddenly recalled the newspaper and wanted poster she had recently seen. 500. Luffy exclaimed with excitement, wondering who was stronger, this man or Shanks. Ace wanted to leave, but was still concerned about Luffy and Machino. The newspaper mentioned you were in the South Sea, right? Machino questioned, perplexed. Dio raised an eyebrow. Let us set that aside for now. I am curious. Why, as an ordinary person, do you not fear me, a pirate? Mister. Dio can calmly sit here, ready to drink, so I believe he is not a bad person. Machino smiled. Indeed. Why fear pirates? Shanks is quite nice. Luffy blinked innocently. Luffy. Ace tugged at his foolish brother. Why fear pirates? Dio scratched his cheek, pondering the question seriously. Well, the vast majority of pirates engage in plunder and violence, especially against the weak and defenseless. That is nonsense. Shanks and his crew would never do such things. Luffy retorted angrily. Dio shrugged. That is why Red-Haired and his crew have become powerful. Only lowly pirates would wield their weapons against the defenseless out of greed. In this world, lowly pirates are as numerous as the fish in the sea, while those who dare to strike at the strong are exceedingly rare. Do you know Shanks and his crew? Luffy inquired, curious. Dio accepted the drink offered by Machino and replied nonchalantly. I do not know them. I have no interest in the celestial dragons. Celestial dragons? What are those? Luffy asked, confused. Ace and Machino gasped. Shanks is a celestial dragon. Is that true? Garp entered the room with a serious expression. Oh, did Garp hear that? Dio poured himself a drink, saying, Shanks, don't blame me. It's Garp's fault. Grandpa. Luffy and Ace jolted, attempting to flee but were firmly held back by Garp. Dio chuckled softly. After the battle at God Valley, Roger discovered Shanks among his treasure. He took him under his wing and nurtured him. Do you think a child sleeping among treasures is a celestial dragon or a slave? Furthermore, Shanks' family should still be in Mariewa, Dio remarked with a hint of mockery. Garp, asking so thoroughly, will not benefit your navy. After all, they are your masters. Upon hearing this, Garp's expression darkened, his hands instinctively tightening. Old man. Ouch, that hurts. Grandpa, let go. Garp suddenly remembered that Ace and Luffy were still in his grip, hastily easing his hold. Ace rubbed his sore shoulder, observing Garp and Dio. As he had just heard the name Roger. The Shanks Luffy admires, was he raised by Roger? Ace inexplicably felt a twinge of disdain towards Shanks. Luffy tugged at his pinched face. What are you all talking about? Shanks is Shanks. I will definitely set sail and meet him someday. Bang! Carp knocked Luffy unconscious with a punch, grumbling, "Set sail. Set sail. Damn red-haired, it's all your fault." Sensing Carp's threatening gaze, Ace immediately straightened up. With a cold snort, Carp turned his attention back to Dio, no longer dwelling on the celestial dragons. "How do you know these things?" Dio shrugged. "I know many things, including the identity of this young friend beside you." As soon as he finished speaking, Dio sensed a formidable pressure. Carp spoke in a deep tone. "Are you here for him?" Ace was astonished. "This Dio knows his identity?" "I'm interested, but not overly so," Dio replied. Engaging in a tug-of-war with Carp. "Just a pirate king, nothing more." Carp's eyes narrowed. "Such bravado. Do you wish to abandon the dark for the light? I find you quite admirable." Dio shook his head with a smile. "Don't joke, Carp. If I become a marine, I will inevitably one day eliminate the celestial dragons." Carp's expression stiffened, and after a long moment, he sighed. "The celestial dragons are an insurmountable obstacle for the Navy." After settling the tab, Dio draped his coat over his shoulder. "Shall we step outside for a chat, Admiral Carp?" Carp nodded, turning to Machino. "I leave these two in your care, Machino." "Old man." Ace felt a surge of worry, recalling that one was a marine and the other a pirate. Carp did not look back, but waved dismissively at Ace. Dio and Carp walked side by side, silent, heading straight into the sparsely populated forest. After a while, they reached the depths of the dense woods. "I wish to make a deal with you, Admiral Carp." Dio slowly turned his head. Carp's expression was impassive. "I am a marine. But you are his grandfather." Dio smiled lightly. Carp was slightly moved. "What exactly do you wish to say?" "Carp, while you are a successful marine, you are a failure as a father and a grandfather." Dio pointed at Carp's heart. "You have devoted everything to the Navy. Yet, Dragon has become the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and Luffy and Ace will ultimately become pirates." "They won tea." Carp growled. "I will ensure they become marines." Dio scoffed. "Do you truly believe that? Even if you forcibly make them marines, they will eventually betray, just like Dragon." Carp's fists clenched tightly. Yet he could not refute it. When Ace embarks on his father's path, when his identity is revealed, what do you think will become of him? Carp shut his eyes, unwilling to respond. "Teach me the 6 powers of the Marines, and I promise to assist Ace on the day he encounters trouble." Dio smiled. "After all, as a Marine, you cannot intervene directly. That is impossible." Carp firmly rejected. "Not even as a grandfather?" Dio inquired with curiosity. "This belongs to the Marines." "No way." Carp maintained his principles. Dio's lips curled upward, revealing his true intent, then exchanged the 6 powers for hockey. Carp's eyes widened in shock, his body erupting with a tempest of red and black hockey. "So, you were after this. How about it?" Dio spread his hands. "Hockey has nothing to do with the Marines. As a grandfather, don't you want to do something for Ace? Do you truly want to witness Ace perish?" Carp gasped, his heart in turmoil. After a long pause, Carp's emotions began to stabilize. "The premise is, you must survive." Dio narrowed his eyes. "It seems your Marines are about to take action against us." "Fine. As long as I survive, wait for me in Alabasta, okay?" Carp did not speak further, but turned to leave, preparing to reunite with the soldiers. As a grandfather, Carp had fulfilled his duty. Now, Carp is a hero of the Marines. Dio donned his coat, gazing up at the sky. The sun had unknowingly hidden behind the clouds, casting a dark hue over all. The salty sea breeze rustled the leaves, and Dio felt a chill in the air. A storm is about to arrive. Chapter 28, Naval Assembly. The first half of the Grand Line, the Dream Pirates had just plundered a small island and were reveling in their victory. "Captain, look!" A sailor on the lookout shouted in terror. "What is it?" The captain of the Dream Pirates was left speechless. The others, noticing his reaction, looked up as well. A single glance caused many to collapse in fear. "What is happening? It's just a little island we took over. Is it necessary to mobilize so many? Did we inadvertently provoke a hornet's nest? It's over. We're finished." Before the Dream Pirates, countless naval warships cut through the waves. Half of the Marine headquarters vice admirals had been deployed. Leading the charge was none other than the recently promoted Admiral Kizaru, Borsellino. Why didn't they send Sakazuki instead? Kizaru mused, standing on the deck with a resigned expression. "Because Admiral Akainu is stationed in the New World," Fire Mountain replied with a grin. Kizaru shrugged. "I could switch places with him for a spell. I'd just stay at the base for a while after." The squirrel shook his head. "The target we're dealing with is not simple. We need your speed." The others fell silent. There was an unspoken truth that the squirrel hadn't voiced. The strategy dictated by headquarters was to withdraw quickly if the target could not be eliminated. Thus, Those involved in this operation were either doves or neutral parties. Is it Dio? Kizaru's sunglasses reflected the light, obscuring his expression. Report, Admiral. A pirate ship has been sighted ahead, confirmed to be a bounty. The soldier's words were cut short as Kizaru's form disintegrated into particles. In just 3 seconds, the Dream Pirates and Appo's ship erupted in a deafening explosion. Returning to the naval vessel, Kizaru turned to the soldier. What did you say? Nothing. The soldier gulped, astounded by the ease with which the so-called monster of an admiral had dispatched an entire pirate crew. The squirrel and the others were already accustomed to such displays. Kizaru, despite his eccentricities, possessed unparalleled combat prowess and agility. Is Akiji also heading to the East Blue? Kizaru inquired, glancing at Fire Mountain. Fire Mountain nodded. Yes, Admiral Akiji is concerned, especially since he has faced Dio before. Have we established a rendezvous point? Kizaru asked, slowly grooming his nails with a nail clipper. Well, the advisor Crane mentioned that while she is uncertain about other locations in the East Blue, there is one town that Dio will surely visit. Fire Mountain's expression grew serious. The others had already deduced which town it was, the birthplace of the Pirate King. The town where beginnings and endings converge, Logue Town. Are we to confront Dio there? Kizaru revealed a rare serious expression. Is it the beginning or the end for you, Dio? In the East Blue, at Windmill Village, Dio returned to Makino and Appo's tavern. Hey, blonde guy, you're back. Where's my grandpa? Luffy peered anxiously, fearing an old man might suddenly appear behind Dio. Hearing Luffy and Appo's nickname for him, Dio rolled his eyes and delivered a punch imbued with hockey to Luffy's head. My name is Dio, you little brat. Rubbing the swelling on his head, Luffy squatted down, tears brimming at the corners of his eyes. Damn it. Your punch hurts just like Grandpa's. That's what you get for giving me a ridiculous nickname, Dio chuckled, feeling quite pleased. You jerk. Blonde guy. Blonde guy. Blonde guy. Luffy's rebellious nature resurfaced. Dio paused, slowly turning his head to reveal a pair of lifeless eyes. Under the exasperated gazes of Ace and Makino, Luffy was left bruised and battered by Dio. At the tavern, Dio sat beside Ace, who was carrying Luffy, apologizing for his antics. Your grandpa made a deal with me, a pirate, for your sake, Dio disclosed, leaving no room for secrecy. Ace was taken aback. The old man. Dio patted Ace's shoulder, his eyes glimmering. I'll say my last words before I leave. I look forward to meeting you on the seas someday. What words? Ace asked, puzzled. Dio stood, placing Luffy in front of Ace. Poor Gasti, Rouge was a great mother. She was willing to sacrifice her life for her child. Gold, Roger, though not a responsible father, entrusted his child to his enemy, naming his sword Ace. Monkey D, Garp, while having a foul temper, would allow his own justice to be flawed for the sake of his grandson. And Monkey D, Luffy is just a troublesome little brother. As Dio reached the tavern door, he turned slightly. What you have always pursued was there from the very beginning. With that, Dio pushed open the tavern and Appo's wooden door and vanished from their sight. Strange. Why can't I see clearly? Ace wiped his eyes, noticing they were damp. Ace, are you crying? Luffy tilted his head. No way. You're mistaken. Ace turned away. Makino gently placed her hands on the heads of the two boys. All right, we're all family here. I'll treat you both to some milk. Ace bit his lip, lowering his head, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Dio returned to the bay, glancing at the distant Doghead warship before leaping aboard his pirate ship. Captain. Lafayette and the others gathered around. Not long ago, Garp returned, Robin reminded him. Dio nodded. I know, the practical training is about to commence. The crew looked bewildered. Except for Van Oka, who was confused. Practical training? What on earth is that? Kid quickly filled him in. Huh? The Marines are encircling us. Van Oka exclaimed in shock. Wait, you all consider the Marine encirclement as practical training? What kind of comrades are you? You'll find out soon enough. Kid patted Van Oka on the shoulder. All right, fine, Van Oka reluctantly accepted, but unease lingered about their impending fate. Do I really not need to relocate now? Dio. Scratching his head. Dio shook his head. No need. Lafayette, give me the East Blue map. Lafayette promptly unfolded the map, scanning familiar names like Kokoyasi Village and Syrup Village. Dio squinted. Never mind. Those places are unnecessary. Nami and Usopp are still just kids, one 8 years old and the other 7. Sanji doesn't even need mentioning. The Baratai hasn't been established yet. He is likely still on the orbit passenger ship. Target, Logue Town. Dio declared decisively. Anyone who has been to Logue Town isn't a significant figure. Yes, Captain, Lafayette and the others responded. After a flurry of activity, the pirate ship set sail. Meanwhile, on the distant Doghead warship, Bogart cautioned, Vice Admiral Garp, the world's pirate crews are on the move. Bogart was somewhat taken aback, since Garp's return. He hadn't been caught napping. Keep up. We must not lose track of their movements. But do not engage first, Garp said gravely. During his private conversation with Dio, when he unleashed his Conqueror's haki, his observation haki went into overdrive. It was a sensation he had never experienced even with Roger. Could it be true, as Akiji said, that encountering Dio meant certain death? Chapter 29, The Gathering Storm, the Shambadi Archipelago. At the residence of the Don Quixote family in Zone 1, Doflamingo occupied the main seat, listening to reports from his subordinates. The Navy is assembling towards Logtown. Such a formidable naval force, especially in the Four Seas domain. Monet, who do you think is behind this? Monet, adjusting his glasses, replied, based on recent intelligence. There is only one individual who could be responsible, the captain of the world pirates, the Emperor of Evil, Dio. Doflamingo grinned. The Emperor of Evil, indeed. I have a feeling he will survive to enter the Grand Line. The naval deployment was undeniably powerful, and Monet expressed skepticism regarding Dio and his crew. Admirals Akiji and Kizaru, along with Navy hero Garp and 12 other vice admirals, supported by 40 warships. With this configuration, even a ruler of the New World could face dire circumstances. Doflamingo toyed with the blood-stained strings in his hand, observing the chaos below with a sinister smile. I am aware, yet I believe in the possibility of miracles. Monet, do you recall the excitement I felt upon first seeing Dio and Appo's bounty? Although we are strangers, I can see that this fellow is even more restless than I. He will bring forth greater chaos to this world. Monet gazed at the infatuated young master, somewhat exasperated. Is Dio truly as outrageous as you claim? We must now focus on locating that fellow Tizzolo. Doflamingo retracted the bloody strings, his expression darkening. After all these years, it was the first time the Don Quixote family had encountered such a setback. Understanding that their men were fervently searching for Tizzolo, Monet assured that arrangements were in place. Doflamingo nodded in satisfaction. After a year more of accumulation, we shall reclaim Dressrosa. Meanwhile, in Zone 13, at Shaki and Amp, Appo's, S-Bar, Rayleigh and Shanks were hosting a celebration. Haha, I never expected you to achieve so much. Rayleigh expressed, pleased. Shanks grinned. You and Appo's, too kind, Mr. Rayleigh. Rayleigh set down his drink, looking compassionately at Shanks and Appo's severed arm. What happened? Shanks brushed it off nonchalantly. Oh, I wagered it along with my straw hat for the future. Sacrificing an arm to ensure that Luffy firmly pursued the pirate's path was not in vain. Oh, which individual compelled you to pay such a price? Rayleigh inquired, intrigued. Upon hearing this, Shanks grew animated, discussing Luffy enthusiastically. Just then, Shaki strolled over leisurely. Hey, Shaki, you and Appo's, back. Rayleigh greeted. Shaki extinguished the cigarette in his mouth, declaring, something significant is happening outside. The group halted, their attention drawn. 15 million berries, Shaki extended 5 fingers. If they pay, then so be it. Shanks and the others were rendered speechless, while Rayleigh felt somewhat embarrassed. Cough. Shaki, could you perhaps extend me a favor? Rayleigh chuckled bashfully. You still have the audacity to ask for favors? Shaki rolled her eyes. You sell yourself as a slave at times, and still speak of favors? That red-haired fellow over there has more face than you. Despite her sharp tongue, Shaki proceeded to share the latest intelligence. The Navy is gathering towards Logtown in the East Blue, seemingly to eradicate the world pirates. Akiji, Kizaru, and Garp are all involved. The group fell silent, astonished. So many big names? How could those pirates be in such dire straits? Shanks maintained his composure. Dio is indeed a variable. Such a fate suggests that the world government fears him. Garp is also taking action. Rayleigh shook his head, skeptical of this pirate crew's chances. None present believed the world pirates would survive to enter the Grand Line. In the New World, the Topland Kingdom, Charlotte Linlin listened to her eldest son Perisparrow's report. What a pity. I had hoped to find a perfect husband for Galette. It seems fate has other plans. Perisparrow stood respectfully silent. Recently, Mother had instructed him to keep an eye on the world pirates. Initially dismissive, he was taken aback upon hearing of Dio's victory over Akiji. Before he could fully recover, more news arrived, stating that the Navy had dispatched numerous top-tier forces to besiege the world pirates. Upon recognizing the Navy participants, Perisparrow could only lament. A tall tree attracts the wind. Had the world pirates remained low-key, they would not have drawn such calamity upon themselves. Best of luck, world pirates. Perospero was also quite intrigued by Dio, who had almost become his brother-in-law. In an unknown sea, aboard the Moby Dick, father. That pirate crew may not make it to the New World. Marco had just received intelligence from the underground world. Huh? Which pirate crew? Whitebeard asked, puzzled. The one that forced the Navy to change their title, led by Dio. Marco reminded. Whitebeard suddenly understood. Oh, what happened? Garp, Akiji, and Kizaru are leading the Navy to encircle them. Marco was startled by this formidable lineup. What trouble did they get themselves into to attract such attention? Whitebeard murmured. Even that old man is getting involved? ISN and AMP. AMP. Oppos. This bullying the younger generation of pirates? Gururara. Marco, set sail. Let and AMP. AMP. Oppos. Visit the nearest Navy base. Whitebeard relished the chaos. Marco nodded, understood. Father, I and Oppos. LL handle it immediately. At the Beast Pirates and Oppos base in Wano, Kaido drank heavily while listening to Jin relay information. What a grand spectacle. How fascinating. Kaido mused. Jin, do you think the world pirates will survive? After a moment of hesitation, Jin shook his head. Not likely. Indeed, especially with Garp involved. Kaido and Amp, Oppos, eyes glowed crimson. What if I were to aid the world pirates? Surely that would ensure their demise. He set down his flask, breathing heavily. I need to step out. Without waiting for Jin and Amp, Oppos' reply, Kaido transformed into an azure dragon and soared into the clouds, disappearing into the mist. Jin was left helpless, wishing he had never mentioned the world pirates to Mr. Kaido. Big news. Big news. Morgan set down the Din Mushi, visibly excited. Yet before he could issue commands, the Din Mushi rang again. He answered, puzzled. Sengoku's voice emerged. Morgans, you are aware of the situation at Logetown, correct? We permit you to disseminate the final outcome, but you must not reveal a word of the process. Morgans narrowed his eyes. Sengoku, do not dictate my reporting. Sengoku replied coldly, this is the Navy's directive, as well as the world government's. If you refuse, you may defy the world government. With that, Sengoku abruptly hung up. Morgans and Oppos' expression darkened. He despised others controlling his reports. He slammed his fist on the table, determination igniting in his eyes. One day, I will reclaim control over my reporting. To the point where even the world government cannot interfere. Chapter 30. Roguetown, a town of beginnings and endings. Today, the winds howl tumultuously, and several pirate ships dock in the harbor. Captain, is it true that the pirate king Roger perished here? A sailor inquired of his captain, adding a flattering remark. You will undoubtedly surpass him one day. However, he received no response from the captain. A thick white fog suddenly enveloped the area, trapping all the pirates within. What is happening? Maintain vigilance. The sound of screams echoed continuously. Moments later, the fog dissipated, revealing a 24-year-old smoker, cigar in mouth, rubbing his wrist. Behind him, waves of naval soldiers emerged, capturing the pirates who lay moaning on the ground. Major Smoker is truly formidable, one soldier remarked, acknowledging his transfer from headquarters. But if the Major is so strong, why is he here? The soldiers were puzzled. In their understanding, a transfer from headquarters to the Four Seas was akin to a banishment to the frontier. Who knows? Enough chatter. Get to work. Smoker coldly commanded. Yes, Major. Removing his cigar, Smoker exhaled smoke, his gaze drifting into the haze. Known for his maverick ways and refusal to submit to authority, he had clashed with many. Since arriving in Roguetown, however, he had found a semblance of peace. Pirates, Smoker turned, his eyes fixed on the execution platform. Just trash, hoping to be compared to Roger. Although he was a naval officer, he always harbored a peculiar sentiment towards Roger, the man who smiled in the face of death. Report, Major, all pirates have been subdued. A soldier approached. Smoker nodded. Take their ships to the dock. The real target is about to arrive. Yes, sir. The soldier saluted. By the way, Major, do we really not need to confront the world pirate crew? Smoker irritably patted the soldier's head. Mind your own business. With so many from headquarters here. If you wish to seek death, I want to stop you. Though brash, he was not foolish. With such a grand display from headquarters, it was evident that the world pirate crew was not something Roguetown could handle. Taking another puff from his cigar, Smoker narrowed his eyes. World pirate crew, Dio? Will you usher in a new era? After a moment of contemplation, Smoker chuckled at himself. What am I thinking? Who could escape such a siege? Major, the world pirate crew has arrived. A soldier, who had been monitoring the sea, rushed in. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. What are you all waiting for? Everyone, arm yourselves and take cover, Smoker bellowed. While this battle did not require their involvement, if Dio and his crew intended to strike Rogue Town, they would fight to the last breath to stop them. The naval officers of Rogue Town sprang into action. Meanwhile, not far off, a ship adorned with a black flag bearing a golden skull sliced through the waves. Is this Rogue Town? Dio stood at the bow, hands in his pockets. Behind him, Daz, Robin, Lafitte, Kid, Killer, and Van Auger lined up. Kuma was at the helm, while Ginny and Victoria tended to Bonnie in the cabin. Kuma, the ship is in your hands, Dio called to the control room. Rest assured, Dio. Kuma nodded. Dio smiled lightly, turning to the six behind him. Let us go and witness the final resting place of the Pirate King. Beezies is T, Beezies is T, Beezies is T. Kazara pulled a black transponder snail from his pocket. Moshi Moshi, this is Kazara. Why the silence? The weasel sighed. Admiral, that's a listening transponder snail. Oh, I see now. Kizaru enlightened, retracting the black snail and rummaging in his pocket until he finally produced a communication transponder snail. Hello? Admiral Kizaru, the world pirate crew has reached Rogue Town. Understood. Kizaru nodded, disconnecting the call. Everyone, proceed at full speed. We must reach the outer seas of Rogue Town today. Yes, Admiral. On the other side, Dio and his crew set foot in Rogue Town. Without hesitation, they made their way to the town square. Some civilians in the harbor, upon seeing them disembark from a pirate ship, hurriedly sought refuge, fearing the wrath of Dio and his crew. Quick, find the Navy. Find Major Smoker. More pirates are coming. Someone shouted in alarm. Yet, no one paid him any mind. A friend beside him quickly covered his mouth. Are you insane? That's the world pirate crew, led by the notorious Emperor of Evil, Dio, with a bounty of 500 million. Even if the Navy of Rogue Town mobilizes, it would be a suicide mission. 500 million. The man's pupils dilated in terror. Hurry home and tell your family to stay indoors. Oh, yes. The port workers scrambled home. The boss cursed under his breath, but felt utterly powerless. The execution platform was not just a gathering point for pirates. Adventurers, journalists, merchants, and nobles alike filled the area. Gazing at the throngs ahead, Dio grimaced. He despised crowded tourist spots. They obstructed his view, leaving only the backs of heads in sight. Just as he was about to unleash his conqueror's haki to disperse the crowd, Lafitte stepped forward with a smile. Leave it to me, Captain. Dio raised an eyebrow as Lafitte continued. As the navigator, it is my duty to guide the captain. Observing Lafitte's earnestness and glancing at the distant execution platform, Dio smiled gently. Very well, navigate us, Lafitte. It is my honor. Lafitte beamed with joy, unfurling his white feathered wings as he stepped forward. Those who came into contact with him walked away in a daze. This smile, these wings, this hypnotic ability, Dio found it hard not to speculate on Lafitte's devil fruit power. It certainly resembled that of an angel. Casting a glance at Robin beside him, Dio suddenly felt that this arrangement was quite fitting. The devil and the angel walked together. His world pirate crew was indeed intriguing. Not far away, Smoker's brow furrowed deeply. Dio and Appo's radiance was so blinding that the Navy had overlooked his crew. It now appeared that his crew might pose a challenge as well. Not to mention, that hypnotic ability was nearly impossible to guard against. Soon, Dio and his crew arrived beneath the execution platform. People from all corners of the world, eager to take their commemorative photos, noticed them. Is that the Emperor of Evil, Dio? Dio, that pirate? Run. There are pirates. The square erupted into chaos. Ignoring the ruckus, Lafitte folded his wings and respectfully stepped aside, gesturing for Dio to advance. Dio unceremoniously leaped onto the very spot where the Pirate King once met his end. Standing atop the execution platform, he surveyed the Rogue Town square in its entirety. Roger, the name of the Pirate King will eventually fade into dust. Dio gazed out at the distant sea, the Dark Conqueror's haki beginning to swirl. The crowd below suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure, falling silent. What is he planning? Smoker and Appo's pupils constricted. Dio's right foot gathered haki. This magnificent scene belonged to the king of the world. Under the astonished gazes of all, Dio stomped down with all his might. The execution platform collapsed with a resounding crash, sending clouds of dust into the air. Chapter 31. The Solitary Swan in the Square of Rogue Town. Everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at Dio, who emerged slowly from the dust. This guy dismantled the execution platform. Truly lawless. One person exclaimed. Pirates will always be pirates. So crude. A noble scoffed. Dio paused, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd. The previously vocal citizens fell silent in an instant. Humph. A bunch of cowards, Dio sneered. Dismissing the crowd as he made his way toward his crew, Robin dusted herself off, a look of reproach on her face. Dio, next time you're planning something big, give us a heads up, will you? Exactly. Kid chimed in. Thud. A large bump appeared on Kid and Appo's head. Ouch. Kid glared, wincing in pain. Dio blew on his fist. No respect for authority. Kid squatted on the ground, grumbling to himself. Didn't he see you hitting Robin, you despicable captain? Glancing back at the ruins behind him, Dio smirked. Stick to the plan and enjoy your own company. Understood, Captain. The crew chuckled as they dispersed. Once they had all left, Dio chose a direction and strolled away from the square. Smoker, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback before his eyes gleamed with intent. He immediately contacted the main fleet. The world pirate crew has split up. Upon hearing this news, Carp, closest to Rogue Town, frowned. Dio separated from his crew? What is he thinking? Doesn't he realize we are coming to encircle them? Isn't my warning clear enough? Carp rubbed his temples. That little brat. If he doesn't care, then I want to hold back. Quickly, the Navy and Appo's main forces received their combat orders. When their top combatants assembled, they would act together, dividing the battlefield and taking down the members of the world pirate crew one by one. Meanwhile, Dio found himself standing in front of a somewhat familiar weapons shop. Lost in thought. This must be the shop where Zaro will come in the future. I need to practice my sword play and am in need of a training sword. While the Snow Walk and the Sand Eye Kitetsu are decent, I prefer the design of a double-edged sword. I wonder if they have any good ones here. After much contemplation, an epiphany struck him. I've been overthinking it. Dio chuckled to himself, shaking his head. I can just grab any sword. I can always change it later. In truth, during his deliberation, he had already envisioned a sword, the legendary cursed holy sword, the 7-star sword from Osaka Island. That sword perfectly aligned with Dio's aesthetic standards. To encapsulate it in a single word, magnificent. Resolute in his decision, Dio pushed open the shop door and stepped inside. Welcome. The shopkeeper, Ippenmatsu, exclaimed as he rushed out from behind the counter. It had been ages since anyone visited his shop after Smoker arrived in Rogue Town. If anyone came, it was just the Navy ordering standard weapons. Today he was determined to sell something. What can I get for you? We have swords, axes, everything. Ippenmatsu ingratiated. Dio scanned the shop. Do you have a double-edged sword? Yes. Please wait a moment. Ippenmatsu hurriedly dashed to the side and retrieved a double-edged sword. This sword is called Lyohua. Before Ippenmatsu could finish, Dio interjected. Cut the chatter. As long as it can withstand my strength, I'll buy it. With that, Dio gripped Lyohua tightly, his right arm bulging with muscle, his wrist trembling uncontrollably. Clang. In just a second, Lyohua snapped in two. Tossing a thick stack of berries to Ippenmatsu, Dio remarked coolly, Don't offer me subpar goods. My patience is limited. Ippenmatsu's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Stammering, why yes, I understand. Soon, Ippenmatsu returned with 2 double-edged swords, wiping the sweat from his brow. This sword with wind patterns and blood grooves is called Solitary Swan. The one engraved with maple leaves is called Withering Glory. These are the best double-edged swords in the shop. What do you think? Dio picked up both swords and tried them out. Barely usable. I'll take this one. He sheathed Solitary Swan and cradled it in his arms. Ippenmatsu, beaming with excitement, nodded vigorously. Excellent choice. This sword is 500,000 berries. Upon hearing the price, Dio smirked. Apologies, my good sir, but I'm a pirate. Ippenmatsu's expression stiffened. A pirate? Surely he doesn't expect to get away without paying. Just joking. No need to be so tense, Dio said, pulling out several stacks of berries from his cloak. With treasures from the ice continent, he was well off enough to pay. Ippenmatsu stiffly accepted the berries, realizing this was no laughing matter. After bidding Dio farewell, he let out a long sigh of relief. That man exuded such a powerful aura. I feel as though I've seen him somewhere before. Ippenmatsu stroked his chin. Fool. He asked the infamous captain of the world pirate crew, the king of evil, Dio. Apama peeked out from the back room. She had been too frightened to show herself, partly due to fear of Dio and partly because of shyness, after all. Dio's charm was quite overwhelming. Blushing, she pulled Ippenmatsu aside. Close the door, you fool. Huh? Ippenmatsu trembled like a thin reed, sensing an ominous premonition. Meanwhile, Dio, having acquired Solitary Swan, strolled down the street. As he walked, the number of pedestrians dwindled. Upon reaching an outdoor CAF, he spotted two familiar figures. Carp? Kizaru? Haha. I didn't expect to find you two blocking my way. Care for a drink? Kizaru gestured for Dio to sit beside them. Dio, not one to be polite, plopped down without hesitation. This puzzled Kizaru and Carp, who wondered if Dio had any concern for his crew. You seem quite confident, Carp squinted. Your world pirate crew is already surrounded by the Navy, Kizaru reminded him. I had guessed as much, Dio shrugged. Then you're not worried? Carp and Kizaru exchanged perplexed glances. Dio flashed a devilish smile. Worried? Why should I be worried? The ones who should be anxious are you. What do you mean? Carp and Kizaru looked at each other, puzzled. With a flutter of white wings, Lafitte descended gracefully. Captain, it's taken care of, Lafitte said with a gentle smile. Kizaru sprang to his feet. How is he here? Didn't Igaram take people to capture him? With Igaram's abilities, he couldn't have failed. Observing Lafitte, who bore no signs of battle, Kizaru and Carp recognized that something had gone awry. What on earth happened? Where's Vanoka? Wasn't he with you? Dio inquired. He.S. busy practicing marksmanship with those Navy soldiers, Lafitte shrugged. Dio understood, yet his demeanor remained relaxed. However, Carp and Kizaru and Appos' expressions turned grim. I'll go check it out. Kizaru vanished in an instant. Such a convenient ability. Dio mused. Not as impressive as yours. Carp retorted. Dio shrugged. Carp, your Navy cannot stop the world pirate crew. Let us see if that's true. Carp gritted his teeth. Dio chuckled, exchanging a sly smile with Lafitte. Try and you shall perish. Chapter 32. The battle begins. Have the civilians been properly settled? Smoker inquired of the soldier behind him. The soldier, with a serious expression, responded. Report, Major. The civilians around the world pirates have all been accommodated. That is good, Smoker remarked, standing atop a high building, gazing at the various battlefields in the town. Can we truly confront that man? Doubts stirred within Smoker. Dio exuded an unsettling confidence. To the west of Rogue Town, a haven for the underworld, the ground was strewn with the corpses of both Navy soldiers and gang members, all having met their demise by a single bullet. Jackie, panting heavily and half kneeling on the ground, watched the relentless advance of Navy soldiers and gang members, cursing under his breath. Damn it, that guy's hypnotic abilities are infuriating. He deflected a soldier and Appos' and kicked a gang member aside. Jackie swiftly rolled to evade gunfire. And that guy who keeps shooting from the shadows. What a hassle. His frustration peaked. Despite possessing considerable skills, he felt tethered by the situation. He contemplated fleeing, but knew that if he did, the Navy would engage in a desperate fight against the gang, and the sniper would pick off Navy soldiers one by one. These were his men. He could not allow them to perish without reason. Get away from me. Jackie began to incapacitate Navy soldiers, limiting their movements. As for the gang members, their fate was inconsequential. In the distance, Vanoka murmured, truly formidable. No wonder he is a vice admiral. Suddenly, a voice devoid of emotion echoed behind him. Without hesitation, Vanoka turned and fired, yet his shot went astray. Kizaru appeared at his back, softly stating, speed is power. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? With a long-prepared light-speed kick, he struck. Boom. Vanoka was sent flying, crashing into a building. That should take care of him, Kizaru mused, gazing ahead. Whoosh. A bullet was toward him. Kizaru tilted his head slightly to avoid the shot, frowning, still have the strength to retaliate? Rustling sounds emerged from the building and Appos' ruins as Vanoka, still standing, slowly emerged. How is this possible? Kizaru was taken aback. Vanoka bore no injuries. He sensed that this sniper was not particularly strong, so why did his attack prove ineffective? Brushing off the dust, Vanoka smiled faintly. Now I understand why they speak of practical training. The captain and Appos' abilities were truly monstrous. Hit nullification, death nullification, before arriving at Rogue Town. Dio had bestowed powers upon his crew and pirate ship. My current attacks pose no threat to you, Vanoka remarked, gazing at Kizaru with a smirk. But those Navy soldiers? That and Appos', that's another story. No sooner had he spoken than Vanoka leaped to the rooftop, aiming at the Navy soldiers near Jackie, and fired. Damn. Kizaru and Appos' expression darkened as he instantly transformed into particles, intercepting the shot. Just as he prepared to strike again, he found Vanoka sprinting away. Vanoka thought. While he couldn't and Appos' die, he certainly did not wish to become a mere plaything for others. Kizaru and Appos' eyes narrowed. Was the ineffectiveness of his attack due to the sniper and Appos' powers? No, it resembled what the intelligence indicated about Dio and Appos' abilities. Wait. Kizaru paused. Could Dio and Apos' extraordinary powers also affect others? Without further contemplation, Kizaru disregarded Jackie, who was being besieged, and swiftly moved to another location to verify his suspicions. After all, when Oka had already left, Jackie could easily handle the hypnotized foes. In the eastern residential area of Rogue Town, Kid and Killer were engaged in idle chatter, surrounded by a plethora of bags. Upon closer inspection, one would find that these bags were tied to metallic items. Why are we the ones doing the shopping? Kid complained. Killer shrugged. Who told us we were interns? Kid scoffed him. Once Bonnie grows up, she and Apos LL take over this chore. Killer tilted his head, observing Kid, and though masked, he could sense the incredulous look. What are you staring at? Kid frowned. Ken and Apos, do you see how much Victoria dotes on Bonnie? Moreover, Mr. Kuma and Ms. Ginny Wooden and Apos, let Bonnie do this work. Killer explained helplessly. Kid sighed. Are we to remain in this position indefinitely? There and Apos, always away. We simply need a few more fools on board, Killer pondered. Kid and Apos' eyes brightened. Right. That makes sense. While the two were engrossed in conversation, they failed to notice the dwindling number of passers-by. Apologies, but this way is blocked. Mongoose, Fire Mountain, and Peach Rabbit led dozens of Navy soldiers, obstructing their path. Kid and Killer halted, exchanging glances. The skirmish had commenced. Setting down their purchases, Kid took the initiative. A gold coin was tossed into the air, and his magnetic power surged. Zing. Just right to test my new technique. After all these days of learning, I am quite the cultured individual. The arc of magnetic energy set the three vice admirals and Apos observation hockey on high alert. They had not anticipated that a mere child from the world pirates could unleash an attack threatening enough to warrant caution. Be careful. The three drew their swords. Electromagnetic cannon. The gold coin, propelled by magnetic force, shot forth with ferocious momentum. Mongoose's eyes narrowed as he stepped forward, coating his sword with armament hockey and slashing at the coin. Upon contact, an immense force surged through him. What? Mongoose grunted, his hands splitting open as he was pushed back by the coin and Apos' relentless advance. I and Apos, LL assist you. Fire Mountain charged in from the side, his sword clashing against Mongoose and Apos'. Yet, they still could not halt the coin and Apos' assault. I and Apos, LL take care of this. Peach Rabbit shouted, her sword thrusting directly towards the center. Clang. The sound of metal striking metal reverberated throughout the residential area. The three vice admirals combined their efforts to deflect the attack, and the gold coin disintegrated. Stand back. The two of them are ours. Mongoose commanded the surrounding Navy soldiers. Having realized that none of the world pirates' crew were to be underestimated, with just one electromagnetic cannon, you are in this state. Imagine if I unleashed three? Kid revealed 3 gold coins. Peach Rabbit scoffed. We only endured that strike because we were concerned for the soldiers behind us. You Don and Apos, genuinely believe you can defeat us. Do you? Kid smirked. Indeed, our hockey and physical prowess cannot compare to yours. But are you certain you can handle us? Killer, go. With his dual Punisher sides drawn, Killer surged forward. Mongoose and Fire Mountain rushed to subdue him, but as their swords swung, a powerful suction force emerged. Magnetic absorption. Kid engaged in a contest for their swords. As Killer's attack approached, Mongoose and Fire Mountain had no choice but to relinquish their swords and resort to hand-to-hand combat. That kid's ability appears to control metallic objects. Be cautious, Mongoose warned. Peach Rabbit swiftly sheathed her sword and joined in the physical confrontation. Raging Foot. Did you notice? Kid growled, but what of it? The magnetic force beneath his feet flickered, narrowly evading Peach Rabbit and Apos' strike. He was unwilling to reveal the power bestowed upon him by the captain too soon. TSK. My body still lacks stamina. He realized that in the forthcoming battle, he would have to rely on the magnetic fruit to assist him. Chapter 33. Secret Consensus with a determined grip on his dual sides. Kira struggled to fend off the onslaught from the Weasel and Fire Mountain. Surrender, Kid. The fierce winds from their punches surged uncontrollably. Kira muttered. As expected of a vice admiral, their aura and mastery of martial arts exceed my expectations by far. However, I am not yet at my last resort. The scythe, imbued with a hint of armament hockey, clashed against the fully armored arms of the 2 vice admirals. What a pity. If you hadn't become a pirate, I would have considered recruiting you into the Navy, Fire Mountain lamented. The Weasel, with a stoic expression, swiftly seized both sides as Kira swung them. At such a young age, you've chosen the wrong path. Go reflect and impel down. Fire Mountain leaped from beside the weasel and landed a powerful punch on Kira's face, sending him crashing to the ground with a thunderous boom. Nearby, Kid watched the scene unfold with palpable annoyance. After deftly evading Peach Rabbit's gale kick with a roll, he activated his magnetic powers. Countless metallic objects from the living quarters ascended into the air, forming two mechanical arms that swept outward. Peach Rabbit instinctively dodged, giving Kid the opportunity to support Kira. "You've struck my comrade. You shall not escape unscathed." Kid's mechanical arms bore down upon the weasel and Fire Mountain. The two vice admirals raised their hands in unison to block the attack, yet Kid maintained his relentless pressure. Get down." The weasel and Fire Mountain wore grave expressions as the ground beneath them shattered. Peach Rabbit quickly retaliated against Kid, her slender fingers thrusting forward like a spear. Finger gun. Just as she believed the outcome was sealed, a dull thud resonated as her attack struck Kid like it had hit a bronze bell, inflicting no damage whatsoever. What? Both Peach Rabbit and the vice admirals were equally perplexed. Kid smirked. "You cannot harm us." The weasel, momentarily stunned, exclaimed, "Not good." "Fire Mountain, get out of the way." Suddenly, a figure that had been knocked down sprang to its feet, the scythe aimed at the two. The weasel, reacting swiftly, dashed away using Soru to evade the encirclement of Kid and Kira. However, Fire Mountain was not as fortunate and received a slash to the back from Kira. Ugh. Fire Mountain grimaced as blood soaked his back. Damn it. Both the weasel and Peach Rabbit seethed with anger, deciding to fight earnestly. "I told you, your attacks are futile." Kid scoffed. The weasel, with a cold gaze, declared, "If we cannot inflict damage, then we shall bind you." Kid was taken aback. The weasel swiftly closed the distance, executing a joint lock technique that restrained Kid before he could react. "Release me." Kid struggled in vain. "Zun, put the sea prism stone handcuffs on him." The weasel commanded coolly. Observing Kid in distress, Kira attempted to rush to his aid, only to be entangled by the injured Fire Mountain, who used the same joint lock technique against him. "Damn it, you scoundrels." Kid cursed as the sea prism stone cuffs drew nearer. With a surge of energy from his magnet fruit, countless sharp metallic objects aimed at him and Kira. "Watch out. Retreat," the weasel shouted. Yet Kid was unwilling to let the opportunity slip. As the metallic objects hurtled toward them, with the captain's ability providing protection, he needn't worry about safety. Rather, the concern lay with the three vice admirals. The trio, unable to escape, huddled together to block the oncoming barrage of metal. Yasukani no Magatama. Suddenly, a shower of golden light cascaded down. The yellow monkey expertly detonated each metallic projectile with precision. "Admiral," the weasel and his companions exclaimed in surprise, "these two brats are peculiar. We cannot harm them." Upon witnessing their predicament, the yellow monkey surmised the truth. At that moment, even with his easygoing nature, he couldn't and oppose. He helped but curse under his breath. "How are we supposed to fight this? Just give it up and sleep." As tensions escalated, a blue-white figure descended from the sky. It was Admiral Akiji, accompanied by two ice sculptures. "No, wait. Those aren't ice sculptures. It's Sister Robin and Brother Das." Kid's pupils dilated. Kira tightened his grip on his scythe. "I see now. Although they are unharmed, their movements are restricted by the ice." Akiji exhaled a breath of icy air, frost coalescing beneath him as it surged towards Kid and Kira. "I didn't anticipate Dio and Appos. S ability could be applied to you. This complicates matters." Akiji remarked with a shake of his head. "But unfortunately for you, you are not Dio. You cannot maximize this power." Kid and Kira exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of their situation. "This is it. We shall have to intensify our training upon our return." Just as they were about to be encased in ice, a figure suddenly stood in front of them, none other than Dio. Ice nullification, with a swift hand, all the icy breath parted effortlessly. "Akiji, I didn't expect you to join the fray," Dio scoffed. Before Akiji could respond, Dio dashed forward, reaching Akiji in the blink of an eye. Incredible speed. Akiji was taken aback. This man had improved significantly. Unprepared, he had no time to evade. "There's no way I'll let you succeed." The yellow monkey kicked Dio in the stomach, sending him staggering back. Setting aside the two ice sculptures, Dio gazed at the yellow monkey, a faint smile playing on his lips. "The Navy is quite ambitious, aren't they?" The yellow monkey narrowed his eyes, however. "Both the marshal and the advisor have surmised correctly. As long as you do not touch me, I will manage to hold you off." "Merely holding me off?" Dio chuckled lightly. "Is that the extent of the Navy and Appos' aspirations?" The yellow monkey and Appos' mouth twitched. "If you have the audacity, refrain from using that outrageous ability. What do you intend to do, Dio? Akiji stepped forward, his expression grave. Let Robin and the others return to the ship. I will continue to confront the Navy. Dio replied. What do you intend to do? Who knows? Dio shrugged. As long as you do not obstruct my path, perhaps one day, we may even become friends. What a joke. You are a pirate, and I am a Navy officer. Akiji scoffed. Dio shrugged again and turned to leave, just as Akiji prepared to intervene. Karp approached from a distance, interrupting with a voice that commanded attention. Let him go. Huh? Vice Admiral Karp? The crowd was bewildered. Karp handed over a din-din mushi to Sengoku, who spoke in a grave tone. Based on current intelligence, we cannot deal with this group. Dio's abilities are too unfathomable. Rather than increase Navy casualties, it would be better to let him loose in the New World, allowing him to clash with those pirates until one of them perishes. Is that so? Akiji frowned, sensing the complexity of the situation. But Marshal, doesn't this make our actions somewhat half-hearted? Peach Rabbit expressed her discontent. Sengoku's gaze flickered, therefore. Karp will engage Dio in a fierce battle while you all observe. Huh. The others were even more confused. The yellow monkey contemplated silently, realizing that after his departure, a certain consensus had been reached between Dio, Vice Admiral Karp, and the Marshal. Intriguing. What, exactly, do the Marshal and Dio intend to achieve? Chapter 34. The battle with Karp. Violence can conquer the world, yet it cannot govern it. Dio strolled along the desolate streets of Rogue Town, his thoughts adrift. To claim dominion over this world, one must wield power, economy, and culture in unison. Sengoku had set a 5-year goal and a 10-year plan for him. Within 5 years, he must reach the New World and attain supremacy. Within 10 years, he aims to control the economic lifeblood of the world, garnering the allegiance of over 60% of nations. Should he meet these conditions, Sengoku would not hesitate to bring forth the Navy and change allegiances. He too yearned to witness the true New World as depicted by Dio. However, this wager with Sengoku came with stipulations. The demand was simple. The world pirate crew must not slaughter vast numbers of innocents. For Dio, this was hardly a concern. He held little regard for the lives of common folk. Instead, his interest lay with the lofty nobles and the celestial dragons. Upon returning to the harbor area, Dio immediately observed the anguished cries of the Navy surrounding the pirate ship. Indeed, allowing Kuma to guard the ship proved a sagacious decision. A few steps back to the pirate vessel, he found Robin and the others awaiting his return. What is next, Captain? Asked Daz. What is next? Dio revealed a perilous smile. Next, you, Robin, Kid, Killer, and Van Oka shall all intensify your training. Huh. Daz stood frozen in place. Kid covered his face. I knew it. Even with the Captain and Oppo's abilities, we are still too weak. Killer shook his head. I have no objections, Van Oka nodded, resolute that next time he would not flee. Robin offered a wry smile. With her and Daz's abilities, they might have fared against a vice admiral, but alas, it was Kazuru, a marine admiral. Observing the despondency of the group, Lafayette chuckled softly. Next, we simply watch the show. The captain is going to fight Karp. Huh. The group was taken aback, pondering the situation. Mind your tongue. Dio shot a glance at Lafayette. This fellow had been present during the discussions with Sengoku and Karp. Lafayette smiled broadly, zipping his lips in a gesture of silence. Karp is a master of martial arts, and battling him will benefit my own martial and hockey training. Dio elucidated. The Navy has abandoned this operation. After all, they are at an impasse. My fight with Karp will conclude this incident. Oh? The group was left bewildered. Was the Navy truly so accommodating? Robin scrutinized Dio deeply. Things were certainly not as straightforward as they appeared. At Marine Headquarters, Marine Fort. Warlord, you must think carefully. Are you truly willing to cooperate with Dio? Vice Admiral Tsuru expressed her concerns. This is not cooperation. It is a gamble, Sengoku replied, his expression grave. We had no intention of clashing head-on. It is better to take this opportunity for a graceful retreat. Moreover, with Dio present, we are indeed powerless against the world pirate crew. Can you contend with his abilities? Tsuru opened her mouth to speak, yet no words emerged, ultimately culminating in a sigh. Sengoku continued. What is the greatest blemish on the Navy, little Tsuru? You should know well. Tsuru was perplexed. Do you have such faith in Dio? What if he falls short against the world government? Thus, I have given him 10 years. If he fails, we suffer no loss. Are you not concerned that once he enters the Grand Line, he will oppose us at every turn? That he will indiscriminately slaughter innocents? Tsuru pressed. Sengoku shook his head in resignation. Enough. Little Tsuru, do not test me further. My allegiance will always lie with the Navy. You are astute. How could you not grasp this? To speak candidly, even if we were to fully obstruct Dio now, we would not succeed. As for indiscriminate slaughter, with his arrogant disposition, I doubt he would stoop to such depths. Tsuru nodded. Letting Carp battle him is also your strategy, to silence the 5 elders. That was indeed a consideration. But this matter was proposed by Dio, Sengoku replied, spreading his hands. By the way, afterward, contact Vegapunk to see if we can devise a countermeasure against Dio. Upon hearing this, Tsuru felt a measure of relief. It seemed Sengoku had not succumbed to senility. Ultimately, neither Sengoku nor Dio fully trusted one another. One sought ways to decipher abilities, while the other obscured his own unique powers with the fruit and Appo's abilities. In Rogue Town, the harbor area, please create the battlefield for us. Carp rolled his wrists. Kizaru nodded, extending his hand towards the sea, unleashing a wave of cold air, Ice Age. In an instant, the waters surrounding Rogue Town within a 10-mile radius were frozen into icy land. Kid and the others stared in awe, witnessing the true might of an admiral. Carp shattered the ground, plunging into the icy expanse and Appo's heart. Dio, come. He cast aside his black coat and the solitary sword into Robin's hands. Dio loosened the cuff buttons of his black suit, preparing for action. He aimed to utilize this battle to elevate his martial arts and hockey to the level of a Marine captain. With this thought, Dio leapt into the air. Before he could utter a word, Carp unleashed a punch. Dio's skin twitched. You old coot, you've been itching to hit me, haven't you? Sensing the impending strike, he deftly dodged to the right. However, Carp's fist followed like a homing missile. Dio hastily raised his arm to block. Bang! Dio skidded across the ice. When a person's observation hockey surpasses yours, do not trust your observation, Carp remarked nonchalantly. Dio grinned as he slowly rose. Carp, continue. A glimmer flashed. And Dio's injuries healed completely. Injury nullification. From then on, as long as Dio was knocked down or injured, he would always recover and re-engage Carp in battle. Much like an indomitable cockroach. Initially, the Navy personnel paid little heed, believing Dio's strength lay solely in his abilities, with other aspects lacking. Yet gradually, Kizaru were the first to detect the anomaly. Isn't this guy's rate of improvement a tad too swift? Kizaru scratched his head. Kizaru frowned. It indeed seems rather rapid. If one person thinks this way, it may be an illusion. If two share this sentiment, there lies a mystery. You brat, truly a monster. Carp received a powerful punch from Dio, his face filled with amazement. In just a few exchanges, Dio could engage him in a prolonged struggle. If this continued, would he not be able to trade blows with Carp? At that moment, Carp's curiosity was piqued, yet at the same time, he felt a twinge of regret. Such a gifted individual, why was he not part of the Navy? Carp, do not lose focus in battle. Dio executed Tai Chi Cloud Hands. Using the force to deflect Carp's hands, suddenly noticing an opening. His eyes gleamed with excitement. The Cloud Hands transformed into a cannon punch, enveloped in hockey, landing solidly against Carp's chest, sending him staggering backward. Gazing down at the bruise on his chest, Carp laughed heartily. Ha! Boy, I am increasingly intrigued by you. To what extent will you grow? Do not let me down. As he spoke, Carp tore his shirt, revealing a physique that belied his age. Chapter 35, Rapid Growth Suddenly. The ice surface erupted with a resounding crack, splintering like a spider's web. Dio knelt on one knee, panting heavily, beads of sweat glistening on his radiant golden hair. Observing the deep trench carved into the ice by Carp and Appo's military boots, Dio chuckled softly. What do you think of my cannon fist? Carp's bronze chest billowed with steam in the cold wind as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Kid, I and Appo's VE figured you out. You lack a systematic martial arts skill set and are relying solely on your instincts. Yet, you truly possess remarkable talent. A dense layer of armament hockey enveloped Carp's fists. Now that I see your talent, that old coot Sengoku will surely be furious at the thought of a mouse like you. The ice beneath them shattered. Saru. Carp appeared before Dio in an instant. Launching a rapid punch, Dio intended to synchronize with Carp and Appo's rhythm, but found himself utterly outpaced, resorting to raising his hands to block. Is this all you can do, kid? Carp taunted, his iron fist relentlessly striking Dio's arms. In mere moments, Dio felt the bones in his arms cracking, but his powers activated swiftly, restoring him to his former state. Again and again, as Dio's arms adapted to withstand Carp and Appo's attacks, he immediately counterattacked. Their punches collided continuously, producing resounding booms. This recovery ability is truly irritating. Carp grumbled, his form darting with agility. In the next moment, his fist seemed to strike from all directions. Dio's eyes flickered as he adeptly evaded, stepping out of Carp and Oppo's attack range. "What's this? You've picked up the pace quite quickly, you little rascal," Carp exclaimed, recognizing the Sara technique. "Heh, old man, why not unleash more of those special techniques?" "I want to complain," Dio replied with a mischievous grin. Carp laughed in spite of himself. "Don't think clever tricks will spare you from a beating." Dio bared his bloodied teeth. "How will you know unless you try?" Though his injuries healed, the blood he had lost remained, staining his body. Shedding his tattered black suit, Dio's sculpted physique was revealed to the onlookers. Robin, watching from a distance, felt a rush of heat to her cheeks and retreated into the cabin to fetch Dio some new clothes. "Continue, old man." Dio beckoned. The ice surface crackled as both vanished simultaneously. Countless afterimages intertwined on the icy expanse. Dio's proficiency with Soru soaring to new heights. His mastery of the technique rendered the observing ordinary Navy officers unable to catch even a glimpse of his movements, only hearing the continuous rumble of the ice shattering. Akiji and Kizuru exchanged glances, acknowledging that Dio was indeed a true monster. The other vice admirals were left in awe, their faces pale in the wake of Dio's astonishing progress. During their ninth collision, Dio charged his right fist, channeling all his armament haki. 8 extremes. Mountain collapse. Carp grinned, choosing to meet force with force. Bone smash. With a crackle, a hint of Conqueror's haki entwined Carp's right arm. Dio, nearly cursing, thought, "You cunning old man, using Conqueror's haki so openly." Boom. Carp's bone smash not only deflected Dio's attack, but also sent shockwaves that tore through the ice, raising a 100-meter-tall ice cascade. The ice crystals reflected sunlight, creating a dazzling display. The aftermath of the punch swept across the entire log town, causing countless flags to flap vigorously in the wind. Dio coughed blood, propelled backward, and before he could activate his powers, Carp appeared before him with a Soru. Seizing Dio by the ankle, he launched himself into the air with moonwalk. Conqueror's haki erupted entirely, red-black lightning swirling around him. Carp's arm, imbued with Conqueror's haki, hurled Dio downward. Into the depths of the sea. Dio offered no resistance. Instead, a smile crept across his face. Doesn't this old man wish to go to Alabasta? Well, the Navy has decided to retreat. The outcome is set. Why not teach me about Conqueror's haki right here? I want to hold back, Carp. Both Conqueror's haki and Moonwalk are now mine. Boom. The ice field erupted, creating a bottomless pit. Dio plunged into the depths of the ocean, where the cold waters washed over him, bringing a sense of calm. His smile faded. It seems Sengoku is still unwilling to give up, truly a cunning strategist. First, let Carp teach me Conqueror's haki, allowing him to lower his guard. Then I will catch him off guard and send him crashing into the sea. Knowing I can resist attacks, I wonder if my devil fruit ability can also resist seawater? I'm afraid I might lead you to despair. Dio's gaze grew cold. Although he was in a phase of betting, it did not mean he would tolerate any schemes. The inky black Conqueror's haki erupted, sending black-gold lightning scattering through the depths. Above the surface, the members of the World Pirate crew wore expressions of concern. The captain has fallen into the sea. I'm going to save the captain. Kira and Venoka leaped into the water simultaneously. From the lookout, Lafitte noticed the Navy closing in. Captain, our fate now lies in your hands. He could hardly believe that the fearsome man would meet such a dramatic end. As both sides awaited the outcome, a surge of Conqueror's haki shot forth from the depths of the ocean. No way. He is not dead? Mouse and the others gasped, astonished. Isn't Dio a devil fruit user? Akiji and Kizaru were not overly surprised, for they had their own methods to deal with seawater. Splash. Dio soared from the depths, instantly landing before Carp, the sky enveloped in his dark Conqueror's haki. You little rascal, you're tougher than you look, Carp remarked with a smile. Dio's expression remained unchanged, the Conqueror's haki swirling around his right arm. Seeing Dio's cold demeanor, Carp's smile faltered, realizing he was in trouble. With all his might, Dio wrapped his right arm around Carp, unleashing a tempest of armament and Conqueror's haki. The essence of martial arts is not in flashy techniques. Thus, Dio clasped Carp and leaped toward the Navy gathered at the shores of Log Town. Leave. Everyone leave. Unable to escape Dio's grip, Carp could only shout a warning. Not good. Akiji and Kizaru rushed to intervene, only to discover their attacks had no effect on Dio. This guy has activated his powers again. Dio took a deep breath and roared, astonishing. Crush them. Like a comet falling from the sky, Dio slammed Carp into the midst of the Navy troops. Boom. Lobetown trembled as if an earthquake had struck. What is happening? Smoker, who had been protecting the citizens, sought to investigate but was met with a violent gust of wind that slammed him against the wall, causing him to grunt in pain. In the harbor area, warehouses and houses crumbled. The ground split apart, the ice field shattered completely, and ordinary Navy soldiers suffered heavy casualties. Even Mouse and the others found themselves stumbling, their mouths agape in shock at the unfolding chaos. Akiji and Kizaru looked grim. After rescuing Kira and Van Oka, the members of the World Pirate crew clung to their ship, which bobbed violently in the waves. Dio is furious, Kuma remarked, frowning. Humph, the Navy is untrustworthy. They promised a final showdown but resorted to underhanded tactics, Van Oka scoffed. Lafitte smiled faintly. Indeed, our fate is not yet sealed. On the shore, Dio rose from the deep pit, Carp's back soaked in blood beside him. Kid, you've gone too far. Carp glowered at the devastation around them and the fallen Navy soldiers, fury radiating from him. Dio remained unfazed, his voice cold. Tell Sengoku this is the price of his scheming. With that, he began to walk away step by step. Carp watched Dio's retreating figure, his expression one of reluctance. Should he let him go? Akiji and Kizaru approached to inquire. Carp clenched his fists, contemplating for a long moment before finally sighing in resignation. There have been enough casualties. Chapter 36. The North Sea, Don Quixote, Holy Land, Mary Geos. Thus, Sengoku solemnly recounted to the 5 elders, the Navy has lost 2 colonels, 11 majors, and 328 soldiers, while the world pirates have suffered 0 casualties. With a resounding thud, Sengoku slammed his fist against the wall, gritting his teeth. Our intelligence was flawed. Dio and Appo's powers not only affect himself but can also be bestowed upon his crew. We are utterly helpless against his abilities. Saint Satan remarked coldly. Are the Yellow Monkey, Akiji, and Garp incapable as well? Sengoku sighed. Indeed, they could not inflict any harm upon Dio and his companions. Even when Garp intervened at the end, he still could not detain them. The 5 elders exchanged glances, pondering the outrageousness of Sengoku and Appo's claims. Saint Nasuja inquired. Have we clarified Dio and Appo's abilities? Crane and I have some speculations. Sengoku and Appo's expression turned grave. Dio and Appo's powers likely pertain to time. The 5 elders and Appo's pupils widened. Time? Sengoku continued with a serious tone. He seems immune to damage, perhaps reverting his body to a state before injury. His method of attacking Akiji likely involved pausing time for 2 seconds and accelerating the collapse of his lungs. Saint Nasuja nodded. Understood. You may leave. Sengoku acknowledged with a nod and turned to depart. Watching Sengoku and Appo's retreating figure, Saint Satan scoffed. Do you find his words credible? Saint Peter with golden hair shook his head. Partly true, partly false. The world pirates are indeed troublesome. Saint Vacheli, sporting a handlebar mustache, analyzed. But if Garp and the 2 admirals are powerless, I find it hard to believe. The tall and slender Saint Maz remained calm, no matter how potent the fruit's ability. Garp and the others should be able to counter it with their haki. Saint Nasuja had been listening intently, feeling the gazes of the others upon him, and slowly spoke. What benefit does the Navy gain from this approach? The others were momentarily taken aback. If this is true, then this Dio poses a significant threat. Saint Nasuja stood. I propose we have CP conduct a thorough investigation to keep a constant watch on the world pirates' movements. Should they pose a danger to the world government, we must utilize every means to eliminate them. The 4 exchanged looks and nodded in agreement. We support this. Their sole concern was to safeguard Mary Geos and the authority of the world government. Everything else was inconsequential. They paid no heed to the various tyrants in the New World, let alone a nascent pirate crew. 3 days had elapsed since the incident in Log Town. The world pirates, utilizing Bartholomew's means, had arrived at the final destination of the 4 seas, the North Sea. The North Sea was indeed chaotic. Kid and Killer, bloodied, returned from a raided pirate ship. Victoria disdainfully tossed 2 towels. Wipe yourselves, you're filthy. The 2 exchanged silly grins. Van Oka jumped down from the lookout, carrying Chinyu. Humph. I've slain 11 pirates, you 2 little trash. Among peers, competition was inevitable. Huh? What did you say? Kid's eyes widened. Isn't it because you snatched the last pirate from me? Killer tugged at Kid. Stop the nonsense. Let's take him down. The 3 began to brawl, fists flying. Victoria stood beside Robin, who was covering her mouth and chuckling lightly, looking exasperated. It's perfectly normal for the youth to be full of energy, Robin reassured Victoria. Lafitte sat nearby, sipping coffee thoughtfully. These pirates, fully aware of our notorious reputation, still aspire to rise above us? No wonder the sea harbors iron-willed marines like Akainu, who seek to eradicate pirates. Ginny lamented. Bartholomew expressed concern. The populace here lives in dire straits. Dio, seated at the ship's bow, listened to the crew's discussions. Lost in thought, the more tumultuous the North Sea became, the easier it would be to recruit. It was time to cultivate relevant powers. Lafitte, how long until we reach the nearest island? Approximately 2 hours, Lafitte estimated. Daz, full speed ahead. Dio commanded as he rose. Daz, at the helm, promptly accelerated the pirate ship. Meanwhile, at the nearest island to the world pirates, Rust Island, despite the pervasive scent of rust, many resided there. For it was the underground weapons factory of the Don Quixote family. Lord Diamante! Lord Diamante! A subordinate rushed into the seaside villa, clutching a newspaper. What is it? Diamante swiftly unsheathed his sword, slicing the subordinate and Apos' hat in half. The trembling subordinate gulped. Lord Diamante and Apos' swordsmanship has improved. Since you say so, I shall accept it. Diamante chuckled lightly. Now speak. What is the matter? The subordinate hurriedly presented the newspaper, it and Apos' big news, Lord Diamante. Diamante opened the paper, and the headline immediately captured his attention. Terrifying power. The world pirates break through the Navy and Apos' encirclement. Accompanying this were a photo of the devastation in Log Town and the latest bounty notice for the world pirates. World pirates, Captain, Emperor of Evil Dio. Bounty of 600 million berries, extremely dangerous, dead or alive. World pirates, Devil and Apos' child Nico Robin. Bounty of 92 million berries, dead or alive. World pirates, Devil and Apos' Sheriff Lafitte. Bounty of 120 million berries, dead or alive. World pirates, Killer Daz bonus. Bounty of 95 million berries, dead or alive. World pirates, Sniper. Then Oka, bounty of 100 million berries, dead or alive. World pirates, Bearer Bartholomew Kuma. Bounty of 120 million berries, dead or alive. World pirates, Magnet user Eustace Kid. Bounty of 90 million berries, dead or alive. World pirates, Slaughterer Killer. Bounty of 90 million berries, dead or alive. Diamante inhaled sharply. What in the world is happening with this crew? They managed to break through such an encirclement? And the bounties are so high. Are they yet another crew of the red-haired pirates? Diamante frowned. This was far from good news for Doflamingo. Alas, the world is growing ever more complex. Suddenly, a phone bug in his arms began to ring. Diamante stuffed the newspaper into the subordinate and Apos' embrace and answered the phone bug. Lord, pirates have appeared within the vicinity of Rust Island. It was a subordinate patrolling around the island. Pirates? Can't we just eliminate them? Diamante replied, confused. We can't, my lord. The subordinate sobbed. They are the world pirates. Hearing this, Diamante felt as though he had been struck by lightning. What did you say? The world pirates? The patrolling subordinate looked at the spear before him, helpless. Diamante's hair stood on end. He hastily hung up the phone bug and shouted outside, Prepare the ship. Prepare the ship. He had no desire to meet his end here. It was time to flee. On the other side, upon hearing the call end, the subordinate's face fell into despair. Then Oka smiled. It seems your boss has abandoned you. Spare me. Spare me. The subordinate fell to the ground, crying out. All around him lay the bodies of his comrades. However, what awaited him was Van Oka's cold words. Farewell. Bang. Chapter 37 Doflamingo. Surely you do not wish for your family to perish? Captain, I have inquired thoroughly. Ahead lies Rust Island. Then Oka returned to the pirate ship. It is the territory of the Don Quixote family. Whose territory? Dio was taken aback. Don Quixote, a formidable underground force. Then Oka reminded him. Dio smirked. Interesting. As you and Lafayette would say, this is fate. Robin, hand me the solitary swan. I shall ascend the island first. And you all must hasten to follow. Upon receiving the sword from Robin, Dio swiftly advanced, employing his moonwalk technique. The captain seems quite exhilarated, Kid remarked. Raising an eyebrow, Killer stroked his chin. What is so special about the Don Quixote family? Lafayette, twirling his cane, stepped out slowly and elaborated on the general circumstances surrounding the Don Quixote family. There is nothing remarkable about them. Are they not mere underground rats? Why is the captain so agitated? Kid questioned, utterly perplexed. Who knows Dio's thoughts? We cannot fathom them, Robin replied with a shrug. Let us follow and find out. Bartholomew teased Bonnie, speaking softly. Indeed, Daz, hurry up. Kid cupped his hands around his mouth, mimicking a trumpet. Daz retorted irritably, I know. I am going as fast as I can. Meanwhile, Dio, having moved ahead, suddenly spotted a merchant ship before reaching Rust Island. Had it been in the past, he might have disregarded it, but one could not simply ignore a tall swordsman clad in native attire boldly standing on the deck. Did he think Dio could not see him? What's this? Are you trying to bully me as if I've never encountered a member of the Don Quixote family? Dio chuckled coldly as he approached the merchant vessel. Below, Diamante also noticed Dio in the air. With a single glance, he recognized the identity of the approaching figure, the infamous Emperor of Evil, Dio, with a bounty of 600 million. Damn it. Please don't come down. Don't come down. As the saying goes, the more one worries, the more likely it is to happen. When Diamante caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, he saw Dio rushing toward him at an alarming speed. He nearly fainted, but fortunately, he grabbed onto the mast behind him for support. Taking a deep breath, Diamante reassured himself. Don't worry. Perhaps he merely seeks directions. Relax, Diamante. You will be fine. Dio landed on the deck of the merchant ship, exclaiming, Well, Diamante. What? Diamante's earlier calmness vanished, leaving him trembling on the ground. How do you know me? Seeing Diamante's state, Dio smiled faintly. You appear quite frightened of me. Frightened? Cough, no. I merely tripped earlier. Please forgive me, Captain Dio. Regaining his composure, Diamante straightened his attire and stood once more. Is that so? Dio's smile gradually faded, and a dark Conqueror-esque hockey enveloped the area. Instantly, the sailors of the Don Quixote family collapsed, leaving only the half-kneeling Diamante aboard the ship. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere and the looming danger, Diamante's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it, he possesses the same royal qualities as Doflamingo. This Dio is indeed extraordinary. See, Captain Dio, let us speak amicably. I am an officer of the Don Quixote family, and there is no need for conflict. Diamante invoked the name of Don Quixote, hoping to instill caution in Dio. However, Dio remained unmoved, stepping closer to Diamante with each deliberate stride. With each step, Dio seemed to tread upon Diamante's very heartstrings, amplifying his pressure. When Dio stood before him, Diamante had already fallen to the ground, despair gradually being replaced by fury. This is intolerable. I shall fight you. The naval flag suddenly billowed like silk, rising and falling. Dio did not resist, losing his balance and falling backward. Seeing this, Diamante's eyes lit up, an opportunity. His sword was drawn, and like a serpent, it was unleashed. Sword, serpent blade. Hearing the sound of the blade slicing through the air, Dio, who had been falling, suddenly steadied himself. You initiated the attack. With a reverse grip, he drew the solitary swan, deftly blocking Diamante's serpent sword. What? Diamante was astonished. What does this mean? This is not the time for dawdling. Dio smiled, and the solitary swan whistled through the air, effortlessly severing the flaccid western sword. How is this possible? Diamante's face twisted in terror. Can he truly cut through something so soft? After slicing through the western sword, Dio thrust directly at Diamante's face. Is this the extent of a Don Quixote officer's abilities? You must prepare for death. No. Diamante, unwilling to accept defeat, pulled his cloak from behind and instantly transformed it into steel, attempting to block Dio. Do you think a swordsman is merely that? Dio replied coldly. You think mere steel can stop me? You are sorely mistaken. With hockey enveloping his sword, Dio pierced through the cloak, thrusting into Diamante's abdomen. Ah! Diamante cried out in agony, falling backward. Clutching his blood-soaked abdomen, Diamante was utterly panicked. Captain Dio! Captain Dio! I mean you no harm. Please don't kill me. I can pay a ransom. Please do not kill me. My master is Don Quixote Doflamingo. He would never abandon me. Dio paused, looking at Diamante with mockery. This fellow is truly useless. Call the snail. I wish to speak with Doflamingo. Yes. Diamante, not daring to delay, quickly pulled out the transponder snail and dialed Doflamingo. Bloop, 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 kachak. Hello? Diamante, what is it? Doflamingo's voice emanated from the transponder snail. Securing the solitary swan at his waist, Dio snatched the transponder snail from Diamante's hand. Hello? Diamante? Not receiving an immediate response, Doflamingo frowned. Doflamingo, I have heard that you treat your subordinates as family. Surely, you do not wish for your family to perish? Dio spoke with a calm smile. Upon hearing a stranger's voice through Diamante's transponder snail, Doflamingo's forehead throbbed with veins. Humph, regardless of who you are, I advise you to release my subordinate. The desk before Doflamingo was sliced into segments by the threads from his fingers. You are making things quite difficult for me. Dio smirked. It was your subordinate who attacked me first. I am merely acting in self-defense. Lying on the ground, pale-faced, Diamante heard this and his eyes widened in disbelief. Nearly choking on his own fury, there was silence on the other end of the transponder snail for a long while. Who exactly are you? What do you want? Doflamingo did not believe the other party had no ulterior motive. I am Dio. At the mention of his name, Doflamingo's pupils constricted, involuntarily glancing at the latest newspaper lying on the ground. So it is he. How is this fellow so swift? He was just in the East Blue. And now he has arrived in the North Blue. It was the same last time. He swiftly traversed from the South Blue to the East Blue. It seems this fellow's pirate crew possesses remarkable talents. So it is Mr. Dio. Now, please, what is your business? Doflamingo suppressed the anger boiling within him. Delightful. Dio beamed. I require your Don Quixote family to assist me in locating a nation. To be precise, it is an organization, a family. Doflamingo raised an eyebrow, his mind racing with speculation. The next moment, Dio indeed revealed his conjecture. Germa Kingdom. Germa 66. The Vinsmoke Family. Chapter 38 Training Captain Dio. Feel free to make yourselves at home in this villa. Diamante, wrapped in bandages, chuckled awkwardly. We must find Germa soon. He yearned to send these people away at once. Dio nodded and casually leaned back on the sofa. Well, is this what a large family looks like? Truly extravagant. Kid began to wander aimlessly around the villa, while Kira and Victoria wore expressions of helplessness. After handing Bonnie over to Victoria, Jenny and the bear entered the kitchen to prepare food for everyone. Robin, feeling at ease, located the coffee machine, brewed himself a cup, and made his way to the study on the second floor. Observing the numerous pristine books in the room, Robin wore a peculiar expression. Reflecting on Diamante and Apos' frivolous demeanor, it was indeed hard to believe he was an avid reader. Were these books merely for show? Such a waste. Shaking his head, Robin began to read. Downstairs, Ben Oka leaned against the window, polishing his gun. Captain, how long are we to stay here? If Don Quixote has not located Germa in 3 days, we will leave. Dio would not linger here indefinitely. Ben Oka nodded. Then I shall practice shooting. With that, he leaped out the window. Hearing the mention of practice, Dio raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Daz and the others had not performed satisfactorily in Rogue Town. This was a perfect opportunity to train. Lafayette, Daz, bring Kid and Kira along. Dio stood up. By the way, Diamante, you should join as well. All right, Captain. Lafayette and Daz responded. Diamante was taken aback, pointing at himself. Huh? Me? Seeing Dio offer no further explanation, he hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to follow quickly. Before long, the group arrived at the scrap metal area of Rust Island. Here, various defective metals and discarded weapons were piled high. Captain, why have you summoned us here? Kid asked, hands clasped behind his head, looking around. Dio paused and smiled lightly. I initially intended to train you personally, but upon seeing these items, I had a better idea. Pointing at the discarded materials, Dio addressed Kid. Harness your abilities fully and attempt to construct a mech. Captain, even if I manage to create one, it can only last 3 minutes. Kid looked puzzled. 3 minutes is sufficient. During that time, you must engage in continuous combat with Kira and Lafayette. Dio smirked. Ultraman can handle a monster in 3 minutes. Remember to utilize hockey. Once you've rested, resume fighting. Huh? Kid stood frozen. Is he treating me like a noble? In 3 days, I will assess your training results. If they do not meet the standards. Dio revealed a dangerous smile. Then do not blame me for being merciless. I've wanted to thrash you for ages, you little brat. Lafayette, you will feign an attack. Kira will be the main attacker. Understood. Lafayette nodded, aware of Dio's intention to cultivate these 2 youngsters. Dio turned to Daz and Diamante. For these 3 days, you shall be opponents. Give it your all. MHM. Daz accepted the arrangement without hesitation. Diamante raised an eyebrow, gazing at the burly man before him, excitement bubbling within. If I am not a match for Dio, how could I possibly be defeated by you? Leave it to me, Captain Dio. I will give it my utmost. Dio cast a glance at Diamante, well aware of his thoughts. Yet, he would soon be disappointed. Daz, who mastered armament and observation hockey, was evenly matched with Diamante. The two were indeed formidable adversaries. Of course, in Dio's eyes, they were merely chickens pecking at each other. Let the battle commence. I shall seek out Van Oka. With a forceful push, Dio vanished. The others exchanged glances, and after a brief silence, Daz was the first to launch an attack. His arms transformed into blades, slashing towards Diamante. However, Diamante's form promptly transformed into a flag, billowing and folding to evade Daz's strike. I am the flag man who has consumed the fluttering fruit. Ordinary slashes cannot harm me. The rapier at his waist swiftly morphed into a longsword, unleashing a long-range slash. Longsword slash. Daz, seeing this, clashed his fists together, crouched, and transformed his body into a steel blade. Slash. The attack failed to breach Diamante's defenses. What? Daz grinned. I am the blade man who has consumed the quick slash fruit. Ordinary slashes are ineffective against me. You scoundrel. Hearing such similar words, Diamante was well aware that the other was mocking him. For the conceited Diamante, this was akin to being insulted in the most humiliating manner. If you were as powerful as Dio, I would have nothing to say, but you are merely a lowly crew member, daring to mock me? His expression darkened. Diamante raised his longsword, unleashing a powerful wave of sword energy. Half-moon funeral. Witnessing the ground being effortlessly cleaved apart, Daz dared not meet it head-on. His feet quickly transformed into blades, sliding sideways like ice skates. The sharp sword energy brushed past, and Daz distinctly felt the aura of danger. Halting his right foot, he charged toward Diamante. His blade-like arms enveloped in armament hockey, dust slash, bullfighter-esque cloak. Diamante also covered his cloak in armament hockey. The two forces clashed. Their hockey evenly matched. Diamante and Daz exchanged glances, both brimming with combat spirit. Suddenly, a powerful suction force erupted nearby, prompting both to retreat swiftly. TCH, that brat kid again, Daz grumbled. At the center of the scrap area, Kid activated his magnetic fruit, slowly levitating as numerous metals and weapons adhered to him. Before long, the pale-faced Kid sat within a rudimentary mech. Kid, be careful, Kira shouted, brandishing dual scythes as he rushed forward. The one who should be cautious is you. The mech and Apos, S massive arm, infused with a touch of hockey, swung toward Kira. Lafayette stomped down on the giant arm. Don't forget, I'm here too, Kid. Kira quickly leaped onto the mech's arm, charging toward the center where Kid sat. Damn it. Kid gritted his teeth, and the mech erupted with magnetic electric arcs. Magnetic repulsion. Boom. Kira and Lafayette were thrown back to their original positions by the force of the impact. Ah, this fruit is truly remarkable. With wings unfurled. Lafayette soared in the air, wearing a broad smile. Kira, stabilizing himself with his scythe, was filled with fighting spirit. It had been a long time since he battled Kid. Finally, he had the chance. Bring it on. Meanwhile, Van Oka concentrated intensely, sniping at the seagulls in the sky. 1, 2, 3. With each count, a fleeing seagull met its demise. Whoosh. Suddenly, a stone whizzed through the air. Alerted, Van Oka swiftly turned and fired, shattering both the bullet and the stone. Who was there? He aimed his scope at the attacker and was taken aback. Captain? Dio tossed the stone in his hand, gesturing between himself and Van Oka. Oh, I see. This is interesting. Van Oka understood, and without hesitation, he opened fire. Hearing the gunshot, Dio tilted his head to dodge the bullet, forcefully hurling the stone in his hand. Van Oka really is serious. He shot directly at my head. Seeing that his shot had missed, Van Oka quickly changed positions, narrowly avoiding Dio and Apos' stone. This thrilling tension made Van Oka tremble with excitement. Now this is the training that enhances my sniping abilities. Chapter 39. News arrives 3 days later. In the dense forest by the sea on Rust Island, Van Oka, clad in tattered garments, leaned against a large tree, breathing heavily while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. The captain truly lives up to his title, but I shall not concede. Just as he spoke, a whistling sound pierced the air. Without hesitation, Van Oka rolled to the side as a volley of stones perforated the tree where he had just rested. He swiftly regained his stance, loading his weapon with precision. The bullet whizzed past Dio. Just a second before Van Oka fired, Dio had already shifted his position. Curse it. The captain and Apos' observation hockey is superior to mine. Van Oka narrowed his eyes, grasping his weapon tightly and sprinting toward the edge of the forest. Dio picked up another handful of stones, leisurely strolling. Van Oka, out here. There are not as many trees to shield you. Then Oko remained silent, solely focused on his escape. Dio frowned, pondering the intentions of his opponent. He hurled the stones once more, which soared through the air like a distant shotgun blast. Van Oka gritted his teeth, sprang onto the rocky wall. But the stones followed closely, embedding themselves into the surface, creating small craters. Ah! Van Oka cried out in pain as one stone grazed his calf, leaving a bloody mark. Rolling on the ground, he lifted his weapon, meticulously aiming at Dio. Yet, he hesitated to pull the trigger. Hey, behind you is a cliff, Van Oka. Surrender. Dio approached steadily. Van Oka, adjusting his breathing, prepared for the perfect shot. As a sniper, how could he so easily yield in his own territory? Suddenly, a surge of waves slammed against the rocky wall behind him, sending a cascade of water crashing. Now and Appos, that's my chance. Van Oka pulled the trigger in an instant. Futile. Dio smiled faintly, shifting to the left. The bullet thudded against his chest, producing a muted sound. Dio and Appos. Smile faltered as he glanced at the bullet on the ground. Astonished at Van Oka and Appos' skill. How did you achieve that? With a grin, Van Oka lowered his weapon. Captain, your observation hockey is indeed remarkable. So, I had others interfere with the bullet's trajectory. Even I could only predict its general landing point. Others? Dio questioned, scanning the area, yet finding no one. Wait. Dio and Appos' eyes widened in realization. Van Oka offered no explanation as another wave surged behind him, drenching him and the rocky wall. I see now. Utilizing the tumultuous sea waves? Dio expressed his admiration. Truly, you are a commendable sniper. He quickly approached Van Oka and used his ability to heal his wounds. In the blink of an eye, Van Oka and Appos' injuries were restored. Well done. Dio praised without reservation. I must thank you for these 3 days of practice. Van Oka responded with a calm smile. Dio nodded. Let us go see Kid and the others. In the scrapyard, Diamante and Daz lay sprawled on the ground, both drenched in sweat after an intense 3-day spar. You coward. Stand up if you dare. Diamante taunted. Daz raised a friendly middle finger in response. One day, I will surpass you. Diamante scoffed. Dream on. Yet, he was acutely aware of the reality. At 33, he felt the weight of age, while Daz, only 19, was still in the prime of youth, with ample room for growth. A sense of impending obsolescence washed over him. No, I refuse to accept this. I will not yield. Quite the lively scene here. Dio remarked as he strolled in with Van Oka. Captain. Robin and Victoria greeted him from the sidelines. Dio took a quick glance at the exhausted Diamante and Daz before settling beside Robin, his gaze drawn to the fierce battle ahead. A somewhat ornate, dilapidated mech wielded a sword adorned with combat colors, persistently attacking. Kira maneuvered his dual sides with unmatched precision, blocking every onslaught from the mech. After observing intently, Lafayette, using his staff cloaked in combat colors, struck at the mech and Appos' arm joint. With a resounding crack, the mech and Appos' right arm shattered, leaving Kid momentarily stunned. Slice sound. Kira seized the opportunity, his scythe cutting through the mech's shield, revealing Kid within. Kid, it's over. Kira exclaimed, a broad smile hidden beneath his mask. Kid's eyes widened. Over? Impossible. The mech and Appos' left arm lunged toward Kira swiftly. Kira smiled faintly. Just as he prepared to swiftly capture Kid, a sudden pain surged through his head, making him feel nauseous and faint. The delay allowed the mech and Appos' left arm to seize Kira, flinging him away. After rolling several times on the ground, Kira shakily stood up. Clutching his head, what did you do to me? Conqueror and Appos' hockey? Kid, brimming with pride, replied, Hi Don and Appos, T of Conqueror and Appos' hockey. This is my devil fruit ability. Dio raised an eyebrow, glancing at Robin. Kid, that fool, surely never anticipated this direction of devil fruit development. There can only be one explanation. Robin noticed Dio and Appos' gaze and chuckled softly. I merely taught him about biological magnetism. I never expected he could apply it. Biological magnetism? Dio murmured. From Kira and Appos' performance. It appeared that Kid's ability to control biological magnetism currently only induced discomfort in his opponents. Yet, even that was commendable during a stalemate. Such a weakness could very well cost one and Appos' life. Hump this time, I shall let him off easy. Dio felt a sense of satisfaction with Kid and Appos' progress. After all, In just 3 days, the mech had become adept in its operation, the combat color enveloped the blade, and a new ability had been developed, quite impressive indeed. Suddenly, the telephone bug nestled in Diamante and Amp, Oppo's arms began to ring, drawing everyone in Oppo's attention. It and Amp, Oppo's it and Amp, Oppo's Doflamingo. Diamante exclaimed joyfully, passing the phone to Dio. It seems there is news. Dio and Oppo's eyes glimmered as he answered the call. Hello? This is Dio. There was a moment of silence on the other end before Doflamingo and Oppo's voice slowly emerged. Germa has been located. Oh, please elaborate. Dio could sense Doflamingo and Oppo's displeasure. Not long ago, Germa had attacked the Kokia kingdom in the East Blue, obliterating it before traversing the Red Line and returning to the North Sea, where they were currently resupplying in the Starry Sea. The Starry Sea? I understand. Dio stroked his chin. Thank you, Doflamingo. Just release Diamante. Doflamingo and Oppo's tone was devoid of emotion. Rest assured, we have not mistreated him. Dio smiled faintly, but just as he was about to hang up the phone, Doflamingo remarked coolly, I shall await you at Sabaody Archipelago. Dio narrowed his eyes. What? Planning to trap me? Ha. I am eager to see you too, the former celestial dragon. With that, Dio hung up the phone without hesitation. Threatening words? I shall keep you awake for several months. Diamante, taking the phone back, looked horrified. How did you know? Dio smiled. You and Doflamingo may ponder that at your leisure. Ha. Chapter 40. Germa in the North Sea, amidst the Starry Sea region, the world pirate crew, utilizing the abilities of Bartholomew Kuma, reached the vicinity of an island within half a day. This location had previously served as a supply point for the Revolutionary Army. Hence I had marked it. Kuma pointed towards the island with its bustling port ahead. Lafitte glanced at the nautical chart and inquired, Captain, with such vastness in the Starry Sea, where shall we search for Germa? Dio gestured towards the island, suggesting they inquire further. With so many merchant ships passing through, given the distinctiveness of the Germa kingdom, it is certain someone has seen them. As the pirate ship drew near, Dio's attention was caught by a peculiar vessel at the port. No, it was more akin to a snail. Raising an eyebrow, Dio chuckled lightly. Our luck is fortuitous. We need not ask. The crew looked on in confusion. That is a ship of the Germa kingdom, Dio pointed out. Lafitte laughed aloud. What a stroke of luck. The captain truly is a man of destiny. Daz buzzed. Shall we capture someone to interrogate? Dio gently shook his head. There is no need. Aside from the Vinsmoke family and a handful of ordinary individuals, all combat personnel in the Germa kingdom are replicants. Replicants? The crew gasped in astonishment. Indeed, those imbued with the ideology of Oppo's, fear not death and never betray, and Oppo's, Dio's gaze fell upon a girl in pink at the port. The crew exchanged glances, realizing why Germa 66 was dubbed the specialists of warfare. With such replicants as their foundation, which nation could withstand them? You steer the ship closer to that snail. I shall return shortly, Dio instructed before gracefully making his way towards the pink-clad girl. Meanwhile, at the port, several replicant soldiers subdued a group of human traffickers. Lady Reiju, are you unharmed? One asked. Reiju approached the fallen traffickers with an impassive expression and exhaled a breath of poison. I am fine. Gah. The traffickers convulsed on the ground, foaming at the mouth, causing bystanders to flee in terror, as Reiju prepared to board the vessel with the replicant soldiers. A voice echoed from above. You are of the Vinsmoke family, are you not? Reiju paused, looking up in surprise upon recognizing the figure. What is he doing here? Dio landed before her, prompting the replicants to raise their weapons, intent on executing him on the spot. Hold. Reiju immediately interjected. Yes, Lady Reiju. At her command, the replicants retreated behind her. The evil emperor, Dio, what do you intend to do? Reiju coldly inquired. Dio smiled faintly. I wish to meet with Judge. I have matters to discuss with him. I need to consult, Reiju replied, pulling out a transponder snail. Dio gestured for her to proceed. Before long, the transponder snail was connected. Hello? Reiju, has there been an issue with the supplies? Judge asked, puzzled. There shouldn't be any obstacles in the North Sea. The evil Emperor Dio wishes to see you, Reiju respectfully stated. Judge was taken aback. Dio? That fellow who escaped the Navy's encirclement? The one with a bounty of 600 million berries? Reiju nodded, indeed. After a moment of contemplation, Judge decided to meet him. Bring him here. Understood, Reiju replied. tucking away the now disconnected transponder snail. Please, follow us. After another half-day journey, the world pirate crew followed Reiju and Apos' vessel to the Germa kingdom. So Germa is comprised of a multitude of snail ships. Lafitte exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Not just him, but the entire crew curiously surveyed the Germa kingdom. You may explore Germa. I shall confer with Judge, Dio announced, leaping onto Germa and Apos' land. The crew shrugged, deciding it would be beneficial to witness this enigmatic kingdom. Your companions are waiting, Lord Dio, Reiju stated, having awaited his arrival. Dio waved dismissively. It is not for them to meet Judge. Just take me to him. Reiju hesitated momentarily before agreeing. Very well. The journey continued in silence. Soon, Dio arrived at the main castle of the Vinsmoke family, where replicant soldiers stood armed and vigilant along the hall and Apos' sides. Dio, you seek me for what purpose? Judge inquired, gazing down from his throne. Sensing Judge and Apos' arrogance, Dio chuckled. Ah, it seems one must first subdue you before we can converse properly. Judge and Apos' pupils dilated as he swiftly drew a lance from beside his throne. However, before he could strike, Dio pressed him down with a single palm. I am here to talk, not to witness your display of power. Judge's eyes widened in furious disbelief. Being subdued within his own domain was a disgrace for a royal. Judge, the replicants rushed forward to rescue him, yet Reiju remained unmoved at the side. Dio, unperturbed by the approaching attacks, glanced at the infuriated Judge and smirked. Have you not learned your lesson? Then, oxygen nullification. Judge and Apos' eyes widened in horror as he struggled violently. Ugh, he gasped in agony. Dio effortlessly absorbed all incoming attacks without a scratch. How is this possible? Reiju and Apos' heart raced with shock. Seeing their efforts futile, the replicants launched a relentless assault, yet it yielded no results. You lot are bothersome. Dio unsheathed his sword, the brilliant blade cleaving through the replicants in the hall with a single strike. Reiju stood obediently to the side, refraining from taking any action. What have you done to my father? Dio ignored Reiju and crouched beside Judge. Now, shall we converse? Judge and Apos' face turned crimson, and he nodded fervently. Dio smiled warmly as he withdrew his powers. Regaining his normal breath, Judge collapsed to the ground, greedily gulping air. You scoundrel, what do you truly want? Judge looked at Dio with trepidation, realizing the terrifying strength this man possessed. I said, let us converse. It is just you and me. Dio smiled sweetly. Judge fell silent. After a long pause, he ordered Reiju to wait outside. What do you wish to discuss? Judge furrowed his brow. Dio spoke astonishingly. Are you interested in reshaping the world? Huh. Judge was bewildered. Meanwhile, Robin and her companions, exploring the Germa kingdom, encountered trouble. Take these women back. They shall serve us three. The brothers Ichiji, Niji, and Yanji boasted haughtily, pointing at Robin, Ginny, and Victoria one by one. Huh. You little brats. What did you say? Kid scoffed, scratching his ear dismissively. Killer unsheathed his scythe. The Punisher, without hesitation. Even Kuma, usually gentle, wore a stern expression. Lafitte exchanged glances with Van Augur, sharing a mischievous smile as they ascended to a higher vantage point. Daz's arms morphed into blades, standing at the forefront of the group. Upon hearing Kid call them little brats, Niji glared furiously and commanded the replicants, charge. I shall tear his mouth apart. Chapter 41. The supreme masterpiece. The replicant soldiers surged towards Kid in a frenzy. Before Kid could react, Daz wielded his blades, striking at the foremost replicant. Seeking death, Daz coldly declared. Yet, the replicant soldiers exhibited no hesitation, continuing their assault. Daz swiftly swung his blades in defense against the onslaught. Captain was right. These fellows fear not death, Bear rumbled. TCH, a bunch of inhuman creatures, Kid muttered, displeased. Raising his right hand, he activated the magnet fruit, causing the replicants' weapons to fly from their grasp, entangling them in a net against the wall. How dare you defy royalty? Niji exclaimed, furious. Seeing the younger individual throw a punch at him, Kid Kuden and Apos' helped but chuckle inwardly. With that little fist of yours, are you just here to tickle me? Suddenly, Kid was sent flying. Huh? Kid. Kira and the others gasped. Humph. This is the fate of those who defy royalty. Niji scoffed. Bear frowned, recognizing the unusual prowess of the child. Van Oka, perched at a vantage point, chuckled. Kid, How could you be so pathetic, getting knocked away by a mere child? Grinding his teeth, Kid climbed back to his feet, seething with rage. I was just caught off guard. You little brat, seeking death. Magnetic strings. A massive metallic arm coalesced in Kid and Amp, Oppos, S-grip, crashing down towards Niji. Both Iji and Yuji joined forces with Niji, launching their fists against the giant arm. A thunderous boom echoed as Kid's metallic limb was effortlessly repelled by the trio. Is that all you've got? Niji taunted. You. Kid, known for his fiery temperament, momentarily lost his composure and let out a curse. Kira, Venoka, take them down. I've long been annoyed by them. Kira brandished his dual scythes, while Venoka, without further ado, aimed his shot at Iji. Despite their usual bickering, they clearly recognized when to unite against a common foe. The bullets made contact with Iji's skin but were deflected harmlessly. There is something off about the three of them, Venoka cautioned. Use haki. Having perceived the situation, Kid began to envelop his giant arm with armament haki. Sensing the imminent danger, Niji and the others hastily retreated. With a resounding crash, the giant arm smashed down, shattering the ground. Let us see who else comes to your aid. Kid charged toward Niji. Yuji, meanwhile, found himself entangled in Kira's relentless assault, evading the scythe imbued with haki. As Iji prepared to attack Kid, a haki-infused bullet struck, piercing his right shoulder. Yet, he displayed no sign of pain, merely casting a disinterested glance at his wound. A sniper? His gaze swiftly locked onto Venoka, and he dashed forward. Yuji, too, failed to evade Kira's strike entirely, receiving a long gash across his chest. Kid, in a fit of rage, pressed Niji firmly to the ground. Scream. Keep screaming. Niji glared at Kid. Damn filthy commoner. Kid's grip tightened, his strength amplifying, but Niji appeared unaffected, hurling insults at him instead. The onlookers, including Bear, furrowed their brows in confusion. What was the matter with these children? They possessed no sense of pain? Victoria approached Robin. From their words, they must be the princes of Vinsmoke. Robin mused. This nation is indeed peculiar. Ginny, cradling Bonnie, chimed in. To be precise, these princes are emotionless killing machines. Dio suddenly emerged before the group. Bear grimaced. Who did this? Dio pointed skyward, indicating the battle-suited Germa. The king of this nation, Vinsmoke, Judge, their father. Silence enveloped the crowd. How could a father transform his sons into such abominations? Iji, Niji, Yuji, cease immediately. They are our guests, Judge commanded. Yes, father. Though reluctant, the three complied, particularly Niji, who, despite his earlier fury, now lay sullenly on the ground. This scene sent shivers down the spines of even Venoka and Lafitte, let alone Bear and the others. Ginny puffed her cheeks. I detest this king. Kid and Kira returned to Dio's side, casting sympathetic glances at the three regrouping princes. Why even engage with such ruthless machines? What do you know? They are the pinnacle of Germa and Amp, Oppos, S creations. Judge huffed. Indeed, the arrogance ran in the blood, Kid thought disdainfully. Dio raised his head. The pinnacle of creations? Judge, even beasts possess emotions. Are not your and Amp, Oppos, masterpieces and Amp, Oppos, less than beasts? The crew of the World Pirate Alliance Kuden and Amp, Oppos, helped but burst into laughter. Judge's face darkened. Dio, do not presume that our alliance grants you the right to insult me. Just arriving, Reiju, standing in a corner, felt a wave of unease wash over her at Dio and Amp, Oppos, S words. Do you doubt it? Shall we conduct an experiment? Dio grinned mischievously. Judge blinked. An experiment? What do you propose? I shall ensure that you, the ignorant, witness their excellence. Dio shrugged nonchalantly. Judge's heart raced, sensing something amiss. Yet Dio wasted no time, swiftly closing the distance to Judge. What are you doing? Judge recalled the terror of being dominated by Dio. I must put you through some discomfort, Judge. With a smirk. Dio's fist, imbued with haki, slammed Judge into the ground. Ugh. Judge spat blood, his eyes rolling back. After a moment, he slowly regained his senses. Dio, what have you done? Judge seethed, glaring up, but as soon as he lifted his head, Dio's foot pressed him back down, forcing him to kiss the earth. Enduring this unprecedented humiliation, Judge longed to see Dio torn apart. Now, observe your so-called finest creations. Dio lifted his foot. Judge frowned, confused. What do you mean? He looked towards Iji and the others in bewilderment. Ahaha. Father, you are utterly worthless. Niji mocked. Yuji sneered. Indeed, to be trampled underfoot. TCH, not fit to be king. E.G. scoffed. Judge S. eyes widened. What are you saying? I am your father. Oh, but you are a failure. Niji crossed his arms in derision. Father is a great failure. Yuji made a face at him. Father, when will you hand the throne to me? Judge's mouth hung open, realization dawning upon him. Dio crouched, grasping Judge and Amp, Oppo's head. If you strip them of their human emotions, then the so-called bond of blood means nothing to them. Before you give an order, should I kill you? They would not avenge you. Even your so-called revival of Germa would elicit no response from them. They are less than beasts. Dio tilted his head. Is this what you call your supreme masterpiece? Judge gritted his teeth, still unwilling to acknowledge his mistakes. Dio shook his head. If you are a scientist incapable of admitting your errors, then I believe there is no need for us to collaborate. Perhaps Vegapunk is the ultimate solution. Upon hearing that familiar name, Judge gripped the ground tightly, struggling internally. I was wrong. Chapter 42. The Grand Line in the frigid waters of the North Sea. Near the inverted mountain, a pirate ship bravely navigates the tumultuous waves, accompanied by a powerful symphony. Dun 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 dun. Robin gazes at Dio with a quizzical expression. Where did you acquire that recording device? Oh, that? I had Sanji send it over, Dio replies nonchalantly as he sits at the ship's bow. As for the tune, I composed it myself. I call it He is a Pirate. Dio's demeanor remains unfazed. Kid mutters under his breath, sending gifts. Can you have others send them for you? Suddenly, a fish slaps Kid's face. Dio retorts, if you Don and Amp, Oppos, T speak, no one will assume you, and Amp, Oppos, remute. Embarrassed, Kid scurries into the training room. In the future, any music you fancy can be recorded on that device. Dio continues to explain to Robin. That sounds splendid. Robin smiles softly. Lafitte unfurls his wings and lands beside Dio. Captain, do you intend for Sanji to govern the North Sea? Dio shakes his head. He can and Amp, Oppos, to even manage his own country. How could he oversee the North Sea? What a delusion. Lafitte furrows his brow, unsure of Dio's intentions. Do not underestimate the power of technology, Lafitte, Dio smiles. I have set him several objectives. Should he achieve them, I may well entrust him with the future of the Technology Institute. Lafitte nods, partially understanding. Since the captain values technology so highly, we shall wait and see. Captain, you must see today and Amp, Oppos, news. Victoria rushes over, clutching a newspaper. What is it? Dio takes the paper and unfolds it. Upon seeing Dio and Amp, Oppos, speechless expression, Lafitte leans in, curious about the article. Navy encounters Beast Kaido. Is the New World sovereign in peril? It seems that 5 days after the world pirate crew departed from Low Town, Kaido descended from the sky. The Navy and Amp, Oppos, encirclement unit had lingered in Low Town for several days to repair and rebuild the town. The outcome was predictable. Another fierce battle raged for 3 days and nights, ultimately resulting in Kaido and Amp, Oppos, capture, reportedly facing the death penalty. Dio clutches the newspaper, surmising that Kaido sought to stir chaos, but likely did not anticipate their swift conclusion. Honestly, inadvertently ensnaring Kaido, Dio chuckles, recalling the absurdity of Kaido and Oppos' encounter with Garp, Akiji, Kizaru, and the other Commodores. Thus, sometimes it is best not to meddle unnecessarily. He stuffs the newspaper into Lafitte's arms. This news is best regarded as a jest. As for the death sentence, has Kaido not engaged in enough self-destructive behavior? Rather than dwell on this, we should focus on the scene before us. Booming sounds resonate as the inverted mountain reappears in view. Hearing the commotion, everyone emerges from the cabin. The symphony from the recording device reaches its crescendo, the rich tones of the cello harmonizing with the crashing waves, echoing the life of a pirate. Dio stands, basking in the sunlight, his golden hair dancing in the breeze. Everyone, we have embarked on the Grand Line. Oh, Daz, Lafitte, Robin, Kid, Killer, Victoria, and Van Oka cheer in unison. The helmsman, Kuma, shares a knowing smile with Ginny, who tends to Bonnie. Mr. Dio possesses a unique charm, Kuma muses. Gently caressing Bonnie's cheek, Ginny's expression softens. It is a charm that compels one to willingly follow him. Kuma reflects. Being a friend of Mr. Dio is far more fortunate than being an enemy. Without Mr. Dio, Ginny would perish, and Bonnie would be a tragedy. This time, Dio refrains from augmenting the ship's capabilities. He wishes to indulge himself for once. He is willing to gamble on his fate. He bets that the pirate ship will emerge unscathed from the inverted mountain. Standing at the ship and Amp, Oppos, S bow, Dio faces the natural forces before him without fear. The crew of the World Pirate crew gazes at his silhouette, their admiration swelling. As the ship jolts, it enters the reverse current. Dio and Amp, Oppos, S gaze remains fixed ahead. Even as the cliff looms nearby, he does not avert his eyes. The ship sways left and right, bobbing up and down. The black flag adorned with golden skulls flapping fiercely. Perhaps fortune smiles upon Dio, for the ship miraculously escapes without a single collision, emerging intact from the reverse current. With a triumphant smile, Dio and Oppos, S Conqueror and Oppos, S Hockey seems to surge anew. Destination, the Grand Line. With a smooth turn, the ship dives forward, slicing through the waves. Meanwhile, at Twin Cape, Kurokas reclines in a sun chair, leisurely reading a newspaper. Strange, why hasn't Labu come out today? Is he unwell? Frowning, Kurokas is lost in thought. Suddenly, a powerful melody emanates from the inverted mountains channel. Someone approaches? Kurokas turns his head with curiosity. This is the first time he has encountered a pirate crew with such a dramatic soundtrack. Soon, the pirate ship leaps from the channel. Spotting the familiar pirate flag, Kurokas's pupils constrict. So it's them. Have they finally reached the Grand Line? Sensing being observed, Dio turns and locks eyes with Kurokas. Kurokas is momentarily stunned. This gaze is even more commanding than Roger's. Is the world about to descend into chaos once more? Kuma, head for that lighthouse, Dio instructs the helmsman. Kuma nods, guiding the ship toward the shore. Just as the vessel approaches, a long call resonates from the depths of the sea. The island whale, Labu, bursts forth from the very spot where the pirate ship had just landed. If we had been a moment later, it would have collided with us, Kid exclaims, astonished. Daz and the others share a moment of relief. Lafitte and Van Oka gaze at Dio with fiery eyes. This is fate. On the shore, Kurokas raises an eyebrow. Is this mere coincidence? Dio steps onto the ground of Twin Cape, advancing step by step toward Kurokas. Old dang, do you have a log pose? Kurokas' expression sours. Though unsure of what old dang signifies, he senses it is not a compliment. No, Kurokas continues to lounge in his sun chair. None. Dio scratches his ear. Kid, Killer, Van Oka, go search his abode for anything resembling a log pose. Kurokas' eyes widen. You dare to be so forceful. If you want to provide it. Should I be blamed? Dio shrugs. Wait. Realizing Dio's determination, Kurokas must yield. Honestly, these newcomers are far from endearing. Captain, what is a log pose? Lafitte, the navigator, inquires. Bewildered, Dio is compelled to explain. From your description, I feel as if I've seen something similar before, Lafitte muses, stroking his chin. Before long, Kurokas returns with 7 log poses in hand. Here are the log poses for 7 routes. Choose as you wish. So this is a log pose, Lafitte exclaims, finally enlightened. Dio turns, puzzled. What is it? Lafitte smiles faintly. Captain, within the treasures of the ice continent, there exists a log pose along with related nautical charts. Dio? Chapter 43. The boxing tournament. I am renowned in the West Sea for my respect for the elderly and love for the young. How could I possibly see something from an old man? Dio pushed the recording pointer back, gazing earnestly at Kurokas. Kurokas's eyelid twitched. You did not say that just a moment ago. Farewell, old man. Dio turned, wrapping his arm around Lafitte's neck, and headed towards the pirate ship. As the ship set sail, Dio stood at the bow, casting a slight smile at Kurokas. Farewell, once the doctor of Roger. Huh? The crew of the World Pirate crew was taken aback. What did the captain just say? Roger's doctor? The doctor of the Pirate King. Kid and a few young ones hurried to the railing, eager to memorize Kurokas and Amp, Oppos' appearance. Kurokas was slightly astonished. How did Dio know he had once served as Roger and Amp, Oppos' physician? Gazing at the departing pirate ship, Kurokas murmured, Who exactly are you, Dio? After leaving Twin Cape, Lafitte retrieved the recording pointer and relevant nautical charts from his quarters. The White Kingdom? Carnival City? Whiskey Peak? Fiery Town? Dio perused them all. Splendid, all 7 lines are available. Selecting the recording pointer for Whiskey Peak, he tossed it to Lafitte. We and Amp, Oppos, LL follow this route. Dio and Amp, Oppos, goal was the treasure of gold on Sky Island. Understood. Lafitte donned the recording pointer on his left wrist and promptly made his way to the ship's control room. Next, it was time for the thrilling and exhilarating voyage. Except for Kuma and Ginny, It was the first time for everyone else to witness the ever-changing nature of the Grand Line. Geomagnetism, celestial phenomena, ocean currents, air currents, everything was in disarray. Lafitte couldn't and Oppos, T help but lament. The sailing skills and experiences from the four seas had become utterly unreliable. Only the recording pointer remained trustworthy. Days later, while exercising at the bow out of boredom, Dio and Oppos' eyes lit up. An island appeared in sight. Hearing the captain and Oppos' call, Daz was the first to step forward. Is that Whiskey Peak? So many giant cacti. Finally, we can go ashore. Kid exclaimed excitedly. Is this our first stop? Van Oka leaned against the lookout, carrying Chinyu. The ship slowly glided into the harbor, surrounded by crowds. Some even waved flags and cheered. Welcome, welcome. Kid was taken aback. Is the Grand Line this welcoming? Do they really welcome pirates? What do you think, idiot? Van Oka mocked. Damn you, Van Oka. If you have the guts, come down, and we and Oppos, LL settle this one-on-one. Kid retorted angrily. The others ignored the antics of the two and continued discussing the people of Whiskey Peak. Lafitte wore a charming smile. These folks are treating us like fools. Robin chuckled lightly. They must be from the Navy or bounty hunters. Ginny pondered for a moment and analyzed. Their tactics don't resemble the Navy's. The likelihood of bounty hunters is higher. Upon hearing the group and Oppos' brief discussion leading to the correct conclusion, Dio could only shrug helplessly. The crew was too clever. Nothing could be done. I win by default. Does anyone wish to accompany me down to take a look? Dio inquired. Aye. Kid eagerly raised his hand. Then I shall go too. Then Oka shot a provocative glance at Kid. Kid rolled his eyes. I and Oppos, LL join you for a stroll. Des scratched his bald head. After a brief wait, seeing that no one else had the desire to disembark, Dio nodded. Then let's set off. The four did not wait for the ship to steady, leaping directly into the fray. As the onlookers caught sight of Dio and his companions, the cheers abruptly ceased. Many gasped in disbelief. Why is this notorious figure here? Damn. It's Dio. It's the World Pirate crew. What to do? What else can we do? Quickly, let's get them out of here. The majority of the crowd retained their composure, for the reputation of the World Pirate crew was far too formidable. As Dio and his companions walked through the town of Whiskey Peak, they noticed that the once enthusiastic crowd now dared not meet their gaze. It seems these folks have given up on their intentions, Dio scoffed. Kid sighed. I thought we could have some fun. Then Oka bluntly retorted. Rude. You were about to curse, but noticing the captain was present, Kid could only glare at Van Oka. Daz scratched his head. Since we can't play, let's ask the locals. Perhaps there's something else to entertain us. Kid was taken aback. Right. He gave Daz a thumbs up, then seized a passing man. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I didn't mean to attack you. The man's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground. Other passers-by quickly fled, leaving the scene eerily empty. Dio's group exchanged glances. Is this really necessary? Kid rolled his eyes. I didn't Oppos, intend to kill you. I just wanted to ask what fun things you have in your town. No, please don't Oppos, kill me. The man exclaimed in relief. I know something fun. I know. There and Oppos, a boxing tournament happening behind the town. Many bounty hunters are present. As the man spoke, his voice grew softer. Did I say something I shouldn't have? The hidden onlookers cursed him silently. You big mouth. However, unexpectedly, Dio and Oppos' group showed no signs of alarm upon hearing about the bounty hunters. Was it confidence? Or arrogance? Many bounty hunters felt uneasy. A boxing tournament? Kid stroked his chin, glancing at Dio and the others. Should we go, Captain? Let and Oppos, go. We have nothing else to do. Dio replied nonchalantly, turning to walk away. Releasing the man, Kid hurriedly followed his captain. After walking a few dozen steps, they found themselves in a wide, open area behind the town, surrounded by spectators, with a square arena in the center. Who else is there? A boisterous voice echoed from the arena. Dio paused. A familiar face. In the arena stood the muscular Bagus, wearing a wrestler's mask, with several unconscious bounty hunters at his feet. The crowd buzzed with excitement. This guy is amazing. Yes, the binge group are our top fighters. I didn't Oppos, expect them to be knocked out by him in one punch. Upon hearing this, Kid and Oppos' fighting spirit surged, without hesitation. He leapt onto the arena. Noticing someone had entered the ring, Bagus turned around. Upon seeing the newcomer, he was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Little brat. This is not a place for you. I advise you not to underestimate him. Dio, Van Oka, and Daz walked over slowly. All eyes were on the four of them. Huh, they look familiar. They are the world pirate crew. A gasp echoed like a stone thrown into a pond, creating ripples. The bounty hunters present whispered among themselves, nervously watching the newcomers. The world pirate crew? Bagus murmured, staring intently at Dio for a long time, as if recalling something, and suddenly realized. You are Captain Dio. Observing Bagus and Appos' excitement, Dio felt a bit perplexed. Have we met before? Why are you so excited? Captain Dio, please allow me. Geezus Bagus, to join the world pirate crew. Bagus exclaimed, his face full of admiration. Dio and Appos' group. Huh, what is going on? Dio was bewildered. This Bagus seemed to be my little fan. Chapter 44, The Young Fanboy. Bagus, hey, big guy, are you ready to fight? Kid expressed his impatience, glaring at Bagus. Bagus turned to glance at Kid, and then at Captain Dio, his eyes lighting up. Captain Dio, if I defeat him, will you accept me aboard your ship? Dio shrugged, offering no promises. To be frank, his ship would remain unchanged whether Bagus was on it or not. It was all left to fate. With a clenched fist, Bagus cracked his knuckles and fixed his gaze on Kid. Kid, don't blame me for what's about to happen. Kid, uninterested, dug at his ear. If you want to fight, then let us get on with it. Stop wasting time. Below, Van Oka murmured beside Dio, does this Bagus only know the captain? He seems to underestimate Kid. Daz nodded, seemingly in agreement. With a powerful elbow strike, Bagus swung his right arm, aiming for the expressionless Kid. Is that all you've got? Kid raised his right hand, covered in hockey, slightly lifting it as he unleashed his magnetic force. Magnetic punch. The punch surged forward with such swiftness that Bagus was caught completely off guard. As he bent to evade the elbow strike, Kid and Appos' fist collided with his abdomen. Ugh. Bagus spat out bile, crashing into the fighting barrier and rebounding to the ground. Attempting to rise, Bagus found his body prickling with pain, rendering him unable to stand. Damn it. Is this how it ends? Kid scoffed and leaped off the stage. The onlooking pirate hunters swallowed hard. How terrifying. Is this the might of the world pirate crew? A mere boy knocked out Bagus with a single punch. Captain, I won. Let us go, Kid proclaimed, seeking recognition. Dio raised an eyebrow. Really? Take a look behind you. Huh? Kid was taken aback. It couldn't be. He swiftly turned to see Bagus, face contorted in agony. Slowly pushing himself up. I cannot fall here. Captain Dio, I wish to join your pirate crew. I aspire to be a true warrior of the sea. Kid squinted his eyes, contemplating Bagus. Just as he was about to step forward to take down Bagus once more, his shoulder was pressed down by Dio. Kid questioned, perplexed. I'll handle this, Dio replied coolly. Kid raised his hands in surrender, stepping aside. Dio lightly leapt onto the stage. I'll give you a chance. Show me your strongest move. Hearing Dio and Appos' words, a glimmer of hope ignited in Bagus and Appos' eyes. Thank you, Captain Dio. Bagus and Appos' right arm swelled. Muscles clearly defined, his eyes bloodshot with undying determination. Unsinkable ship roar. His right fist, accompanied by a howling force, struck towards Dio. Boom. Bagus's fist made contact with Dio's chest, producing a muffled thud. After a brief silence, a shockwave erupted behind Dio. Dio remained unharmed, but the pirate hunters behind him were not so lucky. How pitiful. Caught in the crossfire. But such is their fate, Van Oka remarked with a look of sympathy. Bagus stared in disbelief at the unscathed Dio, despair washing over him. Was his dream truly unattainable? With a dejected drop of his arm, Bagus murmured, I'm sorry, I was delusional. Watching Bagus prepare to leave, Dio chuckled lightly. Where are you going? Bagus waved his hand dismissively. What else is there to do? Return home and tend to the fields. Dio shook his head, a smile on his lips. Come aboard. We don't have many fighters, and with you, we'll have just the right number. Currently, the only official fighter in the world pirate crew was Daz. Kid and Kira would eventually shed their trainee status and become fighters, making Bagus the perfect addition for members. Neither too many nor too few. Bagus halted abruptly, turning back in surprise. You mean it? I can join the ship? Dio said nothing further, instead approaching and patting Bagus' shoulder while healing his wounds. As Bagus felt his body rejuvenate, excitement bubbled within him. Captain Dio, you are truly remarkable. Humflet Esco, Dio replied, a grin adorning his face. Bagus eagerly followed suit. Upon returning to the pirate ship, they discovered Lafitte, Kira, and Kuma confronting a group on the right coast. There are indeed some reckless individuals, Dio remarked, slightly surprised. It seems to be an organization called Baroque Works. Robin sat quietly nearby, engrossed in her book, seemingly unconcerned. Dio furrowed his brow. Baroque Works? That name sounds familiar. His gaze inadvertently swept over Daz and Robin, and a realization struck him. ISNT, that the organization created by Crocodile? Utilizing his observation hockey, he sensed a considerable number of people outside. However, there were no members of Baroque Works on the left coast. It appeared that they had recently established a presence on Whiskey Peak and had yet to fully seize control of the area. What did they intend to do? Dio approached Lafitte for clarification. Lafitte smiled lightly. Just a little organization-esque daydream. They're trying to take the captain's head, relying on their numbers. The recently returned crew chuckled in disbelief. Captain, let me go down and teach them a lesson. They just volunteered eagerly, noticing the unfamiliar masked man. Lafitte and the others exchanged puzzled glances with Kid and his companions. Kid and the others quickly explained, "This is our new crew member." Dio pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. However, before that, he needed to bestow Bagus with a few abilities. Death nullification, damage nullification, martial arts limitation nullification. You have been enhanced. Go ahead, Dio encouraged. Clenching his fists, Bagus felt perplexed. Didn't he feel particularly stronger? Could the captain be deceiving him? No, the captain would never mislead him. Bagus focused intently and, without hesitation, leaped from the pirate ship, crashing into the crowd of Baroque Works members. Wahaha! You trash dare to provoke us? Grabbing a small karami, he hurled it into the crowd with a terrifying shriek, akin to a bowling ball. Baroque Works erupted into chaos. Mr. 11, the world pirate crew, is retaliating. A subordinate reported to a man dressed in a suit. Humph, I can see that, Mr. 11 said, gently polishing his renowned sword, Hanazono. That individual must be a formidable member of the world pirate crew. Leave him to me. Bagus rampaged through the crowd, unexpectedly finding that his previously uncoordinated attack movements flowed seamlessly today. Perhaps it was the joy from joining the world pirate crew that made him feel this way. Just as he reveled in his slaughter, a glint of cold light pierced from the shadows. Die? Mr. 11 and Amp, Oppo's eyes gleamed menacingly. Oh no. Bagus' expression shifted as he attempted to dodge, but Mr. 11's sword was already upon him. With no recourse, he braced himself, grasping the blade with both hands in an attempt to block its thrust. Mr. 11 sneered, your fingers are just waiting to be severed. Zing. However, Bagus and Oppo's palms seemed to have become incredibly hard, causing sparks to fly as the sword grazed against them. What? Both were taken aback. One did not expect the other and Amp, Oppo's flesh to be so strong, while the other was astonished by their own resilience. No, it's the captain's power, Bagus realized, his face lighting up with joy. Wahaha. Super awesome. Captain, I and Oppo's am invincible. Chapter 45, The Little Garden. Ha ha ha. Captain, how shall we deal with this fellow? Bagus inquired, holding Mr. 11 by the head as he approached slowly. Behind him, all the members of the Baroque Works lay strewn on the ground, moaning in agony. The pirate hunters on the left bank of Whiskey Peak were left dumbfounded. Is it true? Is Bagus really this powerful? Surely not. What is going on? Can joining the world pirates actually make one stronger? Many pirate hunters felt a fleeting impulse at that moment. Yet, upon reflecting on their own abilities, they could only shake their heads in resignation, realizing that the world pirates would probably not even glance their way. Dior leaned against the railing, observing Mr. 11, who was bleeding profusely from his injuries at the hands of Bagus, and snorted disdainfully. What else can we do? Just finish him off. And do retrieve his sword. It is at least a fine blade. Bagus grinned widely. Understood, Captain. Mr. 11 and Amp, Oppo's mouth spewed blood as he pleaded, No, if you kill me, the Baroque Works will not spare you. Dior chuckled mockingly and turned to leave. Let them come. Bagus, witnessing this, exerted immense force, and with a crack, Mr. 11 and Oppo's skull shattered. He then leapt onto the pirate ship, mingling with his companions. The pirate hunters dared not intervene, keeping their distance in reverence. On deck, Dior commanded, Lafitte, Bear, set sail. Captain, the log pose has not yet gathered enough magnetic force, Lafitte reminded. Dior paused, realizing his oversight. Wait, the next stop is the Little Garden. It takes a year for the log pose to fully charge, doesn't it? Oh no. Had he known, he would have asked Kurokas for a permanent log pose. Seeing the captain and Oppo's furrowed brow, Lafitte reassured him, it and Apos. All right, Captain. It will be fully charged in just one night. Dior rolled his eyes. What I worry about is the next destination. If only the log pose and amp, Apos, magnetic charging rate were quicker. Indeed. Dior and amp, Apos, eyes lit up as he placed his hand on Lafitte and amp, Apos, log pose. Magnetic storage limitation nullified, activating his ability. Dior fixated on the log pose. Sure enough, within seconds, it indicated a new direction and stabilized. Dior quickly retracted his ability. Otherwise, unrestrained magnetic storage would likely turn this log pose into a permanent one for the little garden. Well, ISN and amp, Apos, the splendid? Dior smiled at Lafitte. Impressive, Captain, Lafitte responded with admiration. Dior smirked knowingly. So, what are we waiting for? World pirates set sail. Kid and Killer hoisted the sails. Van Oka ascended to the lookout. Lafitte directed the course, and Bear took the helm. Robin read a book while tending to Bonnie. And Victoria assisted Ginny in preparing the feast. Captain, what should I do? Bagus asked, bewildered. Dior smiled lightly. Do as you please. Des approached Bagus, saying, Fighter, come train with me. Oh, okay. Bagus responded like a green recruit. That night, the ship of the world pirates sailed quietly over the sea. The weather is quite pleasant tonight. At least there's no significant change, Dior mused, holding a wooden cup while lying on the deck. Kid and Van Oka were engaged in an arm wrestling contest amidst the cheers of the crew. Bajus's boisterous personality quickly melded him into the group. Robin, smiling gently, sat down cross-legged before Dior. Why not join the fun? Having you all is sufficient. I prefer to gaze at the stars, Dior replied with a soft smile. Robin lowered her gaze, falling into a long silence. Just when Dior thought she had settled into quietude, she rested her delicate hands upon his head, creating a fragrant, soft pillow. Dior was taken aback. Is this a lap pillow? Dior, you are the captain, Robin whispered gently. Though I do not know how you were before, now, we are all connected because of you. The fervent Lafitte and Van Oka, the honest ass. The gentle Bear and Ginny, the impulsive Kid, the reliable Killer, the innocent Victoria and Bonnie, and Bagus, who has just joined us. They may not express it, but I can sense it. The atmosphere is not particularly lively. Robin caressed Dior and Apos' forehead. Dior, my captain, you are no longer alone. Dior and Apos' pupils contracted. Lost in thought for a long moment. Thank you, Robin. Yet your grandeur obstructs my view of the stars. Robin was taken aback. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Never mind. I will go teach them something different. Arm wrestling is rather mundane. Dior stood, leaving Robin to join the raucous crowd. Hey, Captain, you've arrived. Get away. Get away. My game is far more entertaining. Do as I say. Observing the comrades who wore genuine smiles, Robin tightened her clothing, murmuring, Thank you as well, Dior. Hey, Robin, what are you doing sitting there? Come over here. Dior waved her over. Coming, Robin replied, beaming with a radiant smile. Days later, a sprawling island resembling a primordial forest appeared in the crew's view. The little garden. Dior stood at the bow of the ship, squinting his eyes. Eastleigh and Broggy must be on this island. What enormous plants! Kid exclaimed, gazing into the distance. It feels like a prehistoric era from a story. Killer rested his chin on his hand. Suddenly, Van Oka, stationed at the lookout, became alert, his gaze sharp as he peered ahead. Below the sea, a dark shadow was swiftly approaching. What is that? A sea king. Before he could sound the alarm, a dazzling black sword light shot forth from the bow of the ship. All right, it and Apos. All good now. As the sea king burst forth from the water, about to roar, the sharp sword aura cleaved it in two. The strike was instantaneous. Meanwhile, the relentless sword energy surged straight toward the little garden. Bagus, Killer, Van Oka. Time for a feast. Dior retracted his solitary sword. Ha. Captain is truly remarkable. Bagus unabashedly praised him, almost becoming the foremost sycophant. By the way, remember to save a portion for the island. We may have another feast. Dior instructed. Though the crew was puzzled, they complied without question. Simultaneously, Eastleigh and Broggy, having just concluded their 999th battle without a victor, were resting on their turf. Boom. A wave of sword energy sliced through the river at the center of the little garden. The two giants squinted. Another visitor? Moreover, judging by the intensity, they seemed to be no ordinary individuals. After a moment and Apos' contemplation, they tacitly chose to ignore it. In their eyes, only each other remained. The next battle will definitely be mine. On the other side, the world pirates entered the little garden, captivated by the wondrous scenery. Wow, killer, look, there are dinosaurs. Kid exclaimed excitedly. Be cautious. This island retains its primitive nature, and there may be unforeseen dangers, Dior warned. If anything happens, remember to call me via snail. As he spoke, Dior tossed a snail he had received from Germa. Captain, what are you planning to do? Bagus inquired, puzzled. Dior did not conceal his intentions. I am going to meet the two giants. Giants? The crew stood in shock. Chapter 46, Troubling the World Government Captain. Do giants truly exist in this world? Bagus inquired, walking behind Dio. Dio rolled his eyes. You have asked this no less than 5 times. Whether they exist will soon be revealed. Hiki, Bagus chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. By the way, Kid, Killer, and Van Oka didn't come out with me. Dio expressed his surprise. Lafitte chuckled lightly. Kid is competing with Van Oka in hunting, and Killer was dragged along to be the judge. I see, Dio nodded, not overly concerned. Given the abilities of Kid and the others, they would navigate the little garden with ease. Suddenly, a triceratops burst forth from the thicket, charging directly at Dio and his companions. Dio and Lafitte had no intention of engaging, as Daz and Bagus immediately rushed forward. Wahaha, come wrestle with me. Bagus seized the 2 bone horns atop the triceratops and Apo's head, straining against its strength, his feet carving deep furrows into the ground. Roar! The triceratops, taken aback by the strength of the hairless monkey before it, let out a defiant roar. Wahaha! Daz, catch it. Bagus and Apo's arms bulged as he threw the triceratops into the air. Daz and Apo's arms transformed into blades, crossing as he prepared his attack. Dust slash. In a flash, the triceratops's body was torn apart, reduced to countless fragments. After avoiding the splatter of blood, the two returned to Dio's side. Noticing Dio's prolonged silence, Lafitte covered his face, lamenting Daz's lack of learning. As expected, the next moment, Dio erupted in criticism. Daz, how many times must I tell you? Be more refined. Could you not have severed the Triceratops and Apo's limbs instead? Look at this chaos. Thankfully, the blood did not splash on us. Otherwise, you would be in serious trouble. Daz stood quietly, a picture of compliance. Yet Dio knew this young man would surely repeat his mistakes. Daz was admirable in many ways, but his lack of restraint was a flaw. Boom. A volcano erupted in the distance, capturing everyone and Apo's attention. It and Apo's an active volcano. I thought it was dormant. Bagus exclaimed in astonishment. Dio and Apo's expression hardened, and he quickened his pace. Keep up, the giants are coming. Lafitte and the others hastily followed. Meanwhile, Dongli and Bragi, hearing the volcanic eruption, rose to head towards the battleground. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps of the two giants sent tremors through the ranks of the world pirates. What is happening? Everyone in Apo's eyes widened, save for Dio. The captain and Apo's giants were about to emerge. Wherein and Apo's they? Dongli, Bragi, a stout and a lean giant, both dressed as Viking warriors, appeared before all eyes. Is that the legendary giant? Kid and his companions were momentarily entranced. Glancing at the beasts beside them, they suddenly found the hunt uninteresting. Perhaps we should seek out the captain instead? Kid and Van Oka reached a silent agreement. Abandoning their prey under Killer and Apo's bewildered gaze, they dashed towards the giants. Wait, what about the game we were hunting? I can end Apo's carry it back alone. In mere moments of contemplation, Killer too chose to witness the giants. Dongli and Bragi exchanged blows by the volcano, neither able to gain the upper hand. Dongli, your sword is dull. Bragi swung an axe towards Dongli's head. Clang. Dongli raised his shield to block, countering with a horizontal sweep of his sword. Your axe is rusty too. Bragi similarly raised his shield to defend, the two stalemating for a long time. One master taught me that this move cannot be broken. Below, Lafitte inquired, Captain, what shall we do next? Next? Dio and Apo's lips curled into a smile. I intend to have a word with them. With a graceful leap, he released his conqueror and Apo's haki. Buzz. An explosion of golden black lightning surged forth. Conqueror and Apo's haki. Dio and Apo's actions immediately caught the attention of Dongli and Bragi. The two giants shifted from their fierce battle stance to face a common foe. Who are you? Dongli squinted his eyes. I am Dio, captain of the world pirates. Bragi and Apo's voice was low. I Haven and Apo's heard of you. Leave this place. This is our battlefield. Dio smiled lightly. Not so fast. You must be the captains of the giant pirate crew. Dongli and Broggy exchanged a glance of surprise, not expecting someone to recognize them. What do you want? Dongli gripped his sword tightly, ready to strike if Dio showed any ill intent. I merely come to deliver a message. Dio spread his hands, indicating he meant no harm. Do you know Cassie and Oimo? Broggy and Dongli paused, recalling the two crew members after a moment. They had spent an entire 90 years in Little Garden. What have you done to them? Broggy glared at Dio, sensing malice from him. Dio shook his finger. No, their fate is not my doing. 40 years ago, they worried for your safety and set out to find you. Yet they were deceived by the world government, who claimed you had been captured by the Navy. They were told that if they guarded Judicial Island for 100 years, you would be released. What? Knowing their crew members and Oppos, personalities, Dongli and Broggy immediately understood what choices they would make. Damn the world government. Broggy and Oppos' nostrils flared with furious steam. Dongli and Oppos' eyes turned icy. Broggy, since we have long been unable to determine the victor, why not change our method? Whoever rescues Cassie and Oimo first wins. Broggy grinned. Good idea, kid. Though I know you harbor ill intentions, I thank you. Dongli addressed Dio. If there is any assistance we can provide, do not hesitate to ask. As giants, they bore a sense of pride and did not wish to owe anyone, especially not someone as scheming as Dio. Dio had no intention of playing the friend game with them. With a casual smile, he stated, allow me to witness the giant's ultimate technique, the Conqueror's Kingdom. Though he was not large and lacked a partner, Dio, blessed with the ability to negate human limitations, believed that one day he would wield the Conqueror's Kingdom alone. Dongli and Broggy exchanged puzzled glances. Is that all? Dio smiled. Well then, do not go back on your word. Broggy, let us begin. Dongli positioned himself on the right. Oh, it has been a long time since we collaborated, Dongli. Broggy felt a surge of excitement. Their weapons rose high, and a terrifying aura began to coalesce. The creatures of Little Garden fled towards the giants and Oppos' backs. Dio and Oppos' eyes narrowed. Could such might exist without added haki? As their power peaked, their eyes widened, and they roared in unison. Conqueror's Kingdom. A sword and an axe were swung with full force towards the sea ahead of Little Garden. A violent shockwave ravaged all in its path, a deafening roar echoing through the heavens. The sea where the Conqueror and Oppos' kingdom struck was instantly siphoned, forming a hollow void that took a while to recover. Dio and Oppos' eyes meticulously recorded the movements of the two giants, capturing every detail. Below, the crew of the world pirates stood in stunned silence, questioning the identities of these titans and their immense strength. Kid and his companions, having just arrived, felt fortunate not to have missed such a spectacular display. Clap, clap, clap. Dio applauded, impressive. Dongli and Broggy slowly lowered their weapons. We owe each other nothing. Chapter 47. A Colossal Shadow Farewell. Dio stood at the bow of the ship, waving to Dongli and Broggy on the shores of Little Garden. They had agreed that whoever attacked Judicial Island would inform the other. Dongli and Broggy aimed to rescue the crew, while Dio simply sought to undermine the credibility of the world government. Unfortunately, lacking his own media outlet, he could not expose the government's sordid affairs. However, he thought, patience is a virtue. Dio clenched his fist, for with time, he would only grow stronger. Captain, your abilities are truly remarkable, Lafayette remarked as he approached, holding a log pose. Otherwise, we would have to linger in Little Garden for a year. Dio was curious about the next island. Luffy and the others possessed a permanent log pose for Alabasta and had not specified where Little Garden would lead once its magnetic force was exhausted. Let me take a look, Lafayette said, retrieving a sea chart. After scrutinizing it for a moment, he smiled. It points to the Drum Kingdom, known for its medical prowess. Dio was taken aback by the name, then broke into a bemused smile after a moment of contemplation. It was serendipitous that Luffy and the others had inadvertently reached the Drum Kingdom in their quest to heal Nami, now revealed to be their next destination after Little Garden. Seated at the ship's bow, Dio gazed out at the sea, pondering that at this moment, Chopper was likely still a reindeer, given that several years remained before the Quack's demise. Dio, come help, Robin called out. What is it? Dio turned to see Robin and the others preparing streamers and various party supplies. What is all this? Dio asked, puzzled. Robin smiled at his confusion. Surely you haven't forgotten? Tomorrow marks the new year. Tomorrow? The new year? Dio was momentarily stunned. Is it already the year 1511 of the sea calendar? Time flies. Robin used her powers to lift Dio down from the bow. Enough with the nostalgia. Hurry and lend a hand. Dio dusted off his clothes with a faint smile. Coming. The crew busily prepared for the New Year's celebration. Kid and Van Oka were bickering over the spoils they had collected, both eager to offer their catches to Ginny. Ginny, use my catch as ingredients. No, mine. How about mine? Kira chimed in, holding up his own find. What did you say? Kid and Van Oka turned to glare at him. Victoria, hands on her hips, gave each a light tap on the head. Stop bickering. We all will help. Just assist us. All right. Kid and Kira groaned, covering their heads. Van Oka couldn't suppress a chuckle. Sharing a glance, Kid and Kira seized Van Oka. You come help us too. Hey, you rascals. Van Oka exclaimed, eyes wide. As time swiftly passed, 2 days later, the temperature plummeted as the world pirate crew entered the realm of Winter Island. Catching the falling snow, Dio smiled softly. It seems we have reached the vicinity of Drum Island. What are you thinking about? Robin asked, emerging from below deck in a plush robe. Dio brushed the snow off. Robin, do you think in the future, the children of nobility and those of farmers could sit together on the field to read? Robin paused, taken aback by the notion. She found herself at a loss for words. Eventually, it will come to pass, Dio asserted with conviction. The world government would never agree to such a thing, Robin replied. Her eyes gentle. Dio looked skyward. I am aware of that. Which is why I must become a villain. A true villain in the eyes of the world government and the nobility. It will be me, this villain, who shatters the rules they have set. It will be exhausting, Robin whispered. Dio met her gaze. But you will be there, too. After a long moment of shared understanding, they both smiled. Meanwhile, Van Oka observed from the lookout, muttering to himself, could it be the captain has taken a liking to Robin? Which is why he opposes the world government. As he pondered, his peripheral vision caught something in the sea. Suddenly, his pupils dilated, and he gripped his firearm tightly, alerting the crew above. From the clouds, something colossal seemed to loom. Without hesitation, he sounded the alarm. Captain, we have a situation. Soon, the crew, with the exception of the helmsman, Bartholomew, emerged from the ship's cabin. What is up there? Lafayette gazed towards the enormous shadows moving across the sea. Dio's first instinct was to think of Sky Island, but upon closer inspection of the shadows, he formed another hypothesis. Are there still islands in the sky? Kid queried. Dio narrowed his eyes. There are sky islands, but they are built atop clouds and are of a height unattainable for ordinary folk. These shadows, however, seem to hover much lower, amidst the clouds. Ginny frowned. Dio inhaled deeply. More importantly, there are far too many islands. I think of someone. The crew's attention turned to Dio, eager to hear his thoughts. The legendary pirate, the flying pirate crew's captain, Shiki the Golden Lion. Bartholomew buzzed. The last news of him was during his prison break. Captain, Kid was eager. The others shared a glimmer of anticipation. What a bunch of warriors. Dio grinned broadly. Perfect. Drum Island lacks excitement. Let us seek out the Golden Lion. Yes. Kid and the others were filled with fervor. But Captain, how do we ascend? Bages scratched his head. Of course, we go wild. Dio placed his hand on the pirate ship. Gravity nullification, impact nullification, boom. The pirate ship began to ascend rapidly. Bartholomew, Lafayette, Kid, and Kira adjusted the sails, harnessing the wind to fly towards Shiki's island. Yes, Captain. Simultaneously, on the floating island Strong World, Shiki the Golden Lion confronted Indigo. Can we accelerate the manufacturing speed of SIQ? Indigo shook his head vigorously, gesticulating animatedly. Watching the comical display, Shiki's forehead twitched. Speak. Indigo, startled, wiped the sweat from his brow and said sheepishly, I cannot. This is already the fastest speed. If we go any faster, I fear the IQ plants will perish. Shiki's expression darkened. Did this mean his plans would be delayed further? Just then, a subordinate rushed over. Captain, an unidentified pirate ship is approaching us. Shiki frowned. What nonsense. We are soaring in the sky. The subordinate, sensing Shiki's disbelief, quickly clarified. It's true, Captain. You can go see for yourself. Shiki exchanged glances with Indigo, realizing that the subordinate likely wouldn't joke about his life. I'll go take a look. Shiki swiftly propelled himself outwards. Meanwhile, the world pirate crew's vessel had landed on Shiki's main island, drawing the attention of countless rare beasts and flying pirates. Shiki noticed the commotion and hurried over, keen to see who had the audacity to intrude upon his territory. Chapter 48. Shiki the Golden Lion. I cannot shake off my unease regarding the captain, Indigo remarked, his eyelids twitching inexplicably. Scarred, follow me. The imposing figure in a pink suit scratched his head, silently trailing behind Indigo. Meanwhile, the ships of the world pirate crew reached their destination. The island remained within the winter climate zone, with fluffy snowflakes falling from the sky. Dio gazed down at the ferocious, exotic beasts, a smile creeping across his face. It seemed fresh ingredients had arrived at their doorstep. With a sudden leap, Des descended from the ship, his hands and feet transforming into blades. Des slash. Des became a sharp edge, slicing through each exotic beast with precision. The screeches echoed, as the pristine white snow was stained a vivid crimson, creating a macabre scene. What was once a picturesque landscape had swiftly transformed into a slaughterhouse. The surrounding beasts, witnessing the carnage, fled in terror. Dio, should we consider getting Des a therapist? Robin murmured softly. Victoria and Ginny nodded in agreement. Dio covered his face, feeling helpless. A therapist? If one were found, the most likely outcome would be Des obliterating them. The hidden sky pirates exchanged glances. Are we going or not? If you go, you go. I'm not following. Though Daz's methods were indeed gruesome, they undeniably instilled fear in this group. Just as their hesitation grew, a golden figure approached rapidly. Ha ha ha. I thought I recognized you. It's the strongest newcomer, Dio. Shiki floated above the world pirate crew. I admire your skills. Would you like to join my sky pirates? Dio remained silent for a long moment, a smirk gradually forming. I admire you as well, Golden Lion. How about joining my world pirate crew instead? You insolent wretch. Shiki's pupils constricted, fully aware of the mockery in Dio's words. Do not be so foolish. Dio scoffed. Ascending with Moonwalk. You, a failure, dare to invite me? Shiki clenched his fists, laughter tinged with rage escaping him. Ha ha ha. Very well. Let me witness the brilliance of this new era. Activating the powers of the float fruit, Shiki frowned. What is happening? Why can't I control their ships? Forget it, let us proceed. He declared, executing a powerful kick that unleashed a massive golden sword aura aimed directly at Dio. With a cold snort, Dio countered. Is this your way of establishing dominance? This level 1 and Oppos, T suffice. Drawing his sword, he unleashed a colossal pitch-black sword aura. The two energies clashed, dissipating instantaneously and scattering the surrounding snow. Impressive for a newcomer. My admiration for you grows, Dio. Shiki charged at him, prepared to strike with both his swords. You appear to have diminished. Could it be the helm on your head is impairing your strength? Dio resolved to employ his swordsmanship this time. Recognizing Shiki and Oppos' skills were commendable and could enhance his own. Your tongue is quite foul. Shiki raised his leg, slashing towards Dio, who easily dodged while coating his sword with armament hockey. The two renowned swords clashed violently. What was that? Observation hockey? The sword is coated with armament hockey. Shiki was astonished. He had not anticipated that someone who had just stepped into the Grand Line would master two forms of hockey. Am I truly growing old? Am I unable to keep pace with the times? Golden Lion, apply more pressure to me. Dio flashed a devilish smile. Otherwise, you shall perish. Seizing the moment of Shiki's distraction, Dio struck, sending him crashing into the adjacent lake. Captain Indigo, who had just arrived, gasped, while the gorilla scarred beside him shouted anxiously. The lake erupted as Shiki leapt from the water. Dio, if you depart now, I will consider this incident forgotten. Gazing at the drenched Golden Lion, disappointment flickered in Dio and Oppos' eyes. You truly are in a wretched state, Shiki. Dio unleashed his conqueror and Oppos' hockey, darkening the sky, as golden black lightning crackled around them. Look at your current self. Where is the former Golden Lion? Where is the once mighty pirate admiral? Are you content to languish as a failure? Are you willing to place your hopes upon a mere plant? Pointing his sword at Shiki, Dio demanded, where is your ambition, your power? These thunderous words not only cast a shadow over the sky pirates, but also rendered Shiki frozen in place. Lowering his gaze, he beheld his reflection in the lake, a self-deprecating smile forming. I truly resemble a drowned rat, don't I, Shiki? Defeated by Roger in my prime, now I require a newcomer to awaken me. Shiki, you are indeed a failure. The pain was evident on the Golden Lion's face. Dio raised his sword. I now present you with a choice. 1. Continue to languish in despair. 2. Summon all your strength for a grand farewell, a death more glorious than Roger's. Live or die? Upon hearing Dio's words, Shiki gasped, a crimson light igniting in his eyes. Below, the sky pirates remained silent, awaiting their captain's decision. Even Indigo looked solemnly at Shiki. You speak the truth. 10 years, after my escape, I have wandered aimlessly for a decade. Shiki slowly raised his head, his expression increasingly frenzied. I am the Golden Lion. I cannot live like this. Raising his right arm, Shiki roared, "Sky pirates!" "Aye, Captain!" Indigo and the others shouted with fervor, rekindling that long-lost passion. "Let us engage the world pirate crew in battle." Oh, the Sky Pirates, who had been lurking in the distance, charged toward the world pirate crew with wild abandon. Lafitte, Daz, Kid, Killer, Van Augur, and Bias. Deliver them the deaths they deserve. Kuma, ensure the others are protected. In that moment, Dio's focus remained solely on the Golden Lion. The crew of the world pirate crew grinned. Understood, Captain. A fierce battle was imminent. The ground would serve as the battlefield for the crew, while the skies would witness the clash of two captains, kings against kings. Thank you, Dio. Shiki grasped the helm above him, his muscles tensing. You wish to witness my haki, don't you? You long to see my power? You yearn to experience the true Golden Lion? As the helm began to loosen, Shiki's visage twisted in rage. Then come, let us descend into hell together. Blood splattered as Shiki forcibly wrenched the helm free. Crimson liquid cascading down half his face like a demonic apparition. Boom. The dazzling golden conqueror and Appos, as haki clashed with Dio and Appos, as pitch-black haki, wreaking havoc across the heavens. Yes. Yes. Just like that. Just like that. Dio trembled with excitement. Shiki, at this moment, was invigorated. He resolved that this battle would not be rendered ineffective. He would slay his opponent with honor. Their gazes locked in the air, both adorned with smiles, yet each harboring the intent to kill. Shiki understood that after withdrawing the helm, his time was limited, thus he would use this brief moment to eliminate Dio. With pain coursing through him, he drew forth his dual swords, Sakura-ten and Moku-kaze, as Shiki's fighting spirit surged to its peak. Let us battle, they roared in unison. One black, one gold. They collided in midair. Chapter 49, The Crew's Battle at Floating Island. Leave that fellow to me, Daz declared, charging straight at Indigo. Kid widened his eyes, exclaiming, What? You and Appos, retaking him so quickly? Then I and Appos. LL choose that big gorilla. Turning around, just as Kid was about to act, he saw Baez and Scurry do trading blows. Meanwhile, Kira and Lafayette plunged into the throng, beginning to send them on their way. Kid shouted bang, bang, bang. Van Oka swiftly fired at the flying pirates, his peripheral vision catching sight of Kid's actions. With a smirk, he remarked, Who's slow now? Just like me, clear out this bunch. TCH, Kid scowled. Below, witnessing the formidable world pirate crew and their sharpshooter, several leaders of the flying pirates brought forth rocket launchers and firearms from the rear, declaring, I and Appos. LL have you pinpointed? Whoosh. Countless missiles surged forth. Then Oka had no intention of dodging. After all, there were plenty aboard the ship capable of intercepting such attacks. As expected, in the next moment, Kid activated his magnetic fruit abilities, halting all missiles in midair. What? The leaders of the flying pirates were taken aback. Returning them to you. Kid swung his arm, sending the missiles crashing into the pirate lackeys. A series of explosions ensued. Help. I'm not fighting anymore. I'm not fighting anymore. Some began to retreat. One leader grabbed a fleeing subordinate, shouting, What are you running for? Are you no longer part of the flying pirate crew? I'm not anymore. I'm not anymore. The subordinate was terrified. All right, David, let them go. Another leader, puffing on a cigar, gazed vacantly. The majority here joined in recent years due to the captain's reputation. They have no honor of our flying pirate crew. They are not worthy to die alongside the captain. David paused, contemplating, releasing his grip on the subordinate's neck. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. True. Old Saw, let us set off together. It would be lonely to drink alone in the underworld. Discarding his cigar, Old Saw revealed his golden tooth. All right, Admiral, we'll take our leave first. With that, the two drew their weapons and charged at Lafayette and Kira. The battlefield became distinctly divided, one group fleeing rapidly, while another crazily surged towards the world pirate crew. This frenzied mob was clearly fighting for their lives. Reluctantly, Kid had no choice but to protect the crew alongside Bear. Launch the pressure cannon. Bear unleashed wave after wave of paw-shaped shockwaves, wreaking havoc among the crowd. Kid raised an eyebrow as he once again blocked gunfire and bullets. He knew Bear was formidable, but was he this strong? Bang! A bullet whizzed past Kid's ear, colliding with an armament-coated bullet. Snap back to reality. Don't underestimate these veterans of the flying pirate crew. Then Oka reminded, his gaze fixed on a white-haired elder in the distance, also wielding a sniper rifle. Kid, infuriated, realized this was the second time Van Oka had scolded him. I know. Dispersing the controlled cannonballs, Kid flicked gold coins from his left hand while charging up electromagnetic energy in his right. It's not my style to be beaten. Electromagnetic cannon. the magnetic force world, transforming the coins into a deadly, dazzling silver light, obliterating everything in its path. Some pirates didn't even register what happened before a transparent hole appeared in their chests. Haha, not bad, but only this much. Bias executed a shoulder throw, slamming Scary-Doo to the ground. Oh no, Scary-Doo cried out, his pink suit now covered in dust. Hearing their captain's call, the guerrilla group brandished their swords, charging at Bias. Perfect, I can train my armament. Bias tightened his fists. He had recently learned about hockey, but hadn't even reached the entry level. Thus, he sought this opportunity to hone his skills. Meanwhile, Indigo unleashed countless green fireballs from his gloves, fixated on Das. A fruit user, huh? Don't underestimate scientists. Chemical magic. One by one, the green fireballs crashed into Das. Das swung his arm blades, shattering the fireballs, which erupted in explosions on either side. Let us see how many you can block. Indigo hurled another barrage of green fireballs. Yet Das, not possessing perfect defense, allowed some fireballs to slip through. Boom. An explosion erupted on Das and Amp, Oppo's chest, engulfing him in flames. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Die. Indigo gathered the remaining green fireballs. Soon, a massive sphere formed above his head. Collective magic. Das suddenly sliced through the flames, his gaze icy as he stared at Indigo. Are you trying to warm me up? Humph. So what if you break free? My collective magic is complete. Indigo launched the enormous green fireball at Das. Taking a deep breath, Das sharpened his fingers and arms, coating them with hockey. It's just fire. I can shatter it. Dust annihilation slash. A flash of silver light appeared before Indigo, leaving a web-like fracture across the collective magic. What? No. The collective magic detonated mid-air. The nearest Indigo was violently hurled away by the shockwave, crashing to the ground, bloodied and bruised. Meanwhile, Das stood steadfast, his feet transformed into blades. Deeply embedded in the ground. Thud. A figure suddenly plummeted from the sky, capturing everyone and Amp, Oppo's attention on the battlefield. Who could it be? Keek. Dio. Is this all the spirit you have? The golden lion descended slowly from above. The flying pirates erupted in joy, with the admiral present. The one crashing down must be Dio. Haha, I knew it. The admiral is the strongest. A newcomer dared to provoke our legend. Trash, unaware of their own insignificance. In stark contrast to the flying pirates and Amp, Oppo's jubilation, the world pirate crew found themselves helpless, thinking, Captain, could you take this seriously? With a swish. A stroke of pitch-black sword light dispersed the smoke, simultaneously slashing the throats of several foul-mouthed pirates. They never anticipated such a move from Dio. Not bad, Shiki. Dio gradually stood upright, wiping the blood from his lips. But that's all there is to it. The ground cracked as Dio blinked, appearing before Shiki. The cold gleam of his sword menacing. Shiki and Amp, Oppo's pupils contracted as he hastily used his abilities to drift backward, raising his sword to block. Clang. Zing. Sparks and lightning erupted, despite their blades never making contact. How did your speed suddenly increase? Shiki gaped at the spirited Dio. Dio smiled lightly. It's not just speed that has improved. As he spoke, his right arm's muscles bulged, and Shiki felt an overwhelming strength surge toward him. And strength. Dio's golden hair billowed in the wind. And hockey. The pitch-black conqueror and Oppo's hockey surged like a tide, sweeping over Shiki. Keek. Dio, allow me, a remnant of the old era, to witness the brilliance of the new age. The golden lion did not back down, unleashing his own regal aura. As they were close to the ground, their conqueror and Oppo's hockey enveloped the entire area. The weak fell unconscious, leaving only the elite members of each pirate crew struggling to endure. Chapter 50. The Lion King and Oppo's Twilight. Lion and Oppo's Might. Empty burial. In a fierce display, Shiki wielded his sword with great effort, transforming the air into a lion-headed sword aura that propelled Dio far into the distance. Subsequently, with both Sakura Ten and Muku, he lunged forward with determination. After a lengthy departure, the remnants of the Conqueror and Amp, Oppo's hockey gradually dissipated. The elite members of the World Pirate Crew and the Sky Pirate Crew collectively exhaled in relief. They had finally departed. With a swift thrust, Kira and Oppo's scythe pierced the chest of a Sky Pirate, silencing the battlefield momentarily. What are you staring at? Are we not their match? Kira and Oppo's tone remained calm. Indeed, replied Lafitte with a devilish smile, as he quickly jabbed with his cane. Observing this, the other members of the World Pirate Crew sprang into action. and the sky pirates hastily defended themselves. The battle reignited. Meanwhile, high above, shadows of black and gold intertwined in the air. Lion's Might, Thousand Cut Valley. Shiki unleashed a flurry of golden sword auras, slicing a floating island made of seawater into several pieces. Simultaneously, his fruit ability activated, and the seawater coiled around Dio like a dragon. Dio huffed disdainfully. He did not wish to be ensnared by the flowing water and charged directly at Shiki. However, the speed of the moonwalk paled in comparison to the rushing water. Left with no choice, Dio turned back to slash at the water. As Dio dealt with the current, Shiki surged towards him at breakneck speed. Lion's Divine Dance, Snow Burial. Two lion-headed sword auras composed of swirling snow surged forth to devour Dio. His observation haki screamed warnings. Without hesitation, after severing the water, Dio countered with a sweeping strike. The armament haki and Conqueror's haki intertwined. Solitary Shadow, Thousand Blade Wind. Dark sword auras erupted from the Solitary Shadow sword, clashing thunderously with Shiki and Amp, Appos, S assault. The snowflakes forming the lion and Amp, Appos, S heads shattered and fell like rain. Through the pallid snow, Shiki glimpsed the proud figure of Dio, reminiscent of his own past. The same unyielding pride, the same unmatched ferocity. I hope you never encounter someone like Roger. And if I do, what of it? Dio replied coolly, standing amidst the swirling snow, wielding Solitary Shadow with a piercing gaze. Those who obstruct my path shall be crushed. The atmosphere turned suddenly still, punctuated only by the sound of falling snowflakes and the howling wind. Ha! Then let me see if you can. Shiki pointed his dual swords, unleashing the full force of his fruit ability. Apart from the floating island beneath them, which served as a battlefield for their crew, all other floating islands shattered and reformed. Even those islands inhabited by civilians met the same fate, countless innocent lives crushed into oblivion. Dio, witnessing this, merely frowned for a moment before his expression returned to normal. It was not his hand that wrought this destruction, so why should he feel guilt? Shiki roared, Lion and Amp, Appos, S-Might, Earthquake. For colossal lion heads reformed from the floating islands, descending upon Dio like an overwhelming wave. The sky above Dio darkened, cloaked by these massive lion heads. Such a disturbance naturally drew the attention of the battle below, causing both pirate crews to cease their actions, fully aware that the outcome of the fight was imminent. Trapped within, Dio took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. The concentration of his armament haki intensified, enveloping the Solitary Shadow sword. His aura surged higher, while Conqueror and Amp, Appos, S haki erupted into black gold lightning, radiating outward. The black gold lightning began to cling to the Solitary Shadow sword. Just as the lion heads were about to crush Dio, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and raised his longsword. Solitary Shadow, Wraith of the Setting Sun, blood-soaked tears. Falling leaves returned to roots. A single strike, imbued with an aura of death, cleaved through lion and Amp, Appos, S-Might, Earthquake. Even the falling snow seemed to hesitate, pausing midair. The black gold sword aura charged unrelentingly towards the golden lion. Shiki. Caught off guard, Shiki could only hastily counter with a strike of his own. However, such a hasty maneuver could not compare to Dio and Appos' full force assault. The blade of his strike melted away in an instant. Blood rained from the sky as the golden lion's left arm was severed. The glistening droplets reflected Shiki's astonished expression. He had not anticipated his strength had waned so significantly. He could not even withstand this blow. Despite the sword and Amp, Appos' ferocity in his prime, he would have been able to react and defend himself. But now, gazing at the dismembered golden lion, Dio's attention was drawn to the sunset behind him. How beautiful the evening sun was. Amidst the battle with Shiki, he understood clearly. Despite his remarkable growth, he could not instantly ascend to the level of a new world overlord. It was not that he had become immensely powerful. Rather, Shiki's strength had rapidly declined after relinquishing control of the helm. The countdown of life, a fleeting moment of power. The Lion King's twilight. The floating islands that comprised Lion and Amp, Appos, S-Might, Earthquake crumbled swiftly, plunging into the sea. Dio returned to the last remaining floating island, standing before Shiki. The once mighty golden lion now resembled a frail old man. Sakura-ten and Muku lay carelessly on the ground, while Shiki sat dazedly on a wooden stump, clutching his severed left arm in his right hand. You have won, Dio, Shiki rasped. Dio remained silent, stepping closer to Shiki. Stop. The surviving sky pirates rushed from a distance, surrounding Shiki protectively. Members of the world pirate crew arrived, encircling them as well. Shiki slowly raised his head, his murky eyes meeting those of his remaining subordinates, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Roger, is this what it means to have comrades? Dio, I, Golden Lion, have never begged anyone in my life. Today, I ask you once, kill me and spare them. The surviving sky pirates wept uncontrollably. Dio remained silent for a long while, just as he prepared to respond. Suddenly, a sky pirate plunged a blade into his own abdomen. Captain, you need not beg. One after another, sky pirates took their own lives. Captain, you are the strongest. Captain, how could we abandon our captain and live on? Captain, you will always be the Golden Lion. The last sky pirate collapsed into a pool of blood. At that moment, Shiki trembled, tears streaming down his face. How foolish, how foolish. A bunch of idiots. The members of the world pirate crew wore solemn expressions, recognizing the gravity of the situation and the respect it warranted. Lafitte, Bages, go fetch some food and liquor from the ship, and bring a crate of fruit. Dio and Amp, Apos, tone was calm. Once everything was prepared, Dio sheathed the solitary shadow sword, which bore cracks and sat cross-legged before Shiki. Soon, Lafitte and Bages returned, placing the fruit aside while Dio tossed out roasted meat and liquor. This is the last meal. Shiki. The Golden Lion's complexion went pale as he set down his severed arm and wiped away his tears, straightening his attire. He took a bite of the roasted meat before casually discarding it. He then raised the bottle of liquor and drank deeply, indifferent to the liquid staining his clothes. Shattering the bottle, Shiki chuckled bitterly. Dio, they speak the truth. Even in defeat, the Golden Lion remains the Golden Lion. My life, none of you can take. Saying this, he drew Sakura tin and, like his subordinates, plunged it into his own body. My life can only be claimed by me. Shiki grinned widely. Thus, the legend of the Sky Pirate, the Golden Lion, Shiki, came to a poignant close. Chapter 51. The Float Fruit, Nullification of Movement. Dio placed his hand upon the floating island beneath his feet. Instantly, the island, which was plummeting at great speed, became suspended in midair. As expected, Dio and Amp, Apos, expression remained serene. Lafitte and the others breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for their captain and Amp, Apos, presence. By the way, Captain, what do you need these fruits for? Bages inquired, noticing that the captain had not yet fed the Golden Lion any fruits. You'll find out soon enough. Dio replied as he strode over to Shiki. With an impassive face, he drew Sakura tin and wiped it across the Golden Lion. I apologize, but although you are a hero, I have my own ambitions. Upon hearing these words, Lafitte raised an eyebrow. He had anticipated that the captain would not instigate such a grand conflict without reason. This man, whenever he creates a significant event, possesses a certain purpose. Dio tossed Sakura tin and Moku Kago to Daz. Upon returning, placed them in the collection room. Understood, Daz nodded. After issuing his commands, Dio presented the basket of fruits before the Golden Lion. Watching one fruit gradually alter its shape, a smile blossomed on Dio and Amp, Apos' face. It appeared that everything was in order. During the battle against the Golden Lion, he had utilized his ability, Nullification of Fruit Escape, formerly known as Nullification of Devil Fruit Escape within 1 meter of the host. Upon the death of the user, the devil fruit would eternally revolve within 1 meter of the host. After reclaiming the Golden Lion and Amp, Apos' abilities, Dio picked up the float fruit and tossed it in his hand. Is this what a devil fruit is? The crew of the world pirates watched this scene with widened eyes. Hey, Captain, that can end Apos. Possibly be the Golden Lion and Apos. Bages exclaimed in disbelief. Ah, this is indeed the Golden Lion's float fruit, Dio declared, raising the fruit above his head. How intriguing, Captain. It seems you can also acquire the abilities of devil fruit users, Lafitte remarked, gazing at Dio with profound insight. Then Oka adjusted his glasses. What a surprise. But I quite like it. Captain, hurry and eat it. It's delicious. Kid laughed heartily. The other devil fruit users and Amp, Apos' expressions shifted, as if recalling fond memories. Yes, Captain. Do eat it quickly. Lafitte smiled faintly. Although Daz remained silent, he nodded in agreement. Bages scratched his head. Is it really that delicious? Van Oka rolled his eyes. Anyone who believed their words was a fool. Dio was well aware of what Kid and the others sought to witness. Thus, he obliged them. He took a bite of the float fruit. Kid and the others craned their necks, eager to see the captain and Amp, Apos' transformation. However, to their disappointment, Dio exhibited no signs of discomfort. Kid and his companions looked puzzled. After finishing the float fruit, Dio smiled at them. What were you hoping to see? Ahaha, nothing much. Daz, look, this tree is truly enormous. Kid awkwardly turned his head away. Dio and Amp, Oppos, S smile faded, and he said sternly, Tonight, I will personally train you. No. Captain, they should also. Just as Kid was about to point out Daz and Lafitte, he noticed their serious expressions behind Dio. Kid hesitated, fearing he might curse, and thought of the double training. Venoka struggled to stifle his laughter. Dio turned his head. You too, Venoka. Venoka's smile froze, shifting to Kid. Let us all train together tonight. Kid tilted his head, pointing at Venoka. The previously silent Kira shook his head in resignation. Ignoring the antics of the two, Dio turned to leave. Captain, you are truly remarkable. I never expected your ability could extend to devil fruits, Lafitte noted, his intelligence allowing him to discern the situation. In the future, avoid following Kid and Amp, Oppos, S bad habits and act more seriously, Dio replied with a smirk. Understood, my captain, Lafitte replied respectfully. The moment Dio touched the devil fruit, he applied two abilities upon himself, nullification of devil fruit side effects and nullification of devil fruit taste. He feared that the fruit and Amp, Oppos, S flavor might not be considered a side effect, hence the two precautions. Soon, the crew returned to their pirate ship. Captain, what shall we do about this island and the corpses of the Golden Lion and his crew? Lafitte inquired. Simple, Dio responded, touching the ship. After a slight tremor, the pirate ship began to ascend slowly. Under Dio's control, it soon glided freely. What is this? The Golden Lion's ability. Robin, Kuma, Ginny, and Victoria, who remained on the ship, looked on in astonishment. Dio nodded, simultaneously starting to manipulate the floating island he had previously touched. You shall sink to the depths of the sea with your own island. The floating island instantaneously shattered, fracturing into pieces that plummeted rapidly. Meanwhile, at Magnetic Drum Island, Dalton was directing soldiers and civilians in constructing a dam to fend off a massive incoming wave. Damn it, what is happening? Is there more? Dalton and Amp, Oppos, S brow furrowed. Moments ago, countless boulders had suddenly fallen from the sky, unleashing violent waves that surged towards coastal homes. Many villagers were affected. Under Dalton and Amp, Oppos, S leadership, they barely managed to endure until the waves calmed, only for more boulders to begin descending from above. This is never-ending. Soldiers and villagers began to complain. Dalton gazed skyward, recalling a certain notorious pirate capable of such aerial assaults. Could it be that they intend to attack Magnetic Drum Island? Just then, a world news bird appeared. Curious about the situation. What is going on? This is big news. A soldier exclaimed, Captain, look! There appears to be a ship falling from the sky. Dalton squinted, focusing intently. Indeed, a vessel was descending from the heavens. Could it truly be the individual I suspect? Damn it, there is no time to summon the Navy. All villagers, return home and secure your doors. Dalton shouted. The incoming individual may be the sky pirate, Golden Lion Shiki. What? The Golden Lion? Many civilians trembled in fear, hastily retreating to their homes. Even some soldiers appeared anxious. Captain, should we remain here? Of course. We are the Kingdom and Oppos, S guard, Dalton stated resolutely. The newsbird also took notice of the descending ship and quickly approached. Before long, it captured images of the world pirates and the bodies plummeting into the sea. Captain, would you like to eat roasted bird? Venoka said, stroking his chilu. Dio glanced at the distant newsbird, a sudden inspiration striking him. He swiftly requested paper and pen, drafting a note before calling the bird over. First, he handed it a bag of berries and said, if possible, please deliver this note to Morgan's. Thank you. The newsbird, upon seeing this, thumped its chest in assurance of completing the task. Watching the newsbird take flight, Dio was uncertain of its success, but he wished to try. What if it worked? As the pirate ship descended into the sea, Dio instructed, Lafitte, call me when we reach Magnetic Drum Island. We need to gather magnetic energy and depart soon. I wish to explore Alabasta. There, a nature-type devil fruit awaits me. Having already established enmity with their organization, it was best to strike first. Chapter 52. Who knows? Pirates, leave this place. Upon realizing that it was not the Golden Lion, Dalton immediately regained his composure. However, he couldn't and Oppos to shake the feeling that this group of individuals seemed somewhat familiar. On the ship, Dio ignored Dalton and Oppos' presence and turned to Lafayette, inquiring, is the magnetic force fully charged? 1 more minute, Lafayette estimated. Noticing that they were disregarding him, Dalton furrowed his brow, perplexed by the pirates' and Appo's behavior. Dalton, have the pirates been expelled? Wapple approached, flanked by Jess and Cromwell. Your Majesty, Dalton greeted with respect. It appears that these pirates have no intention of coming ashore. Huh? Not coming ashore? Then what are they doing here? Wapple glared at the world pirate crew. Hey, scum of the sea, get out of my kingdom at once. Lafayette and the others exchanged glances, taken aback by Wapple's audacity. Dio turned his head, coldly regarding Wapple. Why do fools always seek their own demise? Truth be told, he had no desire for the gulp-gulp fruit, as most of its abilities overlapped with his own. The fruit's essence revolved around one core principle: devour, transform, create. Besides the profit from the alloys it could produce, which intrigued him, he had no interest in other abilities, even those of the devourers. Moreover, what particularly irked Dio was that activating its power necessitated consuming items. Once or twice was bearable, but repeatedly ingesting unknown objects? His mouth was not a garbage dump. He had initially thought that once the magnetic force was fully charged, he and his companions could depart. Yet, unexpectedly, this foolish king provoked him. Dio had no qualms about using the fruit as a collectible. Hey, are you deaf? I am the king of a member state. Get out of my kingdom at once. Wapple spat angrily. Bagus, bring the fruit, Dio said expressionlessly. Everyone was taken aback. Fruit? They quickly realized that this king must be a devil fruit user. Soon, Bagus brought out a box of fruit. Dio took it, and with a swift movement, he appeared behind Wapple in an instant. Wapple felt a chill run down his spine. Caking your Majesty. A soldier noticed Dio and Appo's figure, terror etched on his face. Dalton, Jess, and Cromwell also spotted Dio, their pupils dilating in alarm. Your Majesty. What and Appo's the matter? Wapple asked, still oblivious. However, in the next moment, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Brute, what have you done? Dalton charged forward like a bull. Jess and Cromwell also attacked Dio. With a cold snort, Dio flickered, and in the blink of an eye, Jess and Cromwell fell as Wapple had. Dalton was directly stomped into the snow by Dio, coughing blood as he reverted to his human form. Stay still, Dio said calmly, as if greeting an acquaintance. The surrounding soldiers trembled, weapons in hand, too afraid to make any aggressive moves. Approaching Wapple and Appo's corpse, Dio repeated his actions. Before long, the gulp-gulp fruit was in his possession. Regrettably, while the fungus fruit was intriguing, his brother Mshilla had been exiled. Dio shook his head in lament, clutching the gulp-gulp fruit as he walked toward the pirate ship. Why Don and Appo's, do you kill me? Dalton lay on the ground, staring intently at Dio. Dio paused, turning around with a smile. Who lives and who dies is my prerogative, as long as I can achieve my goals. Whether you live or die is of no concern to me. You should be grateful that your devil fruit is merely an ordinary Zoan type. With that, Dio ignored the stunned Dalton and leaped onto the pirate ship. In no time, the vessel sailed towards Alabasta. Lying in the snow, Dalton suddenly remembered Dio's identity, the world pirate, the Emperor of Evil. Reflecting on Dio's words sent chills down his spine. This man seemingly regarded human life as inconsequential, akin to how humans view ants. Meanwhile, aboard the world pirate ship, Robin gazed at Dio with a complex expression. Dio, do you truly not care for human life? As she spoke, Robin and Appo's breath quickened, seemingly recalling the massacre order from O'Hara. Lafayette and the others stood nearby, though they kept their distance, always attentive. Dio remained silent for a long while, locking eyes with Robin. Do you think my actions were excessive? No, Robin shook her head, understanding the ruthlessness required in their line of work after spending so long in the underground world. It and Appo's just that what you said on Magnetic Drum Island reminded me of a certain type of person. Celestial dragons, right? Dio leaned against the railing. Rest assured, I am nothing like them. I have no interest in common folk. In fact, I may show mercy to the strong. As for caring about human life, in this age, aside from those close to you, do you care about strangers? Robin was left speechless, realizing she had overthought the matter. Apologies, Dio, I was too agitated. That and Appo's more like it, Dio said, shrugging. The atmosphere on the ship relaxed instantly. Before long, the crew dispersed, attending to their respective tasks. Lafayette approached Dio. Captain, your social skills surpass mine. Dio glanced at him. Isn't it only natural to speak appropriately to different individuals? From the beginning, I sensed that Kuma, Ginny, and Robin were not of our ilk, Lafayette observed, gazing at the vast sea ahead. Dio's eyes deepened. If they wish to follow, I welcome it. But if one day someone stands in my way, be it the world government, the navy, pirates, revolutionaries, or so-called crewmates. Dio looked at Lafayette. I will surpass them all. Ha ha ha. Captain, surely you are uttering words I delight in hearing, Lafayette remarked meaningfully. Adjusting Dio and Amp, Oppo's top hat, he shrugged. Who knows? The fervor in Lafayette's eyes intensified. Such a man was truly worthy of his allegiance. 2 days later, at Marineford, in the marshal's office, Sengoku stormed in, furious. What happened? The waiting Admiral Tsuru inquired. Just back from Mariehua, Sengoku was visibly displeased. The world pirate crew has entered the Grand Line. Where did that news come from? Tsuru asked, confused. The king of Magnetic Drum Kingdom, Wapol, was killed by them. Sengoku gritted his teeth. I explicitly told him not to massacre civilians. Tsuru crossed her arms, resting her chin on them. The ones he killed were not civilians. Sengoku and Amp, Oppo's expression froze. He is playing word games. That king was no different from a civilian in our eyes. Enough about Wapol. You know his character well enough. His death is inconsequential, Tsuru remarked, rolling her eyes at Sengoku. The immediate priority is to re-establish the bounty on the world pirate crew and to alert the navy along their route to avoid conflict. Sengoku sat down helplessly. But he was the king of a member state. They are being so blatant. Then let the world government handle this troublesome figure, Tsuru stated seriously. The navy has already suffered significant losses. We must focus on the new world powers and other pirates. We simply do not have the manpower. Alas, it seems we have no choice, Sengoku sighed, rubbing his temples. Chapter 53, The Fishman Marshal. There and Oppo's a serious situation. A panting naval officer from the intelligence department rushed in. What is it? Sengoku frowned. Morgan sent us several photographs. The soldier handed over the items in his possession. Photographs? Sengoku took them, exchanging a puzzled glance with his aide. Crane. As he browsed through them one by one, Sengoku's expression shifted from confusion to gravity and finally to shock. What is this? The Golden Lion. Sengoku hurriedly passed the photographs to Crane. After a careful examination, Crane nodded. Indeed, it is the Golden Lion, and it appears he is deceased. Who killed him? Sengoku's gaze was serious as he scrutinized the last photograph. It was a close-up shot, clearly capturing the majority of the crew aboard the pirate ship. One individual at the forefront was unmistakable to Sengoku. Dio. What? Crane was startled, but soon recognized the plausibility. If it was him, it makes sense. It seems we must re-evaluate their bounty. Sengoku turned to the awaiting soldier. I understand Morgan's intentions. Relay our response to him along with our new bounty. Yes, Marshal. The soldier saluted and departed swiftly. Upon receiving the Navy and Oppo's reply, Morgan's lit a cigar and settled into his chair, exhaling clouds of smoke. Before him lay 2 items, a distant photograph of the world pirate cruise ship hovering steadily in the air and a note requesting a meeting. Shall I go? Morgan's pondered for a long time. Ultimately, he gazed at the distant photograph and shook his head. Have I not already made my decision? A few days later. Near the Alabasta Sea, a pirate ship resembling a saw shark, the Shark's Bab, sailed slowly. Brother Arlong, are we truly leaving Fishman Island for the 4 seas? Asked Hachi, looking at Arlong at the bow of the ship. Otherwise? Arlong replied gruffly, playing house? Hachi looked conflicted. Why don't we discuss it with Jinbei? Discuss what? Arlong smashed his wine jug, his eyes turning crimson. To be a human and Oppo's lapdog like him? Hachi waved his 6 arms. No. But, after all, it was Jinbei who became one of the 7 warlords of the sea, so you could be quiet. Do not mention that man again. Arlong seized Hachi. Not avenging Tiger is one thing, but to serve humans? Even if he saved me, I hold him in contempt. Cough, brother Arlong. Hachi frantically patted Arlong's arm. The other fishmen quickly intervened. Gradually, Arlong calmed down and released his grip. I apologize, Hachi. I acted impulsively and should not have turned against my own kin. Cough. It and Oppo's all right. I understand your feelings, brother Arlong, Hachi said empathetically. Suddenly, a fishman raised a recently purchased newspaper, brother Arlong. There's significant news. Speak. Arlong and the others turned to the fishman holding the newspaper. The legendary pirate falls. A new legend arises. The former sky pirate, the Golden Lion, has perished at the hands of Dio, captain of the world pirate crew. Arlong and Oppo's eyes narrowed slightly. The Golden Lion. He had heard of this human and Oppo's name. Said to be on par with Pirate King Roger. Now he was dead? And killed by a newcomer? It's It seems humans are indeed weak, just a bit older. And they falter. Fishmen are the strongest. By the way, Brother Arlong, there's also a bounty from the world pirate crew. The fisherman handed over the bounty notice. Arlong took it and began to peruse. However, just a glance left him utterly stunned. World pirate crew, Captain, the Emperor of Evil Dio, bounty, 1.2 billion berries. Extremely dangerous, no mercy. World pirate crew, the Devil Sheriff Lafayette, bounty, 250 million berries, no mercy. World pirate crew, Sniper, Van Auger, bounty, 200 million berries. No mercy. World pirate crew, Bearer Bartholomew Kuma, bounty, 190 million berries. No mercy. World pirate crew, Assassin Des Bones, bounty, 150 million berries. No mercy. World pirate crew. Demon Child Nico Robin, bounty, 120 million berries. No mercy. World pirate crew, Captain Eustace Kidd, bounty, 100 million berries. No mercy. World pirate crew, Killer, bounty, 100 million berries. No mercy. World pirate crew, Champion Gazaz Bayas, bounty, 100 million berries. No mercy. World pirate crew, Maid Victoria, bounty, 100 berries. No mercy. 1.2 billion. Arlong and Amp, Oppos, S. heart trembled. This newcomer who had just entered the Grand Line has a bounty higher than some New World monsters? Wait, he just entered the Grand Line? That means this fellow is not particularly strong. Such a high bounty must be related to the Golden Lion. To have defeated that legendary pirate, perhaps it is due to the latter's old age. If I can defeat him, my name, Arlong the Fishman, will resonate throughout the world. Arlong was exhilarated. Recently released from prison, he was unaware of Dio and Oppos' previous illustrious achievements. At that moment, he eagerly anticipated encountering the world pirate crew. Licking his lips, Arlong sneered. When we meet, your end is nigh. I shall show you the might of the fishmen. Brother Arlong, a fishman on the lookout shouted. There's an unidentified pirate crew ahead. Arlong retrieved a telescope from his waist and peered into the distance. Upon recognizing the pirate flag, his expression froze. Looking down at the newspaper, then back at the flag, confirming it thrice, Arlong burst into laughter. Heaven has aided me. The heavens have allowed Arlong to achieve fame in the world. It appears leaving Fishman Island was indeed the right choice. Full speed ahead. Target the pirate ship ahead. Yes, Brother Arlong. As the distance between the two parties closed, the faces of the fishmen from the evil dragon pirates turned pale. Brother Arlong, let us hurry and leave. Hachi exclaimed, terrified. Huh? Arlong turned around to find the other crew members equally fearful, as if the world pirate crew were man-eating demons. What are you afraid of? We are powerful fishmen. Arlong was exasperated. They are merely weak humans. Hachi timidly raised a hand. Brother Arlong, they are not weak. Rather, they are strong, very strong. The other fishmen nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Arlong furrowed his brow. Could it be that I misjudged? This human, who has just entered the Grand Line, is a formidable opponent? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Have you seen the world pirate crew before? Arlong inquired. Oh, no. The fishmen shook their heads. Arlong exhaled a heavy breath. If you haven't seen them with your own eyes, how can you judge their strength? Bring the ship closer. Chapter 54, Alabasta No. Brother Arlong. The fishman shrieked in despair. Just as Arlong was prepared to unleash his fury, the world pirates seemed to have spotted them and began to approach. This is bad. They are coming. Quickly, flee. The instinct for survival outweighed reason, and the fishmen hastily abandoned their ship, plunging into the sea. After all, they were fishmen. Reaching the nearest island posed no challenge. You cowards. Arlong could scarcely believe that his subordinates had fled the battlefield before the fight even commenced. Brother Arlong, you should escape too. Little 8 echoed. Unwilling to perish in vain, and dove into the water. Within mere seconds, the pirate ship was deserted, leaving Arlong in utter despair. You spineless wretches. Have you forgotten how Brother Tiger perished? Have you forgotten the enmity between fishmen and humans? A pitiful lot. Worthless fishmen. On the world pirate ship, the crew exchanged glances. Is this what fishmen are like? Kid's curiosity was piqued. Daz poked his temple, questioning. Is there something wrong with him? Dio's expression twitched. What's the matter? Have you encountered a fellow patient? It appeared that his comrades had forsaken him. Bias sensed the underlying tension. Rafet smiled. I can understand why his comrades fled. But I fail to comprehend why he has and Amp, Oppos, Hearing the murmurs behind him, Arlong and Amp, Oppos' face darkened, and he ceased his curses. Was he being regarded as a mere spectacle? You despicable humans. Arlong growled, turning around. Wow, why does his nose look so pointed? Victoria marveled. Then Oka stroked his chin. A pointed nose must be a trait of his species. Robin, well versed in such matters, identified him as a sawshark fishman. You bastards. Did you not hear me? Arlong roared. The world pirates fell silent for a brief moment before resuming their discussions. Hey, do you think fishmen count as fish or as humans? Kid's mind raced. If they're fish, can we roast them? As soon as he spoke, he noticed the others regarding him with expressions of disgust. Kid, if you're hungry, just tell Ginny. There's no need for this, Ginny replied, her face contorted. No, I was merely hypothesizing. Hypothetically speaking, if he counts as fish. Recognizing that he was digging himself deeper, Kid decided to fall silent. How dare you? Arlong and Apos, as fury ignited. Gathering his strength, he lunged at the world pirates. Shark on darts. Iron nose technique. Dio tilted his head. With swift reflexes, he seized Arlong and Apos' pointed nose and hurled him aside, not only thwarting Arlong and Apos' attack, but also bending his nose painfully. Arlong cried out in unbearable agony, finally conceding that Dio was indeed formidable. Observing Arlong clutching his nose in pain, Dio and Apos' thoughts wandered. It seemed Arlong had embarked from the Grand Line this year, likely waiting at Little Garden for a year before reaching the East Blue in 1512, becoming Nami's childhood nightmare. Was he inadvertently saving Belmir and Apos' life? Noticing Dio lost in thought, Arlong and Apos' eyes glinted with anger as he retrieved his regenerative teeth, lunging at Dio. Die. Just as his sharp teeth were about to sink into Dio and Apos' throat, a hand shot out. What? Arlong glared at Dio and Apos' outstretched arm. Without even mastering hockey. You're squandering such a robust physique. Dio scoffed, swinging his arm cloaked in hockey, sending Arlong flying. Dio wiped his left arm with a handkerchief of the fishmen. I hold respect for Tu Tiger and Ji-Bei. You? What are you? Arlong struggled to rise. You mentioned Tiger, and I have no objections, but Ji-Bei? What is he? A mere dog to humans? Dio shook his head, truly an ungrateful wretch. Others at least saved you from imprisonment. Humph. Who cares? Arlong retorted, visibly displeased. Observing his demeanor, Dio lost interest and turned to enter the room. This fellow is yours. Train him as you see fit. If he perishes, simply discard him. Wahahaha. I've never dealt with fishmen before. Baez was the first to step forward. Arlong clenched his fists. If I cannot defeat that guy, then surely I can defeat you. With that, he charged at Baez, his sharp teeth poised to strike. Shark on tooth gear. Baez, his right arm enveloped in hockey, countered with a powerful elbow strike. Bang! A fist collided with Arlong's forehead, leaving him dazed. For a while, Arlong became the crew's training dummy. When Raffet informed Dio of their arrival in Alabasta, Dio emerged from his quarters, immediately spotting the bloodied Arlong sprawled on the deck. What? You Haven and Apos, dealt with him yet? Raffet sighed. To be fair, fishmen are remarkably resilient. He makes an excellent training dummy, hence Daz's reluctance to dispose of him. Dio rolled his eyes. It's Daz who's reluctant to discard him. Considering it's not every day one gets a target to practice on. Dio, Captain, I wish to suddenly, Kuma approached. Dio raised a hand. I know what you wish to say. Now that we've reached our destination, grant him a swift end. Kuma nodded and stepped towards Arlong. Kill me, kill me, kill me. At that moment, Arlong lacked the strength to ponder his fate, merely repeating those words. Kuma first offered a prayer as a priest, then grasped him and hurled him into the air above the sea. Charging her cannon. Bang. Arlong disintegrated into a mist of blood, his remains obliterated. The crew of the world pirates winced at the sight. Kuma and Apos' technique, it must be said, was indeed effective. It was likely that Arlong felt nothing before vanishing entirely. Kuma turned around to find everyone giving him a thumbs up. Scratching his head, Kuma appeared puzzled. Do you all think I performed exceptionally? All right. Ahead lies the port of Alabasta. Canola. Dio commanded. Kuma, you, Ginny, and Victoria will stay behind. Contact us via the transponder snail if needed. Understood. Robin inquired. Am I to disembark as well? Dio raised an eyebrow. Are you not going? I hear there are historical texts here. Really? Robin and Apos' eyes sparkled. We'll only know if we go, Dio urged. I'll pack my things at once. Robin dashed into her room. Meanwhile, at the port of Canola, many had spotted the world pirates and Apos' ship. This is bad. Pirates. Quick. Summon the kingdom and Apos' guard. I think it and Apos' better to call Lord Crocodile. Oh, it's all the same. Let us call both. Soon, King Cobra and Crocodile, stationed in Rain Base, received the news. Bell, you're fast. Hurry to Canola for support. Yes, your majesty. With that, Bell transformed into a falcon and soared into the sky. Having just returned to the palace, Vivi witnessed the scene with wide, curious eyes. In Rain Base, Crocodile grinned broadly. Finally, citizens willing to seek my aid? After a year of toil, he had finally gained a modicum of trust from these commoners. His plan was a step closer to fruition. Chapter 55. Undercover operations. As the sound of bubbling filled the air, Crocodile paused on his way to the canola flowers. Answering the call from the telephone, Bug nestled in his arms. Boss, the world pirates, who have a conflict with us, have appeared in Alabasta. What should we do? The voice of Mississippi Doublefinger emanated from the device. Crocodile was taken aback. So, it was these individuals invading the canola fields? Frowning at the recent actions of his adversaries, he took a long moment before responding in a hoarse voice. Do not engage them. Understood. Mississippi Doublefinger nodded from the tavern. After hanging up, Crocodile sank back into his chair, his expression troubled. The world pirates seemed formidable, and it was unnecessary for him to wade into turbulent waters. Yet, would he betray the trust he had just earned from the populace? Annoyed, Crocodile realized this would delay his plans for his utopia once again. His gaze fell upon the small round table, where newspapers and bounties lay scattered, including the bounty for the world pirates. Almost forgot. This individual is also part of the world pirates. His eyes brightened upon seeing a particular image. This was the final piece of his plan, the historian, Nico Robin. Ha ha ha. They may be difficult to deal with, but am I not just as capable? Crocodile rose confidently. Let me pay you a visit, Dio. As his words faded, he transformed into a cloud of sand, bursting through the window and soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, at the canola flower port, Dio and his crew set foot on Alabasta soil, the surrounding populace keeping their distance. Taking note of the situation, Dio paid it no mind and headed directly toward the camel rental station, observing the behavior of those around them. It was only a matter of time before someone would approach them. It was better to prepare their means of transportation first. Perhaps seeing that Dio and his companions were not causing destruction, the port and Appos' residents breathed a slight sigh of relief. It's so hot here. Good thing I didn't wear a coat, Kid remarked, sweating profusely. The climate in the Grand Line is truly unpredictable, Lafitte commented. Recalling how just recently they had been in a frigid winter island, now finding themselves in a scorching desert nation. Kid, you should really bring a warm piece of clothing. The temperature difference between day and night is significant, Robin kindly advised, her attire cool and her white cloak open, accentuating her figure. No way. I'd die from the heat. Kid vehemently shook his head. Dio smiled. Don't mind him. Some people only learn through hardship. After renting camels, the group ventured into the desert, heading towards Alabasta and Appos' capital, Erebana. Once they had completely left, the hidden guards cautiously emerged from their concealment. Few they finally left. The world pirates aren't that terrifying after all. The captain of the guards straightened his posture. Indeed, the others echoed. Though secretly they scoffed at the previous individual who could barely stand without their assistance. Captain, I think they're headed towards Erebana. Should we inform the capital? One of them inquired. Of course. Hurry and contact the capital, the captain ordered with a wave of his hand. Sometime later, in the Alabasta desert, Dio and his crew arrived at a rocky area that provided shade from the sun, taking a moment to rest. Hey, Captain, there's a group of injured birds over there, Kid pointed out. The group's attention turned, noticing the deceitful birds enhancing their acting skills, displaying pitiful expressions. However, the anticipated rescue did not arrive. Captain, since they're bound to die anyway, let us roast them for a meal. Bagus licked his lips. I'll take care of it, Kira said, producing a scythe. Upon witnessing this, the deceitful birds dared not linger and swiftly took flight. Venoka smirked, moving targets. How amusing. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the deceitful birds fell to the ground. Blowing smoke from his gun, Venoka shook his head. Did you really think we wouldn't see through your act? Huh? They weren't injured? Das scratched his head. The others exchanged glances, speechless. High above them, transformed into a falcon, Bell heard the gunfire and narrowed his eyes. Without hesitation, he sped up. Not long ago, he had received word from the capital that the world pirates had entered the desert. Thus, the gunfire could only have originated from them. As Bell flew to the rocky area, he spotted smoke rising, with roasted birds lined up beside the fire. Oh, there's another one. Just as Van Oka was about to raise his gun to shoot Bell, Lafitte intervened with a hand gesture. Wait, that SA devil fruit user. Lafitte sighed. Concerned that one day, while soaring through the sky, he too might become a target for Van Oka. Dio lifted his gaze and remarked coolly, the guide has arrived. The vice-captain of the Alabasta Royal Guard, a bird-type Zoan user with the falcon fruit ability, Bell. ISNT, he's still a bird? Van Oka scoffed, retracting his gun. After circling for a while and sensing no malice from the group, Bell descended. You are the world pirates, correct? I am. Before he could finish his introduction, Dio interrupted. All right, Bell, take us to see Cobra. I have matters to discuss with him. Bell was taken aback, not expecting them to know him. You are? Dio, he replied. Realizing who he was speaking to, Bell felt a chill run down his spine. Ah, Captain Dio, my apologies. I must report your request first. Please. Dio gestured with his hand. Before long, Bell returned with the telephone bug, respectfully approaching Dio. Captain Dio, His Majesty the King has granted permission. Please follow me. Discarding the skewers used for the roasted birds, Dio rose. Let us go, mates. Just as the group prepared to leave, a swirling sandstorm swept in. A sandstorm? Bell's pupils constricted in surprise. That shouldn't happen. Why would a sandstorm arise in this weather? Ah, it seems we have other guests to greet, Dio smiled, casting a discreet glance at Robin. Finally, the bait has been taken, Crocodile. Oh, is this the warlord my captain spoke of? Lafitte asked curiously. TSK. The terrain here is entirely his domain. Kid grumbled. Bell looked bewildered. Are you saying this sandstorm was caused by Crocodile? Dio clapped Bell on the shoulder. What can I say? You seem to trust this ambitious fellow to remain in Alabasta. Aren't you afraid of losing your kingdom? Bell was taken aback. That's impossible. Crocodile has a good reputation in Alabasta. What if his reputation surpasses that of the king? Robin interjected incisively. Bell tensed, realizing the implication. Could Crocodile truly harbor such ambitions? At Dio's signal, Kira tossed his spare mask to Bell. Wear this. Then we can see Crocodile's true nature. After a moment of hesitation, Bell gritted his teeth and donned the mask, eager to discover whether the warlord was indeed as ambitious as Captain Dio claimed. Seeing Bell comply, Dio slowly drew his nearly shattered sword. Crocodile, I do not appreciate your welcome. The dark blade of energy surged through the sandstorm. Chapter 56. Sand Crocodile. The sandstorm coalesced into Crocodile, whose right arm swung powerfully, unleashing a massive blade of sand that clashed against the dark sword energy. The desert blade. The collision ignited a ferocious wind. All but the two combatants instinctively raised their arms to shield themselves. Crocodile's gaze lowered as he locked eyes with the motionless Dio below. This fellow possesses considerable strength. The recent exchange had revealed that a direct confrontation could lead to mutual destruction. Thus, a different approach was warranted. Wahaha. Captain Dio is truly formidable, Crocodile remarked, a smile creeping onto his scarred face, feigning courtesy. Dio, observing the near-collapsing lone phoenix, shook his head. Kin and Appos, to withstand my domineering presence? Can you? He retracted the lone phoenix, a smirk playing on his lips. You ought to cease your laughter. It is rather unbecoming. Crocodile's smile faltered, his teeth clenched. You insolent fool. As his hostility surfaced, the members of the world pirates entered a state of readiness, their gazes fixed intently. Sensing their piercing stares, Crocodile and Appos' expression shifted. Dio was right. Perhaps I do possess an unappealing visage. Nevertheless, this does not impede our collaboration. Oh, collaboration? Dio raised an eyebrow. What sort of collaboration? Crocodile descended from the air. I wish to borrow Nico Robin for a time. In exchange, before he could finish, a surge of Conqueror and Appos' hockey erupted. Dio's eyes turned icy. Do you truly believe that is feasible? My crew is not mere cargo. Beside them, Robin gazed softly at Dio upon hearing his words. Crocodile and Appos' face darkened. This is Conqueror and Appos' hockey. I never imagined Dio would possess such potential, akin to Whitebeard. My apologies, Captain Dio, my expression was unclear. Crocodile hastened to avoid conflict. What I meant was, we could collaborate. I will conceal our activities from the world government and secure this nation, while you ensure Nico Robin interprets the historical texts to uncover ancient weaponry. How does that sound? Once the ancient weapons are located, I shall strike you down from behind. Crocodile and Appos' ambition shone as he gazed at Dio. The masked Bell, taken aback, pondered whether Crocodile truly intended to lay siege to Alabasta. Furthermore, what of those ancient weapons? Bell anxiously glanced at Dio, fearing that he might genuinely ally with Crocodile. Dio chuckled, lifting a hand to his forehead and laughing heartily. Sand Crocodile, do you truly believe I would have any interest in ancient weaponry? Crocodile, now on high alert, replied, Hee. Captain Dio may not comprehend the might of ancient weapons. Allow me to enlighten you. Dio raised his hand to interrupt. No, I am well aware. In fact, I understand it better than you. Yet, I remain disinterested. Except for Shirahoshi, of course. At present, what piques my curiosity is your devil fruit. Despite its vulnerabilities, it is still a Logia type. Dio and Amp, Oppos, eyes narrowed. Crocodile retreated a step. What do you mean by that? What I mean is, you are doomed. The ground suddenly fractured as Dio appeared before Crocodile in an instant. Just as his hand reached out, Crocodile transformed and evaded, slipping through the sand with ease. Dio frowned, realizing a flaw in his ability. It seems that next time I capture someone, I must employ Haki and observation Haki, or perhaps manipulate time. Since we cannot reach an agreement, prepare to meet your demise in the desert. Crocodile and Oppos' gaze hardened. This is my domain. A small sandstorm was thrust forward, hurtling towards Dio and his crew. As Bell attempted to flee, he was seized by Kira. Fear not, the captain is here. Bell paused, glancing around. The world pirates remained unmoving. Do they possess such unwavering faith in Dio? His gaze settled on Dio, who faced the sandstorm, slowly raising his right hand. Sandstorm nullification. The once rampaging sandstorm dissipated in an instant, leaving only a gentle breeze. What manner of ability is this? Both Crocodile and Bell were taken aback. This fellow has declared war. Dio tilted his head back. The crew grinned widely. Understood, Captain. The righteous brawl shall never be absent. Boom. Then Oka and Oppos' attack was the swiftest. Crocodile intended to elementalize, but suddenly discovered the bullets were imbued with Haki. Without hesitation, he sidestepped. The Haki bullet grazed his cheek, blood splattering. This Van Oka, ever since Dio's training, aimed for the head with every shot. Before Crocodile could react, a burly man dawned in a mass charge forward. Wahahaha. Iron arm restrained. Byers and Amp, Oppos' right arm was cloaked in Haki as he lunged for Crocodile and Amp, Oppos' neck. With a cold snort, Crocodile prepared to elementalize and evade. Meanwhile, Kid and Amp, Oppos' eyes narrowed. Biomagnetic disruption. The powers of the magnet fruit surged forth, catching Crocodile off guard, causing his head to feel heavy, his vision blurring. Byers seized this opportunity to approach. Wahahaha. Experienced the might of a wrestler. He tightly locked his arms around Crocodile's neck, bringing him crashing down. Choked by Byers' grip, Crocodile quickly regained his senses. Trapped, he had no choice but to retaliate against Byers. Placing his hand on Byers and Amp, Oppos' body, Crocodile unleashed his fruit and Amp, Oppos' power, siphoning the water from him. Desert prison. Byers' pupils constricted as his body began to wither. Just as Crocodile prepared to fully drain Byers, two slashes approached from either side, Daz and Kira, left with no choice. Crocodile leaped backward, his arm enlarging into a crescent-shaped blade of sand, aiming to strike at Daz and Kira. Crescent sand dune. The two hastily raised their defenses, only to find the attack pass through them without inflicting harm. In the next moment, both of their bodies rapidly dehydrated, their moisture consumed by the preceding attack. Dio, observing from afar, shook his head. These fools, charging in without understanding the other's abilities, deserve their fate. Truly, they are formidable. Being one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Lafitte and Oppos' voice rang from behind Crocodile. Just as he prepared to strike, Crocodile was kicked to the ground by Lafitte. Robin crossed her arms, activating the powers of the flower fruit. Tenfold bloom. 10 arms sprouted from Crocodile and Oppos' body, tightly restraining him. Have you all had enough of this ruckus? Crocodile and Amp, Oppos' right hand touched the ground. Corrosive cycle. The rocky earth cracked, the protruding stones slowly turning to sand as the moisture from the surrounding life forms was drained, gradually spreading outward. Seeing his crew members dehydrated, Dio sighed. Your Haki is lacking. You'll all need extra training. Luckily, I can fly, Lafitte rejoiced. Bell nodded in agreement. Once freed from his restraints, Crocodile, noticing Dio and Oppos' well-being, wore a puzzled expression. What in the world is your ability? His gaze then shifted to the falcon soaring above. His expression changed. ISN and Oppos. This fellow the deputy of the Royal Guard? Dio rubbed his wrist. Thank you for providing my crew with a valuable lesson. But the farce must come to an end. Chapter 57. The Sandfall Raffet. Provide these fellows with water. With that, Dio charged at Crocodile. With his unique ability of and Oppos, death nullification and Oppos, these individuals could merely be given water to recover. Rafit realized, timely hydration. Without paying any heed to the captain and Oppos' battle, he promptly took Bell to assist Kid and the others. As Dio approached, Crocodile dared not underestimate him. His hands transformed into 4 large blades of sand, slashing towards Dio. Desert Diamond Blade. Dio's figure flickered as he deftly evaded the sand blades, employing Shave to navigate through them. His hands enveloped in armament hockey. The dark golden aura crackled around him. Noticing Dio and Amp, Oppos' agility, Crocodile swiftly altered his tactics. He unleashed crescent-shaped sand blades before him. Crescent Sand Dune. If you dare approach, you shall be drained of moisture. Dio's eyes glinted with mockery. He refrained from using his nullification ability, instead unleashing a surge of hockey as he charged forth. Dio's right fist condensed with dark golden hockey light, effortlessly breaking through the crescent sand dune. Crocodile was momentarily stunned. How is this possible? Why have you not been drained of moisture? Crocodile, your reliance on your fruit is excessive. Dio and Oppos' right fist grew increasingly potent. Hockey is the power that transcends all. With a powerful stomp, sand flew in all directions. Dio and Oppos' right fist swung forward with a deafening roar. Buzz. Intentional, crushing blow. Crocodile and Oppos' abdomen was instantly pierced. A torrent of yellow sand erupting from his back. Humph. As long as I elementalize in advance, what can your armament hockey do? Crocodile taunted. Dio smirked, is that so? But I wield more than just armament hockey. What? Crocodile and Amp, Oppos' body trembled as he reverted to his original form, spewing blood and being hurled backward. Due to my hockey and Amp, Oppos' entanglement. I have struck you long before you realized. Dio slowly approached Crocodile, squatting before him and patting his shoulder. How pitiful, warlord of the sea, Sand Crocodile. Crocodile clutched his abdomen, his eyes bulging with rage. With his last ounce of strength, he unleashed Desert Sunflower. The dune beneath him suddenly sank, pulling Dio into its depths. Without hesitation, Crocodile transformed into sand and fled. He did not believe the dune could end Dio. Sure enough, the next moment, Dio leapt from the sand dune. His expression calm as he gazed at the retreating Crocodile. Drawing his sword, he declared, Comrade, unleash your final ember. With full coverage of armament hockey and the dark golden conqueror and Amp, Oppos' hockey entwined, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, intermittently flashing with black golden lightning. Dio and Oppos' observation hockey locked onto the fleeing Crocodile, fully immersing himself in the moment. I allow you an extra 1,000 meters. Crocodile and Oppos' heart raced, sensing an escalating crisis. He dared not look back, fearing it would waste time. How can this fellow be so powerful? What kind of monster is this? Distance enough. Dio lifted his sword above his head. Utilizing the float fruit, he soared rapidly into the air, swiftly closing in on Crocodile. The sword, Solitary Swan, emanated a profound black sword aura. Farewell, Sand Crocodile. Farewell, Solitary Swan. Dio swung his sword down fiercely. Solitary Swan, shadowless. Crocodile instinctively dodged to the left. But Dio and Oppos' observation hockey surpassed him. The final strike of the Solitary Swan landed squarely on Crocodile. Hiss. How could? Crocodile, in his dying moments, struggled to turn. With his fading consciousness, he beheld Dio standing tall in the sky. Moments later, Dio floated down before Crocodile and Oppos' lifeless body, inserting the broken sword, Solitary Swan, beside him. With your potential, slaying a warlord of the sea is quite an achievement. With that, Dio sat cross-legged, awaiting the arrival of his crew. After some time, Rafit and the others arrived on camels. Bages jumped down, carrying a sack of fruit, fawning, Captain, you and Amp, Oppos, read truly remarkable. Dawn and Amp, Oppos, think flattery will exempt you from training. Dio placed the fruit before Crocodile. Soon, a demon fruit resembling a cactus appeared. Oh, Bages lowered his head, realizing that while he wished to grow stronger, the Captain and Amp, Oppos' training methods were exceedingly absurd, hanging from the ship and Amp, Oppos' tail to battle sea kings, diving into the ocean to chase ships. The ability users among Kid and Amp, Oppos' crew, in particular, had to face the captain personally, each time emerging bruised and battered. The most terrifying part was that the captain could restore them instantly, only to strike again. Repeating the cycle. Expressionless, Dio consumed the sand fruit, rising without feeling any unusual effects. Indeed, with my nullification, I am immune to any adverse effects of the fruit. Raffet, Bagus, and Vanoka, you three will go to Rain Base to take over Crocodile's Baroque works. Dio turned to face his crew. They were taken aback. Baroque works belonged to Crocodile? Bell was even more convinced of Crocodile and Appo's ill intentions. With your current capabilities, it will be a breeze. Afterwards, I will provide Raffet with information about several officers. Understood, Captain, Raffet replied respectfully. Bagus and Appo's eyes twinkled. Did this mean he would be free from the captain and Appo's training? Noticing Bajus's little scheme, Dio smirked. Don't think I am unaware of your thoughts. None of you will escape training. Oh no. Bagus and the younger ones cried out in despair. After issuing the orders, the group prepared to part ways. I'll guide Captain Dio, Bell said earnestly. No need. Just tell me the directions to Alyabarna and Rain Base. Dio waved him off. As he spoke, Dio controlled the sand to bury Crocodile and Solitary Swan deep within the dunes. After Bell pointed out 2 directions, Dio snapped his fingers, and the sand beneath them rumbled. Sandpath. The yellow sand began to move like a conveyor belt towards the 2 directions. Impressive, Captain. You can do this as well? Bagus was genuinely impressed this time. Bell stood frozen, astonished. Is this Crocodile and Appo's ability? Let us go. Once we and Appo's completed our tasks, we will regroup at the port of Tamalisk. Dio stepped onto the sandpath first. Bell, with a complex expression, followed closely behind. Raffet, Vanoka, and Bagus nodded, stepping onto the Rain Base sandpath. Meanwhile, in Alyabarna, within the palace, 7-year-old Princess Vivi inquired curiously of Cobra. Father, what exactly is Bell doing? Why are you so anxious? And what about those oppressive clouds and lightning in the distance? Overwhelmed by Vivi and Appo's barrage of questions, Cobra shook his head helplessly. All right, Vivi. An important guest will be arriving shortly. You should return. Vivi blinked. An important guest? Is it someone Bell invited? Are those clouds and lightning related to that guest? Be obedient. Vivi, return to your room. Cobra gently stroked Vivi and Appo's soft blue hair. Oh, all right. Vivi nodded, reluctantly departing. Cobra turned to the curly-haired captain of the guard beside him. Ikilum, watch over Vivi. You should be aware of the dangers posed by the world pirate crew. If they come with ill intentions, take Vivi and leave this place. Your Majesty. Ikilum expressed concern. Cobra's expression grew serious. Hurry, this is an order. Yes, Your Majesty. Take care. After much inner turmoil, Akarlam gritted his teeth and pursued Princess Weiwei. After dismissing the attendants, only Kabura remained within the palace. Whatever may come, let it rest solely upon my shoulders. Kabura sat quietly upon the throne. Chapter 58. Would you wish for this nation to perish in an instant? In the capital, Alyabarna. On Polka Street, Dio and his companions, led by Bell, made their way towards the palace. Observing the bustling crowds of pedestrians and carriages, and listening to the myriad of vendors and chatter around them, Dio Kuden and Appo's help but marvel at the vibrancy of the capital. Who could have foreseen that, 9 years hence, this very place would fall to rebel forces and the Baroque works? It seemed that the citizens of this nation were living quite contentedly. Robin noted that although the populace was preoccupied with their daily struggles, there was an absence of despair. Instead, they appeared filled with hope for the future. Kid and Kira nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it was indeed better than the country they had previously known. Bell wore a proud expression, attributing the prosperity to King Cobra and Appo's leadership. Nefertari Cobra? Dio squinted. This man genuinely had the welfare of his subjects at heart. Despite his disdain for the descendants of the 20 kings, one could not deny that among them lay a number of remarkable talents. Just considering the Knights of God alone was enough to impress. The likes of Shanks, who would eventually become one of the 4 emperors, Doflamingo, who would rise to the 7 warlords, and Bonnie, destined to become a supernova. Perhaps in the future, he could appoint him as a minister of state, Dio mused. Princess Vivi. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a voice called from ahead. The group paused, startled. Princess Vivi? They turned to see a young girl riding atop a small carrier duck, hastily fleeing. Behind her, a curly-haired Icolum wore a look of urgency. Bell's expression shifted. How had Princess Vivi managed to escape? He rushed forward, transforming into his beast form to block the duck and Appo's swift path. Upon seeing Bell, the little duck froze in fear. Bell, you and Appo's returned? Princess Vivi exclaimed with delight. We're the guests my father mentioned. Icolum hurried over, his face darkening when he recognized the blockade. With Bell present, It meant that unless Cobra had arranged meetings with others, the guests in question must be them. Dio and the others stepped forward slowly. What a lovely girl. Vivi seemed momentarily taken aback, then quickly regained her composure. Sliding off the duck and Amp, Oppos, back and adjusting her attire, she offered a respectful bow. I am Nefertari Vivi, Princess of Alabasta. It is a pleasure to meet you all. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates exchanged glances, feeling a sense of contradiction regarding this young girl. Initially, she seemed like a carefree adventurer, akin to them. Yet, now she embodied the poise and decorum of true nobility. Aren't you afraid of us? We are pirates, you know, Dio stated candidly. Vivi tensed but maintained her smile. Because you are guests of my father. Wouldn't it be more indicative of Alabastus' esteem for you all if the princess personally welcomed you? Upon hearing this, Icolum was taken aback, realizing Vivi's intent. After a long gaze, Dio smiled faintly. You are indeed a capable princess. Now, please lead us to King Cobra, Princess Vivi. It is my duty. Vivi replied with a gentle bow before stepping forward. Belle and Icolum had no choice but to follow her lead. What an intriguing young lady. Robin remarked as she approached Dio. Though she yearns for freedom, she would give her all for her country. Dio and Oppos' eyes were deep with thought. The group soon arrived within the palace. Gaka, stationed at the entrance, was momentarily stunned upon seeing them. Princess Vivi, Belle, Icolum, what brings you here? Gaka, open the gates. Our father's guests have arrived, Vivi instructed without further explanation. After a brief hesitation, Gaka nodded and complied. With a thunderous sound, he pushed open the palace doors. Cobra, who had been resting with his eyes closed upon the throne, opened them at the commotion. Ah, my guests have arrived. Vivi, what brings you here? He exclaimed. Momentarily caught off guard, Vivi stood formally, curtsying. Father, I have personally welcomed our guests. Understanding her intentions, Cobra regained his composure. Please, Captain Dio, come in. No need for formalities. I can enter on my own, Dio replied, allowing his crew to rest outside as he strode into the grand hall. With each step, the aura surrounding him grew increasingly formidable as he subtly unleashed his conqueror and Oppos' haki, though without directing it at Cobra and his companions, merely an echo of its power. Cobra felt a tightening in his chest. The visitor did not come with good intentions. He had not anticipated Crocodile and Oppos' treachery, and he owed a debt of gratitude to Captain Dio for his timely rescue. Cobra spoke first. Having relayed this news to him through the transponder snail during Belle and Oppos' journey to Alyabarna, Dio remained silent, instead surveying his surroundings. Noting that Cobra had already dismissed the maidservants and guards, leaving only a few trusted individuals. With a sense of clarity, Dio made a startling proclamation. Cobra, you would not wish for this nation to meet its demise, would you? At these words, Cobra and Vivi's eyes widened in alarm. What did he mean? Subsequently, Dio outlined his general plans for the future. When the time comes, none shall remain uninvolved. You, Alabasta, must choose a side. Dio and Oppos' gaze was piercing. Cobra fell silent for a long while before shaking his head. The world government is not as simple as you think. While you may be powerful, why should I place the fate of my nation in your hands? I understand, Dio nodded. But what makes you believe that I am simple? As he spoke, Dio began to levitate, transforming into a swirling storm of yellow sand. His visage flickered amidst the grains, resembling a specter of dread that encircled Cobra and his company. I desire the entire world. Neither the Navy nor the world government can stand in my way. Will you choose to ally with me? Or will you wait to be conquered? The choice is yours. This was Crocodile and Oppos' ability. Vivi, Gaka, and Icolum looked on in astonishment. Cobra and Oppos' expression grew grave. For there was more to consider. Dio and Oppos' ability to float reminded Cobra of the recently slain Don Quixote Doflamingo. This man possessed the capacity to seize the devil fruits of others and wield multiple powers. Someone with such ambition will not bring goodness to the world. Cobra clenched his fists, filled with frustration at his own inadequacy. The swirling sands suddenly contracted as Dio coalesced back into form. That is precisely why I invited you, he stated. Cobra was taken aback. I merely relish the conquest of the world, Dio revealed with a disturbing smile. As for the governance thereafter, let the professionals handle it. If you wish to bring goodness to the world, then let you and the future ministers make the decisions together. What say you, Cobra? Dio extended his right hand, gazing intently at him. Cobra and Oppos' eyelids twitched, The prospect of being a minister wielding control over the world was undeniably enticing. Exhaling a long, heavy breath, Cobra replied earnestly, "Captain Dio, your ambitions are vast. I cannot gamble the lives of my citizens. However, I assure you, when you are capable of standing against the world government, I will undoubtedly side with you. For I have grown weary of those fools in the world government." Each world meeting left him incensed. If this individual before him could truly usher in a new paradigm, he would not hesitate to take the risk. Dio's lips curled upward. "Very well, but I require your sincerity. Whatever I need, Captain Dio will not hesitate to ask." Cobra let out a sigh of relief. "Take me to the funeral hall. I wish to see the historical records." Cobra. Chapter 59, Baroque Works, Aruba Nanas District. Captain Dio appears to possess an abundance of knowledge. As they traverse the path to the mausoleum, Cobra gazes intently at Dio. This man, indeed, is not as simple as he claims. Dio smiles, gesturing with his thumb and index finger in a pinching motion. "I merely understand a fraction." The historical text surprisingly resides within the mausoleum of Alabasta. Robin is astonished. It must be connected to the ancestors of Nefertari. Dio explains. After all, their lineage did not choose to reside among the 20 kings of Mary Joa. Robin raises an eyebrow, questioning, "Descendants of the 20 kings? Captain Dio, I find you increasingly enigmatic." In this moment, Cobra suddenly believes that Dio may indeed have the power to topple the world government. "Father, what is the historical text? Are we still part of the 20 kings?" Vivi, who had been quietly following, looks on with confusion. Cobra sighs, "I will explain later." Vivi nods, seemingly understanding, and refrains from pressing the matter further. "Captain Dio, is the adventure at sea exhilarating?" Vivi inquires, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she turns to Dio. The three are momentarily taken aback. The child shifts her focus too rapidly. Adventure, as gleaned from others, can never compare to the thrill of first-hand experience. Dio tousles Vivi's blue hair. "Oh," Vivi blinks. "Then when I grow up, can I join you for an adventure at sea?" Ignoring Cobra and Apos' warning glance, Dio shrugs. "We and Apos, LL discuss it then." Robin, standing aside, stifles a giggle. "Vivi, you can join me anytime. I would be delighted." Vivi beams with anticipation. The trio enters the mausoleum, engaged in light-hearted conversation, while Cobra walks at the forefront with a grim expression. After unlocking the grand door, they arrive at the innermost chamber, where the historical text regarding the location of Pluton is inscribed. "Go ahead," Dio gestures to Robin. He is fully aware of Pluton and Apos' location and sees no need to delve deeper. As Robin reads and records the historical text, a significant event unfolds in the Rain Dinner Casino. 3 individuals suddenly invade the establishment, declaring war on Baroque Works. Upon the arrival of several commanders, they find the casino's doors ajar, surrounded by the anguished cries of Baroque Works employees. Miss Doublefinger, Galtiano remarks, his brow furrowed. "Who are these people?" "We shall find out by going in," Mr. 3 Galtiano replies leisurely, holding a cup of coffee. "Hey, let's all go in," Mr. 2 Bon Clay exclaims dramatically. The other commanders nod in agreement. However, just as they take their first steps, a gunshot rings out. Miss Doublefinger is struck in the shoulder, collapsing in pain. "A sniper." Galtiano quickly erects a wax barrier beside him. The others look on with grave expressions, fixated on the Rain Dinner. With a rhythmic stride, Lafayette emerges from the establishment, flanked by Bages. "Esteemed commanders, I am Lafayette, navigator of the World Pirates." He removes his hat and bows slightly. "The World Pirates." The commanders exchange bewildered glances. What do these pirates intend? With a smile, Lafayette inquires, "Are you familiar with the true owner behind Baroque Works?" Galtiano squints. "The owner has always communicated with us via phone. We do not know them." "Are you suggesting that the owner is your captain?" Lafayette snaps his fingers. "Clever. However, our captain has just recently become your new owner." "What do you mean?" Galtiano suspects a dire outcome. Lafayette, resting his chin on his cane, contemplates for a moment before slowly revealing, "Your former owner was Crocodile. Unfortunately, he was recently eliminated by our captain." Upon hearing this, disbelief washes over the commanders. Firstly, they cannot fathom that a warlord was their boss, and secondly, they cannot believe Dio could defeat a warlord. Bloop, bloop, bloop. As no one answers the telephone snail, Miss Doublefinger glances at Galtiano. The boss is not answering. Galtiano takes a deep breath, realizing that at this juncture, their adversaries have no reason to deceive them. Mr. 3 Galtiano is willing to serve the World Pirates. With his lead, More commanders kneel in submission. Hey, hey, hey. You are surrendering before the battle even begins? Bon Clay looks down on this group. Oh, are there still those who cannot discern reality? Bagus tilts his head. Ha. I thought there would be no fight. Bagus suddenly charges forward, striking Bon Clay with an elbow before he can react. Thud. Bon Clay crashes into a building. Just when Bagus thinks the matter is settled, Bon Clay kicks out, releasing concentrated force. Transvestite fist, glamorous swan dance. Bagus grins, activating his observation hockey, shifting his body to effortlessly evade Bon Clay and Appos' attack. What? Bon Clay is bewildered. How could he dodge that? Come here. Bagus seizes Bon Clay by the leg, spinning him around before hurling him. Unsinkable ship. Vortex. Bon Clay crashes through several buildings before finally coming to a halt. Haha. It would be better to be properly incorporated. Bagus taunts. The kneeling commanders internally agree. The boss is not a lifesaver, so why risk their lives? Changing bosses is not like changing jobs. Bon Clay struggles to rise from the rubble. To think he cannot even defeat a single member of the World Pirates. How pathetic. Mr. 2 Bon Clay is willing to serve the World Pirates. Lafayette claps. Excellent. Since we are all family now, let us go inside and have a seat. With that, he turns and walks into the rain dinner alongside Bagus. The remaining commanders hesitate for a moment before following suit. They must ascertain the temperament of their new leader. In Aru Bananas, within the mausoleum, hello? Dio answers the telephone snail. Captain Dio, the experiment on weaponizing devil fruits has been successful. The weary voice of Vinsmoke Judge comes through. Can it consume paramecia types? Judge takes a deep breath. No. Otherwise the weapons would lack sentience, and their abilities would be unstable. I see. Dio replies, slightly disappointed. He had hoped to have his ship consume the Bari Bari, no me for infinite evolution. This way, he would not need to construct a new vessel, and it would only grow stronger. It seems he must consume the fruit himself to control the ship and Appos' evolution. By the way, Captain Dio, the aerial device you mentioned, I have created the first prototype, Judge exclaims excitedly. Although it can only fly 1 kilometer, it is taken to the skies. Such a device would undoubtedly be a formidable weapon on the battlefield. Dio raises an eyebrow. Well done, Judge. You are indeed a genius. Haha. I owe it all to your inspiration, Captain Dio, Judge praises. Keep up the good work. Strive to create that battlefield-dominating device I described, Dio reminds him. Judge nods, understood. After ending the call, Robin and the others emerge from the depths of the mausoleum. What did you find? Robin smiles, though it wasn't what I expected. It was still quite good. By the way, Dio, do you truly not wish to know the contents above? Dio smirks, unless it and amp, Appos, as the historical text of the red poneglyph. I really have little interest. Besides, the location of Pluton is simply Wayno. I am already aware. Chapter 60, The Platinum Star. A day later. At the southern gate of Alyabarna. Have you informed the bear? Dio inquired of Daz. Daz nodded, confirming that he had already conveyed the news about the assembly at Tamalisk. Are we finally leaving? Kid stretched lazily. Kira muttered, this ISN and Appos. T good news. Don and Appos. T forget. We still have to endure some training. Kid and Appos. S expression stiffened as he slowly turned his head. Captain, I think the scenery in Alabasta is quite lovely. How about we rest for a few more days? Dio chuckled coldly, causing Kid to shrink back immediately. Haha. Captain, we and Appos, back. With the automated transportation of the sandy path, the trio of Bagus quickly reunited with Dio. Before Lafayette could explain the situation, Dio waved his hand dismissively. You handle the Baroque works. I have no time for those small fry. Understood, Captain. Lafayette accepted without protest. It was his duty to alleviate the captain and Appos' burdens. Since everyone is gathered, let us depart. Dio activated his abilities, prompting the sandy path leading to Tamalisk Harbor to commence. Wait for me. Suddenly, Vivi rushed over, hopping onto the swiftly running back of a creature. The group paid her no mind and stepped onto the sandy path. Hey, Captain Dio, Sister Robin, when I grow up, you must take me on an adventure at sea. Vivi shouted. Dio and Robin exchanged a glance. Surprised that Vivi took her words seriously, they shook their heads, amused. Not receiving any response from Dio and Robin, Vivi felt a pang of disappointment. As a princess, her yearning for adventure seemed merely a fantasy. Just as she was about to leave, a small sandy path appeared before her, carrying a pile of items. Vivi picked up the items, which included the bounties of the World Pirates and a navigation guide, as well as a manual for mastering hockey, accompanied by a phrase. If you wish to board, Show me your skills, Vivi. Vivi bit her lip, gazing in the direction Dio had departed. I will prove myself to you. Behind her, Cobra and Belle hid in the shadows, looking forlorn. It felt as though their daughter might be whisked away. It shouldn't be so. Vivi was still so young, and Dio did not seem like that sort of person. Am I overthinking this? Cobra scratched his head. Sometime later, at Tamalisk Harbor, noticing the arrival of Dio and his crew, Tina, smoking a Lady and Apos' cigarette, leaned against a wall with several Navy officers. Major, we shoot and Apos, T asked Tina. She is simply following orders from headquarters. The Navy personnel had complex expressions, never expecting they would one day allow pirates to leave unscathed. Tina sighed. This is to save you. She had heard of Dio and Apos' terror from Smoker. If she were to disobey headquarters and pursue him, the outcome would likely be dire. Upon reaching the harbor, Dio and his crew immediately spotted their pirate ship, standing out among the rest. Why was it so conspicuous? Because, aside from a few merchant vessels, nearly all surrounding ships were naval vessels. Captain Dio, the bear greeted, there are no Navy personnel on the warship. With Dio and Apos' keen observation, he certainly understood where the Navy was stationed. Bear, bring the Gura no Mi on board, and you all disembark, Dio instructed. Although they were unsure of Dio and Apos' intentions, the bear and the others complied. Robin and the others were confused, wondering what Dio was up to. Following the usual method, after consuming the Gura no Mi, Dio closed his eyes, activating his latest abilities. Fruit Development Limitation Nullification. After a considerable time, Dio placed his hand on the pirate ship. Devour. The ship trembled momentarily before gradually shrinking, ultimately transforming into a black orb, which Dio held in his hand. Feeling his stamina rapidly deplete, Dio frowned and quickly transformed the nearby warship into a silver orb, devouring it as well. He fused the two orbs together, ultimately creating Go. Dio hurled his creation into the air. Soon, a large silver three-masted sailing ship emerged at the harbor. The flag of the world pirates fluttered atop, and the entire vessel shimmered like a dazzling diamond, resplendent and eye-catching. Golden lines coursed through the ship's hull as if it were its lifeblood, beginning from the figurehead of a weeping angel and gradually spreading until it adorned the entire structure. Developing new abilities is indeed exhausting, Dio remarked, stretching his sore neck. Looking rather helpless, the crew of the world pirates and the Navy officers observing from a distance were utterly astonished. What is this ability? Subarashi, Bagus exclaimed, Captain, is this our new pirate ship? Yes, let us have a look, Dio nodded. Eagerly, the crew leaped onto the almost entirely new pirate vessel. The deck not only featured a patch of grass but was also significantly more spacious. The crew and Apos' quarters had been expanded, with furnishings remaining unchanged and their treasures intact. The ship boasted a training room, library, bar, workshop, and dining area, everything one could wish for. Before long, the crew gathered on the deck. Captain, give our pirate ship a resounding name, Kid exclaimed excitedly. Bagus flexed his muscles, suggesting, let us call it the Fierce Warrior. Oh please, Kid scoffed, deep in thought. Almost in unison with Kira, he proposed, how about Victoria? Victoria! Bang! Bang! As they dragged two individuals with protruding heads aside, Lafayette and Van Oka refrained from suggesting names. Knowing that the final decision rested with Dio. Dark Sphere? Robin whispered. Dio's eyes twitched, shaking his head. I must choose myself. Strolling along the deck, contemplating the overall color of the ship, a sudden one struck him. How about we call it the Platinum Star? The crew echoed the name, finding it quite agreeable. Platinum Star, indeed a fine choice, Robin concurred. Dio leaped to the bow of the ship, declaring, then it is settled. We shall name it the Platinum Star. Oh. After making the decision, Dio turned to the remaining warship. These fine ingredients must not go to waste, Platinum Star. A rumble echoed as the ship trembled. What is happening? Is someone attacking? Kid scrambled to his feet. The crew approached the railing, their pupils dilating in shock. What is this? The citizens of Tamalisk Harbor and the hidden Navy personnel were all filled with dread. This pirate ship, it has come to life. The bow of the Platinum Star slightly raised, and the weeping angel's belly appeared to open a gaping maw, lunging towards the nearby warship. After a moment of gnawing, the warship split in two, while the Platinum Star gleamed with silver light, reinforcing its structure. As the naval soldiers prepared to charge out to stop it, Tina called out, do you wish to seek death? Even without considering the world pirates, can you contend with that bizarre vessel? The soldiers immediately fell into despair. Tina clenched her left fist. striking the wall. Make sure to remember this scene well. It must be reported back to headquarters. Half an hour later, the transformation of the warship was complete. The patterns on the Platinum Star were intricately detailed, with numerous offensive weapons added on both sides, and the hull reinforced. Dio estimated that given the current sturdiness of the Platinum Star, even if it collided with the upside-down mountain, it would only suffer a few scratches. Let us make our names known across the world. Platinum Star. Dio's eyes blazed with fervor. Chapter 61. The Death Race at Sea at the Navy Headquarters in Marineford. Tina delivered 2 pieces of news. The serious-looking Lieutenant Crane approached Sengoku. What is it? Sengoku, noticing Crane and Appo's grave demeanor, responded with equal seriousness. Crane took a deep breath. First, Dio has departed from Alabasta. However, the warlord Crocodile appears to have made contact with him and is now missing, likely in grave danger. Sengoku and Appo's heart tightened. I will inform the Gorosei. After all, the warlord system was established by the world government. Crane nodded. Secondly, the ships of the world pirate crew have devoured Tina's fleet and require assistance. Wait, what? Ships? Devoured? Sengoku paused, perplexed by the combination of words. I suspect it is due to the devil fruit ability of one of Dio and Appo's crew members, Crane analyzed. Sengoku agreed. That is plausible. By the way, have someone confirm Crocodile and Appo's fate. If he is indeed dead, we will need to issue a bounty on Dio. As they spoke, Sengoku felt an overwhelming fatigue. Why does Dio always cause such trouble? Meanwhile, in the first half of the Grand Line, the Platinum Star entered a fog-laden sea. Lafayette sat at the bow alongside Dio, eager to observe the weather. Captain, how was the journey to Alabasta? Lafayette knew what he wanted to ask Dio. Dio shook his head. I gave Cobra an opportunity. It was he who failed to seize it. Really? What a pity. Lafayette's eyes flickered with mockery towards Cobra. Dio's expression remained stern. I understand his concerns. However, if he lacks the courage to go all in, he should content himself with being a minister. With that statement, Dio effectively excluded Cobra from the center of power. I wonder which king will be the first to follow you, Lafayette mused, intrigued by the forthcoming adventures. Dio narrowed his eyes. I cannot say for others. But there is one madman whose likelihood is quite high. Lafayette raised an eyebrow. A madman? How intriguing. Standing up and brushing off his clothing, Lafayette calmly remarked, the weather is clearing. Captain, according to the nautical charts, there is a small island on our route. Shall we dock? Dio gazed at the thinning mist and quietly inquired. Hannibal. By evening, the world pirate crew arrived at Hannibal, observing the surrounding pirate ships. A recently recovered kid expressed confusion. Why are there so many pirates? Dio could not fathom a reason either. Let us inquire on the island. That should clarify matters. Magus leaned against the railing, suggesting, let us find out. The crew exchanged glances and agreed. As usual, Kuma, Ginny, and Victoria remained on the ship while the others disembarked. Upon stepping onto the island, many pirates and locals took notice of them. Who are they? Oh no, they've come too. The world pirate crew. Undoubtedly the strongest newcomers this year. Goodness, are they here for the competition as well? Hearing the crowd and Appo's murmurs, Dio raised an eyebrow. Competition? That sounds familiar. What is it? Magus. Understood. Captain, watch me. Magus grinned and approached the speaker. After a commotion, Magus returned, dragging a battered pirate behind him. Speak. Why yes, sir. The pirate trembled, unable to meet Dio and Appo's gaze. After all, as a mere lackey, he dared not act unruly before such a formidable pirate. Captain Dio. The Death Race at Sea in Hannibal is a popular pirate event that has only recently gained traction. If you wish to participate, simply head to the tavern at the island and Appo's center and speak with the bartender. Dio and Appo's eyes lit up. Ah, so it is the Death Race at Sea. What is the prize for this event? The small pirate gulped, greed evident in his eyes. 200 million berries. The winner will receive 200 million berries. Dio nodded and made his way toward the island and Appo's center, with the rest of the world pirate crew closely following. 200 million berries? The event organizers are quite generous, Robin remarked, astonished. Lafayette chuckled lightly. Given the foot traffic on this island, the organizers must be profiting handsomely as well. Such underground factions typically have establishments like casinos. Van Oka maintained a calm demeanor. This competition is likely a stage for those gamblers to place their bets. Captain, should we participate in this competition? Kid asked, somewhat excited. Dio shrugged. If someone is offering money, why not seize the opportunity? By the way, if you wish to earn some pocket money, bet on ourselves to win. The crew's eyes brightened. That makes sense. Such a lucrative target, it would be a shame not to take advantage. Soon, they arrived at the tavern at the island's center. Led by the bartender, they entered a spacious underground tunnel. After presenting two 100 berry coins to the guards, they were greeted by a dazzling scene. The organizers had opened a cave, now alive with bright lights and bustling crowds. It was both a casino and a pirate tavern. Quite lively, Lafayette smiled. Humans, fishmen, even giants? Kid remarked, surprised at the sight of two giants sitting cross-legged in the center of the cave. These people are all our opponents, Dio teased. The Platinum Star shall feast again. As they were guided by the waitstaff, many in the cave noticed Dio and his crew. Damn, the world pirate crew. What a nightmare. Can I change my bet? Fear not. This is a race, not a contest of strength. Exactly. But how did you take our betting money? The organizer, a rotund man with women on either side, grinned. What a rare guest. I never expected the world pirate crew to join the death race at sea. Please hand over your entry fee. Kid frowned. Wait, we need to pay to enter? The organizer merely smiled in response. Dio handed over two 100 berry coins. Yes, this is it. The organizer accepted the coins and tossed a permanent pointer. This race's destination is Osaka Island, starting tomorrow morning. Receiving the pointer, Dio remained standing, not leaving. What is it, Captain Dio? The organizer inquired, puzzled. The rest of the world pirate crew looked at Dio with curiosity. Please provide me with the true permanent pointer. Dio revealed the metal piece in his hand, which bore a different name. Navy G-101 branch. The crew's pupils dilated. And Kid furiously approached the organizer. Do you dare to deceive us? The commotion drew the attention of many. To keep this secret hidden, hand over the genuine permanent pointer. Dio glared at the organizer. Yes, I will get it right away. The organizer wiped his brow and hastily produced the permanent pointer for Osaka Island. Lafayette took it, inspected it, and nodded. Captain, it's legitimate. After tossing the Navy base pointer back to the organizer, Dio turned to leave. The others hurriedly followed, and as they departed, Kid shot a venomous glare at the organizer. These fellows are certainly not innocent. The organizer trembled in fear. Chapter 62. A satisfying feast. Hannibal, late at night. Boss, this is the situation. The person in charge was conversing with their superior via a communication device. After a prolonged silence on the other end, the response came through, instructing them to set the odds to the minimum and to yield this year's Death Sea competition to them. The person in charge, sensing the exasperation from their superior, quickly nodded, understood. After ending the call, they swallowed hard. Is the world pirate crew truly that formidable? Even their own superior dared not provoke them. Meanwhile, aboard the Platinum Star, Dio concluded the training session with Daz and Kid and returned to the captain and Amp, Appos, S chamber. Dio and Appos, S attention was drawn to a piece of paper filled with writing on the table. Picking it up, he read it lightly. After a moment, a smile broke across his face. The effort has not been in vain. The paper contained the historical text recording the location of the Underworld King. It was evident who had placed it there. Although he had no need for this historical document, Robin's attitude was quite beneficial to him. Lighting a candle, he burned the paper, his face illuminated by the flickering light, his eyes deep in thought. The following day, the members of the world pirate crew were engaged in morning exercises on the deck. Boom, boom, boom. Countless fireworks erupted from the island. The Death Sea competition had commenced. So what is our next move? Kid inquired, puzzled. Dio leapt to the bow of the Platinum Star and eloquently explained. Do you see the river running through the hills of the island? At this time each year, a powerful current flows upstream through it. We must climb over that hill and then, guided by the eternal pointer, head towards Asco Island. Just as he finished speaking, Lafayette adjusted his hat and exclaimed, Here it comes. The violent current surged from behind, propelling the Platinum Star directly into the river of the island. Oh, it's begun. The young crew members were visibly excited. Navigating through the town and Amp, Appos, S walkways, the Platinum Star joined other pirate ships as they all entered the densely woven tributaries. Racing towards the main waterway. Along the banks and rooftops, pirates and local residents were everywhere. Hey, world pirate crew, you must win. I've bet my entire fortune on you. Don't let me down. Annihilate the other pirate crews. Hearing the shouts from the crowd, Dio grinned. Win? ISNT that a given? Platinum Star, crush them. Creaking and groaning, under the astonished gazes of all, the bow of the Platinum Star lifted. baring its teeth as it lunged towards the pirate ship ahead. No. The pirates aboard that ship wore expressions of despair. Even if they jumped overboard, they would not survive such a torrential current. After devouring one pirate ship, the Platinum Star charged towards another. In an instant, cries echoed from the tributaries near Dio, causing other competitors to hastily slow down, fearing they would become targets of the World Pirate crew. Once the area was sufficiently cleared, Dio ceased commanding the Platinum Star to consume ships. Instead, he allowed it to lead the charge into the main waterway, beginning its ascent against the current. Victoria. Play my last piece. Yes, Captain Dio. The sails of the Platinum Star were raised, the pirate flag fluttering in the wind, and a stirring cello symphony resonated through Hannibal. The attention of both pirates and residents alike was captivated. We can't let the World Pirate crew steal all the glory. You lot, fight with all your might. Oh. Charge. Pirates of various races, humans, fishmen, giants, rushed forth. Ignoring the pirates behind them, Dio stood at the bow as the Platinum Star soared over the peak, leaping into the rushing river below. This section of the river was wider, and the waiting spectators erupted in cheers. First place for the World Pirate crew. Long live freedom. Some elderly individuals, hearing the symphony played by the World Pirate crew, had their murky eyes sparkle with renewed vigor. They fixated on the leading crew and the man standing at the forefront, murmuring, "This long-lost passion. The sea is about to stir once more." The event organizer stood atop a tall building. Witnessing this spectacle, they suddenly understood their superior's words. Awarding first place to the World Pirate crew this year seemed to enhance the prestige of the competition, compelling the people of Aska Island to regard them with respect. The organizers summoned their secretary and issued instructions, just as everyone presumed the World Pirate crew would maintain their lead. Pirate ships began to glide through the air instead of descending into the river. Cool. Taking a shortcut is the way to go. The giants, Chaki and his brother Chawi, laughed heartily from their kayak-like vessel. Wait, brother, we're off course, Chawi exclaimed, his eyes wide as they realized their ship was not heading towards the sea but plummeting towards the coast. What? No. Chaki protested, his face filled with reluctance. Boom. The two giants and Appo's vessel crashed into the town. TCH, two fools. The Xiao pirate crew and the Mountain Tiger pirate crew floated in the air, but their landing spots were perfectly calculated. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over them. The pirates aboard the two ships looked up to see the Platinum Star hovering above. Its mouth agape. Don't think we're easy prey. The captains of the Xia and Mountain Tiger crews leaped high, attempting to fight back. However, Dio merely snorted, unleashing his Conqueror S-Hockey. The two captains were sent crashing back to their respective ships. Enjoy your meal, Platinum Star. Countless ship remnants tumbled from the sky, causing the spectators to hurriedly evade. Is this the World Pirate crew? How terrifying. Some pirate crews were so frightened that they dared not surpass Dio and his crew, fearing they too would become fodder for that monstrous ship. The audience unanimously concluded that this year and Appo's first place would undoubtedly go to the World Pirate crew. After consuming all aerial targets, the Platinum Star descended steadily into the sea. Dio gazed back at the receding Hannibal, then turned and entered the cabin for the day's training. Lafayette, you're in charge of the upcoming voyage. Navigate to Aska Island using the Eternal Pointer. It should be a breeze. At dusk, the Platinum Star arrived at Aska Island. Glancing back at the ship, it was clear that no other pirate vessels had followed. The crew of the World Pirate crew understood well. Those ships had likely all headed to the naval base. Pray for them, hoping they return in one piece. The Platinum Star slowly docked at the port city of Aska Island, and immediately, the staff of the Death Sea competition approached. Congratulations, everyone. You have secured first place in this year's Death Sea competition. Here's your prize, along with the winnings from your bets at the casino. We hope you enjoy yourselves. Farewell. Watching the staff hastily wrap things up before fleeing, the members of the World Pirate crew exchanged glances. Are we really that fearsome? Am I terrifying? Dio turned to his crew, his expression unchanging. Kid and the others remained silent, prompting Dio to twitch slightly. Shaking his head, he tossed the winnings to Robin and Victoria, counted. Then, before he could finish, an explosion echoed from a distance, accompanied by a feeble voice. Ah, such is fate. Lafayette and Van Oka raised their eyebrows. Hey, someone stole my line. Chapter 63. This fate is unjust. These familiar words, this recognizable tone. Dio cast a glance at Lafayette and Van Oka. The two still had some utility, but that fellow was utterly dispensable to him. Captain, shall we take a stroll around this port city? Lafayette suggested with a smile. Observing the sun gradually sinking beneath the horizon, Dio nodded. Let us stay for a night. Robin, please take your time counting the berries. I will accompany these two for a walk. Understood. Though Robin was aware of their intentions, she did not press further. Kid wished to follow but was promptly restrained by Daz and Kira. What is the matter? Kid furrowed his brow. The captain has matters to attend to. Do not disturb him, Daz replied sternly. Kira nodded in agreement. You must learn to read the room, kid. Kid scratched his head, puzzled. Dio, Lafayette, and Van Oka made their way toward the port city, their destination, the site of the explosion. Soon, they arrived at a bustling commercial street. The townsfolk stood in terror, and a man lay lifeless on the ground, his head a bloody pulp, the acrid smell of gunpowder lingering in the air. Before the man, another barely alive figure lay atop a horse that appeared ready to collapse. Indeed, it was him, Poison Q. What a pity that fate had turned its back on him. Poison Q shook his head and lifted a basket filled with apples, preparing to leave. Lafayette descended from the sky, landing behind Poison Q. Zhuang Zhuang, this way. Poison Q had no intention of engaging and attempted to turn away again. However, Van Oka, bearing his weapon, blocked the path. Trouble approaches. Would you two care for some apples? Poison Q offered the basket. Yet, Lafayette and Van Oka remained unmoved. They were not foolish. The cause of the man and Apos' death was glaringly apparent. Dio strolled over. My good sir, I am uncertain of what you are insinuating. Poison Q feigned innocence. I merely wish to treat you both to an apple. Dio exchanged glances with Poison Q for a prolonged moment before offering a calm smile. You are quite fond of treating others to apples, are you? Very well, I shall partake. As Dio reached for an apple, not only Poison Q but everyone present was momentarily taken aback. Sir, you mustn't and amp, Apos, tea. The man just consumed one of his apples and was blown to bits. A concerned bystander warned. Though Lafayette and Van Oka frowned, they did not intervene with their captain. Poison Q wore an odd expression as he presented the fruit basket. You must think this through. Quit the chatter. Dio exhibited no hesitation as he seized an apple, biting into it with remarkable speed, leaving Poison Q momentarily stunned. Upon realizing that Dio had devoured a perfectly ordinary apple, Poison Q's eyes illuminated with hope. Fate favors you. This is fate. Lafayette and Van Oka echoed in unison. Their gazes filled with admiration for Dio. Truly, their captain's fortuitous luck was unparalleled. Hearing their words, Poison Q seemed to regain his enthusiasm. Sir, might I inquire if you are in need of a doctor? Invite me. Invite me. My captain. However, reality doused his fervor like cold water. Dio smirked mischievously. A doctor? Unfortunately, I am not in need. Is that so? I happen to know a thing or two. What did you say? Poison Q froze atop Zhuang Zhuang's back. Lafayette and Van Oka shook their heads. Fate, it seems, has not favored you. Producing a small knife, Van Oka deliberately cut his left arm and presented it to Dio. His gaze fixed intently on Poison Q. Dio and Apos' right hand glided over Van Oka's wounded arm, and in an instant, the injury healed completely. Tell me, with me around, do we still require a doctor? Dio raised his right hand, his expression one of mockery. Poison Q appeared dazed. This fate was not right. The script did not unfold like this. What had gone awry? You place great faith in fate, do you not? Dio pressed his hand upon Zhuang Zhuang's head, his commanding presence rendering Zhuang Zhuang immobile. Poison Q's body prickled with alarm. Something felt amiss. Mr. Dio, I can do anything for you. Observing Poison Q's nervousness, Dio's demeanor remained icy. Is this not a matter of knowing me? Why the theatrics? I merely wish to test whether I am worthy of being your captain, is it? Dio activated his right arm and Apos' ability, and Zhuang Zhuang collapsed, sending Poison Q tumbling down. Zhuang Zhuang, Zhuang Zhuang. Poison Q cried out, shaking his steed, but Zhuang Zhuang lay silent. You. Poison Q's initial weakness vanished as he glared at Dio. Even if you refuse me on your ship, there is no need to kill me. Dio crouched down. To kill or not is not up to you or me, but fate. Then tell me, should fate decide to end your life? This statement rendered Poison Q drenched in sweat, while Lafayette and Van Oka swallowed hard. Their captain was truly terrifying at this moment. Life stammering. Poison Q released a cloud of poisonous powder. Lafayette and Van Oka hurriedly retreated, yet Dio remained unmoved. The unfortunate bystanders, unable to escape in time, transformed into mere puddles of putrid black liquid. Observing Zhuang Zhuang's similarly transformed form, Dio scoffed. I thought you possessed more sentiment. Poison Q scrambled toward the sea, desperate to escape this cursed place. Get away! Get away! As he ran, Poison Q scattered poisonous powder behind him in a futile attempt to deter Dio and his companions. What a delusion! Then Oka leaped to the rooftops, his weapon aimed directly at Poison Q. Bang! The bullet whizzed through the air, piercing Poison Q's thigh. Despite falling, Poison Q remained tenacious, clawing his way toward the sea where his ship awaited. Flee! Make haste! Suddenly, a pair of shoes appeared before him. Poison Q froze, terror coursing through him as he slowly lifted his gaze to meet Dio's expressionless face. Please, do not kill me. Fate will not allow it. I'm afraid. It seems you are unfamiliar with what fate truly is. Dio's demonic hand pressed against Poison Q's head. Fate, you see, is merely a jest. In his final moments, Poison Q voiced his most profound question. Why can you accept those two, yet not me? Because you are of no use. Dio replied calmly. Moreover, they still possess some semblance of humanity. You are simply too grotesque. Poison Q's pupils dilated, stunned by such a trivial reason. Was this truly why he had to perish? What a farce. Yet, he could no longer resist. His life came to an end. Lafayette spread his wings, landing beside Dio. Cautiously inquiring, Captain, why did you kill him? I thought I had found another companion of fate. Dio rose, contemplating for a long while before uttering something astonishing. Do you not find it rather amusing? Those who believe in fate, only to be betrayed by it. As he observed the curve of Dio's lips, Lafayette felt a chill for the first time. The sun had completely vanished beneath the ocean, and the moon began to rise slowly. Yet, this night's moon appeared particularly sinister, casting a crimson hue. In the ruins of Aska Island's rear mountains, a faint glow flickered. Chapter 64, The Curse. On Aska Island, at the ruins in the back mountains, the aged Alinissa, accompanied by her granddaughter Maya, made her unsteady way to this place. Grandmother, is the cursed holy sword truly going to revive? Maya closely followed her. Alinissa nodded, leaning on her cane. Today is not only a blood moon night, but the holy sword has also begun to resonate. This is unprecedented. What should we do? Maya asked, her worry palpable. Alinissa patted the cloth bag at her side. With these 3 gemstones, we shall reseal it. The two soon arrived deep within the ruins, where a long sword, entirely dark green, adorned with intricate patterns and emanating a soft green glow, lay quietly in a stone box. Just approaching it made Maya's heart race with unease, as if a sea of corpses lay concealed beneath the sword. Maya, Alinissa shouted, holding the gemstones, rousing her dazed granddaughter. Maya snapped back to reality, only then realizing she stood before the 7-star sword. Terrified, she hurriedly stepped back, anxiously hiding behind Alinissa. What is happening? Alinissa pressed a gemstone into Maya's hand, her expression grave. Fortunately, this cursed blade has yet to find a vessel. Otherwise, we would need to place the gemstones at 3 different altars to suppress it. Exhaling a long breath, Alinissa instructed Maya to arrange the 3 gemstones in a triangular formation around the 7-star sword to contain the malevolent energy. Just as Maya was about to place the last gemstone, shadows suddenly appeared behind them. This was indeed Aska Island, home of the 7-star sword. Dio marveled at his good fortune. Lafayette and Van Oka frowned. Captain, something seems off about that sword. I know. It's a cursed holy sword, Dio replied, eyeing the 7-star sword with curiosity. Who are you? Alinissa asked, protectively shielding Maya behind her, her gaze wary of Dio and his companions. Ignoring the old woman, Dio slowly approached the 7-star sword. This is bad. He has been ensnared by the sword. Alinissa urgently warned Lafayette and Van Oka. The fate of this man was of no concern to her, but if the 7-star sword found a vessel, Aska Island would be in peril. Lafayette's expression was strange. The captain is being controlled by a sword? What kind of joke is this? Van Oka shook his head in disbelief, seeing their indifference. Alinissa felt helpless. Maya quickly placed the gemstone. Oh. Maya hurriedly held the gemstone, preparing to set it down. In a flash, the last gemstone appeared in Dio and Amp, Appo's hand. Before they could react, Dio and Amp, Appo's armed arm crushed the gemstone. No. Alinissa and Amp, Appo's face fell into despair, without the gemstone. Sealing the 7-star sword would demand the life of a young sorceress. Maya was still so small. How could this be? She was Alinissa and Appo's only granddaughter. Old woman, you underestimate me, Dio said calmly as the fragments of the gemstone fell. It and Appo's just a cursed blade. It cannot control me. Hmm. Alenissa was taken aback by Dio and Amp, Apos, apparent lucidity. Yet, upon recalling the shattered gemstone, her face turned grim. The seven-star sword is dangerous, sir. Do not touch it. We will find a way to seal it. As she spoke, Alenissa recounted the legend of this island. Thousands of years ago, the gods bestowed the seven-star sword upon the nation of Aska. However, during a blood-red full moon, 3 princes fell in love with the same sorceress and used the sword against each other to display their might. That night, amidst wails and a sea of blood, the seven-star sword absorbed countless grievances and became a demonic blade. From then on, when the seven-star sword and the blood-red full moon appeared together, darkness would reign over the land. In the dim ruins, the group fell silent, only the blood-red light of the full moon filtering through cracks, echoing the eerie green glow of the sword. Quite peculiar. Captain, do you truly desire that sword? Van Oka raised an eyebrow. Dio smiled faintly, turning to Alenissa. From what you say, will that sword control me? Alenissa nodded gravely. Then I will see whether it controls me or I control it. Dio stepped forward without hesitation. Sigh. Alenissa closed her eyes and sighed in resignation. Another young man who did not heed caution. Dio grasped the hilt of the seven-star sword, and instantly, the blade erupted with a bizarre luminescence. Marines, CP agents, pirates, one enemy after another appeared before Dio. Tempting whispers and feelings of despair flooded his mind. A chilling aura emanated from Dio, causing even Lafayette and Van Oka to shiver. Captain, is he going to be all right? Van Oka gasped. Lafayette remained silent, merely watching Dio intently. He did not believe this man would fall here. Alenissa held the trembling Maya, cowering in a corner. Dio snorted coldly. An overwhelming will of conqueror's haki surging forth. Boom. Dark golden aura erupted overhead, enveloping the island and contesting against the blood-red full moon. Just a sword. How audacious. Dio and Apos' right arm bulged with veins as he stared fiercely at the seven-star sword. From now on, I, Dio, shall be your sole master. The seven-star sword writhed incessantly, its eerie green light flashing wildly, seemingly protesting. Yet Dio held firmly to the hilt, preventing its escape. Meanwhile, at the Aska Island dock, the crew of the World Pirates noticed the change in the sky, their expressions tightening. What is this? The captain and Amp, Apos, haki? They wondered. What is happening on the island? Kid and Killer were about to rise to investigate when Robin called them back. Trust Dio. If he cannot resolve it, you going will be futile. Des stepped in to pull the two back. In the waters near Aska Island, a naval ship, having noticed the commotion, hastened towards them. Just then, the recently defected Marine Casper stared ahead. Is there something on that island? As the ship drew closer to Aska Island, Casper spotted the pirate ship at the harbor. What pirate ship is that? I've never seen it before. Perhaps I can seize it for myself. Without the sea breeze, the flag of the World Pirates did not flutter, so Casper failed to recognize it. Thus, he recklessly charged forward. After a time, the aura above the island gradually receded. In the ruins, Dio looked at the subdued seven-star sword and scoffed. A curse? It is merely a lack of encountering a stronger opponent. As expected of you, Captain, Lafayette said, admiration on his face. Van Oka too looked at Dio in awe. After finding a matching scabbard next to the stone box, Dio sheathed the seven-star sword at his waist. Glancing at the unconscious Alenissa and Maya in the corner, he shook his head. I shall take this sword, and your so-called sorceress legacy shall be severed. With that, he led Lafayette and Van Oka away from the ruins. They had delayed long enough. It was time to depart. Chapter 65. Gummy Fruit. Who is this fellow? Upon returning to the Platinum Star, Dio and his companions discovered a large man unconscious on the deck. Daz, Kid, and Kira exchanged cold glances, wary of one another. This man seemed to have intentions towards the Platinum Star. Robin stifled a laugh behind her hand. Dio and Apos, Tria remarked. If you wish to seize the ship, you ought to first consider your own capabilities. It appeared that he was once part of the Navy. Suddenly, Barges and Kuma leaped from a nearby ship. Once part of the Navy? Dio glanced at Gasper, feeling a flicker of recognition. Barges interjected, Captain, this fellow possesses abilities akin to a paramecia fruit. Akin to a paramecia? Upon hearing this, Dio and Amp, Apos' mind immediately conjured images of caribou. Though it was evident that this man was not him. Kuma nodded. The crew aboard that ship mentioned he is called Gasper, who recently defected from the Navy and is a paramecia-type gummy fruit user. Dio was taken aback. The gummy fruit? Wasn't this the same person who participated in the deadly maritime race in the original timeline? Casting a glance at the distant warship, he surmised that this man had not yet managed to seize the steamship. Otherwise, the Platinum Star would be in for a treat. Noticing Dio and Amp, Apos' contemplative silence, Barges leaned in with a mischievous grin. Hee, Captain, this fellow and Amp, Apos' fruit abilities. Dio snapped back to reality, amusement dancing in his eyes. What? Do you desire it? This ironclad fool was indeed looking to benefit himself. Barges scratched his head. The fruit is quite potent, but he clearly lacks the skill to wield it. I and Amp, Apos, VE already devised several techniques. Dio found himself in agreement with Barges. If the gummy fruit were developed effectively, it could potentially rival caribou. After all, the gummy fruit, besides its shape-shifting and extending characteristics, could also harden, offering a defensive capability comparable to Parasparrow and Amp, Apos' licklick fruit. Combined with Barges and Amp, Apos' martial prowess, it indeed held great promise. As for its inability to soften upon contact with flour, this posed no concern for Barges, a master of martial arts. Very well. But we must consult Kira and Vanoka first, as they boarded before you. Dio gestured toward the two. Upon hearing this, Kira and Vanoka and Amp, Apos' eyes lit up. Adopting an aloof demeanor, Barges and Amp, Apos' expression fell. He could already foresee his grim fate. Damn it. I, Barges, would rather leap from the Platinum Star than beg them for a favor. Silence enveloped the deck momentarily. Kira, Vanoka, before Dio could finish, the two men raised a finger each, 1 month of servitude. What? Do not put your luck. Barges and Amp, Apos' face darkened. Captain, I believe I too could consume this fruit. I can too, Kira and Vanoka declared directly to Dio. Barges, now frantic, exclaimed, wait. I can. Kira and Vanoka exchanged glances and extended 2 fingers, 2 months. Barges was about to unleash a tirade when he noticed the two had turned their attention to Dio. With no other choice, he begrudgingly relented. Fine. Kira and Vanoka nodded in satisfaction. Captain, we suddenly feel this fruit may not suit us. Others present shook their heads in resignation. This was nothing but bullying the gullible. As Dio approached Gasper, Barges eagerly brought forth the prepared fruits. Thus, the Navy defector Gasper, without ever laying eyes on Dio, passed away in his slumber. Barges eagerly consumed the coveted gummy fruit without a moment and Amp, Apos' hesitation. A wave of nausea washed over him as the unpleasant flavor spread through his mouth, nearly overwhelming him. Uffed, Daz, kid. And the other fruit users could barely contain their laughter, finally witnessing a familiar scene. Barges, with a pained expression, muttered, strange, is the gummy fruit truly that distasteful? The devil fruits I and Amp, Apos, VE seeing the captain consume, did not provoke such a reaction. Lafitte approached Barges, patting him on the back. Do not misunderstand. Devil fruits are inherently unpalatable. But the captain mitigates the flavor with his abilities. Is that so? Barges scratched his head, casually discarding Gasper and Amp, Apos' lifeless body into the sea. Dio turned to Robin. How is the tally on the berries? Aside from the first place and Amp, Apos' 200 million berries, the organizers have gifted each of us 100 million berries, Robin reported. Dio raised an eyebrow. Who is the organizer? It must be a dominator of the underworld, Robin deduced, to amass such a sum in such a brief period. They cannot possibly be an ordinary individual. Intriguing, Dio smiled faintly, choosing not to delve deeper. Lafitte, prepare to set sail. Let us continue our journey. Yes, Captain. Holy Land. Mariewa. It has been confirmed. Warlord Crocodile is deceased. Saint Saturn and Amp, Apos' expression darkened. Saint Mad sighed. This Dio, it seems the Navy was not exaggerating. He is indeed formidable. What shall we do about him? Inquired Saint Walchuli, sporting a mustache. Saint Peter, with golden hair, maintained a serious demeanor. Shall we kill him? Or recruit him? Saint Nazashuru adjusted his glasses. There happens to be a vacancy among the warlords. Let us see if he is willing. If not, we shall let the Navy drive him to the New World, where he can battle it out with the pirates. Agreed. When Sengoku received word from the 5 elders, his expression soured. Did you predict this? Commander Tsuru's face remained impassive. Indeed, they have gone to extend an invitation to the warlords. Sengoku slumped in his chair. Commander Tsuru shook his head. Dio will not accept. I know this well. The crux is that they remain unwavering in their warlord system. They simply wish to replace him. Sengoku understood that, given the circumstances, this system would likely remain intact for years to come. Commander Tsuru reassured, were we not mentally prepared from the outset? Sengoku nodded. Ah, but it is still disheartening. By the way, if the invitation fails, what does the world government intend to do? Commander Tsuru looked towards Sengoku. Sengoku closed his eyes. They will have us drive Dio to the new world. Commander Tsuru was at a loss for words. Who will go? Who will carry out this task? That fellow Dio. Why does he not hasten to the new world to wreak havoc? Sengoku felt a headache coming on. Recently, that red-haired Shanks has also been stirring trouble. The Navy is stretched too thin. Commander Tsuru shrugged. We can only leave it to fate. We have done enough. By the way, has the new bounty been handed to Morgans? Yes. World Economic News Agency. Morgans gazed eagerly at the new bounty and intel. This fellow is indeed extraordinary. With the golden lion before him and the sand crocodile behind, who will be the next? I eagerly anticipate our meeting, Morgans thought, fixated on Dio and Amp, Oppo's, bounty. Curiosity bubbling within him. Chapter 66, Sky Island Old Man. That red-haired brat, knowing full well that Neg Island is your territory, still dared to set foot on it. I merely uttered a few words, and his crew gave me a thorough beating. Wolfba, a captain in Whitebeard's pirate crew, knelt on the Moby Dick, his face swollen and bruised. Looking at the pitiful Wolfba, Marco and the others found the situation both infuriating and amusing. Gulalala. Wolfba, you must learn to reclaim the dignity you've lost yourself. Whitebeard shook his head, chuckling. However, daring to wreak havoc on my territory. That little brat red-haired has grown bold. Marco, locate the red-haired pirates. Whitebeard commanded. Although he did not elaborate on what to do upon finding them, Marco understood perfectly well. Understood, old man. Come on, Wolfba. Wolfba followed Marco, glancing back multiple times. Huh. Today and Oppo's, news. Bista, the flower swordman, glanced at the newspaper, his eyes widening. Old man, that Dio has stirred up quite a commotion. Whitebeard halted his drinking, intrigued. Oh, do tell. Consider it a tale to accompany my drink. The rest of Whitebeard's crew gathered around, curious. The fall of the 7 warlords. The true pirate new star. Crocodile, the sand alligator, has been slain by Dio, captain of the world pirates. Bista and Amp, Oppo's, expression turned serious. Whitebeard paused, murmuring to himself, Crocodile? That sand-using brat. Yes, old man, that and Amp. Oppo's, him. Bista nodded. How unpredictable the world is. Whitebeard reflected, feeling a surge of emotions. He once considered taking Crocodile under his wing, and now he was hearing of his demise. My interest in this Dio is growing ever stronger. Whitebeard's eyes sparkled. Not long ago, he dispatched that old fool Shiki. And now he has eliminated the young and vigorous sand alligator. Bista, do you think he would consider becoming my son? Of course. The old man is the strongest man in the world. Bista exclaimed with admiration. The other crew members chimed in. Indeed. For him to be accepted as your son would be an honor. It seems we are about to gain another brother. In a corner, Teach wore a broad smile, though his eyes held disdain. Judging by Dio and Amp, Oppo's, history, how could such a man possibly be Whitebeard and Amp, Oppo's, son? Moreover, Teach felt an inexplicable aversion whenever he gazed at Dio and Amp, Oppo's, bounty notice. In Totland, on Cake Island, Perispero was presenting the new bounty of the world pirates to Big Mom. No, it should be said that it was Dio and Amp, Oppo's, new bounty, as the others' bounties remained unchanged. Captain of the world pirates, the evil Emperor Dio, bounty of 1.5 billion berries, extremely dangerous, life or death matters not. He truly entered the Grand Line, and even killed Shiki. Charlotte Lean's eyes widened in shock as she stared intently at Dio's bounty. Mama, this guy is highly dangerous. We should avoid bringing Garrett into this. Perispero attempted to dissuade her, but was swiftly interrupted by Big Mom. Mamahadaha. Such a formidable warrior deserves to be part of my Charlotte family. Big Mom was quite pleased. Perispero sighed, realizing Dio's bounty exceeded Katakuri's. How could someone of his caliber be willing to marry into the Charlotte family? Perhaps he could persuade Katakuri and the others to talk to Mama. Meanwhile, in Wano, Kaido, having just escaped from the Navy and Oppo's execution ground, returned to his lair. Ruhr. How tragic. I'm still alive. Kaido lamented loudly while drinking. Although Jin stood beside him with a resigned expression, he respected Kaido and Amp, Oppo's, actions. Mr. Kaido, here is the new intelligence on Dio. Upon hearing Jin's report, Kaido's face contorted with rage. That damn brat. I crave his battle prowess. That old coot Shiki also perished at his hands. Gasping for breath, Kaido and Amp, Oppo's, eyes turned bloodshot. Once he arrives in the new world, I will give him a grand welcome. In the first half of the Grand Line, the Platinum Star sailed through the waves. The weather is indeed capricious. Lafitte stood on the lookout, squinting. Van Auger leaned against the side, remarking casually, ISN and AMP. Oppos. That normal in the Grand Line? True enough, Lafitte chuckled, extending his wrist to check the log pose. Huh. What an AMP, Oppos, wrong. Lafitte frowned. What is it? Van Auger asked curiously. After examining the log pose for a while, Lafitte had to concede that it had inexplicably malfunctioned. Without delay, they hurried into the cabin to find Dio. Captain, the log pose is malfunctioning. This single statement captured the attention of the entire World Pirates crew. Elaborate, Dio said, unperturbed. Lafitte produced the log pose. Just now, the pointer suddenly pointed toward the sky and began spinning wildly. The crew frowned at the erratic log pose, all but Dio, Kuma, and Ginny remained calm. It seems we have entered the realm of the Sky Island, Dio mused. He initially thought something was amiss, but it turned out to be this. Sky Island. The crew looked puzzled. Dio spread his hands. As the name suggests, islands in the sky. Kid and the others were awestruck. Like the one belonging to the Golden Lion? Dio shook his head. No, it and AMP. AMP. Oppos. Even higher than the Golden Lion and AMP. AMP. Oppos. Island. There exists a navigable white sea at an altitude of 7,000 meters, and above that, at 3,000 meters higher, is the White Sea. The island we are to reach lies upon the White Sea. A profound silence enveloped the room. The marvels of the Grand Line astounded everyone. Kuma and Ginny should be aware of Sky Islands as well, Dio observed, glancing at the two who remained unfazed. Kuma nodded. I know of a small sky island named Visalia. It is a nation that researches meteorology and occasionally descends to the Blue Sea for supplies. The Blue Sea is what we refer to as our ocean, Ginny added. Ah, I see, Lafitte nodded, promptly retrieving his navigation notes to document the newfound knowledge. By the way, Captain, since the island is in the sky, how are we supposed to get there? Kid inquired, perplexed. Just after he asked. He sensed the condescending gazes of his comrades. What? Why are you all looking at me like that? Here aside, Dawn and Oppos. Forget, the captain possesses the Golden Lion and Oppos' powers. Victoria added, I never realized you were this foolish before, Kid. Kid and Oppos' face flushed with indignation. I forgot. That and Oppos' not acceptable, he declared, rushing out the door toward the training room. The crew shared a light-hearted laugh. Suddenly, Kid burst through the door again. Captain, in front of the Platinum Star. There's a strange ship and an odd person. Dio, intrigued, asked, a strange ship and person? The crew exchanged glances, wondering if Kid was trying to prank them. Really? I'm not joking. Kid insisted, eager to clarify. It's a little boat that looks like a coffin, with a... Before Kid could finish, Dio's pupils contracted. And he drew his 7-star sword, rushing out of the cabin. A deep green sword chi surged toward the Platinum Star. Chapter 67. Hawkeye Swoosh. Ebony tendrils of sword energy erupted from the 7-star sword, pulverizing the incoming strike. A hush fell over the world, and the turbulent waves subsided into a gentle swell. Rain continued its melancholic descent, drenching Dio and AMP, Oppos' garments as he fixed a frigid gaze upon Hawkeye. To assault another without provocation. Who do you presume yourself to be? It was typically Dio who initiated such acts, yet today he found himself the recipient of an unprovoked attack. Do not think that your title of and AMP, Oppos, Hawkeye and AMP, Oppos, grants you immunity from my wrath. Hawkeye Mihawk stood astride his coffin-shaped skiff, blade canted at a rakish angle. Piercing eyes scrutinized the 7-star sword. A cursed blade? His gaze shifted to the wielder, surprise flickering across his features. Dio of the World Pirates? A swordsman as well? Dio and Oppos, I twitched, his tone glacial. Why did you attack my vessel? Mihawk paused, then articulated, your vessel obstructed my path. Dio responded with incredulous laughter. To hear such words directed at me. Truly grating. He raised the 7-star sword, his eyes blazing with intensity. Your vessel, too, impedes our passage. Rain cascaded down as the two men stood in defiance of one another. Mihawk grasped the hilt of his black sword knight. Rain tracing down the cruciform design of the guard. Since Shanks's loss of limb, I have long been without a worthy opponent. Let us hope you do not disappoint. Dio and Oppos' expression remained impassive. An eerie verdant flame enveloped the 7-star sword, vaporizing the falling rain. A notion strikes me. What sensations would one experience when slain by their own blade? Dare to test that hypothesis. Black Sword Knight cleaved through the air, unleashing an emerald arc of energy that bisected the ocean, hurtling toward Dio. Dio scoffed, the seven-star sword slashing outward, cleaving the rain into two distinct halves across a 100-meter radius. The two energies collided once more, shattering into nothingness. Yet Mihawk had vanished from his position. The glint of Black Sword Knight materialized at Dio and Apos' brow. Reversing his grip on the seven-star sword, Dio parried with effortless grace. The clang of metal upon metal reverberated, unleashing a shockwave that erupted into towering pillars of water on either side. Fortunately, Platinum Star absorbed the brunt of the impact, preventing countless lacerations. Too sluggish. Is this the extent of your swordsmanship? Dio taunted. Mihawk did not bristle at the insult, but rather seemed invigorated. Intriguing. You possess the potential to be a worthy adversary. Black Sword Knight rebounded, unleashing a flurry of crescent-shaped slashes. The seven-star sword danced in Dio and Apos' grasp. A macabre ballet of emerald flames intertwined with the sable hues of Conqueror and Apos' haki. Demon Fire. Skyward Rush. Dio lowered himself, executing a single-handed rotation of the blade. A full-moon arc of fiery energy collided with Mihawk's assault. The force of the impact propelled both combatants backward. The crew of the World Pirates observed the unfolding battle through the portholes, awestruck by the display. Who is that fellow? Kid scratched his head. His swordsmanship seems rather formidable. Hawkeye, Dracula Mihawk, Robin said, cradling a cup of coffee, her gaze fixed on Dio. Lafitte offered a smile. Formidable is an understatement. In recent years, he has been quietly ascending toward the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Many swordsmen already acknowledge his station. Daz interjected, that title may be forfeit today. The crew chuckled. Indeed, their captain was not one to be defeated. Have you prepared yourself for death, Hawkeye? Dio raised the seven-star sword, simultaneously invoking Nullify Slash. Allow me to introduce you to Profound Despair. Mihawk remained unmoved. For a swordsman, death is an inevitability. To fall in a duel of blades is a fate I embrace. With that, Mihawk gripped his blade with both hands, unleashing a deep green torrent of energy. In that instant, the rain seemed to freeze in midair. The world was reduced to this single, space-rending slash. The seven-star sword pulsed with an eerie light, its power surging through Dio and Apos' physique. He inhaled deeply, his eyes narrowing. Coating the blade with both armament and Conqueror and Apos' haki, he declared, if that is your desire, then I shall grant you a swift demise. Crackle. Mihawk and Apos' pupils constricted. The intensity of that Conqueror and Apos' haki rivaled even that of Shanks. Dio launched himself upward, Platinum Star trembling in anticipation. The seven-star sword arced upward, colliding with Mihawk and Apos' strike. With a surge of power, Dio deflected the energy skyward. In that instant, the heavens split, the clouds parted, sunlight streamed down, and the rain ceased its fall. Is this the pinnacle of swordsmanship? The crew of the World Pirates marveled at the sky-rending power. Mihawk, without hesitation, engaged Dio in close combat. Clang, clang, clang. Black Sword Knight and the seven-star sword clashed, unleashing a shower of sparks. With your current level of swordsmanship, you aspire to kill me? You are premature. Mihawk assessed Dio and Apos' skill. He was a step below his own, but the seven-star sword in Dio and Apos' formidable physique compensated for this deficiency. Premature? Dio smirked. Were it not for my desire to hone my skills against you, you would already be deceased. Mihawk and Apos' eyes narrowed. Arrogant words. Dio and Apos' lips curled into a grin. Do you doubt me? Then allow me to demonstrate. With that, Dio abandoned all pretense of defense, opting for a strategy of exchanging blows. Each time Mihawk threatened to strike Dio and Apos' body, the seven-star sword would lunge toward Mihawk and Apos' heart. Left with no recourse, Mihawk was forced to retract Black Sword Knight, defending against Dio and Apos' relentless assault. Feeble, feeble, feeble. Dio wielded the seven-star sword with unrestrained ferocity. Hawkeye, what is this? Are you capable only of defense? Has this man lost his senses? Mihawk frowned, finding himself in a frustrating stalemate. Does he truly believe my strikes pose no threat? Clang. Once more, Mihawk parried Dio and Apos' attack, his gaze hardening. A swordsman must advance without hesitation. What is the value of timidity? With newfound resolve, Mihawk mirrored Dio's approach, abandoning defense in favor of unadulterated offense. Black Sword Knight aimed for Dio and Apos' neck as the seven-star sword targeted Mihawk and Appo's chest. Just as their attacks were about to land, Mihawk and Appo's observation haki erupted with warnings. He also noticed a look of smug satisfaction on Dio's face. Instinctively, Mihawk shifted his body to the left. Thwack! Clang! The seven-star sword pierced Mihawk's right pectoral, while Black Sword Knight struck Dio, eliciting a metallic resonance. What? Mihawk exclaimed in shock. This was the first time since his rise to prominence that he had failed to cleave his target. Dio kicked Mihawk toward his coffin-shaped skiff. It seems your strikes are ineffective against me, Dio said mockingly. Mihawk clutched his chest, a sensation of helplessness washing over him, akin to his first days of training. Facing his master. Bah, there is nothing I cannot cut. With a grunt, Mihawk struggled to his feet, kneeling on the deck, ignoring the blood gushing from his wound. He gripped Black Sword Knight with both hands, drawing it behind him. His entire being focused, he channeled his energy into the blade, coating it with a dense layer of armament haki. A palpable aura of sharpness radiated from him, directed at Dio. The sea around the coffin-shaped skiff rippled with energy. His hawk-like eyes locked onto Dio. Night. Long cry. A skyward emerald slash bisected the ocean, the air itself seeming to mourn. Chapter 68. Soaring to great heights, feeling the immense force of the impending strike, Dio and Appo's expression turned grave. Truly impressive, Mihawk. Without the nullification, I would indeed not stand a chance against you. But alas, there are no and Appo's, what ifs and Appo's. Even before the strike could land, Dio still found time to engage in idle chatter with Mihawk. What a formidable strike. Were it not for me, you would undoubtedly be the world and Appo's greatest swordsman. Mihawk lifted his pale visage. You seem quite confident? Dio shook his head, declaring, it is not confidence, it is simply that you are destined to lose. In the midst of Mihawk and Appo's astonished gaze, Dio sheathed the seven-star sword and merely extended his hands to meet the strike. Impossible. Mihawk and Appo's pupils dilated in disbelief, unable to fathom that someone could withstand his mightiest blow with mere hands. However, the truth was harsh. The strike that shattered the sea dissolved upon contact with Dio and Appo's hands, transforming into a cascade of emerald starlight surrounding him. Mihawk stood frozen on his coffin-like vessel, unable to regain his composure. Dio and Appo's eyes narrowed, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Already gravely injured, Mihawk was now left in a daze from the recent impact. Before he could react, Dio swung his sword in a decisive strike. Mihawk barely managed to block it, his black blade knight nearly slipping from his grasp. Yet Dio showed no mercy, launching a relentless barrage of attacks that left Mihawk and Appo's chest drenched in blood. Though his swordplay remained unchanged, Mihawk felt his stamina rapidly depleting. Am I truly going to lose? Eagle Eye, I can already envision your demise. Dio seemed to toy with his opponent. Refusing to succumb to despair, Mihawk made a desperate strike. This was the moment Dio had been waiting for. Ignoring Mihawk's attack, he thrust the seven-star sword at an awkward angle, targeting Mihawk's right hand. Despite his keen observation and intuition, Mihawk and Appo's body could not keep pace with his perception. The sharp pain compelled him to instinctively release his grip on the right hand. This is bad. Mihawk's pupils constricted. Yet, Dio was swifter, seizing the black blade knight from him. Mihawk clutched his chest with his left hand, blood dripping from his right, his glare fixed intensely on Dio. What a fine blade. Dio disregarded Mihawk and Appo's plight and admired the black blade knight. Unfortunately, from this day forth, it shall become a weapon of its master's demise. Upon hearing this, Mihawk paused, a bitter smile emerging as he leaned against the ship and Appo's edge, closing his eyes in resignation. From the moment he set sail as a swordsman, he had known that one day he would be slain by another. Yet, he had not anticipated that this day would arrive so soon. Go on, Dio raised an eyebrow, pointing the black blade knight at Mihawk. How does it feel to be slain by your own sword? Mihawk opened his eyes, his expression devoid of emotion. It is merely the fate of a swordsman. Seeing his demeanor, Dio felt a pang of disinterest. How tedious. Retracting the black blade knight, Dio decided otherwise. This sword shall become my trophy. I have no desire for a master-slaying weapon. With the seven-star sword drawn, Dio's countenance turned icy. I shall use it to guide you on your final journey. Observing the scene, a flicker of relief passed through Mihawk's eyes. Though he feigned indifference, he too did not wish to perish by his own blade. The seven-star sword struck like a venomous serpent, piercing through Mihawk and Apos' heart and pinning him to the coffin-like vessel, gorged on the blood of a legendary swordsman. The seven-star sword shimmered with an eerie light, seemingly reveling in its feast. Meanwhile, the Black Blade Knight trembled slightly in Dio and Apos' grip. Dio tightened his hold on the arm of the Black Blade Knight, steadying it. Glancing around, he shrugged. Why did you choose to craft your ship into a coffin? Withdrawing the seven-star sword, he found that the blood upon it had been wholly absorbed, sparing him the trouble of cleaning it. Gazing at Mihawk and Apos' lifeless form, Dio shook his head. Had you boarded my ship and greeted me, perhaps I would have considered recruiting you. Had you admitted your faults, I might still have extended the same offer. But alas, pride demands a heavy toll. Removing Mihawk's black hat, he covered his face before returning to the Platinum Star. Captain. Splendid work. Baez gave a thumbs up. I knew that fellow was no match for the captain. Daz buzzed. Kid stroked his chin. Does this mean the world's greatest swordsman has become the captain? Dio pondered for a few moments before dismissing the notion. It was merely the use of my abilities. However, I am not far from that realm. Kira, place his sword in the collection room. Dio extended the Black Blade Knight. The crew hurriedly gathered to inspect it. Is this truly the strongest Black Blade Knight? I've heard it's an unparalleled weapon. Finally, we see it in person. Dio retorted. Enough already. There will be ample time to admire it later. Now, we must set sail for Sky Island. Reluctantly, the crew diverted their gaze. After a flurry of activity, the World Pirate crew took their positions. Standing at the bow of the ship, Dio activated his fruit ability, gravity nullification, and the Platinum Star soared into the sky. Hey, Captain, there's a small island down there. Kid leaned over the railing, gazing at the ocean below. Dio cast a glance and recognized it as Gaia Island. Previously, without the permanent pointer from the Monkey Mountain United Army, he had been unaware of its location. Now, from this altitude, it was all too clear. However, he held little interest in it, as it was merely inhabited by a band of lowly pirates. Kurek, the descendant of the Great Talker, was not someone he wished to meet. What of the Golden Land? What of promises? What does it matter to me? When the time comes to retrieve the Golden Bell, assisting him in ringing it will suffice. Suddenly, Victoria turned crimson, gasping for breath before collapsing. Kid and Kira rushed over. Victoria, what's wrong? Robin and Ginny approached with concern. Noticing the commotion, Dio slightly slowed the ascent of the ship. The high altitude brings low oxygen. You all need to gradually acclimate to this condition. Those who do not react as severely as Victoria may find training here to be far more effective than before. His nullification could indeed alleviate everyone's oxygen deprivation, but why eliminate such a beneficial training environment? Training under the hypoxic conditions of Sky Island often yields greater results with less effort. Reaching Victoria's side, Dio brushed his right hand across her face, and her complexion instantly improved. However, for someone experiencing such severe altitude sickness, training would be futile. Kid and the others exchanged glances. Should we give it a try? They merely attempted a few push-ups and immediately sensed something was amiss. Their breathing had quickened significantly. Dio smiled gently. Take your time to adjust. We are only at 4,000 meters. With that, Dio made his way to the helm. Shortly after, he encountered Bonnie above, followed closely by Ginny and Kuma. Kuma, once we reach Sky Island, please assist me in bringing some individuals over. Kuma paused, surprised by such a simple request, yet he would not refuse. Certainly, Captain Dio. Who shall I bring? Dio held up 2 fingers. First, the meteorologist from Vinsmoke. It would be best if they could relocate Vinsmoke to the Sky Island we are heading to. Second, the Vinsmoke family in their laboratory. Note, it is the family, not the Germa Kingdom. Kuma hesitated for a moment before nodding. Understood. I will take care of it. Chapter 69, The God of Sky Islands, the Grand Line. The first half. In the waters surrounding Gaia Island, the Weasel led 2 warships towards Alabasta, preparing to rescue Tina and Apos' team. Reports indicated the presence of the 7 warlords, Mihawk, the Hawkeye, ahead. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in with news. The Weasel furrowed his brow and peered ahead. Indeed, a coffin-like small boat obstructed their path. The Hawkeye was not to be trifled with. The Weasel stroked his chin and inquired, "Can we establish contact?" "Unfortunately, we cannot." "There is no response," came the reply. "You all stay here. I will go speak with him." After careful contemplation, the Weasel decided to confront Mihawk personally. With that, he gracefully stepped onto the small boat. Before uttering a word, he was engulfed by the scent of blood. His expression shifted instantly as he fixated on the figure shrouded in a black top hat, the Hawkeye. Beneath him lay a pool of blood. Impossible. The weasel could hardly believe it and hurried to lift the black hat. The Hawkeye and Apo's pallid visage was revealed, devoid of life. Even the seasoned weasel trembled at the sight, a chill creeping up his spine. How could he be dead? Who? Who could have killed the Hawkeye? Without further hesitation, the weasel dialed Sengoku on the Den Mushi. Hello? Weasel? Have you found Tina? Sengoku inquired, puzzled. The weasel, breathless and disheveled, took a moment before responding, Admiral. The Hawkeye is dead. Sengoku was momentarily stunned, unable to process the gravity of the statement. The Hawkeye? The Seven Warlords? Indeed, the Hawkeye has been slain on his own vessel. The weasel's countenance was grave. After briefly examining the fatal wound, he continued, moreover, he bears a sword wound. A chill ran down Sengoku and Apo's spine, prompting him to rise instinctively. Bring his body back. I will send others to retrieve Tina. Understood. The weasel grasped the significance of the matter. After hanging up, Sengoku paced his office, pondering who could have killed the Hawkeye. A sword? He mentally reviewed every swordsman he could think of, but could not fathom anyone capable of defeating the Hawkeye. Gazing out at the sea, Sengoku and Apo's thoughts inadvertently drifted to Dio and Apo's visage. Could it be him? Surely not. Sengoku furrowed his brow. Although Dio has slain Crocodile, could his swordsmanship truly be that formidable? Rubbing his temples, Sengoku felt wearied. This era was becoming increasingly incomprehensible. In the White Sea, Kid and Apo's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this truly the Sky Island? The Platinum Star is sailing through the clouds. They did not stop at the 7,000-meter White Sea, nor did they pass through the Gate of Heaven. Instead, they relied on Dio's abilities to ascend directly to the lofty heights of the White Sea. The cloud barrier posed no challenge for Dio whatsoever. Robin clutched a peculiar little fish she had fished from the clouds, giggling. This little guy is adorable. Dio's eye twitched. It certainly was a unique specimen. Is that the island of angels the captain spoke of? Lafitte inquired, gazing into the distance. Angels. Victoria, now restored, gazed dreamily. Kid interjected. Arin and Apo's. They just birdmen with wings? Victoria rolled her eyes and walked away. Did I say something wrong? Kid asked Kira beside him. Kira replied, why does Victoria like you? I truly cannot comprehend. Someone approaches, Benoko alerted. The group looked up to see a fully armored figure riding a flamboyantly adorned flying horse. What an ugly horse, Daz, the honest one. Kuden and Apo's, helped but comment. Perhaps hearing Daz and Apo's remark, the horse, which had consumed the horse fruit, stumbled, nearly throwing the Sky Island god, Gonfu and Apo's off, clearing his throat. Gonfu leaped onto the Platinum Star. You must be from the Blue Sea. I am the current god of the Sky Islands, Gonfu. The group raised their eyebrows. God, such grand claims. Our captain does not even call himself a god. Tell me, can I become the god of the Sky Islands? Dio stepped forward. Gonfu was taken aback. Why would you want to usurp my title upon our first meeting? After a moment's contemplation, Gonfu replied solemnly. If you can bring prosperity to the Sky Island inhabitants, I would have no qualms in granting you the title after your victory over me. However, I am the Knight of the Sky. Gonfu and Apo's smiled broadly. My name should be known throughout all the Sky Islands. You cannot defeat me. He then scrutinized Dio and his companions, hoping to see expressions of surprise. However, Dio and his companions remained impassive, with Kid irritably picking at his ears. You do not know my name? Gonfu and Apo's questioned, bewildered. Beja stepped forward. Why should we care? Are you not from the top of the western sky? You must have passed by several Sky Islands along the way. Gonfu and Apo's was flabbergasted. Robin tilted her head. The top of the western sky? Dio explained. It is highly probable that it is the giant nation from the West Sea, which cultivates the treasure tree Atom. Giants exist not only in Elbaf. Every sea has its own giant nation, each possessing a colossal tree. The giant who once saved Robin, Saul, hailed from the South Sea. Elbaf is simply the most renowned. The sun tree Eve delves deep into the ocean, while the treasure tree Atom towers high in the sky. This is quite normal. Isen and Apo's. Gonfu and Apo's stood aside, absorbing the discussions of the world pirate crew, realizing they must have flown up from below. So that is it. This is entirely abnormal. Although he had never visited the Blue Sea, he knew the Sky Islands were situated 10,000 meters high. How could one ascend here? Wait, the Sky Stream. Gonfu and Oppos, or suddenly recalled a past pirate crew that had similarly ascended. Considering the crew before him, Gonfu and Amp, Oppos, felt a grave sense of danger far surpassing that of the previous pirates. If you intend to bring harm to the Sky Islands, I will do everything in my power to thwart you. The discussions among the world pirate crew fell silent. Dio chuckled lightly as he approached Gonfu. I merely wish to establish this place as my aerial base. So, can you grant me the title of God? Gonfu and Oppos, inhaled deeply. I will announce the Island of Angels, and if you can defeat me before the residents of the Sky Islands, the title shall be yours. However, one condition, you must not oppress the inhabitants of the Sky Islands. Dio nodded. As long as they do not provoke me, I have no interest in them. By the way, the people of Sandia are not considered residents of the Sky Islands, are they? They should be dealt with when necessary. Gonfu and Oppos, hesitated, wondering how Dio knew this. After a prolonged internal struggle, he finally advised, I hope to resolve their issues peacefully. Rest assured, I will offer them a chance, however. Should they refuse, Dio and Oppos' gaze turned cold. They will have no one to blame but themselves. Gonfu and Oppos, nodded, recognizing he needed to caution this irritable group. As the Platinum Star gradually approached the Island of Angels, Dio suddenly turned and asked, by the way, do you know of the Sky Island, Baika? Chapter 70, Baika. Gonfu fell into contemplation. It seemed to be a small floating island in the southern lands. Why do you ask? Dio smiled. It and Oppos. Nothing. I have an acquaintance there. Could you point me in the right direction? Gonfu narrowed his eyes, sensing some ill intent from this fellow. Nevertheless, since Baika held no relevance to their divine realm, revealing its location posed no issue. After all, if he remained silent, these individuals could easily inquire upon their arrival at Angel Island. Extending his right hand, Gonfu gestured towards a direction and remarked nonchalantly, it's over there. Dio nodded. Rafit, make a note of it. Understood, Captain, Rafit replied, nodding. Soon, the Platinum Star docked. Kid, Kira, Victoria, Robin, Kuma, Ginny, and Bonnie disembarked. Aren't you coming off the ship? Gonfu questioned, puzzled. Dio waved his hand dismissively. I've already mentioned, we are to meet someone in Baika. I leave my crew in your capable hands, Gonfu. Understood. With me around. No one on Angel Island will trouble them, Gonfu sighed. These people from the Qinghai are truly peculiar. As he maneuvered the Platinum Star, Dio activated the Oppos, friction nullification and Oppos, and the float fruit. Whoosh. The Platinum Star surged forward in an instant. Gonfu stood in astonishment, marveling at such rapid speed. Haha. Could you take us to your divine island, sir? Robin chuckled softly, covering her mouth. According to Dio, that divine island, Apaya, housed the ancient city of Shandora, which not only contained gold but also historical texts. The gold was of little concern to her. It was the relics and historical documents that piqued her interest. After a brief hesitation, Gonfu nodded in agreement. You must keep close to me. Otherwise, you may easily fall prey to the attacks of the Sandia people. Kid scoffed. Attacks? I'd like to see who dares to attack. Kira silently fiddled with his scythe. Gonfu's eyelids twitched. These two seemed eager for confrontation. Meanwhile, Ginny, you all search for gold. I have tasks assigned by Captain Dio, Kuma said in his deep voice. Be safe, Ginny urged. Upon turning, Gonfu noticed the large figure had vanished. Huh? Where did he go? Ginny, holding Bonnie, shook her head gently. He left for something. Gonfu scratched his head, wondering why everyone seemed to have their own affairs. Sometime later, aboard the Platinum Star. Captain, what exactly is in Baika that warrants our visit? Bagus inquired, intrigued. Rafit and the others turned their attention as well. Dio and Oppos' gaze deepened. A devil fruit. The crew exchanged glances. A devil fruit that held the captain's interest enough for him to make a personal trip must be extraordinarily powerful. Mythical Zoan, Logia, or perhaps a formidable paramecia. Hearing the crew and Oppos' speculations, Dio revealed, it is a Logia type, the thunder fruit. Silence fell upon the deck. After a moment, Rafit exclaimed, I see. Greed flickered in Van Oka's eyes, but upon recalling Dio, he promptly quashed that thought. What was not meant for him should not be touched. After all, with the captain present, acquiring abilities would be inevitable. Captain, I can see the island, Daz remarked, keeping his gaze forward. Everyone gathered and looked up. Indeed, the floating island of Baika had arrived. Dio expertly brought the Platinum Star to a steady halt. The indigenous people of Baika, spotting the pirate ship, became immediately wary. As Dio and the others disembarked, their wariness quickly transformed into disdain. TCH, just another group of wingless Qinghai people. Ugh, so ugly without wings. They should hurry and leave. Dio halted, momentarily forgetting that the Baika people held a deep disdain for those without wings. Inel, born here, had suffered great oppression for his lack of wings. Not to mention these outsiders. As he observed the Baika natives brandishing weapons, ready to drive them away, Dio sneered. Split up and signal upon finding what we seek. Rafet adjusted his hat. Captain, what if someone obstructs us? Indifferent, Dio replied, striding forward. Daz, Rafet, Van Oka, and Bajis and Apos, eyes gleamed. All four were notorious for their violent tendencies. Even the typically polite Rafet had been cast out to sea for his brutal enforcement of the law. Wingless scum. Get out of Baika. A Baika native wielding a long spear lunged at Dio. Clang. The spear and the Baika native and Amp. Apos' head fell simultaneously. Dio, gripping the 7-star sword, advanced with an impassive expression. Kill, they're invading Baika. The once aggressive Baika natives fled in terror. Since the captain has acted, let us move. Rafet grinned wickedly, heading in another direction. Bajis and the others also dispersed to different areas. Shortly, the commotion on the shore drew the attention of the local Baika tribe. Injia, someone has killed Bujia. A Baika native returned from the coast, reporting to the tribe's mightiest warrior. What? Bujia was killed? Injia's eyes widened. That was his younger brother. Everyone, grab your weapons. We shall seek vengeance. Injia commanded, rallying the tribe's young men into action. Once all had departed, a battered long-eared man broke free from his bonds, escaping from the prison. Damned Injia. Damned Baika people. Once I grow strong, I will surely kill you all. NLS eyes burned crimson as he dashed toward the nearby shrine. Was this disrespect to the divine? Previously, he would have hesitated, but now? That their Baika gods, it concerns me not. Unbeknownst to him, nearby, a figure cloaked in shadows, wielding an ominous longsword, observed everything coldly. Simultaneously, Injia and his group encountered Bajis. Injia, he is with the murderer. Someone pointed out. Very well. I will start with you. Injia thrust his spear forward. Bajis grinned, making no move to evade. The spear pierced through his chest. Odd. Injia, perplexed, wondered why he felt no resistance. Upon closer inspection, Bajis's perforated chest resembled soft candy, a sickly green hue. It appears you lack hockey, wah. Bajis's right fist hardened, coated in armament hockey. Then you all shall perish. His right arm extended back to its limit, then snapped forward. Unsinkable ship. Hard candy fist. Injia barely had time to react before Bajis and Apos' fist obliterated his head. Blood and brains splattered forth. Pulling the spear from his chest, Bajis's body mended itself. With a bloodthirsty grin, he sent the remaining Baika natives scurrying in fear. However, just 3 meters behind them, they were each picked off by distant gunfire. In an instant, the remaining Baika people dared not act recklessly. Bajis gave a thumbs up towards the distance, then slowly approached the terrified crowd. Please, don't kill me. One individual fell to his knees, begging. Yet Bajis showed no mercy, effortlessly crushing his skull. Damn it, it's death either way, I'll fight. At last, someone could no longer suppress their urge to resist. Seeing this, others followed suit. Just him alone? Everyone charge. The young men of Baika seized their long guns, charging towards Bajis. Now this is interesting. Bajis ceased using hockey and instead activated his devil fruit ability, hardening his fists, as fists are relentlessly swung. A multitude of gelatinous arms extend from either side of the body, striking all that lies before. Gelatinous, a myriad of formidable strength. Wails resound throughout the azure expanse. Chapter 71. The Thunderfruit. This is indeed quite small. Lafayette chuckled as he observed Daz, who scratched his head in agreement. It is indeed. With that, Lafayette extended an invitation. Shall we go together? Daz nodded, accepting without hesitation. The two traveled in silence until they encountered the tribe of the Baika people. Why are there only women, children, and the elderly? Lafayette's gaze darkened. Daz pointed toward the commotion created by buyers in the distance. Most of the able-bodied are likely over there. Lafayette sighed, unfurling his white feathered wings. In that case, I shall escort my kin straight to paradise. Eradicate them to the root? Daz inquired, puzzled. Is there any other option? Lafayette replied with a manic smile. Understanding his intent, Daz, adorned with blades, ceased further discussion as they charged into the Baika tribe. Who are you? Help! Spare my child! No. The panicked cries echoed as Enel, rushing toward the temple. shivered at the distant screams from the tribe. What on earth happened? Before fleeing, he had heard of an invasion. How could they reach the tribe so swiftly? That useless group led by Annika, merely bullies, now faced retribution. The tribe is doomed. Quick, quick. The tribe is in trouble. Suddenly, a fully armed contingent of Baika warriors dashed from the direction of the temple, seemingly heading to support their tribe. Terrified, Enel hastily concealed himself in the grass, fearing detection, and pressed his body against the island's cloud. Once the squad departed, he exhaled in relief, thankful to remain unnoticed. Dio observed from above for an extended period. Noting Enel's fixation on the temple, his eyes narrowing. Could it be? In an instant, Dio dashed toward the temple. Who goes there? The two guards stationed at the temple began to inquire, only to be met with a flash of eerie green light. Moments later, their decapitated bodies lay lifeless on the ground, their heads rolling to a stop, eyes wide in shock, gradually losing their luster. Entering the temple, Dio's gaze fell upon the central statue. His expression turned grave. Before him stood a statue with its right hand covering its face in laughter, the left hand toying with a sphere encircled by an Ouroboros snake. Nika. After a brief contemplation, he dismissed it. Nika, the century of disappearance. The liberating warriors, none of this concerns me. His current pursuit was the thunder fruit. However, after thoroughly exploring the hall, he found no trace of any devil fruit. Only the legendary tales of Nika. Had he miscalculated? Dio furrowed his brow, using his Kanbunchika haki once more, confirming that indeed, there was no devil fruit within the temple. At that moment, he sensed Enel lurking outside the temple, seemingly deterred by the corpses at the entrance. Wait, what does he have in his hand? Shave. Dio appeared at the temple entrance, his cold gaze fixed on Enel. Come out. Enel's heart sank. Damn. Discovered? Please, spare me. I'm not one of them. I merely wish to enter the temple. He fell to his knees. What do you have there? Dio and Appo's expression remained impassive. Enel quickly tossed a golden fruit that crackled like lightning. My lord, this is not a weapon. It is merely a wild fruit I found by the roadside. Meant to stave off hunger. Dio swiftly approached Enel, picking up the thunder fruit. Go inside. Enel was taken aback. Arin and Appo's, you eager to enter the temple? Go on. With that, Dio consumed the thunder fruit. Enel and Appo's face lit up in joy. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. This man was indeed reasonable. He was allowed into the temple for a mere wild fruit. As he watched Enel rush into the temple, a mocking gleam sparkled in Dio and Appo's eyes. Once inside, Enel eagerly surveyed his surroundings. The power of the gods, what could it be? Gradually, his excitement transformed into anxiety, then confusion, ultimately culminating in fury. Staring at the tails of Nika, Enel clenched his fists. Is this it? The power of the gods? Freedom? Liberation? Get lost. In a fit of rage, he struck out, only to cry out in pain. Cradling his bleeding hand, Enel wept. What kind of divine power is this? What is this? Outside the temple, Dio and Appo's Kanbunchika haki was all-encompassing. The power of the gods? I'm afraid you missed your chance. With electric sparks dancing in his right hand, Dio, in a display of mercy, declared, let me show you. Divine judgment. A thunderous roar erupted as a brilliant column of lightning descended, engulfing the temple. Lafayette and the others paused, gazing at the furious display of lightning. This is divine punishment. You are finished. Our God shall exact retribution upon you. The Baika warriors, rushing from the temple to assist, fell to their knees, crying out in desperation. Oh God, please save your most loyal subjects. Annihilate these invaders. Dio raised an eyebrow at their cries. As you wish, divine retribution. Dozens of lightning bolts struck with precision, reducing the Baika warriors to ashes. Lafayette and Daz exchanged glances. It seems the captain has succeeded. Is this the power of the nature-type thunder fruit? Truly terrifying. Lafayette exclaimed, his fervor evident. No wonder Captain Dio is renowned. Byers dealt the final blow to the last incapacitated young man. Waha. Captain, create an era of your own. Then Oka leaned against a large tree, adjusting his spectacles. Fate is spiraling out of control. The thunderous columns around the temple persisted for a full 10 minutes before gradually dissipating. The air remained charged with electricity, crackling sporadically. As he surveyed the obliterated temple, Dio felt a sense of satisfaction. You have experienced the power of the gods, Enel. With matters concluded, Dio regrouped with Lafayette and the others at the shore. Captain, you truly are the strongest man in the world. That Whitebeard can only stand aside. Byers expressed his admiration. Dio nodded. Indeed, I have grown quite strong. What have you all? Buyers appeared flustered. Captain, we are striving to train, but compared to you, we are utterly inadequate. As soon as he finished speaking, Vinoka quickly distanced himself. A small bolt of electricity jolted Buyers, causing him to emit plumes of smoke. It's over. The captain has acquired yet another tormenting technique. With that, he collapsed. Dio and Apos' expression turned dark. You are the one who is perverse. Bring him along. Let us board the ship. Dio contemplated whether it was time to enhance the crew and Apos' abilities. If he had to handle everything personally, what was the point of being captain? The group returned to the Platinum Star, and Dio replicated the process, swiftly setting sail. Just as the Platinum Star distanced itself from Baika, a deluge of thunder crashed down. Dio stood at the bow of the ship, his back to the storm, his gaze indifferent. Let this be consigned to history, the Baika, a myriad of thunder. Chapter 72, Sandia, New World, Red Force. Captain, there's trouble. Lakiro exclaimed, drenched in sweat and clutching today's newspaper. However, Shanks paid him no heed. His gaze fixed grimly on a pile of ashes alongside Beckman. Captain, Lakiro called softly. Shanks took a deep breath. I know, something has happened. Beckman discovered that Hawkeye's life card has turned into this in the collection room. Lakiro handed over the newspaper. Captain, here's the information you seek. Shanks accepted the paper and read along with Beckman. Another warlord falls. Who slayed the legendary swordsman? A sword wound. Shanks' eyes narrowed. Someone had slain Hawkeye with a sword? Beckman puffed on his cigar. So, Shanks, what is your plan? After a moment of contemplation, Shanks spoke, regardless of the circumstances. Hawkeye is my friend. I cannot allow him to die in vain. Whoever could kill Hawkeye is certainly not an ordinary person. If any suspicious individuals arrive in the New World, inform me immediately. His gaze sharpened. I will ascertain whether they are the culprit. And if they are? Beckman queried. Shanks set the newspaper down. Without disturbing the balance of the world, I shall exert every effort to eliminate him. I need to stabilize the seas before that scoundrel sets sail. Beckman nodded, fully aware of whom Shanks was referring to. On the other side of the ocean, the instigator, Dio, surveyed Shandora from a height. Below, Robin, Ginny, and Victoria were examining the ruins. Kid, Killer, and Gonfall, clad in white robes, were facing off against the Sandians. Is this the trouble you mentioned? Gonfall remarked. Kid disdainfully surveyed the wild-looking individuals. They're the Sandians, engaged in a perpetual struggle with us over Apayado. Gonfall replied solemnly. You're talking nonsense. This has always been our homeland. Weber, of similar age to Kid, stepped forward to denounce. Gonfall sighed, after all these years. Apayado has become an integral part of the Sky Island. Why can't we coexist? Weber scoffed. What? You wish to erase the sins of driving our ancestors away? Fine. Offer up 100 unwilling sacrifices, and we can discuss coexistence. Kid shook his head at Gonfall's darkening expression. Why waste breath on him? He.s. young yet has quite the temper. Hearing Kid's words, Killer's expression beneath his mask turned peculiar. What right do you have to criticize others? What is with the fighting? This will be my territory henceforth. Dio approached with Lafitte and others. If it's damaged, who will pay? Captain. Kid and Killer and Apos' eyes brightened. Weber sneered. Who are you? This is our grudge with the Sky Islanders, so scram. The atmosphere fell silent. Dio halted, and Lafitte and the others exchanged sympathetic glances. Who am I? A surge of black and gold lightning erupted from Dio, filling the air. From this day forth, I, Dio, shall be the sovereign of the Sky Island. The overwhelming aura of Conqueror and Apos' haki surged forth, crashing over the Sandians and the goddess guard behind Gonfall. Thud, 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 like falling dominoes. All affected by the haki collapsed within seconds, leaving only Weber struggling to remain upright. Kneeling, Weber's face twisted with indignation as he glared at Dio. You. But before he could finish, his eyes rolled back, and he crumpled to the ground. Gonfall and Apos' brow beaded with sweat. He seemed to have underestimated this man from the blue sea. The sheer terror of Dio's presence, while not directed at him, still pressed heavily upon him. My contest with you is a mere joke. Hearing Gonfall's words, Dio raised an eyebrow. At least you have self-awareness. There's no need for a contest. I will cede my position to you. Gonfall forced a smile, but you must fulfill your promises. Otherwise, I will resist you with all my might. Dio patted Gonfall's shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, old Gon. Those who build will be arriving shortly. Nodding with a semblance of understanding. Gonfall gestured to the Sandians. What about them? Dio stroked his chin, contemplating before deciding to proceed with the original plan. Bind them up. Lafitte, gather the Sandians. Gonfall, summon the Sky Islanders. We shall hold a new deity ceremony at the border of Appiato and Angel Island. I will give the Sandians a chance. If they refuse to accept, then they will have no one to blame but themselves. With that, Dio strode towards Robin and the others. Lafitte and the others exchanged glances. What can we do? We take action. We're back. Robin smiled brightly. Dio nodded silently, standing quietly as he observed them document the ruins. The historical text you mentioned should be up there. Robin pointed to the colossal vine in the distance. Yes, as the base of the Golden Bell, Dio acknowledged. Would you accompany me up? Robin inquired. Dio extended his hand, and Robin, with a gentle smile, placed her delicate hand in his. With a flash of electricity, the two vanished from sight. Victoria scratched her head. I can't shake the feeling that the relationship between the captain and Robin is unusual. Ginny, carrying Bonnie, smacked Victoria on the head. You love gossip, yet you and Kid are the same. Victoria and Apos. Cheeks flushed. What relationship do I have with that fool Kid? Ginny shook her head, remaining silent. Anyone could see it. Dio held Robin as they ascended above the towering vine, where the majestic golden bell stood at the center, its base covered in ancient script. The two approached the historical text, and Robin's attention was instantly captivated. Soon, upon reading the final line, her face registered astonishment. This is. I came to this place to guide this text to its ultimate destination. Dio murmured calmly, the Pirate King, Gold. Roger. Robin was taken aback. When did you learn to decipher ancient text? Dio shrugged. With the nullification of reading restrictions, I can see whatever I wish, though I have little interest in it. I only understand this one line. Robin regarded Dio thoughtfully and teased, this records the location of the ancient weapon. Poseidon, do you want it? Dio spread his hands. If it were Uranus, I might be curious, but Poseidon is merely the mermaid princess, isn't it? Robin was incredulous. Do you really know? Or did you read this historical text? Guess, Dio smirked, walking toward the golden bell. Once Lafitte and Gonfall summoned the people, he would ring the bell. For the Sandians and Sky Islanders, nothing would be more convincing than the sound of the golden bell. One believes it to be the light of Shandora. The other the voice of the divine. Cross-legged before the golden bell, Dio now awaited the gathering of both factions. Chapter 73. Ascension of the new deity. Why has the divine being summoned us so suddenly? The Sky Island denizens murmured amongst themselves, proceeding towards the bridge that connected to God's Island. Rumor has it that it's related to those seafarers as of late. Could it be that they've committed some transgression? Are they to be publicly executed? Who knows? The god and Apos. Esgard had already barricaded the entrance to the bridge. The Sky Island inhabitants stood at the edge of Angel Island, peering around with curiosity. Look, those barbaric fellows are here as well. Amidst the commotion, everyone noticed the arrival of the Shandians. Lafitte led the way, escorting a trussed-up wiper, while Burgess, Van Augur, and the others each held a long line of Shandians in tow. The Shandya chief lowered his head, not daring to offer the slightest resistance. These individuals were simply too powerful. Their young warriors had all been captured, and for the sake of his tribe, he had no choice but to concede. Upon reaching the vicinity of the bridge, Lafitte gave a subtle nod. Burgess and the others then untied the Shandians. Seeing this, the young warriors were about to retaliate, but the chief raised his hand to stop them. Halt, chief. The young warriors were utterly perplexed. Ahem, you must be seafarers. Why would you aid the Sky Islanders against us? The elderly chief ignored the young warriors, staring intently at Lafitte and his companions. Now that you've brought us here, you've also released us. What is the meaning of this? Lafitte smiled. So there are still rational ones among you. Unlike this little firebrand. He shook the snarling wiper, marveling. No wonder he managed to become the chief. Allow me to elucidate, old man. Gonfall, holding a tone dial, approached, surrounded by the god and Apos, Esgard. The chief narrowed his eyes, unsure of what the Sky Island's god intended to do. Inhabitants of Angel Island and Shandya, I am Gonfall, the god of Sky Island. With the aid of the tone dial, Gonfall's voice reached the ears of everyone present. The once noisy crowd immediately fell silent. Today, there are two momentous announcements to be made. Everyone exchanged glances, wondering, what momentous events? Gonfall took a deep breath, looking solemnly at the Shanda chief. Firstly, the animosity between the Shandians and the Sky Islanders will conclude today. From this day forth, we shall coexist peacefully. What a jest! Who wishes to coexist with you? Wiper roared vehemently. Indeed, you seized our homeland, and now you speak of coexistence? Ridiculous. Opinions were also divided on Angel Island. Some believed that the divine being's decision was correct, while others felt that it was imprudent. Hearing the surrounding clamor, Gonfall smiled wryly. You will concur. The specific details will be announced subsequently, and this is related to the second matter I wish to address. The Shandya chief frowned, unsure of what Gonfall was up to. Secondly, from this day forward, I shall step down from the throne of God. The new deity shall be known as Dio. What? A new god? Divine being, you jest surely? Who is this new god? Now, not only were the Shandians bewildered, but even the residents of Angel Island were taken aback. The chief looked at Gonfall with utter confusion. What trickery is this? The scene was filled with commotion. Gonfall pointed to the heavens. Hush, listen, to the advent of the new god. Rumbling sounds echoed as lightning flashed deep within the clouds. The Sky Islanders and Shandians fell silent, eager to see who this new god was. Dom, dom, dom. Resonant chimes echoed from the heavens. The inhabitants of Angel Island and the God's Guard hesitated for a moment before someone exclaimed in astonishment, could it be the legendary divine sound? Some who had grown up hearing this tale fervently fell to their knees, realizing the legends are true. At that moment, the Sky Islanders no longer resisted the arrival of the new god. On the Shanda side, the chief stood frozen in place. This the sound? No, it can end Appos. TB wrong. It can end Amp. Appos. TB wrong. This is the light of Shandora. Someone has relit the light of Shandora. Wiper ceased his struggles, staring blankly into space. Has the long-cherished dream of our ancestors been fulfilled? The light of Shandora? Did this new god bring it? Does that mean that our war with the Sky Islanders has truly ended? We can coexist from now on. One by one, the Shandians collapsed to the ground, murmuring. It's over, it's truly over. Many even wept with joy. In the dense forests of Upper Yard, a large serpent slowly raised its head, gazing at the sky with tears in its eyes. In the blue sea, on Jaya Island, Cricket was preparing to dive in search of the city of gold as usual when he suddenly heard clear chimes from the sky. He froze, staring at the sky in disbelief. So it was up there all along, Cricket exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Our ancestors were not lying. The city of gold truly exists. As the Sky Islanders and Shandians were in awe, thunder rumbled. Dio, surrounded by crackling electricity, floated in midair. He opened his arms wide, unleashing a burst of Conqueror and Appos' hockey that would not cause unconsciousness. From this day forth, there shall be no restrictions between Upper Yard and Angel Island. The Shandians and Sky Islanders shall coexist peacefully, jointly establishing the Divine Kingdom. I, Dio, shall be the first and only true god of the Divine Kingdom. Rumble. As Dio spoke, countless bolts of lightning erupted behind him, illuminating everyone's faces. Yes, our god. The Sky Islanders and God's Guard responded with utmost respect. The Shandians all looked towards the chief, awaiting his decision. The chief struck his chest with his fist, expressing his respect. Divine being. Can we Shandians truly coexist peacefully with the Sky Islanders? Dio glanced at Wiper, who remained silent, seemingly awestruck by the golden bell. In my kingdom, all shall be treated equally, whether they are Shandians or Sky Islanders. There shall be no restrictions between Upper Yard and Angel Island, unless you violate the law. Everyone shall be equal. Understood. The chief knelt on one knee. Thank you, Divine Being, for relighting the light of Shandora. Thank you, Divine Being, for relighting the light of Shandora. The other Shandians followed suit. Lafitte released Wiper, untying his ropes, and watched him quietly. Wiper looked at the sky with a complex expression. It was this man who had captured them, but it was also this man who had fulfilled the long-cherished dream of their ancestors. He looked around at everyone who had submitted to Dio. I thank you, Divine Being, for relighting the light of Shandora. Wiper bent his knee and lowered his head. Dio nodded in satisfaction and began to announce the affairs of the Divine Kingdom, such as the Shandians being allowed to reside within Upper Yard or Angel Island, no longer needing to hide in the remote cloud village, or the unification of currency, abolishing the Extol and adopting the berry instead, as his pirate crew had a large reserve of berries. He also emphasized the vigorous cultivation of special dials to facilitate trade with the Blue Sea in the future. Finally, he reminded everyone that once the divine envoys arrived, they would begin full-scale construction and development of the Divine Kingdom. Listening to Dio's regulations, it seemed that he was truly concerned about the Divine Kingdom. Gonfall also felt relieved, realizing that he was getting old and that retirement was a good thing. The Shandya chief looked at Wiper not far away, his mind racing. There must be a Shandya by the Divine Being's side. With Wiper's talent, becoming the captain of the God and Appos' guard for the Divine Being should be easy. Chapter 74, Construction and rigorous training, is this the fellow who wishes to meet me? Dio and Amp, Oppo's expression was peculiar. Kid and the others shrugged. They had been startled at first sight as well, almost ready to engage in a scuffle. However, to their surprise, this creature shook its head repeatedly and began to draw in the dirt with its tail. After much confusion, they finally deciphered its intention. It sought an audience with the bell ringer. Dio gazed at the Lord of the Void before him, noting for the first time a semblance of obsequiousness on the serpent's face. This snake had an oddly canine demeanor. The Lord of the Void flicked its tongue and nudged Dio, as if presenting a treasure, regurgitating a heap of gold from its mouth. Dio, kid. You go and gather that gold. What? Us. Kid's eyes widened at the sight of the gold glistening with slime in the distance, his whole being filled with discomfort. Just as he was about to call for assistance, the others hastily departed, citing training or a trip to the restroom. In an instant, the world pirate crew was left with only their captain. Is that so? Kid's face turned crimson with frustration. I'll go with you. Weber, clad in the attire of the Divine Guard, stepped forward. Kid raised an eyebrow and seized Weber by the neck, exclaiming, "Good lad, I shall claim you as my comrade." Weber and Amp, Oppo's veins throbbed on his forehead as he replied, "I am merely fulfilling my duties." Kid dismissed this, finding solace in having someone to share the burden with. Dio, what shall we do with this snake? Make serpent soup? Robin asked with a sly tone. The Lord of the Void shivered in fear at Robin and Oppo's words. It likely still harbored more gold within, ready to be retrieved when the clones of Vinsmoke arrived. Dio stroked his chin contemplatively. There is no need for soup. Let it serve as the grandest attraction in the kingdom of the gods. An amusement park? Robin and the Lord of the Void tilted their heads in confusion. Indeed, this creature enjoys the company of humans. Having it as a mascot would be quite delightful. The Lord of the Void nodded, clearly fond of frolicking with the hairless monkeys. Suddenly, a loud bang startled the Lord of the Void. Dio, with his keen observation, smiled gently. They have returned. In a flash of lightning, Dio vanished, only to reappear at Angel Coast, where a crowd had gathered, with the White Beret troops maintaining order. Upon Dio and Oppo's arrival, everyone bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "Lord Deity." Dio waved his hand dismissively. "Disperse. I am the divine messenger I spoke of earlier." He then strode forward. The divine messenger? No wonder it exudes such grandeur. Goodness, what manner of creature is that, carrying a house on its back? Anticipation for the development of the kingdom of the gods swelled within him. Ahead, a bear-like figure was seen carrying an elderly man dressed like a wizard, with a snail ship anchored nearby. "Captain Dio, I have fulfilled my duty," the bear rumbled. "This is Mr. Halida from Vinsmoke. The small sky island of Vinsmoke is en route here." Dio nodded. This is not the place for conversation. Let us proceed to the island of the gods, where a palace awaits. Garci, head to that adjacent island, he instructed. The snail ship flickered its lights in acknowledgement. Soon, they arrived at the palace of the gods. Dio did not immediately delegate tasks, but instead regarded Garci and Oppo's children with curiosity. Observing their inquisitive expressions, Dio expressed surprise. "Garci, you have granted them." Garci sighed. "Yes, I have reinstated their capacity for emotional perception." He regarded Reiju with a complex expression, realizing that his daughter had always possessed emotions but had feigned otherwise to avoid ostracism. "Perhaps my research has truly veered off course." "Indeed," Dio affirmed, eagerly anticipating the moment Sanji reunites with his siblings. The thought of once indifferent brothers now becoming empathetic was amusing. "Captain Dio, what is the purpose of our gathering here?" Garci inquired, while the old man Halida glanced curiously at Dio. Dio replied calmly, "We shall transform the Sky Island into our ultimate base. You may consult Mr. Halida extensively regarding island cloud technology. I require a cloud elevator capable of traversing the blue sea with sufficient capacity. Furthermore, we must establish artificial island clouds across the Sky Island to expand our territory, vigorously develop infrastructure, and truly forge this into a divine kingdom. If the entire realm can move autonomously, that would be even better." Garci and Oppo's jaw dropped. "Are we to accomplish this?" Dio pointed at Halida and Garci. "Indeed. Vinsmoke possesses mature island cloud technology, and with your production capabilities, it should be feasible. Of course, if your clones are insufficient, you may recruit the indigenous people here, but they must be compensated." Garci and Oppo's expression was conflicted. "However, if I am preoccupied with constructing the Sky Island, the projects you previously assigned may be delayed." Dio waved his hand dismissively, indicating there was no rush. I plan to remain on the Sky Island for a year. A year should suffice for your development. Yes? What? Captain, we are to stay here for a year? Magus and the others were taken aback. Dio and Apos, lips curled into a grin. Yes, during this year. I shall train you diligently. Otherwise, if I must always intervene as the captain, what purpose would you serve? Upon hearing this, Magus and the others straightened their expressions. The captain was indeed correct. He should be the ace of the world pirate crew, not merely a frontline fighter. I understand. Please train us as much as you wish. Captain, Magus declared with fervor. As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt several piercing gazes upon him. The pressure of the captain and Apos' training was already considerable. And now he had invited even more rigorous training. Had he forgotten that the captain could restore their states? Did I speak out of turn? Magus realized the gravity of his words. Dio flashed a mischievous smile. No, you have spoken well. The combatants of the world pirate crew swallowed hard, feeling a chill in their hearts. Meanwhile, Halito whispered to the bear, Bear, why does it seem they all dread Captain Dio and Apos' training? The bear and Apos' eyelids twitched. After living here for a year, you will understand. Clapping his hands, Dio declared, Now, let the construction of the Sky Island and our year of rigorous training commence. Chapter 75, setting sail again in the year 1512 of the ocean calendar, at the naval headquarters in Marineford, Admiral Sengoku diligently reviewed documents as usual. Today's intelligence report was presented by his aide, Crane, who entered the room and handed over a stack of materials. Sengoku nodded in acknowledgement, continuing to immerse himself in his work. Crane, unhurried to depart, skillfully poured herself a cup of tea and settled into a sofa. A year had passed, and during this time, the seas had become considerably calmer. Hearing Crane's remark, Sengoku paused, set down the documents, and stretched his back. Indeed, it feels rather unusual without any significant events. The two exchanged a glance and shared a wry smile, reminiscing about the chaos caused by the world pirate crew. Is there still no news from Dio and the others? Sengoku inquired. Crane sighed, None. Since they left Alabasta, apart from a sighting on Asko Island, there has been no trace of them, as if they vanished into thin air. Sengoku's brow furrowed with unease, sensing a foreboding calm before an impending storm. He approached the world map, scrutinizing the route chosen by Dio and his crew. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku remarked, I recall that the recently popular Sky Island shell made its debut at Jaya Island, didn't it? Crane responded, taking a sip of her hot tea. Yes. It is said to be a delicacy from the drifting Sky Island. Many naval bases have also procured a batch. Do you think Dio and his crew might be on that Sky Island? Sengoku speculated. Crane pondered for a while before shaking her head in disagreement. The likelihood is quite slim. Their first trade at Jaya Island seems to be mere coincidence. After all, that Sky Island drifts randomly, appearing across the Grand Line, the Four Seas, and the New World. Moreover, the intelligence from the Navy involved in the trade indicates that the Sky Island harbors a divine kingdom, with the deity of the island suspected to wield control over thunder. I suspect that this self-proclaimed deity would not permit Dio and Apos' crew to linger in its domain. Sengoku rested his chin on his hand. Is that so? He felt an unsettling dissonance. What if we were to invite this Sky Island deity? If they truly possessed the powers of a natural-type thunderfruit user, they would be an invaluable asset in combat. Crane shook her head. Why would a ruler of a divine realm abandon their kingdom to join the Navy? Does that seem plausible? Sengoku fell silent, realizing that his thoughts were indeed fanciful. Well, let us not dwell on it. If there were any traces of them, we would surely be informed, Crane reassured him. Sengoku nodded, returning to his desk to continue his review of the documents. Meanwhile, in the first half of the Grand Line, on the Sky Island of the Divine Kingdom, Dio was bidding farewell to the meteorologists from the small island. Over the course of a year, Dio's appearance had matured, transforming from a boy into a man. Dressed in a tailored black suit with a gold and blue cloak draped over his shoulders, adorned with golden mane, Halida regarded Dio with a mixture of astonishment and admiration, unable to reconcile the brutal trainer he once knew with the poised figure before him. And if it weren't for you threatening us old geezers with our lives and meteorological data, who would willingly work here for a whole year without pay? Don't mention it. Farewell. Halida promptly departed with his old companions, steering the small Sky Island away. As he watched the retreating figures of his allies, Dio's smile faded. They must have mastered both the cloud technology and meteorological techniques. He turned to his companions, Kaji and Lafitte. Both nodded, indicating their proficiency. Dio's lips curled into a smile. Kaji, from now on, the Divine Kingdom will be under your and Gonfal's stewardship. In addition to establishing the technologies we initially set out to create, you must also learn governance from Gonfal. Otherwise, your dream of restoring Germa will be exceedingly difficult. Kaji bowed his head. Understood, Captain Dio. Over this past year, I have recognized my shortcomings, which is why I have been training Iji. As the trio walked through the bustling streets of the Divine Kingdom, laughter and merriment surrounded them. Both the native Sky Islanders and the Shandians greeted Dio with respect, bowing deeply in reverence. Thanks to the trade with the Blue Sea and Kaji's technological advancements, the quality of life on the Sky Island had improved significantly. Passing through the market district, the cheerful shouts of children echoed from the amusement park. The most popular attraction was the Sky Lord, a large serpent that refused to leave once all the gold had been extracted. Due to its massive size, it was the perfect choice for swings, drop towers, and slides. Initially, the residents had been fearful of the Sky Lord, but after observing its harmless nature, they had grown fond of this whimsical mascot. Captain, we're just waiting for you and Lafitte, Kid exclaimed from the Platinum Star, waving excitedly. His enthusiasm stemmed not from the impending voyage but from the relief of finally escaping the grueling training. Lafitte was the first to leap onto the pirate ship, while Dio turned to face the citizens who had come to bid him farewell. Spotting the resolute young man at the forefront, along with Gonfal and the chieftain, Dio smiled warmly. Weber, the safety of the kingdom is entrusted to you from now on. Rest assured, my god, Weber replied solemnly. Understanding the weight of his responsibility after undergoing training, realizing how weak he was in comparison to the divine. Gonfal, please refrain from spending too much time with the chieftain and those old ladies dancing in the square. The kingdom still requires your oversight, Dio continued, offering friendly advice. Gonfal's face flushed with embarrassment as he cleared his throat. Have some consideration for my dignity, Dio. Finally, Dio turned to Kaji. After we depart, steer the Sky Island back to its original location in the New World. Understood, Kaji affirmed earnestly. Then, let us set sail. Dio leaped onto the Platinum Star as the flag unfurled, and the sound system played once more. Farewell, my god. Farewell, my god. The people of the Sky Island chorused in unison. Truly beloved, aren't you, Dio? Robin chuckled, covering her mouth. Wrapping his arm around Robin's slender waist, Dio grinned. What else would you expect? Over the course of the year, Robin had become an integral part of his life, their mutual affection blossoming naturally. At just 20, Robin had not been weathered by the harsh environment of Alabasta, making her even more alluring. Dio could no longer recall the specifics of that night they shared. He could only liken it to a familiar song from a past life. Wasn't it called and Amp, Oppos, Fired Up Youth and Amp, Oppos? An intricate and ever-evolving motion, imbued with wisdom and significance. Something along those lines. Are you contemplating something inappropriate? Robin inquired suspiciously. Dio snapped back to reality. Not at all. Turning to face the crew of the World Pirate Crew, he raised his hand high in exclamation, let us embark, my comrades. Together, let us once again astound this world. Oh. Chapter 76, Tom of Water 7. Today, due to the completion of the maritime train line, the judicial ship arrived to prepare for the retrial of the fishman Tom, who had built ships for the Pirate King. However, as they approached the shore, the judicial ship was besieged by countless weapon-laden vessels. Although there were no significant casualties, the fact that the judicial ship was attacked was undeniable. Those ships were the creations of Tom's disciple, Frankie, over the years. Despite being urged multiple times by Iceberg to deal with these vessels left on Scrap Island, Frankie had remained indifferent. Consequently, a few days ago, Spandam, who had failed to obtain the design of Pluton in discussions with Tom, along with his subordinate CP5, stole Frankie and Oppos' ships, framing Tom and his disciples. In the square, Tom and his companions were tightly bound and severely injured. Upon hearing Frankie's feeble excuses, the onlookers erupted into laughter. As colleagues of the world government, what advantage would CP5 gain by attacking the judicial ship? It was inconceivable. Spandam mocked. You must be Frankie, right? Arin and Oppos, those ships all your handiwork? Frankie and Oppos' face turned pale. He never anticipated that one day his own ships would be used to harm Mr. Tom. Those ships are no longer mine. Frankie howled. Tom, who had remained silent until then, suddenly changed his expression, broke free from his shackles, and knocked Frankie down with a single punch. Witnessing this scene, everyone was stunned. and the soldiers of Judicial Island raised their weapons to prevent Tom from losing control. Iceberg stood in shock. It was the first time Mr. Tom had struck Frankie. Those ships are not mine? Tom's gaze bore down on Frankie. That is one statement you cannot utter. Frankie protested. Why can't I say it? If it weren't an amp, oppos, tea for me, enough. Tom forcefully pulled out the harpoon embedded in his body. No matter what kind of ship it is, or the act of shipbuilding itself, there is no right or wrong. It doesn't and amp, oppos, tea matter what you build in the future. However, regardless of what your ship has done, no matter who it has harmed, even if it has brought about the world and oppos, as destruction, as its creator, you must love it. Tom bellowed. Since it is a ship you built, as a man, you should stand tall and boldly admit it. Frankie was already in tears. The onlookers, whether ordinary citizens, CP agents, or Judicial Island personnel, were all awestruck by Tom's imposing presence. From now on, whatever happens, Icebug, Frankie, you must not concern yourselves. Tom fiercely directed his anger towards Spandam. It is this scoundrel who has made my disciple suffer so. The strength of a fishman was formidable among these ordinary people. In an instant, Tom was before Spandam, delivering a punch that knocked his teeth out. You, shoot, open fire. Spandam, filled with rage and humiliation, shouted. Bang, bang, bang. The tranquilizers were all shot into Tom and Amp, Oppos, S body. Although he did not lose consciousness immediately, he could no longer move. Ha ha, you foolish fishman, you deserve this. Spandam laughed maniacally. Ignoring Spandam, Tom turned to the judge he had known for many years and softly said, I admit my guilt for attacking the judicial ship. Mr. Tom. Frankie and the others gasped. The judge regarded Tom solemnly. However, you just mentioned that constructing the maritime train to save Water 7 could offset one of your crimes. I wish to use it to counterbalance the charge of attacking the judicial ship, Tom smiled. Spandam roared. What nonsense. The judge's pupils constricted. Be silent. CP5. Meeting Tom's gaze. The aged judge sighed. Even if you get your wish, it merely returns us to 14 years ago. You will still be sentenced to death for aiding the Pirate King in shipbuilding. Just as Tom was about to confirm his choice, a crowd rushed in from the direction of the coast. Oh no. Oh no. Pirates are coming to Water 7. What? Pirates? The crowd instantly erupted into panic, fleeing towards their homes. The personnel of Judicial Island quickly gathered to protect the judge. Spandam hastily hid among the CP5 agents, glancing around nervously. Iceberg, Frankie, Kokaro, and Yokozuna also approached Tom's side. The sound of footsteps echoed. Everyone was on high alert. Kira, Van Augur, are you truly not going to eat that slow fruit? Dio queried the two behind him. They both shook their heads, expressing their distaste for the fruit. Dio did not press the matter. He would consider it a collectible. Upon descending from Sky Island, the first person they encountered was Silver Fox Foxy. What more is there to say? It and Amp, Oppos, a simple task. Captain, why are we here? Bajez asked curiously. Dio smiled. To get rich, one must first build roads. There and Amp, Oppos, someone here who will be very helpful to me. I just hope he died. The members of the World Pirates all halted, puzzled by what lay ahead. Dio and Amp, Oppos, gaze swept across, and he instantly understood the situation. Robin, there and Amp, Oppos, an opportunity for revenge. Dio sneered. Huh? Robin was confused. Spandam, positioned among CP5, initially thought the newcomers looked somewhat familiar, but did not dwell on it. He believed these pirates would not dare to attack the personnel of the world government. However, upon hearing the name Robin, he froze in place. Yes, it's them. The world pirates. We're doomed. This is bad. Spandam shrank further into the CP5 ranks, not daring to show even a single hair. Separation of the crane. After hearing Dio and Oppos' explanation, Robin and Oppos' expression turned icy. Her arms crossed as she unleashed her abilities at CP5. In an instant, all CP5 personnel had their spines shattered, dying on the spot. Tom and his companions swallowed hard, refraining from making any rash moves. This woman is terrifying. With the fall of the CP5 agents, Spandam was now visible to the crowd. Sensing the sunlight, he slowly raised his head, locking eyes with Robin's vengeful gaze. It wasn't Timmy. It was Timmy. It was my father. No, it was Spandam's doing. Spare me. Spare me. Spandam desperately shuffled backward, pleading, Nico Robin, I beg you. Please don't kill me. Tom and the others were taken aback. This woman was the infamous demon child Nico Robin? And the group beside her? The world pirates. I advise everyone not to act rashly. The judge spoke up. After all, He was an official of the world government and Spandine and Amp, Oppos, son. Such actions would incite a pursuit from the world government. Yes, yes. If you kill me, the world government won't let you go. Spandam nodded vigorously, hearing their words. Robin glanced hesitantly at Dio. Do what you wish, it and Amp, Oppos, merely the world government. Dio smiled lightly. Everyone present was stunned. What did he mean by and Amp, Oppos, merely the world government and Amp, Oppos? Did this man intend to wage war against the world government? Thank you, Dio, Robin said, her expression one of bliss. Her actions did not waver. 30-fold blossom strangulation. Countless arms seized Spandam and Amp, Oppos, limbs and neck. With a crack, Spandam's body was torn apart. Chapter 77. The invitation of the 7 warlords. The judge was struck with terror, utterly astonished that this group dared to slay Spandam. Well done, Flam exclaimed, filled with immense satisfaction. Although Icebegu remained silent, he too felt a sense of exhilaration. Only Tom and Kokoro wore grave expressions. As fishmen, they understood the peril of offending the world government. What shall we do about these people, Captain? Kid pointed towards the crowd on Judicial Island. Before Dio could respond, Tom, under the influence of the tranquilizer, spoke with a dazed expression. Please wait a moment, Captain Dio. Before promptly falling asleep with a thud, the world pirate crew, Dio and Amp, Oppos, face twitched in disbelief. You called for me, and then you just fall asleep? Flam and the others anxiously shook Tom, trying to rouse him, yet to no avail. I'm sorry, Captain Dio. Mr. Tom has been rendered unconscious by the tranquilizer. Icebegu hurriedly explained, fearing the ire of the world pirate crew. Helpless, Dio approached to reverse Tom's sedation. Upon awakening, Tom's first words were, Have I arrived in heaven? Flam and Icebegu exchanged exasperated glances. You're still alive, Mr. Tom. Ha. I and Oppos am not dead. Tom laughed heartily, even wheezing from his mirth. Stop. Let us finish what you were saying. Dio redirected Tom and Amp, Oppos' attention. Oh, right, Tom scratched his head. Although the chief judge is an official of the world government, he has always upheld justice. I hope you can spare him. The judge was taken aback, his expression complex. He had not anticipated Tom would plead for him. Dio glanced at the white-haired chief judge and nodded. Very well, but I have one condition. What is it? Please, Captain Dio, speak. Tom and Oppos' demeanor turned serious. Become my chief transport officer. Help me construct a maritime railway to connect the islands. This proclamation left Tom dumbfounded, as well as everyone else except the world pirate crew. Was this a plea to rescue Tom from the clutches of the world government? Captain Dio, the world government has sentenced me to death, Tom conveyed subtly. I'm aware. But so what? Dio replied nonchalantly. If you are worried about these individuals, I can ensure their safety as well. He gestured towards Flam and the others. Tom and Amp, Oppos' expression contorted. But the world government is powerful. I do not wish to burden you, Captain Dio. We have just killed Spandam. The world government will not spare us either, Dio reassured him. This is different. I am involved because... Tom's words trailed off. Dio chuckled lightly. Because of the blueprints for Pluton? Tom and his 2 disciples' pupils dilated in shock. How did Dio know? In terms of peril, I am far more endangered than you, Dio teased. For I not only know the location of Pluton, but also the whereabouts of Poseidon. What? Tom exclaimed, utterly astonished. Thus, the stakes were raised. Dio extended his hand once more. Will you perish here, or will you join me in establishing a new kingdom? I aspire to connect all islands in the world with your maritime railway one day. Such a world would flourish and be far more intriguing. Tom gazed at the man before him and suddenly felt that Roger and Amp, Oppos' ambition seemed trivial in comparison. He yearned to join but was troubled by the safety of his disciples. Flam and Icebegu exchanged glances, then resolutely declared, We will go with Mr. Tom. Tom's mouth fell agape. Flam, Icebegu, you needn't. The world government wants Mr. Tom dead. I can never accept that. Flam gritted his teeth. Then we shall overturn it. Icebegu's expression was solemn. Though the path may be arduous, for Mr. Tom and Amp, Oppos' sake, I am willing to endure any hardship. You 2 rascals. Tom and Amp, Oppos' right arm crossed over his eyes, shielding tears. If that is the case. Dio produced a din mushy. Kuma, it's time for you to work again. While there is still time, gather what you need. Someone will escort you away. Once you arrive, you will be informed of what to do next. Tom rose and bowed respectfully to Dio. Thank you, Captain Dio. Dio waved dismissively as he walked towards his crew. Tom and the others hurriedly left to pack their belongings. As Dio passed by the personnel of Judicial Island, he paused for a moment. If you wish to avoid collateral damage, settle here and do not return to Judicial Island. The chief judge was startled. What are you planning? It is not what I intend, but rather that two giants have invited me to assist them, Dio replied with a mischievous smile. Giants? The chief judge paused, suddenly realizing something, and exclaimed, the giant warrior pirates. Indeed, do not think about sending any notifications, Dio shook his finger. With me here. None of you will be able to inform anyone. The chief judge and Apo's brow furrowed. Do you truly wish to declare war on the world government? That is an inevitable outcome. Dio stated calmly. As the chief judge, you should be more aware than I of the world government's shortcomings. The chief judge fell silent. Taking a long moment before speaking, you will bring pain to the world. One must break to establish. Dio and Apo's resolve was unwavering. What else can be said? The chief judge closed his eyes, conceding that he could do nothing. Bang! Van Oka suddenly fired a shot, his tone cold. Come out. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Two black-clad individuals disguised as CP agents trembled as they emerged from an alley. Upon seeing the CP, Robin prepared to strike. The two men immediately knelt, exclaiming, Captain Dio, we have a message for you. Robin paused, her expression mirroring that of the world pirate crew, utterly perplexed. The CP is delivering a message to Dio? Dio raised an eyebrow. What message? One CP agent swiftly produced a letter from his pocket and handed it to Dio, while the other explained, a year ago, the world government decided to invite you to become the new warlord of the sea. We have been waiting here on the island for you to pass. And we finally deliver this letter. Both agents avoided looking at the corpse of Spandam, fearing they might share a similar fate. Warlord of the sea? Upon hearing this invitation, everyone was filled with confusion. Why would they extend such an offer to Dio when he was clearly opposing them? The chief judge was equally speechless, realizing that the government was offering a position to someone who intended to rebel against them. Dio had initially planned to decline, but then recalled the certain privileges that came with being a warlord. His eyes brightened. Perhaps this could serve as a means to turn the tables. He gestured to Daz, Beggars, Kid, and Killer, instructing them to handle the bodies of Spandam and CP5. Once the area was cleared, Dio and Apo's gaze deepened as he swept his right hand over the heads of the two CP agents. He performed the same action over the personnel of Judicial Island, including the chief judge. Memory nullification. With this technique, he could erase specific fragments of a target's memory, rendering them unable to recall it ever again. Once the individuals regained their senses and beheld the world pirate crew, they were astonished to see them there. I accept the invitation to become a warlord of the sea. Dio handed the letter to the bewildered CP agents. Chapter 78. Judicial Island what? The world pirate crew has appeared. Sengoku stood up in astonishment. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, another message came through the transponder snail. What? Dio has agreed to become a warlord of the sea. His eyes widened in disbelief. How could he take on such a role? It felt utterly wrong for that man to become a warlord. Distracted, Sengoku hung up the transponder snail, never expecting that just as he discovered the whereabouts of the world pirate crew, Dio would throw him such a curveball. What are you really planning? Sengoku's expression turned grave as he resumed his seat. Dio. At Water 7, on the Isle of Abandoned Ships, Dio tossed the unconscious chief judge into Tom and Apo's dwelling. Having promised Tom not to kill him, he decided to spare his life. After all, at such an old age, he wouldn't live much longer. As for the other personnel on Judicial Island, well, let Lafitte and the others handle that. Good luck to them. Closing the door, Dio turned around to see that Bartholomew had already anchored the Platinum Star at the shore. Captain, everything is resolved. Lafitte and the others rushed over. Dio nodded. In that case, let us pay a visit to some old friends. He tossed the permanent pointer of Judicial Island to Lafitte. The group smiled. Indeed. It had been a long time since they last saw Dory and Bragi. Boarding the Platinum Star, they set sail. Robin leaned closer to Dio, whispering, Are we truly going to destroy Judicial Island? This does not bode well for us. Dio nodded. Initially, I intended to go to Judicial Island to rescue Tom, but I never anticipated the timing would be so fortuitous. Thus, our journey to Judicial Island is now somewhat superfluous. However, since I made a promise to those two giants, a visit wouldn't hurt. Dio's gaze deepened. Moreover, the invitation to become a warlord has sparked a new idea. I could utilize the Justice Gate of Judicial Island to make a trip to Impel Down. Robin suddenly understood. Dio's true objective was Impel Down. But if you attack Judicial Island, you will lose your status as a warlord, right? Dio smiled. Surely you haven't forgotten the technique I had Kid develop? Robin paused, realizing that technique. Indeed, with Kid on our side, news of Judicial Island would not leak out. By the time it does, they would have likely departed from Impel Down. You truly are clever, Robin chuckled lightly. The Platinum Star sped through the waters surrounding Judicial Island, where a colossal wooden raft floated in the ocean. Hee. Dory. It seems we haven't fought side by side in ages. Broggy laughed heartily. Dory held up a jug of wine. Indeed. Let us fight with all our might today. Do you think that Kid will dare to come? Broggy reminisced about Dio. Dory pondered for a moment and nodded. That fellow is no ordinary person. If he says he will come, he certainly will. Then let us make this a grand event. Broggy grinned widely. Suddenly, a stirring melody resonated from behind the two giants. They turned to see a luxurious ship slicing through the misty waters. With Dio standing at the bow, his gaze fierce and fixed upon the two giants. Hee. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Dory put down his jug and, alongside Broggy, began to row rapidly towards Judicial Island. Dio shook his head with a smile. These two were truly impatient. The combat members of the World Pirate crew had already gathered behind Dio. Without turning back, Dio calmly inquired, Are you all clear about the arrangements made earlier? Bagus grinned widely. Don't worry, Captain. Just wait for us at the Bridge of Hesitation. Kid beamed with excitement, after a year of arduous training. If we can't breach this place, what are we even living for? Dio shot Kid a glance, his expression unchanged. You have only half an hour. If you fail to complete the task, I will make you relive your experiences on Sky Island. The group's expressions changed, and without further ado, they leaped from the Platinum Star, gliding towards Judicial Island. Robin, Victoria, and Ginny couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing everyone laugh, Bonnie joyfully clapped her hands. Even Bartholomew, the helmsman, couldn't suppress a slight smile at the scene. Dory and Broggy rowed their oars, when suddenly, DOS crew members sped past them. How come they are more eager than us? Broggy asked, bewildered. Dory's expression turned serious. They must be true friends, fearing danger. So they went ahead to scout the way? Is that so? Broggy's mouth gaped open. Dory nodded, glancing back at Dio, such is the heroism of the sea. Meanwhile, the soldiers at the front gate of Judicial Island had detected their approach, immediately sounding the alarm. Unidentified personnel are approaching Judicial Island. Remain vigilant. Squads of soldiers armed with blades and firearms rushed out. Quickly, notify the chief judge and the commander of CP9. The leading soldier commanded. Immediately, a subordinate dashed towards the transponder snail. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderball approached rapidly, hovering above Judicial Island. Lafitte and the others, en route, shouted, Kid. Understood. Kid aimed his hands at the thunderball, activating his magnetic fruit. After practicing countless times on Sky Island, he was already adept at maneuvering. Magnetic field, electromagnetic interference. In an instant, the thunderball expanded into a net, enveloping Judicial Island, the giant pirate crew, and the World Pirate crew. An invisible shockwave radiated outwards. The soldier who had just picked up the transponder snail and prepared to make a call found it suddenly rendered useless, static crackling in the receiver. Captain, the transponder snail has been jammed. The soldier exclaimed anxiously. The commanding soldier's face darkened. No need to call. With this commotion, the chief judge and CP9 commander will undoubtedly take notice. Why do you look so grim, Captain? One soldier inquired, puzzled. The commanding soldier sighed. Their objective is to prevent Judicial Island from contacting the outside world. The questioning soldier swallowed hard. So, they are targeting Judicial Island. Which means we are in danger. Haha. You are absolutely correct. If you intend to obstruct our path, we shall not hold back. Bagus' right fist hardened into a sharp spike, cloaked in armament hockey, then his arm elongated, swinging like a meteor hammer. Hard candy, flying star. Watching the ferocious attack hurtling toward them, the commanding soldier quickly warned. Scatter. Scatter? We are all good friends. We should gather to celebrate together. Lafitte's murmurs echoed in the ears of all the soldiers. In an instant, instead of scattering, everyone slowly moved closer together. Bagus gave a thumbs up to Lafitte with his left hand while his right hand crashed down. Boom. The ground before the first gate of Judicial Island shattered. Countless soldiers were sent flying by the impact. Before the surviving soldiers could retaliate, Killer and Daz launched simultaneous attacks, sides and arm blades whirling. Blood and cries of anguish intertwining. Then Oka didn't even draw his gun but followed the group as they strode toward the first gate. Dory and Broggy, just disembarking. Exchanged glances. These fellows are incredibly strong. Chapter 79. Assault on Judicial Island. The court of this island. The presiding judge, Baskerville, gazed at the protective lightning net above his head, his usual whimsical thoughts having dissipated. Who, indeed, dares to assault Judicial Island? Summon the jury and the judicial hounds at once. Yes, Your Honor. At the rear of the judicial tower, the current CP9 chief, Rashji, donned dark red sunglasses. His gaze sharp, still unable to contact the outside world. Indeed, Father. The 17-year-old Khalifa stood respectfully to the side. When at work, addressed me as chief. Rashji's expression remained indifferent. Khalifa's demeanor stiffened. Yes, chief. Rashji nodded. Prepare Rob Lucci and the others. The enemy may be formidable. Understood, Father Chief. Khalifa departed with purpose. As Rashji watched her retreating figure, his expression turned complex. Having once been a subordinate of Spandam, he possessed a certain level of discernment. This time, the situation could be dire. His hands stained with blood throughout his life, death was inconsequential to him. But what of his daughters, Khalifa and Alpha? Alas! Who is this madman attacking Judicial Island? At the front island, Dongli and Bragi pushed open the first main gate, joining Bagus and the others as they approached the island. Observing this, Dio maneuvered the Platinum Star and the giant raft into the sky, heading towards the Bridge of Hesitation. Is this Judicial Island? On the ship. Robin and her companions leaned over the railing, astonished. Judicial Island could be divided into 3 sections. The front island and the Judicial Tower were situated at either end of a chasm waterfall, with the main island floating in midair, connected to the front island by 2 main gates. To reach the Judicial Tower from the main island, one must lower the drawbridge. As for the Bridge of Hesitation and the Gate of Justice, they were merely extensions of the Judicial Tower. 5 minutes had passed. Dio was keeping track of time. Robin sighed. You truly are timing this, aren't you? What else? Dio shrugged. This is a prime opportunity to test our strength. Below, Dongli and his companions had already sighted the second main gate. Someone is invading Judicial Island. Cassie, rise. Oimo wielded a massive hammer. Cassie picked up an axe nearby. Who dares disturb my slumber? Let me see who it is. The 2 giants glared ferociously. Huh? What? Cassie and Oimo rubbed their eyes, unable to believe it. The ship, Captain. Hia ha ha ha. Cassie, Oimo, you are really here. Dongli laughed heartily. Bragi, however, was enraged. You 2 fools. How could we possibly be captured by the world government? Huh. Cassie and Oimo stood frozen. Seeing their foolish expressions, Bragi was infuriated. He delivered a punch to each. You've been deceived by the world government. You fools. Clutching their aching heads, Cassie and Oimo were overjoyed. It's truly the 2 captains. Before they could celebrate, Dongli's expression turned serious. Enough. We'll save the chatter for later. Let us make the world government that deceived you taste some bitterness. Only then did Cassie and Oimo realize, their expressions instantly turning fierce. They had been deceived for so long. Damn the world government. Some soldiers who had just rushed out to assist immediately became targets for their wrath. What is happening? Why are Cassie and Oimo rebelling? What is going on? Dongli looked to Bragi, who in turn looked back. Shall we go? Come on. Cassie, Oimo. Step aside. Dongli and Bragi shouted as their sword and axe clashed, unleashing a formidable aura. Not this move again. Lafitte narrowed his eyes. Cassie and Oimo felt the familiar energy and quickly retreated. The captains. Cassie exclaimed with excitement. Oimo clenched his fists. It's been ages since I've seen that move. Dongli and Bragi's muscles bulged, their gazes fixed on the second main gate. Hurry, hurry and flee. A guard soldier sensed something amiss, sparking chaos. Flee? Can we escape? Dongli's eyes were icy. Bragi declared vehemently, those who dare deceive our comrades shall feel the wrath of giants. World government. Titan's wrath. X2 the earth-shattering shockwave instantly obliterated the second main gate and continued its momentum, sweeping across the main island. Seeing the path cleared, Kid charged ahead. Why are you still dawdling? Are you waiting to be reprimanded? Bagus and the others finally snapped back to reality and rushed forward. Watching Dio's crew surge ahead, Dongli sighed, truly good people. Oimo scratched his head, confused. Captain, are these little ones your friends? Bragi lowered his axe, pondering. More or less, they are the crew of our friends. I see they are indeed quite brave. Cassie admired the advancing Bagus and others. Dongli put his arm around Cassie. All right, we mustn't keep our friends waiting. Bragi, let us continue the race. I'll take Cassie, and you take Oimo. Let us see who escapes first. Ha ha ha. Just what I wanted. Bragi immediately pulled the bewildered Oimo along, sprinting ahead. Dongli hoisted Cassie onto his shoulder. Huh. Hey, Captain, what are you doing? Cassie and Oimo exclaimed in surprise. Bay just punched a guilty jury member, sending him flying. Damn it. I didn't expect that after the giants unleashed such an attack, there would still be so many soldiers. Lafitte was unfazed. It's normal for the garrison of Judicial Island to be around 10,000 troops. Van Oka shot one soldier after another. TSK. Resolving this is too slow. Kid, it's up to you again. Humph. Kid grinned, quite pleased with himself. Meanwhile, Daz and the others twitched their mouths, waiting for an opportunity to teach this brat a lesson. So what if he awakened Conqueror and Amp, Appos, as Haki? However, it must be said, having Conqueror's Haki made dealing with this mob much easier. Kid stood at the forefront, gazing disdainfully at the frenzied judicial hounds, jurors, and ordinary soldiers charging towards him. You scum, get out of my way. A violent mental shockwave swept through, and the previously chaotic battlefield fell eerily silent. Even Dongli and Bragi, who were in the midst of a race, halted in astonishment at Kid. This little one possesses Conqueror and Amp, Appos, as Haki? As a soldier collapsed, it created ripples like a stone dropped into a pond. Before long, the defensive forces of Judicial Island were entirely incapacitated. A wise choice, but I must remind you, there are still 15 minutes remaining. DOS voice echoed from above. Kid, who had been reveling in his triumph, suddenly lost his cheer and, alongside Kira and the others, launched another charge. Dongli and Bragi exchanged glances. It seemed they were also racing. How interesting. At the rear of the main island, the courthouse, the presiding judge, Bascabir, shook his 3 groggy heads. Damn it, it's Conqueror and Amp, Appos, Haki. Can we withstand them? We must withstand it, even if we cannot. Bang. The courthouse doors were kicked open. Kid and his companions dashed past the unconscious guards, immediately spotting the 3-headed judge wielding weapons. Huh? Are there really people with 3 heads in this world? Magus inquired, perplexed. Lafitte, sensing the atmosphere, chuckled silently. Des stepped forward. I'll handle him. You all go ahead. Good brother. Kid and the others praised him before dashing upstairs in the courthouse. You shall not pass. The presiding judge, Bascabir, was about to intercept when a flash of light nearly severed the nose of his right head. Huh. The right head broke into a cold sweat. Your opponent is me. Daz and Amp, Appos' entire body was adorned with blades, while his hands and feet were enveloped in the formidable aura of Haki, armed with the power of the Blade Demon. Chapter 80. CP9 Indeed, there are 3 of you. Daz discarded the tattered remnants of his clothing. Huh. I am base, declared the figure on the left. The one on the right raised his hand. I am Kabir. The figure in the middle laughed heartily. I am your highness, the princess. How absurd. What nonsense are you spouting? Base and Kabir retorted at the central judge. Daz crossed his arms. I have no time for your antics. Armed dust slash. Blood splattered as the 3 judges fell lifelessly into a pool of crimson, offering no resistance. Observing this, Des felt a moment of disorientation. Was the enemy too weak? Or had he truly grown stronger? No matter, now was not the time for such musings. Opting not to take the stairs, Daz raised both hands above his head, mimicking a drill. Dust crumble drill. The ground beneath him shattered as he spun upward towards the ceiling. Judicial Tower. Has it fallen so swiftly? Who could it be? Rashchi and Amp, Appos' expression darkened. Behind him stood CP9 members Rob Lucci, Kaku, Khalifa, and Bruno, silently assessing the situation. Whoever it is, I shall kill them. Rob Lucci and Amp, Appos' voice was cold as ice. Galber scoffed. Anyone can talk big. Kaku shot back. I doubt you even have the courage to make such claims. You. Gabra glared menacingly at Kaku, who remained unfazed. Enough. Do not act rashly. We must ascertain who our opponent is before making a decision. Rashchi approached the window, gazing out at the island. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as he noticed the platinum star in the sky. That ship belongs to the World Pirate Crew. A year prior, it was this very vessel that had decimated a Navy warship in Alabasta. But why was it flying? Wait, controlling flying objects? That is the ability of the Golden Lion. Yet, the Golden Lion is dead. This implies that his powers have been acquired by the World Pirate Crew? No. That cannot be right. Rashchi hastily approached a nearby bookshelf, rummaging through last year's intelligence. Soon, he found the data on Dio and Amp, Appos' assassination of the king of Drum Island, Wapple, the user of the Munch Munch fruit. Sweat began to beat at his temples as he seemingly uncovered an earth-shattering secret. No way, how could anyone accomplish such a feat? Even Vegapunk could not achieve this. What's wrong, Chief? Califa questioned, noticing her father's peculiar demeanor. Rashji inhaled deeply, methodically placing the documents back on the shelf. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. The invaders of Judicial Island are the World Pirate Crew. Upon hearing this, Rob Lucci froze, his hands trembling uncontrollably. The other CP9 members wore expressions of sheer panic. The World Pirate Crew? How could it be them? Wasn't it Apos? T had just reported that Dio had become a warlord of the sea. Kaku was utterly bewildered. How could they launch an invasion of Judicial Island so quickly? Rashji's gaze grew somber. You should be more aware of Dio and Apos' strength than I am. Do you truly believe you can defeat him? All of CP9 fell into a heavy silence. Now, we face two paths. Rashji glanced at Califa. 1. Engage in a desperate battle against the World Pirate Crew, leading to our annihilation. 2. Surrender. His words stirred a tempest of discussion among CP9 members, their expressions shifting as they exchanged glances, witnessing the wavering resolve of his subordinates. Rashji sighed inwardly. Having participated in the O'Hara massacre, he understood all too well the grim fate that awaited them upon learning of the World Pirate Crew and Apos' invasion. Since his demise was inevitable, he could only hope Califa would survive. After all, this World Pirate Crew appeared formidable. Suddenly, a finger pierced through Rashji and Apos' heart. Grasping the assailant and Apos' arm, he coughed blood. Rob Lucci. As chief of CP9, you dare to consider surrendering to pirates? Rob Lucci and Apos' gaze was devoid of warmth. Death sentence, he declared coldly, withdrawing his finger. Rashji and Apos' pupils dilated as he cast one last glance at his daughter, Califa, before collapsing to the floor. His dark red sunglasses flew off, landing before Califa. Despite having been raised by CP, Califa felt a stir of emotion. Her father had been murdered? Who else wishes to surrender? Rob Lucci turned to face the members of CP9. A chilling silence fell over them. Is it merely the World Pirate Crew? We are the elite of CP9. A flicker of hatred ignited in Rob Lucci and Apos' eyes. That was the stain upon his life. Let me personally cleanse the shameful page. Rob Lucci longed to trample Dio beneath his feet. Ever since being subdued by Dio and Apos' conqueror and Apos' Haki, he had been tirelessly completing missions. After finally mastering the two-colored Haki, he was determined to make Dio regret sparing him. Just that distance? A single leap would suffice. A hearty voice resonated from above the courthouse. Dolly and Broggy hoisted their crew member and leaped over the chasm, grasping the judicial tower. Observing this, Dio hurled a giant wooden raft toward the sea. Dolly and Broggy looked up, their faces alight with smiles. Thank you, Dio? The judicial tower trembled as the two giants leaped again, landing atop the raft. A stalemate once more? Dolly squinted. Numerous CP9 agents clumsily rose from the ground, bewildered at the presence of giants. Boom. Two bridges connected to the judicial tower. Hearing this sound, Rob Lucci and Apos' eyes brightened. The World Pirate Crew was arriving. Everyone, follow me to confront the World Pirate Crew. With that, he charged ahead. The others gritted their teeth and followed suit, except for Califa, who quietly stood her ground, retrieving the dark red sunglasses and solemnly placing them on Rashji. Adjusting her glasses, she understood her father well enough to know he would never utter the word surrender. But why? Califa and Apos' gaze fell upon the intelligence Rashji had been perusing. Meanwhile, Rob Lucci led his team into battle, while the Platinum Star soared overhead, unnoticed by the CP9. Dio, prepare to witness the fruits of my arduous training. Rob Lucci concentrated his Haki. However, much to his dismay, Dio did not appear on the bridge. Only a few of Dio and Apos' crew rushed towards him. Very well. I shall take out your crew first. Rob Lucci fixed his expression. Just as he prepared to strike, a sharp sense of danger surged within him, prompting him to roll away swiftly. A bullet struck a CP9 member behind Rob Lucci, obliterating his head in an instant. Wait, he dodged it. Van Oka was astonished. This was the first individual on Judicial Island to evade his shots. Guys, that fellow is no ordinary opponent. Upon hearing Van Oka and Apos' warning, the gazes of buyers and others fell upon Rob Lucci, intensifying his pressure. What are you all dawdling for? Charge! Rob Lucci bellowed at the CP9 members behind him. If we do not eliminate them, we shall all perish. The CP9 agents snapped to attention, rallying their courage and shouting as they charged toward Kid and his crew. Kid scoffed, "Mere fodder, exit the stage." The rare conqueror and amp, Oppos, S hockey was unleashed one last time. The CP9 agents fell like dominoes, one after another. Rob Lucci gritted his teeth. Damn that conqueror and amp, Oppos, S hockey. With a swift series of steps, his body teleported forward, his fingers poised to strike at Kid. Chapter 81. Just so the clang of Kira and amp, Oppos, S scythe met Rob Lucci and amp, Oppos, S spear, thwarting any attempt at a sneak attack. How dare you underestimate us? Beneath Kira and amp, Oppos, S mask. His eyes gleamed with intensity. Damn it. Rob Lucci reacted swiftly, launching a kick. Gale foot. Kira swung the Punisher and amp, Oppos, S scythe, effortlessly slicing through the strike. Decapitation whirlwind. The side spun with a terrifying howl, slicing toward Rob Lucci. He quickly performed several backflips, evading Kira and Oppos, S onslaught. Long-nosed Kaku, wielding twin blades, darted past Rob Lucci. Leave him to me, Lucci. The clash of scythe and blade sent sparks flying. Only then did Rob Lucci survey his surroundings. The black-clad CP agents had all been cleared by Kid. Now, only a handful of elite CP members remained to face the world pirates. And it appeared they were no match for them. Could it truly be as Lasci had foretold? No, absolutely not. Rob Lucci and amp, Oppos, S resolve hardened, even in death. He would never surrender to pirates. To do so would be a disgrace to the world government. Thus, he roared, "Let us fight them with all we have." The surviving Kaku, Gabra, Bruno, and the others rallied, energized for the world government. Sensing Kaku and amp, Oppos, S increased determination, Kira enveloped the Punisher and amp, Oppos, S scythe in armament hockey. I have no time for this delay. The Punisher and Oppos, S side whirled rapidly, creating a massive afterimage before Kira. Giant side reversal, sonic cut. With that, Kira vanished, leaving behind a cloud of smoke. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Kaku. Kaku raised his blades to block. But as soon as the twin blades met Kira's scythe, they were shattered. What? Kaku gasped in disbelief, attempting to evade, but it was too late. Kira swiftly dispatched him. Blood erupted from Kaku's body as he collapsed, his fate uncertain. Kira stood behind him, slowly retracting his blade. CP? Just so. The remaining CP members watched in horror. Though they often bickered, they regarded the youngest, Kaku, as a brother. They never anticipated he would be so ruthlessly severed. Damn it. Then I shall target your youngest member. Gabra lunged at Kid like a ravenous wolf. To everyone's surprise, it was the foul-mouthed Gabra who acted first in defense of Kaku. Bruno faced Bagus, Weichi confronted Van Oka, and Al met the approaching Das. Are we the only two left? Lafitte leaned on his cane, a faint smile gracing his lips as he regarded Rob Lucci. Long time no see, the failure spared by the captain once. Rob Lucci clenched his fists, glaring at Lafitte. Have you had your fun yet? TSK, you seem angry? Lafitte and Oppos, S white feathered wings sprouted behind him. In an instant, he appeared behind Rob Lucci. Back then, when the captain spared you, what do you think would happen if I were to spare you again? You would become a coward. Rob Lucci and amp, Oppos, S pupils constricted. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. When did he get there? Yet, in that moment, his anger eclipsed his fear. If he were to be spared again by Dio and amp, Oppos, S crew, he might as well die. What a joke. Rob Lucci kicked backward, but Lafitte and Oppos, S form dissipated like smoke. Where did he go? Lafitte reappeared behind Rob Lucci. Seeing you in such a frantic state, I finally understand the captain's amusement. You shall perish. Rob Lucci thrust his spear toward Lafitte, but it proved utterly ineffective. As he gazed at the vanishing figure, Rob Lucci suddenly realized the silence around him. He was utterly alone. What is this? In the real world, Lafitte observed Rob Lucci and Oppos, S lifeless eyes and smiled faintly. Gentlemen, I shall take my leave. With that, he simply walked past Rob Lucci. Lucci. The other CP9 members shouted desperately, attempting to rouse him, but their efforts were in vain. By the way, just a reminder, you have only 10 minutes left. Lafitte quipped before soaring into the sky. Kira followed closely behind. Bagus and the others fixed their gaze. It was time to conclude this. Using observation hockey to evade Gabra's spear thrust, Kid produced a gold coin. You wish to kill me? Such a foolish dream. Gabra's expression turned urgent. Damn it. How is this kid so slippery? Magnetism, bestowal. Kid hurled the coin toward Gabra, who caught it in his hand. What? You think you can bribe me with a coin? Gabra sneered. Kid smirked, raising his right hand. Magnetism, 1,000 cuts. Gabra sensed something was amiss, glancing back to see countless blades from CP hurtling toward him. Hey, iron block. Without hesitation, he employed his signature technique, iron block. Not a chance. However, Kid would not grant him the opportunity. Biological magnetism, chaos. Gabra and Amp, Oppo's, focus faltered, and his iron block faltered. By the time he reacted, it was too late. Poochie, poochie, poochie. Countless blades pierced through Gabra, rendering him a pincushion. In his dying moments, Gabra looked at Kid, attempting to reclaim his gold coin. You are not worthy of my coin. Kid scoffed, likewise departing. Waha. Everyone has left. Now get out of my way. Bagus transformed his hands into numerous hard candy arms, infused with armament hockey. Hard candy, dual wield. Aura, aura, aura. Initially, Bruno managed to evade a few strikes with paper, but as Bagus' assault intensified, he had no choice but to resort to iron block. Alas, Bagus' hard candy arms were not only immensely durable but also coated in hockey. In mere seconds, Bruno and Amp, Oppo's, defenses crumbled. His body was sent sprawling like a rag doll, suspended in midair from Bagus and Amp, Oppo's, blows. When Bagus ceased his assault, Bruno plummeted, utterly unrecognizable. Stepping over Bruno's broken form, Bagus flexed his muscles. Wahahaha, how pitiful. CP. Watching their comrades fall one by one, Weichi and Owl were left in shock. A flaw. Van Oka enshrouded a bullet in his armament hockey. Oh no. Weichi attempted to manipulate his hair to block the bullet, but it slipped through the gaps, striking his forehead. Bang. Weichi and Amp, Oppo's, head could not withstand the impact for even a second before it exploded, his white fur scattering. No. Al cried out in anguish. All his companions had perished. Daz and Amp, Oppo's, expression remained impassive. Do not fret. I shall ensure you join them. The blades at his feet glided swiftly toward Al. His arms transformed into sharp blades, cloaked in hockey. Recalling his training in sword energy on Sky Island, Daz's muscles bulged. Micro-dust annihilation slash. A web of silver sword energy flickered and vanished in an instant. Having completed his task, Daz ignored Owl and walked away. Moments later, Owl's body bore numerous sword marks, blood seeping forth. As the wind blew, his remains were scattered. From the Justice Tower, Khalifa witnessed all. How could these people be so powerful? Excuse me, miss. Are you also CP9? Lafitte appeared behind Khalifa, seemingly out of nowhere. Chapter 82, The Gate of Justice, Beneath the Bridge of Hesitation. The Platinum Star and the giant raft had been waiting for quite some time. Captain, we have returned. Kid and his companions rejoined the Platinum Star. Dio nodded expressionlessly. 28 minutes, yet one remains absent. Kid paused, exchanging glances with Bagus and others, counting heads. Where's Lafayette? They wondered, perplexed, since he had left first. Here. Lafayette floated down from the sky, carrying Khalifa. The group narrowed their eyes, questioning the identity of this woman. Captain. She possesses knowledge of how to seize devil fruits and the ability to consume them repeatedly. Lafayette indicated Khalifa. What are we waiting for? Kill her. A glint of coldness flashed in Kid's eyes. Lafayette shrugged, allowing Khalifa to defend herself. My father was an officer in CP9. He intended to surrender to you, but was murdered by Rob Lucci. I do not wish to die, so could you grant me a chance? My intelligence gathering, analytical skills, and ability to disguise myself are quite commendable. Unfortunately, Dio remained unmoved. Though Khalifa was attractive, the world of pirates was not lacking in beauty. Her presence was dispensable. He was not the type to be swayed merely by beauty. As for developing feelings over time, he doubted that intelligence agents like those in CP would betray the world government for such reasons. Kill her, Dio commanded. Bagus grinned and stepped forward to take action. Wait. Jenny suddenly interjected. As a former intelligence officer of the Revolutionary Army, she had a unique perspective. After quietly sharing her thoughts with Dio, he pondered for a long while. Very well. Dio and Jenny escorted Khalifa into the cabin. The others exchanged glances, bewildered. Robin stroked her chin, contemplating. After a while, Dio emerged with the two. Lafayette. Take her back to the judicial tower, then hypnotize her on the spot. Understood, Captain. Upon hearing this arrangement, the astute Lafayette grasped Dio and Amp, Oppo's, intent. After a flurry of activity, Dio approached Dory and Bragi. We shall pass through the Gate of Justice and enter the special current to visit Impel Down. Let us part ways here. Jai-hi. Until we meet again, Dio. Dory laughed heartily. Gababab. We shall have the chance to drink together. Bragi instructed Kashi and Oimo to row the boat. Dio nodded. There will be an opportunity. With that, he opened the electromagnetic cage for the four giants. Seeing this, they immediately dashed out. As for the black bars surrounding Judicial Island, they were as inconsequential as roadside weeds to the four. Once Lafayette returned to the Platinum Star, the world pirates set sail once more. Whether the Gate of Justice opened or not held no significance for Dio. Utilizing the powers of the float fruit, the Platinum Star soared above the Gate of Justice, descending into the unique whirlpool current. Upon contact with the current, the Platinum Star sped rapidly toward Impel Down. Behind them, the electromagnetic cage still enveloped the skies above Judicial Island. On the bridge leading to the Judicial Tower, Rob Lucci regained consciousness, gasping as he collapsed to the ground. Am I out? Slowly lifting his head, he was met with a scene of devastation. Kaku, Khalifa, Bruno, impossible. This cannot be real. It must be an illusion. Rob Lucci and Amp, Oppo's mind, on the brink of collapse, spiraled into despair. Cough cough. Bruno and Amp, Oppo's deflated face shifted, and Amp, Oppo's, Lucci, you're still alive. Truly worthy of CP9 and Amp, Oppo's strongest, and Amp, Oppo's, Rob Lucci and Amp, Oppo's eyes turned bloodshot. What strongest? You mere illusion mock me. Finger pistol. His right finger instantaneously pierced Bruno and Amp, Oppo's chest. Bruno and Amp, Oppo's expression was one of disbelief. He never expected to meet his end at the hands of Rob Lucci. Feeling the warmth of blood on his fingers, Rob Lucci paused. This sensation, could it be? Extracting his finger, Rob Lucci slumped to the ground. Lifelessly surveying his surroundings, CP9 had perished completely. Alone again, the humiliation within Rob Lucci peaked. Once spared by Dio, now saved by his crew. What strongest, what genius? All eyes. Rob Lucci howled. His nails pierced his palms, rendering his hands pale and accentuating the vivid crimson that dripped onto the ground. World pirates. World pirates. Dio. Amidst the corpses of his CP9 comrades, despair engulfed Rob Lucci. Coo. Pigeon Hadoli flew in, anxiously nudging Rob Lucci. During the onset of battle, he had been set aside by Rob Lucci. Glancing at the comforting Hadoli, Rob Lucci inhaled deeply and slowly rose. He moved like a mere shell of a man, trudging toward the Judicial Tower. He sought to end his life at the pinnacle of the CP9 stronghold. After all, he had become a walking stain upon the world government. Upon reaching the top floor room, his gaze flickered. Here, alongside the already deceased Lasci, Khalifa was present. Observing Khalifa kneeling with her head bowed, Rob Lucci sighed. Has she succumbed as well? As he passed by her, he intended to quietly perish in a chair by the window. Suddenly, Rob Lucci halted. He could hear Khalifa's heartbeat. Not dead. Rob Lucci hurried to her side, adjusting her head. Gazing into her murky eyes, he understood immediately. It was Lafayette and Amp, Oppo's hypnosis. Wonderful. He was not alone. Khalifa. Rob Lucci shook her frantically. Khalifa frowned, her gaze gradually regaining clarity. Upon seeing Rob Lucci before her, she instinctively thrust out her finger pistol. Rob Lucci dodged swiftly. Despite being attacked, he felt no anger. Khalifa, I am not an illusion. I am truly Rob Lucci. Observing the emotionally frenzied Rob Lucci explaining himself repeatedly, a glimmer of compassion crossed Khalifa and Oppo's eyes. Yet, thinking of her father and the power she possessed, Khalifa remained resolute. You are truly Rob Lucci? Khalifa furrowed her brow. Still wary. Coo. Hadoli flapped his wings nearby, affirming his master's authenticity. Rob Lucci nodded. Indeed, we are the last remaining members of CP9. What? Khalifa exclaimed in shock. No way. Without hesitation, she rushed to the window, peering down at the bridge. Just one glance left her powerless, collapsing to the ground. Everyone is dead. Rob Lucci and Amp, Oppo's hatred overflowed. Khalifa, we must avenge them. We must restore the dignity the world government has cast aside. We shall slay the world pirates and uphold justice. Khalifa glanced back slightly. We must. Rob Lucci seemed to plunge into madness. Chapter 83. Impel Down, Gratitude to the Devil Visitor and Amp, Oppo's grand sword. Damn it. I can end Amp, Oppo's. Get out. Rob Lucci exclaimed, glaring at the electromagnetic cage. The Den Mushy still has no signal, Khalifa whispered, standing behind him. Lucci punched the wall, frustrated. Can we only wait for the outside world to discover the situation on Eni's lobby? Khalifa remained silent, simply watching Lucci. Impel Down, Level 4, Warden and Amp, Oppo's office. Warden Magellan? The newly appointed Shichibukai, the evil overlord Dio, is in the whirlpool current, requesting entry to impel down. A soldier reported to Magellan, who had just become the warden. Shichibukai Dio? Magellan frowned. What does he want to impel down? However, upon hearing that the visitor was in the whirlpool current, Magellan thought no more of it. To enter the current, one had to pass through the gates of justice at Eni's lobby, impel down, or Marie Fort. Approaching from the surrounding sea would only result in being pushed away by the whirlpool. Since the visitor had already entered the current, it meant that one of those institutions had approved their passage. As these three institutions were on equal footing, all belonging to the world government, none could interfere with the others. Moreover, it would never have occurred to Magellan that someone would target impel down. Therefore, Magellan did not seek confirmation from the Navy headquarters or Eni's lobby. Open the gates of justice. Summon Hannibal and Let and Oppos. Esco greet him, Magellan ordered, rising to his feet. Yes, Warden. The soldiers scurried away. The soldiers and leadership of Impel Down were bustling about due to the arrival of the world pirates. Some time later, in the whirlpool current, Dio stood at the bow of the Platinum Star. Watching the gates of justice slowly open before him, he smirked. Kuma, full rudder to starboard. The Platinum Star rapidly approached and entered the gate, which immediately closed after the world pirates passed through. Ignoring the closed gates of justice, Dio used his float fruit powers to move the Platinum Star. Lafitte and Amp, Oppos, eyes narrowed, observing the motionless sails. The combelt, is it? Robin gazed at the tranquil sea, marveling. Building impelled down in the combelt, truly a stroke of genius. Dio instructed, Burgess, don't forget to carry the fruit. Wee-hee-hee. Don't worry, Captain. We and Amp, Oppos, here to stock up. How could I forget? Burgess exclaimed excitedly. At the gates of Impelled Down, Magellan and Hannibal stood at attention, leading their soldiers. That ship. Magellan's eyes narrowed. It looks like a sailboat, but how can it move in the combelt? I wonder what they're here for. If they cause trouble, I might get promoted. Hannibal muttered. A nearby soldier quickly cautioned, Hey, Vice Warden, you and Oppos, re-saying your thoughts out loud. Hannibal covered his mouth. Did I say that? Magellan shook his head helplessly, not paying attention to the buffoon. Soon, the Platinum Star docked. Dio, Bones, Lafitte, Kid, Killer, Van Auger, and Burgess disembarked. I am Magellan, the Warden of Impel Down. May I inquire as to the purpose of Captain Dio and Oppos' visit? Magellan initiated. Dio smiled faintly, remaining silent as he placed his hand on Impel Down. Fruit escape invalidation, Impel Down version. This way, when those fellows die, their devil fruits can only circulate within Impel Down. What are you doing, Dio? Magellan questioned, wary. Nothing. I was just wondering. How much of a surprise Impel Down will give me? Dio tossed a lightning ball into the sky. Kid imitated him, and electromagnetic cages reappeared, this time targeting Impel Down. Enemy attack. Magellan roared. All the soldiers of Impel Down straightened their faces and took up arms. Let and Amp, Oppos, go in, Dio said nonchalantly. Burgess and the others immediately charged toward the gate. You one and Amp, Oppos, get past us. Poison blowfish. Magellan spat out a large number of poison orbs. Dio raised a finger. Arcs of electricity crackling. The poison orbs were instantly vaporized into toxic mist by Dio and Oppos' lightning. Using his float fruit to control the air, he swiftly directed the mist toward the Impel Down forces. Many soldiers, caught off guard, inhaled the mist and immediately collapsed. Damn it. Magellan and Oppos' expression darkened. By doing this, your crewmates won't survive either. Dio grinned. Who knows? Poison invalidation. Care to take a look? Magellan paused, quickly observing the world pirates in the toxic mist. He discovered that they were completely unaffected. How is that possible? Magellan was incredibly confident in his poison. It was the first time he had encountered individuals who could ignore his gas, let alone a whole group of them. Hannibal, stop them at all costs. Dawn and Amp, Oppos, let them rescue anyone. Have Sherry to guard level 6. Magellan knew that with Dio present, he couldn't and Amp, Oppos, escape. Therefore, he could only rely on his teammates. Also, quickly contact the Navy and Eni's lobby. Dio watched Magellan give orders with a smile. Are you finished? Just who are you trying to save? Magellan was thoroughly perplexed. He hadn't an Amp, Oppos, heard of any prominent pirates being associated with Dio. Save. Dio scoffed. Who said I was here to save anyone? What do you mean? Cold sweat broke out on Magellan's forehead. Dio spread his hands, and an unmatched aura erupted from his body. At the gate, the soldiers who had intended to stop Burgess and the others all fell to the ground. Crackling sounds echoed as Conqueror and Apo's hockey unleashed countless black and gold lightning bolts, painting the entire sky with a dark hue. We are here to kill. Magellan clenched his fist. No, if some of those fellows die, their fruits will be reborn, creating more great pirates. That and Apo's none of your concern, Dio said, wagging a finger. What you need to do now is stay here obediently. Magellan, I quite fancy you as a prison warden. What a joke. Magellan released 3 enormous dragon-shaped masses of venom from his body. Drops of poison landed on the ground, emitting corrosive hisses. Venom dragon. The dragon-shaped venom roared forth, leaving everything in its path riddled with holes. Dio slowly raised his left hand. As soon as the venom dragons approached, they vanished as if they had never existed. How could? Magellan began to doubt his sanity. I told you. Just stay put and await the outcome, Dio said with a mocking grin. Meanwhile, Burgess and the others had already stormed into Impel Down. The 6 of them prepared to split into 3 teams. Des Bones would hold level 1 alone, ensuring the elevator operated smoothly. Burgess and Van Augur would head to the level 4 food storage and kitchen to collect all the devil fruit-infused fruits. Kid, Killer, and Lafitte would start from level 6, ascending each level and hunting down all the prisoners. Damn it, Weekend and Amp. Apo's T-contact the outside world, and Weekend and Amp. Apo's T-contact level 6 either? Hannibal and Amp. Apo's expression was grim. The reporting soldier nodded. Yes, all the din mushy have stopped working. Seeing the world pirates charging in, Hannibal straightened his face. Stop them. As the vice warden, I will never allow you to intrude into Impel Down. Hannibal roared fiercely, wielding his naginata. Vice warden, you and Amp. Amp. Apo's. Re-saying your thoughts out loud again. The soldiers behind him complained. But they still followed him. Leave them to me. You all hurry on, Des Bones said coldly, transforming into armament. Blade Demon once more. Chapter 84. Infinite Hell. I shall never allow you to pass. Hannibal charged at the guards, rushing towards the world pirate crew. His audacity was met with ease as Des effortlessly blocked Hannibal and Amp. Apo's naginata. What? Hannibal and Amp. Apo's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that a mere crew member of the world pirate crew could thwart his assault. Observing the multitude of guards behind Hannibal, Des narrowed his eyes and swung his naginata aside, extending his arms back and then thrusting them forward. Annihilation slash. The net-like sword energy cleaved through the floor, racing towards the guards. Not good. Hannibal quickly spun his naginata, desperately trying to deflect Daz and Amp. Apo's sword energy. The guards, paralyzed by fear from Daz and Amp. Apo's onslaught, trembled. Gazing at his quaking arms, Hannibal gritted his teeth. Even if it costs me my life, I will not let you breach Impel Down. Daz frowned. Are you ever going to stop whining? Daz, the upper level of the sea is yours. Kid and his companions, already on the elevator, waved. Upon hearing this, Hannibal and Amp. Apo's pupils contracted as he looked up to see countless guards and wardens sprawled around the elevator, which the world pirate crew had already activated to descend to the lower levels. Damn it! Hannibal, wielding his massive naginata, charged at Daz in fury. Get out of my way, you scoundrel pirates. If Impel Down falls, how many innocent civilians will spend sleepless nights? How many vile criminals will once again wreak havoc upon the seas? I, Hannibal, will stop you even if I must perish. Daz and Apo's eyes glimmered with appreciation. The captain was right. This fellow was not so bad. Parrying Hannibal and Apo's attacks with his arm blade, Daz replied coolly, it seems you and Apo's VE misunderstood something. We are not here to rescue pirates. Rather, we are here to eliminate them. Huh. Hannibal and Amp. Apo's resolute expression faltered, his momentum dissipating. Then, that and Amp. Apo's unacceptable. What dignity remains for Impel Down if you act in this manner? With a swift kick, Daz sent Hannibal sprawling, unleashing sword energy that intercepted the pursuing guards. As long as I am here, you shall remain on the upper level of the sea. Hannibal suddenly felt a disorienting sense of confusion. Why did it seem as though the opposing side was more aligned with Impel Down? Vice Warden. A guard exclaimed in shock. Hearing the commotion behind him, Hannibal turned in bewilderment. Upon seeing, his jaw dropped, and he stood frozen in disbelief. How is this possible? Dio strolled calmly amidst the guards and wardens, dragging the unconscious Magellan along. The guards and wardens dared not move, holding their breath in trepidation. There was no other choice. Magellan had refused to stay put, thus Dio had to render him physically subdued. Is Magellan dead? Hannibal swallowed hard, a sense of despair creeping in. Ah, not at all, Dio replied, letting Magellan down and raising his hands in feigned innocence. I merely wish to inform you all that if you do not want to end up like this, you ought to behave. Hannibal tightened his grip on the Naginata. Glaring fiercely at Dio, what do you intend to do? Did you not just become a warlord of the sea? Dio smiled lightly, indeed. Who would have thought that the newly appointed warlord would oppose the world government? Hannibal was rendered speechless, realizing how Impelled Down had fallen prey to such inertia and thinking. Vice Warden, what shall we do next? A guard asked quietly behind Hannibal. Hannibal and Apo's expression darkened. Upon Magellan and Apo's collapse, he knew that Impelled Down was doomed. Even if they resisted again, it would only result in needless casualties, achieving nothing. Fortunately, it appeared that these individuals were not here for a prison break. Although the impact of killing inmates within Impelled Down would be severe, Hannibal believed it would not significantly affect the innocent civilians. Exhaling a long, weary breath, Hannibal and Apo's demeanor grew stern. Do not interfere. This will be my battlefield alone. As Vice Warden, I cannot surrender without a fight. Vice Warden. The guards and wardens looked anxious, eager to follow Hannibal into battle. Stand down. This is an order, Hannibal shouted. The guards and wardens were deeply moved. Some even began to cry, yes. Vice Warden. Dio and Daz observed the scene, recognizing that this man was indeed admirable. Daz, spare his life. Daz nodded, sharing a sense of respect for Hannibal. Let us continue our unfinished battle. Hannibal brandished his Naginata and charged forward. Daz, equally unyielding, countered with a horizontal strike. Clang. Layer 4 underground. It is indeed hot. Bagus wiped the sweat from his brow. Van Oka loosened his collar. After all, this is the scorching hell. Who are you? A youthful voice piped from nearby. The two turned to see a tall girl, brandishing a long whip, eyeing them warily. Beside her stood four creatures resembling animal-type devil fruit users, while guards and wardens approached from all directions. At this age, she appeared to be around Kid and Apo's age. Who would have thought there were children in Impelled Down? Bagus grinned. Invaders, are you? Come at me. Little Suddy and Apo's face flushed as she swung her whip. The four beast guards charged at Bagus and Van Oka, who were quickly surrounded by the approaching guards. Quite lively, ISN and Apo's, Tiet? Van Oka, cover me. Bagus exclaimed, excitement radiating from him. With that, he seized the long-handled hammer of a minotaur and wielded it as a weapon. The blood pool and sea of flames below rendered the guards wary of approaching Bagus, fearing they might be sent flying. Falling down there was no laughing matter. You bunch of useless fools. Little Suddy lashed her whip at the remaining three beast guards and Apo's feet, causing them to pause in fear and attack Bagus once more. The Minotaur Koala rushed forward, grabbing the Minotaur and halting just at the cliff and Apo's edge. The Minotaur Talos and Minotaur Rhino swung their hammers straight at Bagus. Ignoring the battle with the beast guards, Van Oka aimed directly at Little Suddy and fired a shot. Domino, dressed in uniform, rushed in and tackled Little Suddy to the ground. What are you doing? Little Suddy began, but was interrupted by a loud explosion as a bullet blasted a gaping hole in the wall. Be careful, that and Apo's sniper, Domino warned. Little Suddy broke into a cold sweat, nodding repeatedly. Seeing Little Suddy in danger, the Minotaur Koala quickly abandoned its three teammates and rushed back, missing his shot. Van Oka remained unfazed and turned to fire at the remaining three beast guards. Meanwhile, in the sixth layer of the underground, known as Infinite Hell, three unwelcome guests had arrived. It and Apo's. It's not time for meal delivery yet? Shirio, the head warden, raised his gaze. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. He sensed three individuals approaching. Placing his hand on the renowned sword, Raijin, a murderous intent surged within him. Ah, so this is Infinite Hell? Lafayette leaned on his cane, a broad smile on his face. Without hesitation, Shirita launched into action. Clang. The clash of Raijin and the Punisher and Apo's scythe sent a gust of wind rippling through the sixth layer. Eh? Outsiders have arrived here? Ha ha ha. Come to break into the prison? Hyuk. Kid, let me out, and I shall share my treasure with you. The entire sixth layer erupted into chaos. Kid. This fellow is quite strong. Let us confront him together. Killer extended an invitation to team up. Kid nodded. It has been a while since we fought side by side. Killer. Seeing Shirito engaged, Lafayette made his way straight to the prison of the sixth layer. Chapter 85, To Advance on Impel Down. Greetings, esteemed audience. I am Lafitte, the navigator of the world pirates. Standing amidst a group of fierce criminals, I appear utterly at ease. I survey the surrounding cells and smile faintly. To rescue you? Certainly. But in our pirate crew, only the strong shall prevail. Upon uttering these words, an eerie silence envelopes the 6th level of the prison. Every gaze turns perilously sharp. Humph. You wish for us to turn on one another? One scoffs. While we were sailing the seas, you were still in the shadows. Another chimes in. Lafitte merely shrugs, unfazed. You have but 10 minutes. With that, the first individual who had mocked him swiftly sends the one who had supported him flying with a single punch. Chaos erupts in the 6th level of the prison, akin to a droplet falling into hot oil. What a wretched bunch, murmurs Radefield from his cell beside Lafitte. Young one, I am aware of your intentions, but I lack any devil fruit powers. His meaning is clear. I cannot defend myself. Let me go. Lafitte raises an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback by Radefield's words. Do not regard me with such eyes. I am fully aware of your thoughts, old man. This is my observation hockey, Radefield clarifies. Special observation hockey? Lafitte muses, realizing why Radefield could remain in a cell alone. He seems to be quite the ancient creature. You may accompany me when I depart. But your fate lies in the hands of the captain. I cannot determine that. Lafitte smiles warmly. As a senior, I shall show you the respect you deserve. Radefield nods and closes his eyes, eager to meet this captain of Lafitte and Amp, Oppos, S. Encountering someone who has infiltrated Impel Down is a first for him, while Lafitte awaits the outcome. On the other side, decapitating whirlwind. Kira and Amp, Oppos, S. Punisher scythe grazes Shirley and Amp, Oppos, S. nose. After narrowly evading the strike, Shirley and Amp, Oppos, S. gaze sharpens as he sheathes his sword. Sensing the bloodlust coiling around his blade, Rain Cutter, Blood Swallow return. In a swift draw, he slashes horizontally, unleashing a crimson sword aura that transforms into a rain swallow. Hurtling toward Kira. Armament hockey envelopes Kira and Amp, Oppos, S. dual size as he deflects the approaching rain swallow sword aura. Before he can counterattack, he hears Kid and Amp, Oppos, S. call from behind. Electromagnetic cannon. Kid instantly fires coins, dispersing the returning rain swallow sword aura completely. As their blades clash once more, Kira tilts his head slightly. Thanks, Kid. His arm covered in armament hockey propels himself with magnetic force. Rather than thank me, let us bring this guy down together, he exclaims, launching a punch at Shirley. Seeing the two combine their attacks, Shirley exerts himself to parry Kira and Amp, Oppos, S. dual scythes. He then thrusts his sword into the ground, releasing a spiraling sword aura akin to a tidal wave. Whirlpool, blood tsunami. Sensing the sharpness of the sword aura, Kid and Kira retreat immediately. No wonder he guards the 6th level. He possesses some strength, Kid thinks, his expression grave. Shirley stands with his sword sheathed, a cigar held between his lips. You too. Managing to hold your ground against me at such a young age is quite impressive. He certainly overheard Lafitte and Oppos' proclamation regarding the world pirates. Presently, the cries of inmates competing for survival echo behind him. However, he remains indifferent, for he too has often dispatched a few when in a foul mood. I have a certain curiosity about your captain. Might I meet him? He had heard that the captain of the world pirates, Dio, could defeat admirals, and Magellan would be no match for Dio. Seizing this opportunity, Shirley, having been warned multiple times by Magellan due to his methods, is unwilling to remain idle. Kid and Kira exchange glances. Since their opponent does not intend to continue fighting, they are more than happy to take a breather. Very well, once matters here conclude. We shall take you to meet the captain, Kira replies. Shirley nods and turns to face the prison cells, observing the chaos of the inmates turning on one another. In the 4th level, the scorching hell, Bagus and Van Oka confront 4 guard beasts. Behind these beasts, Little Suddy and Domino wear serious expressions. The reinforcements that had rushed to their aid have been entirely dealt with by Bagus and Van Oka, leaving only these 4 guard beasts to defend the scorching hell. What now? Little Suddy inquires. The guard beasts cannot hold them off. Domino contemplates for a moment. Shall we retreat to the upper levels? Seek out Director Magellan? After a moment's hesitation, Little Suddy nods. Let us proceed with that plan. Whips at the ready to cover our retreat. The guard beasts, dazed, follow their orders. As they watch the 2 women make their hasty exit, Bagus initially considers pursuit, but is seized by Van Oka. Where do you think you and Amp, Oppos, going? Do not forget our mission. Oh, right. Bagus suddenly recalls, they must gather the devil fruits. The two immediately head towards the granary and kitchen. Well, they haven't followed us. Domino glances back, puzzled. Huh, no pursuit. Little Suddy peeks out. The two share a look. If there is no pursuit, why take the stairs? They should simply use the elevator to leave. Quietly boarding the elevator with the guard beasts, they watch as the floors rise, breathing a sigh of relief. Once we locate Director Magellan, we shall return for vengeance. As the elevator comes to a halt, they arrive at the first level above the sea. Stepping out, the two women are left in shock. What on earth? Domino exclaims. Little Suddy covers her mouth in disbelief. Director Magellan, Vice Director Hannibal. Before them, Dio sits casually atop the unconscious Magellan, wearing an indifferent expression. Opposing him, Hannibal is covered in wounds, every inch of him marred, with not a single part unscathed. Domino. Little Suddy. Hannibal grits his teeth, leaning on his naginata to keep himself upright. You two, go and stay with the guards. They will not harm you. As he speaks, blood oozes from the corners of Hannibal and Apo's mouth. The two women gaze at the guards and inmates in the distance, tears streaming down their faces, their hearts shaken. They had never anticipated that the usually erratic Hannibal could achieve such feats. Vice Director Hannibal. Little Suddy brandishes her whip, ready to command the guard beasts. Stop! Hannibal roars with all his might. Magellan has fallen. Do you truly believe you are still his match? Go over there and stay put. But Domino and Little Suddy voice their concerns. Blood trickles down Hannibal and Apo's forehead, clouding his vision, forcing him to squint. But what? This is my responsibility as Vice Director. Stand aside and do not interfere. The two women fall silent. After a long pause, Domino's gaze hardens. We are also part of Impel Down. Hannibal, we will not survive at the cost of your life. We do not need it. If it comes to it, we shall die together. With that, she charges toward Das. Little Suddy, too, swings her whip, directing the guard beast into battle. The guards and inmates, who had been idle, clench their fists at these words. They are right. If it comes to it, they shall die. They charge forward, fueled by the cry for vengeance. For Vice Director Hannibal. For Impel Down. Chapter 86, A Bountiful Harvest, you fools. Although he uttered these words, Hannibal was already in tears. The battle resumed. The Naginata whirled with such speed that sparks flew as its tip grazed the ground, igniting a fierce blaze. The inferno of hellish heat. Das sighed, feeling reluctant to engage Hannibal. Yet, he had no choice. His arm gradually transformed into a razor-sharp blade. Enveloped in armament hockey, ready to strike. A heavy sigh cast a pall over the crowd. Are you trying to play the pity card? Dio slowly rose. Do you wish to shout about some bonds and come at me? You are all rather ignorant. Dio and Apo's eyes widened, unleashing a furious burst of Conqueror and Apo's hockey. Buzz. ZZZ. The black gold lightning exploded, cascading over the sea. One by one, the guards fell, and even the four beastly wardens succumbed to the ground. This time, Dio and Apo's Conqueror and Apo's hockey frightened the sea kings lurking beneath the surface into retreat. Thud, thud. Little Suddy and Domino collapsed in succession. Hannibal clutched his naginata tightly, struggling to remain conscious, but his vision blurred from blood loss. Is this the essence of the King of Evil? Just as he was about to collapse, Das caught him. Though our stances differ, you are indeed a man of honor. Das gently laid Hannibal down. With a self-deprecating smile, Hannibal finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Dio, observing the cleared arena, reined in his hockey. How about that? Am I not correct? Hannibal is a man worthy of trust. This statement seemed directed at Das, yet carried an underlying implication. Das scratched his head, pondering what it meant for Hannibal to be worthy of trust. Before he could receive an answer, Dio mused. Well, I still wish to see another individual. It should be soon. A bountiful harvest. Inside the granary, Bagus beamed with joy, unearthing one devil fruit after another to fill his basket. With these fruits, whether for nurturing talent or for profit, the prospects were splendid. Bagus scratched his head. Wee ha 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 ha. It's truly delightful to follow the captain. It seemed Lafayette and the others were hastening their pace. Van Oka gazed fervently at the devil fruits. Once they returned, he would scrutinize the illustrated guide to the devil fruits printed by the Vinsmoke family, identifying the one suited for him. Reflecting on this, Van Oka and Apo's thoughts drifted. Should he choose a fruit with high mobility or one with formidable combat prowess? Don and Apo's, T-Dawdle, hurry up and help me search, Bagus urged. Oh, got it. Van Oka snapped back to reality, chuckling at his earlier folly. He patted his cheeks and began rummaging through the fruits. Meanwhile, in the depths of the 6th level, within the infinite hell, the carnage was nearing its conclusion. The ultimate victors, Douglas Barrett, Bondywald, Alvaro Pizarro, Catherine the Butterfly, Saint Juan the Wolf, Buscared Jote. It appeared the outcome was clear, smiled Lafayette. Then, his expression shifted rapidly. Kira, and you too, Mr. Shiryu, kindly send the weaklings on their way. Shiryu raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this opportunity. Naturally, he was willing. Under the indifferent gazes of the crowd, the two dispatched the half-dead pirates one by one. Hey, it and Appos, it's time to fulfill your promise. Bondywald grew impatient. Of course, I shall grant you all your freedom. Lafayette extended his white feathered wings. Those willing to join our pirate crew are most welcome. As he spoke, Kira and the others unlocked the prison cells. Humph, freedom is fine, but joining your pirate crew? No thanks. Bondywald stepped out of his cage, excitement etched on his face. Lafayette smiled silently. At this moment, the others were equally exhilarated. They paid little heed to Lafayette's words. Who were they? Before entering, they were renowned figures, and to serve as others' crew? What an absurdity! Among the crowd, only Douglas Barrett furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Although he had little strength left, his military caution prompted him to reconsider. He decided to utilize a sliver of his remaining Conqueror and Appos' haki to discern any anomalies. As he activated his haki, the surroundings suddenly blurred. This is... Barrett was startled, immediately channeling all his haki. He sensed that if he hesitated any longer, calamity might befall him. In the realm of infinite hell, you, my friend, are somewhat dangerous. Shiryu observed, stepping back quietly. Just as the newly freed Raidfield remarked, if you don't act soon, they'll awaken. Lafayette signaled to Kid and Kira. They nodded in understanding. Coins flew, sides spun, and crimson stained the prison. Seeing this, even the cold-blooded Shiryu felt a chill in his heart. Were these individuals not here to rescue anyone? Were they merely here to kill? Insanity. To invade Impel Down with the intent to slaughter? As if hearing Shiryu and Appos' thoughts, Raidfield shook his head with a smile. This world of pirates was far from simple. Just as Kira prepared to eliminate the last Douglas Barrett, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Barrett and Appos' once dimmed eyes suddenly gleamed. And with a swift kick, he not only thwarted Kira's attack, but also retreated, creating distance. The crowd was intrigued. He is. Lafayette squinted, feeling a sense of familiarity. The devil's progeny, Douglas Barrett. As the chief warden, Shiryu certainly recognized the prisoners here. Lafayette realized, it is him, a former crew member of Pirate King Roger. Looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, Barrett was bewildered. You orchestrated all this just to kill us? That is none of your concern. Lafayette retracted his wings. We have our own plans. Given your ability to break free, how about meeting our captain? Barrett pondered for a long while. This group could easily breach infinite hell, and Magellan had remained inactive for quite some time. It seemed they possessed some genuine capabilities. Curious to ascertain the situation, he thought it Wooden and Appos' hurt to meet their captain. Lifting the sea prism stone shackles on his hands, he said, all right, but first, unlock these. Lafayette smiled, locking eyes with Barrett for a lengthy moment, while Barrett remained resolute. All right, Lafayette drew his cane sword, shrouded in armament haki, and with a few swift cuts, the sea prism stone shackles shattered. Shiryu was somewhat astonished. This individual, appearing like a negotiator, was also skilled in swordsmanship. Feeling the return of his powers, Barrett clenched his fists. Let us go. Lafayette pointed upwards. We shall ascend layer by layer. Barrett and Shiryu and Appos' pupils constricted. What were they planning? To exterminate all the criminals in Impel Down? Lafayette offered little explanation, leading Kid and Kira away. Raidfield, too reluctant to divulge the secrets he had overheard, closely followed. Barrett and Shiryu exchanged a glance, remaining silent. They hurriedly pursued the others, eager to uncover the intentions of this world of pirates. Chapter 87. The Choice in Impel Down. The scorching depths of the 4th level, Lafayette and his companions emerged from the 5th level, brimming with vitality. I have never felt so invigorated, Shiryu exclaimed joyfully. Yet, no one paid him any heed. TSK, Shiryu muttered, slightly annoyed. I recall the kitchen is on this level. I shall procure something to eat. Barrett and Raidfield paused their steps and followed Shiryu, both eager to indulge and regain their strength. Kid, Kira, and Lafayette narrowed their eyes and, after a brief contemplation, chose not to intervene, opting instead to trail closely behind. As they advanced, they noted the numerous guards and unconscious figures around them. "Did you do this?" Barrett inquired, glancing at Lafayette and his companions. Lafayette adjusted his hat. "It must have been our comrades." Shiryu frowned. "Comrades? What business do your comrades have on the 4th level? There is nothing of value here." "That may not be entirely accurate," Lafayette replied with a mysterious smile. Radefield remained silent, already aware of the secrets of the world pirates through his observation hockey. In truth, even now, he found it somewhat unbelievable. The notion of seizing a devil fruit was utterly absurd. Upon entering the kitchen, the group began searching for food. Just then, a side door leading to the pantry swung open, and Van Oka emerged, carrying Chie. "Ah, it's you all. Who are they?" Van Oka nodded upon seeing Lafayette and his companions, scrutinizing Shiryu and the others. "A group that might pique the captain's interest," Lafayette shrugged. "Eat and depart." Van Oka nodded, leaning against the door, stifling a yawn. Shiryu exhaled a plume of smoke. "Hey, kid, why are you blocking the pantry?" At his words, the atmosphere turned icy. Sensing the piercing gazes of the world pirates upon him, Shiryu tightened his grip on his sword. "Rain." "Hurry up," Barrett suddenly interjected, gnawing on an unidentified piece of meat. He huffed. "If you wish to know what lies beyond, you shall find out once we meet their captain." Hearing this, Shiryu chuckled lightly, releasing his grip on Rain and beginning to eat. Compared to the two and Appo's rough manner of eating, Radefield was far more refined, not only preparing a steak for himself but also pouring a glass of red wine. The contrast was striking. "Kid, Kira, you handle the prisoners on this level," Lafayette instructed. "Understood." The two exited the kitchen. After a while, Van Oka watched the departing figures, adjusting his glasses. "Good luck. Who will become their companion? Who will meet their demise? It all rests on the captain's choice." As they ascended through the layers of hell, Hunger Hell, Beast Hell, and Crimson Lotus Hell, Lafayette and his companions quickened their pace. After all, the higher they went, the weaker their adversaries became. Although the numbers might increase, it felt akin to crushing ants beneath their feet. Soon, they entered the elevator, rising to the next level above the sea. "Ah, finally over. I no longer wish to kill," Kid remarked, pale and standing to the side. Kira rubbed his sore arm. "Neither do I. I never imagined that killing could be such a tiresome endeavor." Shiryu scoffed. "You still have much to practice. You're exhausted after slaying a mere band of pirates?" Kid rolled his eyes. He had never encountered someone who became more exhilarated with every kill. Barrett crossed his arms, his expression grave. What kind of entity was the world pirates? Why would they come to Impel Down to slay prisoners? Their demeanor suggested they were not mere murderers. They would soon meet their captain. Perhaps answers awaited. The elevator arrived, and the group stepped out in sequence. Impressive. Fascinating. They appear quite formidable. Shiryu, Radefield, and Barrett marveled at the sights of the level above the sea. "Captain, the mission is accomplished," Lafayette announced, leading Kid and Kira forward. "These intriguing individuals are yours to decide upon." Dio raised his gaze, contemplating briefly before revealing their identities. Warden of Impel Down, Shiryu of the Rain. The Solitary Red, Baroque Radefield. The Devil's Heir, Douglas Barrett. The captain of the world pirates recognized them, which surprised Shiryu and Barrett, but their reactions were muted. Radefield, however, appeared astonished, unable to hear Dio's thoughts. Sensing Radefield's bewilderment, Dio smiled faintly. Upon meeting the Solitary Red, he had bestowed upon himself the ability to nullify mind reading. "I never expected you to truly defeat Magellan." Captain Dio, Shiryu smirked, relieved at the prospect of escape. Dio scratched his ear. "What are you trying to convey?" Shiryu's expression stiffened as he removed the cigar from his mouth. "I wonder if I might join the world pirates?" "Ah, I see." Dio stood. "Technically, as long as you and Barrett are willing to join the world pirates, I would let you go." Upon hearing this, Shiryu felt an ominous premonition arise within him. "But someone has offered me another choice," Dio teased, stroking the 7-star sword at his waist. A towering figure slowly rose, standing behind Dio. Everyone present froze in place. "Magellan." Shiryu gasped in disbelief. Dio glanced at the grim-faced Magellan behind him. "I told you." Shiryu wooed T stay quietly and Impel Down. With a hiss, toxic liquid dripped to the ground, emitting a corrosive sound. Magellan, commanding the poisonous dragon, charged forward in fury. "Shiryu, you have deeply disappointed me." Shiryu dared not confront him directly, evading constantly, but the dragon and Appo's agility far surpassed that of a human. Before long, the dragon surged past. "Ah!" Shiryu fell to the ground in agony, casting a resentful gaze at Magellan. If you can join the world pirates, why can't I? Magellan's expression remained cold. I have not joined the world pirates. I remain the warden of Impel Down. Shiryu glanced at Dio beside Magellan, incredulous. Are you deceiving me? Don't doubt it. I assure you I have not allowed Magellan to join the world pirates. Dio approached slowly, squatting before Shiryu and speaking softly. I have allowed Magellan to join the second world government. The revelation stunned not only Shiryu, but also Barrett and Radefield from a distance. What does that mean? Shiryu's heart raced. Literally, Dio unsheathed the seven-star sword. If I must choose between you and Magellan, who do you think I would select? Damn it. Shiryu swung Rain with all his might, but the influence of the poisonous dragon rendered his movements sluggish. Dio snorted coldly as the seven-star sword whistled through the air. With a clang, Rain fell to the ground, and Shiryu clutched his neck, blood streaming into his throat, emitting sounds of his last breaths. Shiryu's death cast a shadow over the hearts of Radefield and Barrett. The captain of the world pirates seemed to play by a different set of rules altogether. Dio picked up Rain and approached Magellan. Have you made your decision? If I do not choose, everyone in Impel Down will perish. Magellan's face darkened. How could that be? I don't possess such lethal tendencies. Dio waved his hand dismissively. Magellan replied, as long as you're satisfied. I hope what you say is true. Dio nodded. Indeed, they are coming. As soon as the words fell, Bagus and Van Oka returned to the upper deck of the ship, bearing 2 baskets of fruit. Captain, we have gathered everything. Chapter 88. The Shabandi Archipelago. You truly can achieve this. Magellan exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at the 2 baskets of fruit, or rather, the devil fruits. Dio had informed him that the devil fruits would not escape from Impel Down, and initially, he had thought it merely a ruse. To his astonishment, it was indeed the truth. How had this man accomplished such a feat? Barrett, benefiting from his height, could see the contents of the fruit baskets clearly. At last, he understood why Van Oka had blocked the entrance to the storeroom. Were he in the same position, he too would prevent outsiders from entering. When had so many devil fruits appeared and Impel Down? A frown creased Barrett and Appos's brow. The others present exchanged peculiar glances upon hearing his words. Faced with this sole uninformed individual, Dio met his gaze and revealed the truth. Those were the abilities of deceased prisoners. Barrett was taken aback, taking a moment to process the revelation. How is this possible? Shuden and Appos, the devil fruits randomly reincarnate in the sea? Dio merely smiled in silence. Observing Dio and Appos's demeanor, a sense of apprehension gripped Barrett. No wonder they were wreaking havoc in Impel Down. Moreover, he too possessed a fruit ability. Given that he had yet to fully recover his strength, his chances of prevailing against these individuals were nearly non-existent. As Barrett pondered his next move, an elder standing nearby spoke up. Captain Dio, you mentioned that if Shiryu and Barrett joined your pirate crew, you would let them go. What about me, the old man? Dio did not respond directly but tilted his head, countering. Would you join the pirate crew, the Lone Red? This left Radefield momentarily speechless. Of course, if you wish to leave, that is also permissible. Dio extended his hand. Give me your fingernail. Fingernail? Radefield immediately grasped the implication. You intend to create a life card? How about it? A mere life card will have no significant impact on you, Dio said with a smile. Radefield furrowed his brow. This was the first time he so eagerly wished to hear another's inner thoughts. What was this man truly contemplating? After much hesitation, Radefield nodded in agreement. Rather than languishing in solitude, he would seize this opportunity to depart from Impel Down. As for Dio and Appos, as potential schemes, that could be dealt with later. Seeing Dio prepare to release Radefield, Magellan opened his mouth, hesitated, then fell silent. Dio, perceiving this, shook his head and tapped his own temple. Allowing Radefield to leave was simply a strategy to reel in a bigger catch. However, the bait was the mythical Zoan-type fruit. Rather than scouring the new world for that fruit, it was more prudent to wait until Radefield consumed it, then locate him using the life card to claim the fruit. Now, it seems only you remain, Barrett, Dio stated calmly as he turned his gaze toward him. Barrett had already adjusted his mindset. Shiryu was killed by you due to Magellan. The Red Count was released by you for a peculiar price. Speak. How do you intend to arrange my fate? He clearly recognized that the power dynamics lay firmly in Dio's hands. Gazing at the vigorous Barrett, Dio extended a finger. You have but one choice. Join my pirate crew. Barrett twisted his neck, retorting, do you know why I joined Roger and Appos' crew? Without waiting for Dio and Appos' response, Barrett continued. To challenge Roger. To pursue the strongest. With piercing eyes, he demanded, "Do you possess such strength, Captain Dio of the World Pirate Crew?" At that moment, the members of the World Pirate Crew erupted in laughter. Was he implying a challenge to the captain? Baya snickered, while Van Oka and Lafitte shook their heads, deeming Barrett somewhat overreaching. Kid and Killer leaned on Daz's shoulders, laughing uncontrollably. Dio raised an eyebrow. My strength? If not for the current chaos that destroying the world government would unleash, I would have already acted. Barrett paused, taken aback by such audacity. Even Roger would not dare to speak of dismantling the world government. Thus, I intend to venture into the New World and establish a new world government. Dio calmly articulated his grand design. The conflict between Chu and Han is preferable to the chaos of 100 nations vying for supremacy. When the world government collapses, the astute will align themselves with the new world government. Once one side falls, the other emerges victorious. How simple is that? Dio had no desire to tackle each faction individually. You, my friend, Barrett said, fixing Dio with a serious gaze, are even more dangerous than Roger. However, I like it. Once I regain my strength, I shall challenge you. If you win, I will follow you. Barrett and Apos' honesty was refreshing. Dio nodded, not rejecting the idea. Now that this matter is settled, we should take our leave. With that, Dio led the way, followed closely by the members of the World Pirate Crew. Radefield and Barrett exchanged glances before following suit. Magellan remained rooted in place, lost in thought as memories of his previous encounter with Dio flooded back. No wonder even the admirals were no match for him. Was he truly ready to follow this new world government? Magellan and Apos' expression darkened. He was well aware of the nature of the current world government, having reached his position. After much contemplation, he sighed. Well, didn't Apos he say to await the outcome of his battle with the world government? After all, I am merely a prison warden. Whoever emerges victorious shall be my superior. The Platinum Star set sail once more. However, this time, 2 additional individuals and 2 baskets of devil fruits accompanied them. To be cautious, Dio did not lift the electromagnetic interference surrounding Impel down. Captain, Aran and Apos, you worried that revealing so much to Magellan might lead him to disclose information to the world government? Lafitte approached. Dio leaned against the railing. Disclose information? That would merely transform the conflict between Chu and Han into a struggle among 100 nations. Lafitte asked, puzzled. Nothing of significance, Dio yawned. He is not foolish enough to do such a thing, unless he wishes for Impel down to vanish. Lafitte nodded, somewhat understanding. So, where shall we head next? Dio and Apos' eyes narrowed as he observed the swirling currents below. We will navigate through the currents near Marine headquarters and proceed to the Shabandi archipelago. After all, they secured numerous permanent pointers to large islands in Water 7, and Shabandi is among them. There is no need to follow the old record pointers any longer. Shouldn't we explore the Devil's Triangle? Lafitte recalled the nautical charts. Perhaps another time, Dio dismissed the notion, displaying little interest in Moria and his crew. Although Perona had grown into a striking figure, her current state held little allure for him. Besides, I recall 2 individuals who have been waiting for me at the Shabandi archipelago. Dio chuckled to himself. Having delayed for a year, he wondered if they were still there. Lafitte inquired curiously, 2 individuals? Dio gazed out at the sea. One is a future public relations officer, and the other an intriguing collaborator. Chapter 89. Hancock. As they traversed the aerial route, the Navy failed to detect the World Pirate Crew. Upon the arrival of the Platinum Star at the bubble-emitting Shambadi archipelago, the electromagnetic interference above Judicial Island gradually dissipated. Rob Lucci's eyes sparkled with excitement as he promptly snatched the Den Mushi from Khalifa and Apos' hands to report Dio and Apos' transgressions to the world government. Is this truly the Shambadi archipelago? Lafayette twirled his cane, remarking, I've heard whispers of many nefarious individuals dwelling here. It seems there are even so-called celestial dragons. Then Oka recalled rumors he had once encountered. The mere mention of the celestial dragons caused Ginny, who had been all smiles, to stiffen, observing her tremors. Kuma swiftly embraced her. The others shot disapproving glares at Van Oka, voicing their frustration. You and Apos, V made our chef withdraw into herself. You handle the cooking. Van Oka gestured a zip motion across his mouth, signaling his silence. Victoria, cradling Bonnie, looked on with concern. Ginny, are you all right? Mama. Bonnie chimed in with a sweet, innocent call. Ginny gradually regained her composure, offering a wry smile. I apologize for worrying you all. I just need a moment to rest. Kuma and Victoria immediately accompanied her into the cabin. On the deck, the earlier excitement among the group vanished in light of the current predicament. The celestial dragons are truly revolting. Ryder Field naturally caught wind of Ginny's distress. Dio, your nails are already clipped. We part ways here. With that, he leaped off the vessel, vanishing from sight in a few flickers. Don't let me encounter a celestial dragon. Kid rubbed his wrist. Killer likewise polished the scythe on his arm. Ever since they boarded, Ginny had acted as a big sister, caring for them in every aspect, which was especially meaningful for two orphans like them. They would not let the celestial dragons who harmed Ginny go unpunished. Glancing at the darkening sky, Dio addressed the group. We have a night of leisure. Assemble in the morning. Oh, Captain, you're the best. Even Barrett seemed somewhat exhilarated. It had been ages since he roamed the outside world. By the way, Lafayette, remember to prepare Ryder Field and Appos' lifeguard. Understood, Captain. Once the others departed, Dio turned to Robin. Come, accompany me for a stroll. Robin smiled nonchalantly and linked her arm with Dio and Appos'. Peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a news bird overhead, and he understood the implications. With Robin by his side, he headed towards his planned destination, Area 13, Shaggy's bar. The news bird that discovered the world pirate crew flitted about the Shambadi archipelago before finally settling in a tall building in Area 1. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Morgans, who was fervently scribbling at his desk, paused. Oh, have they finally arrived? Setting down his quill, Morgan stood before the mirror to adjust his tie, then leaped from the balcony and began sprinting on the ground. Indeed, as a Zoan-type bird fruit user in the albatross form, he could not fly, more unfortunate than certain mythical beasts that also lacked the ability to soar. Meanwhile, Lafayette set off alone to fulfill Dio and Appos' assignment. Then Oka, Bagus, and Barrett ventured into the underbelly of the world. Daz, Kid, and Killer arrived at the shopping street in Area 30, intending to procure some local specialties for the ship. Sometime later, at Shaki and Appos' bar in Area 13, the establishment was closed for business as Shaki and Rayleigh entertained guests in the outdoor space. Haha, I never expected you to come. Rayleigh raised his glass, reveling in the moment. So, Hancock, how is the Kuju tribe faring? Shaki inquired while crushing a cigarette. Hancock sat aloofly to the side. They are well enough. Sandersonia and Marigold exchanged sheepish smiles. We came to visit. The pirate crew was coincidentally here to procure supplies. Shaki beamed. You two are delightful. Hancock has become increasingly regal. Humph. No matter what I do, I shall be forgiven. Hancock crossed her legs, her split cheongsam accentuating her perfect figure. Seeing her demeanor, Shaki shook her head in resignation. Rayleigh, on the other hand, laughed heartily without a care. Sandersonia and Marigold felt a twinge of embarrassment, regretting bringing their sister along. It seems lively here. Dio strolled in leisurely with Robin. Shaki turned her gaze. This guest. Pausing briefly, she continued, we are closed for business today. It and Appos' private gathering. My apologies. How could he be here? According to his itinerary, he should be in the Devil and Appos' triangle. Dio disregarded Shaki and Appos' plea, dragging over two chairs and sitting down with Robin unceremoniously. It and Appos' fine. Pretend I and Appos' am invisible. I'm merely waiting for someone. This woman should recognize me. Dio mused as his gaze fell upon a striking figure. The Empress Hancock is also present. Man, what are you staring at? Hancock's senses were razor sharp, her expression instantly turning frigid. At you, Dio replied succinctly. You're beautiful. Why shouldn't I look? I haven't done anything to you. Moreover, if I were to do something, it would be to her. As he spoke, Dio wrapped an arm around Robin. Leaning against him, Robin rolled her eyes but, mindful of her man's presence, offered no resistance, instead provocatively glaring at Hancock. TSK, how filthy. Hancock and Appos' displeasure was palpable, and she appeared ready to take action. Shaki hurried to intervene. All right, Captain Dio, this is my bar. We are having a private gathering. Please leave. Rayleigh remained silent, quietly sipping his drink, though his gaze was fixed on Dio. Sandersonia and Marigold were on high alert, while Hancock wore an expression of disdain. Dio released Robin, looking at the group with a blank expression. I have already stated, I am merely here to wait for someone. Rayleigh set down his glass. Young man, you ought to be courteous. Courteous? Dio scoffed, placing his feet upon their table. I apologize. I am a rough man, lacking in manners. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes. Today's pirates are truly unappealing. I have tolerated you for long enough. Hancock rose, striking a heart pose with her hands. Sweet, sweet wind. A heart-shaped beam shot towards Dio. Shaki and Rayleigh made no move to intervene, as they too held a poor impression of Dio. Robin, initially poised to retaliate, relaxed upon noticing Dio and Appo's indifference to the impending attack. The heart-shaped beam struck Dio, yet the anticipated petrification did not occur. What? Hancock, her sisters, Shaki, and Rayleigh were all taken aback. They were well aware of the nature of Hancock and Appo's powers. Typically, those enthralled by her beauty would be instantly petrified upon encountering the sweet, sweet wind, unless they harbored no lustful thoughts or were simply not focused on her. However, judging by Dio and Appo's earlier demeanor, he should have been fully petrified. Why did this not happen? Shaki's eyes narrowed. Were you pretending just now? What are you truly after? Dio tilted his head. Huh? Pretending? What are you imagining? Apologies, Captain Dio, for making you wait. Just then, a distant voice called urgently, as an albatross raced toward them. Chapter 90. The King of News. What? You say the world pirate crew has invaded Judicial Island? Sengoku was taken aback. Saint Satan coldly remarked. The specific information will be shared with you by CP. We have two demands. First, the world pirate crew has declared war on the government. Immediately revoke Dio and Appo's position as a warlord of the sea. Second, due to the severe repercussions, the Navy must either eliminate Dio or drive them to the New World. Let us find a way to push the world pirate crew into the New World, Sengoku said, his expression grim. Eliminate Dio? Why Don and Appo's, the world government? Take care of it. From the transponder snail, Saint Satan and Appo's disdainful voice echoed. What a bunch of useless fools. After finishing, he hung up before Sengoku could retort. Looking at the now silent transponder snail, Sengoku felt disgruntled. Why should I bear the brunt of Dio's troubles? Was my initial agreement to gamble with Dio truly the right choice? Gather all the generals at headquarters. We must convene immediately. Sengoku instructed the soldiers outside. Yes, Marshal, they replied. Sengoku and Appo's gaze was complex as he looked out the window. The sea under the moonlight appeared particularly tranquil. Dio, spare me your troubles. On Sabaody Archipelago, in Area 13, at Shaki and Appo's bar. Apologies for my tardiness, Captain Dio. Morgan's gasped, adjusting his top hat. Dio glanced at Shaki and the others before rising. Not too late, just in time. Let us walk and talk. All right. Morgan's matched Dio and Appo's pace. Robin exchanged a meaningful glance with Hancock and followed them. This woman, being a woman herself, recognized beauty. What Dio was plotting, Robin was not oblivious to. Fortunately, Dio was not a lecherous fiend. Otherwise, she would have suffered. Watching the three move further away, Shaki frowned. That guy is Morgan's, the King of News. How did he end up with Dio? Rayleigh shook his head. It has nothing to do with us. Of course, it has nothing to do with you, but I am an information broker. Shaki rolled her eyes. How could such a person disregard her capabilities? Hancock remained puzzled. Shaki waved her hand. There are two possibilities. Either he was pretending earlier, or he possesses some special ability. Hancock exhaled deeply, regardless of the possibility. She could not accept it. Sandersonia, Marigold, we should leave. Sister. The two exchanged glances and nodded. Shaki-senpai, Rayleigh-san, we take our leave. Stay safe, Shaki responded with a smile. Rayleigh raised his glass. As Hancock and the others departed, Shaki extinguished her cigarette. I will go check on Dio and Morgan's. Don and Appo's, go, Rayleigh suddenly interjected. Huh? Shaki was puzzled. After a sip of strong liquor, Rayleigh's gaze wandered. For some reason, I sensed danger from that Dio. Thus, I advise you to stay away from them. Shaki stood frozen. How could that be? You are the Dark King, right? Rayleigh chuckled bitterly, though I dislike admitting it. Time is relentless. Since Dio is meeting Morgan's, he undoubtedly has grand ambitions. It is best for us common folk to refrain from getting involved. Shaki regarded Rayleigh with pity and sighed. I understand. Meanwhile, the three sisters, Hancock included, swiftly passed by Dio and Morgan's, heading towards their ship docked at Shopping Street number 30. Dio and Morgan's paused their conversation, watching Hancock completely ignore them, and Dio scoffed. The Empress has a temperament that rivals even the celestial dragons. Earlier, he had not noticed that Hancock was also present. Morgan's eyes sparkled with hearts. Get a grip, Dio replied irritably. Morgan scratched his head. Hee, Captain Dio's conditions are indeed intriguing. But one and amp, oppos, till you become the next one to pressure me from the world government? Dio shrugged. To be honest, as long as your news ISN and amp, oppos, T fabricated, I one and amp, oppos, T interfere. That will still limit me. Morgan straightened his feathers, a bit disappointed. Dio met his gaze. You know your own news. Based on your subjective intent, or for the sake of sensationalism, you have exaggerated facts and even fabricated news. Do you think that is right? Morgan's remained unfazed. Isn't that the essence of news? Selective quoting, taking things out of context, creating conflict. Dio's eyes twitched. Truly, he was an old newsman. Shaking his head, Dio raised 3 fingers. It is timeliness, truth, and accuracy. Only when your news reaches such standards can it become genuine authority. And I will not restrict your news. Morgan stood dumbfounded. Timeliness, truth, and accuracy. This is indeed the very essence of what I wish to report. After a moment of reflection, Morgan's regained his composure. I have strayed from my path. Thank you, Captain Dio, for enlightening me. Dio extended his hand. Compared to the current reporting atmosphere, Wooden and Oppos, the era I depict be much better? Morgan's nodded. Indeed, he had grown weary of the world government, which continuously sought to control his reporting. Grasping Dio and Oppos' hand, Morgan solemnly stated, as long as Captain Dio can deliver on his promises, I shall follow you in a frenzy. Don and Oppos, asked how he shook hands. Morgan's even uses his wings to punch. You will be grateful for today and Oppos' choice. Dio radiated unparalleled confidence. I look forward to it. Morgan's bowed slightly. Then I shall take my leave. With that, he waved his wings upward. A flock of newsbirds descended with hot air balloons. Once Morgan's departed, Dio turned to Robin. Let us go to Shopping Street, then seek out Don Quixote da Flamingo. Robin chuckled softly. I am not in a hurry. Dio, with an expression of disbelief, retorted. Not in a hurry? Who would believe that? Just now, when Hancock was present, I felt the strength of your grip on my arm. Let us go? Seeing Dio and Oppos' demeanor, Robin knew he was teasing her. She then took hold of Dio and Oppos' arm, leading him toward the shopping street. Meanwhile, in Area 30, everyone was silent as the grave. St. Roswald, accompanied by his guards, walked among the kneeling crowd. Tomorrow marked the 18th birthday of his son, St. Charlos, but he had just remembered. Thus, he hurriedly came to Sabaody Archipelago to select some fine items. In a dark alley, Daz, Kid, and Killer were hiding with bags in tow. Is that guy really a celestial dragon? Kid looked displeased. Daz and Oppos' eyes were cold. I feel like I could shred him to pieces. Killer, sweating nervously, said, Hey, can you two refrain from causing trouble? I Don and Oppos, want my holiday to vanish. Daz and Kid exchanged glances and murmured, Coward. Killer clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. You too. Quick. Look. Something in Oppos' happening. Kid and Oppos' eyes lit up. Ahead of the celestial dragon, 3 women emerged. 2 were unremarkable, but the other was a true beauty. That was the warlord, Empress Boa Hancock. Des squinted his eyes. Chapter 91. Celestial Dragon Sabaody Archipelago, Area 30, Shopping Street. Sister. Sonda Sonia and Marigold tensed up. Hancock's pupils dilated as she spotted the celestial dragon ahead. She had been preoccupied with thoughts of Dio and had failed to notice this detestable being. It was quite unfortunate that her group had chosen to visit Sabaody at night, only to encounter a celestial dragon. Oh, what a beautiful woman! Roswald St. exclaimed, leaning on his cane with an expression of astonishment. It was a pity that such beauty was to be wasted on his son. She would fit perfectly as his 20th wife. Seize her and bring her to my chamber. Roswald pointed at Hancock. However, his guards remained still. Did you not hear my command? Roswald questioned. Roswald St., she is the pirate empress, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, one of the guards explained. Bang! The gun embedded in Roswald's cane was activated, and the guard who had spoken was instantly killed. The 7 warlords? Aren't they merely our celestial dragon's lapdogs? Roswald sneered. Hurry. Capture her and bring her to my chamber. His eyes gleamed with desire. He had always collected captives, and the pirate empress was a captain herself. He wondered what it would be like to possess such a beautiful captain. The guards exchanged glances, gritting their teeth as they charged at Hancock. To not attack would mean certain death. Thus, they pressed forward, driven by a glimmer of hope. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Hancock spoke in a low voice. You two, quickly leave. I will hold them off. But, Marigold began, wanting to protest. Sonda Sonia pulled her away, urging, "Go. We cannot engage the celestial dragons." Leaving her sister behind would allow for greater ease of escape. Marigold, reluctant, replied, "I will contact the Navy from the ship." The two swiftly fled, and the guards paid them no mind, for Roswald's target was solely Hancock. Cannot engage the celestial dragons? Yet must I remain idle? Hancock and Amp, Oppos, gaze turned icy as she formed a heart shape with her hands. Beautiful, beautiful, a gentle breeze swept through, and heart-shaped beams of light cascaded over the guards, instantly petrifying them. Roswald gasped in shock, not expecting the Empress to dare retaliate. "I command you to cease at once," he bellowed. "Otherwise, do not expect to retain your position as a warlord. I will ensure the Admiral annihilates your pirate crew." Hancock furrowed her brow, lifting her chin defiantly as she pointed at Roswald. "No matter what I have done, you shall not carry out those threats." "Why?" "Because I am simply too beautiful." Roswald and Oppos' face flushed. Yes, I shall not carry out those threats." Hancock exhaled in relief. Yet Roswald continued, "As long as you become my 20th wife, I assure you I will not act upon those threats." At those words, Hancock and Oppos' expression soured greatly. Timing her departure, she began to step away, calculating that her sisters should have reached the ship by now. "Well, have you made a decision?" Roswald asked with a smirk. Hancock felt humiliated, memories of past grievances flooding her mind. Just as she prepared to unleash her conqueror and Oppos' hockey, Dio approached with Robin by his side. "Oh, the illustrious Empress. Reduced to such a state by a celestial dragon?" Dio teased, a mocking grin on his face. Hancock glared. "Are you here to witness my disgrace?" Before Dio could respond, Roswald exclaimed, "Another beautiful woman. She could be for my son." Feeling the invasive gaze, Robin glanced around, noticing no one else was present, and pointed at herself. "Me? Go. Bring both of them to me," Roswald ordered, kicking a crawling captain slave behind him. The helpless slave had no choice but to rise and lunge toward Robin and Hancock. Swish! The 7-star sword sliced through the air, freeing the captain slave from his torment. Dio walked past him, closing the distance toward Roswald without a hint of emotion. What is he planning? Hancock gasped in surprise. Robin watched Dio with fondness, knowing full well what he intended, eliminating the celestial dragon. With the 7-star sword in hand, Dio loomed over Roswald, emanating an aura of lethal intent. Roswald fell to the ground, stammering, What do you intend to do?" "I am a celestial dragon. If you dare act against me, everyone associated with you shall perish." Dio, however, was preoccupied with another thought. It was unfortunate that Morgans had already departed. Otherwise, a live execution could have been arranged. Could he truly be? Hancock thought in disbelief. Did this man fear nothing? Would he dare to kill a celestial dragon? Seeing Dio remain unmoving, Roswald assumed he had intimidated him, a smirk creeping onto his face. "Now you realize your mistake? Kneel before me at once. That woman is your companion, right? I will not send her to my son. Instead, I shall have my way with her before your very eyes. Just hand her over, or everyone connected to you shall die." Hancock, standing beside Robin, shook her head, realizing her previous assumptions were misguided. This vile man would never dare to kill a celestial dragon. "Hey, I and Oppos, am speaking to you," Roswald shouted, preparing to shove Dio. In an instant, the 7-star sword sliced through the air. Thud! Roswald and Oppos' right arm flew off, blood gushing from his shoulder. His screams echoed through Area 30, sending shockwaves of fear through the kneeling civilians and criminals alike. "He has attacked a celestial dragon. Quick, flee. Someone has harmed a celestial dragon. This place will become a battlefield." Dio paid no mind to the panicked cries, launching a thunderball into the sky. "Kid, our vacation may need to end early." Kid, adeptly combining magnetic force with the thunderball, initiated an electromagnetic cage. "No worries, Captain. We and Oppos, done enough sightseeing. Besides, I and Oppos, disliked him for quite some time." Kid emerged from an alley, delivering a swift kick to the agonized Roswald. Dio, growing impatient with the incessant wailing, made another sweeping strike, silencing Roswald permanently. Onlookers went into a frenzy. "He killed a celestial dragon. Flee. Get off this island." Area 30 descended into chaos. Robin, Kira, and Daz approached Dio, shaking their heads in disbelief. "You really know how to stir up trouble. What? Are you afraid I and Oppos, take you away?" Dio quipped. Robin remained silent, simply wrapping her arms around Dio and Amp, Oppos, S, wishing to be as close as possible. In the distance, Hancock stood frozen in place. He truly killed a celestial dragon. How dare he? Dio, catching sight of the Empress, shook his head. Indeed, it was said in the past that killing a celestial dragon would earn one the affection of the Empress. But such claims were utterly unfounded. To win the heart of the Empress, this was merely a prerequisite. Captain, what shall we do next? Des inquired. Find Lafayette and the others. Return to the Platinum Star, Dio instructed, gazing toward Area 1. I still need to find one more person. Chapter 92. Exposure. Gazing at the electromagnetic cage suspended in the sky, Rayleigh furrowed his brow. For reasons unknown, the mere sight of it made him associate it with Dio. I will step outside for a moment. You stay at home, Rayleigh instructed. Hey. Shaki raised her hand, her mind brimming with a multitude of words. Yet when they reached her lips, they condensed into a simple phrase, be careful. Rayleigh smiled gently, Dawn and Amp, Oppos, worry. With a firm step, his figure vanished from the doorway. Shaki stared at the empty space for a long time, shaking her head with a sigh. Rayleigh, Warren, and Amp, Oppos. We supposed to retire? Retrieving her gaze, she settled behind the bar, toying with the cigarette in her hand, lost in thought. In Area 30, Hancock inadvertently returned to the ship of the Kuja pirates. Sister, what? And Amp, Oppos, S wrong. Sandersonia and Marigold approached, their faces etched with concern. Oh, it and Oppos. S nothing, Hancock replied, still not fully aware, as she walked straight into the cabin. This time, not only the two sisters, but also the other female warriors of Amazon Lily sensed something amiss. The Snake Princess has never been like this before. Sandersonia and Marigold exchanged glances, surveying the chaotic scene on the island, anxiety gnawing at their hearts. Surely, Sister Isin and Amp, Oppos, considering taking action against the celestial dragons, is she? You too, go down and find someone to inquire about the situation, Sandersonia commanded two female warriors. Yes. Meanwhile, Hancock leaned against her serpent Salome inside the cabin, her thoughts drifting far away. That guy dared to kill a celestial dragon. Does he not understand their status? The image of Dio emerged in her mind, and Hancock realized that the man, perhaps, possessed a certain charm. TSK. What am I thinking? Hancock grimaced, but the disdain had vanished from her face. This is a significant event. We must leave Sabaody Archipelago at once. Come here. Upon hearing Hancock and Oppos' call, Sandersonia and Marigold hurried into the cabin. Sister, what is it? We must hurry back to Amazon Lily, Hancock stated flatly. The two sisters exchanged awkward glances. Sister, the electromagnetic cage that appeared in the sky is blocking our sea route. We and Oppos, tried to open it, but to no avail. Hancock frowned, truly useless. I must handle this myself. While the Kuja pirates were examining the electromagnetic cage, Dio's group split into two. The others shot off fireworks signals to return to the Platinum Star, while Dio made his way to the Don Quixote auction house in Area 1. Here, everything remained unchanged. News of the events in Area 30 had yet to reach this place. Approaching the sign of Don Quixote on the auction house, Dio strolled forward. Sir, are you here to bid or to sell goods? A smiling attendant inquired. I am here to see Doflamingo, Dio stated plainly. The attendant and Oppos' expression stiffened. Who do you think you are? Our big boss is not someone you can simply meet. Please, do not jest. Dio cast a sidelong glance at him, unperturbed. Inform your manager that the captain of the world pirates, Dio, has arrived. Upon hearing this, the attendant froze, a chill running down his spine. Is this the legendary Dio? Swallowing hard, the attendant nodded repeatedly. Yes. Please wait. Oh no, please come in. I will fetch the manager immediately. After leading Dio to the reception room and preparing tea and a fruit platter, the attendant hurriedly excused himself, not daring to delay. Soon, the attendant returned with the manager. Disco. Ha. I never expected Lord Dio to visit the auction house. Disco grinned as he approached. Is this the famed warlord of the sea? Feel free to tell me if there and Oppos' anything that catches your eye. Where is Doflamingo? Dio was not there for flattery. Disco scratched his cheek. You arrived a moment too late. Not long ago, the boss also joined the warlords of the sea, and he took his subordinates to the New World. Dio raised an eyebrow. Was and Amp, Oppos, supposed to wait for me at Sabaody Archipelago? However, reflecting on it, it was understandable. After all, he had been delayed in Sky Island for a year and had nearly forgotten about the matter. Has he already gone to the New World? At my current sailing speed, I might catch up to him. Without further hesitation, Dio stood up to leave, not even sparing Disco a glance, which left Disco and Ampos' expression exceedingly grim. What and Ampos' the matter? My boss is also a warlord of the sea. At Marine Headquarters, Marineford, Sengoku relayed all the intelligence received from the world government regarding the invasion of Judiciary Island by the world pirates and the giant soldier pirates. The float fruit. The gum fruit. Kizaru's eyes narrowed. Could it be that Dio truly possesses the ability to seize devil fruits? Although Rob Lucci had not witnessed these events, there were still surviving soldiers on Judiciary Island who noticed the floating platinum star and the abilities of Biggs. This is far too dangerous. A vice admiral frowned. It appears we must indeed re-evaluate their bounties, Saru mused, resting her chin on her hand. Regardless of the culpability for invading Judiciary Island or the terrifying strength displayed, I am more concerned about their ability to block den mushy signals. While it was triggered by the user of the magnet fruit, what was the nature of that lightning ball? Silence enveloped the room. Sengoku surveyed the room and sighed. I suspect you have all considered this, the ruler of Sky Island. A user of the natural type, Thunderfruit. With this formidable individual joining them, the world pirates have grown even stronger. The weasel shook his head. Saru lowered her gaze. Is there truly such a person? Everyone present looked puzzled. Whether it is the float fruit or the thunder fruit. Have you noticed the emergence of new crew members in the world pirates? The answer was no. Saru expressed her hypothesis. Thus, 3 possibilities remain. First, these 2 individuals are exceedingly well hidden, and no one has ever seen them. Second, these 2 fruits were consumed by Dio and Ampos' former crew, much like Biggs with the gum fruit. Or third, my boldest conjecture is that Dio himself has consumed these 2 fruits. As her words fell, the meeting room erupted with continuous rebuttals. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could one person consume multiple devil fruits? I lean more toward the second hypothesis. Saru nodded, knowing this would be the consensus. However, she was taken aback when someone endorsed this idea. Impossible? Kazara stretched lazily. Do not view Dio through the lens of conventional thinking. His acquisition of these devil fruits is, in itself, an act defying logic. The attending marine officers fell silent. Indeed, how could Dio be measured by common standards? Bang. An intelligence officer rushed into the meeting room in a flurry. Not good, Admiral. Sengoku and the generals turned their attention. The intelligence officer felt the heavy pressure and struggled to speak. Saru gently reassured, do not be anxious. What is it? Speak. The officer nodded, trembling as he read from the documents in his hand. The world pirates have invaded Impel Down, utilizing the same technique as on Judiciary Island to block signals. We have only just regained communication. The prisoners in Impel Down are nearly all dead, almost slaughtered by the world pirates. The warden, Magellan, met a tragic end at Dio and Ampos' sword. Sengoku and Ampos' eyes widened, Impel Down. Saru and Ampos' pupils constricted. The prisoners were killed by the world pirates? The weasel and Ampos' heart skipped a beat. Dio. With a sword? Chapter 93. To Sabaody, quickly. Oh dear, matters have become troublesome. Akiji sat upright. Kizaru slouched in his seat, suggesting perhaps a swap of positions with Akainu in the new world. I certainly do not wish to confront that fellow Dio. Why is the security at Impel Down so lax? Sengoku wore a displeased expression. Could they not have detected the world pirates beforehand? Vice Admiral Tsuru shook her head. They probably did, but do not forget, at that time, Dio was still one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The others exclaimed, what on earth is the world government doing with the warlords of the sea? Furthermore, the most pressing issue at hand is that they have executed the vast majority of the prisoners. Tsuru's countenance turned grave. Tashigi casually picked at her teeth. So what if they killed them? They are but a bunch of pirates. Trafalgar frowned. Do not forget. Dio is suspected of being able to seize devil fruits. Cheyenne rolled her eyes at me. She is interested in me. At that moment, Tashigi's gaze was solely on Trafalgar. However, the expressions of the others shifted dramatically upon hearing Tashigi and Ampos' words. Surely they are not oblivious? And Impel Down. The number of devil fruit users is beyond counting. That cannot be possible. Otherwise, the world pirates would. A bead of sweat trickled down the forehead of a vice admiral. If all those devil fruits fall into the hands of the world pirates, the consequences are unimaginable. The weasel set down his teacup. The deed has already been done. We can only hope that Dio and his crew hasten their journey to the New World to wreak havoc upon its overlords. In light of this situation, I have identified a blind spot. The gazes of the crowd shifted towards him. The weasel took a deep breath. Wasn't an amp. Oppos, Team Mihawk killed by a master swordsman? Many vice admirals were puzzled. Why bring up Mihawk now? Are you suggesting? Sengoku, Tsuru, and the two admirals suddenly enlightened. The weasel nodded. Shiryu of the Rain. Although I have not faced him, I have heard he is also a formidable swordsman. His position as the Warden of Impelled Down indicates his strength. Yet, he was slain by Dio with a sword. In the Navy conference room, everyone understood the implication of the weasel's words. No, it cannot be. Another devil fruit user. Another swordsman. Dio cannot possibly be that powerful, can he? The generals who participated in the encirclement remained silent. Do they not know how strong Dio is? In the corner, Carp, who had been munching on senbei, finally spoke. It must be him. Tsuru narrowed her eyes and glanced at Carp, then at Sengoku. Knowing the two had made a wager with Dio, she understood they were preparing to put Dio to the test. If he could resolve the issue with the overlords of the New World, the Navy could secure a position sooner. Then, they would raise his bounty once again. At the same time, they would inform the world that he was the one who killed Mihawk. Upon hearing Tsuru and Amp, Oppo's words, Sengoku nodded, agreed. By the way, we must ensure this news reaches those individuals. Also, let us place the title of the world's greatest swordsman upon his head. Carp nodded solemnly, expressing his approval. Tsuru and Amp, Oppo's eyelid twitched. She hoped Dio truly possessed the strength we anticipated. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Admiral, something terrible has happened. Another intelligence officer rushed in. Sengoku and Amp, Oppo's expression darkened. How much longer must this continue? Dio, what trouble have you stirred up? Speak. Sengoku gritted his teeth. The intelligence officer, panting heavily, reported. The patrols around headquarters have reported strange electromagnetic cages appearing in the skies above Sabaody Archipelago. The generals were utterly speechless. Just how many places have the world pirates infiltrated? Moreover, according to intelligence, the celestial dragon Roswald has also recently arrived on the island. What? The crowd gasped in shock. If the celestial dragon encounters the world pirates, well, there would be no chance of survival. Damn it, hurry to Sabaody. Sengoku glanced towards the admiral's position. Kizaru shook his head with a sigh, already preparing to rise. Akiji, take your men and head to the Sabaody Archipelago immediately. Sengoku issued the command with gravity. Remember, haste is crucial. Akiji was momentarily taken aback. If you want speed, you should not be sending me, all right? I understand. Yes. Admiral. After replying, Akiji lazily stood up, yawned, and walked out. Kizaru winked at Sengoku, suggesting he could also take his time, provided he received overtime pay. My acting skills are commendable as well. Seemingly oblivious to Kizaru's gaze, Sengoku turned towards the other generals, estimating that the celestial dragon had likely met with misfortune. It seems Dio and Amp, Oppo's bounty shall have to be raised once more. Everyone resigned. Admiral, we are not fools. You never intended to save the celestial dragon, did you? Tsuru pondered for a long while. Invading Eni's lobby, wreaking havoc and Impelled Down, killing the celestial dragons truly heinous. Let us elevate their bounty to that of the overlords of the New World, shall we? Agreed. Carp was the first to raise his hand. Seeing this, the others followed suit, each raising their hands in agreement. The achievements of the world pirates surpass those of any overlord in the New World. Raising the bounty is indeed justifiable. Meanwhile, Dio had returned to the Platinum Star and maneuvered it to the coding facility in Area 50. The phenomenon in the sky. You orchestrated that, did you not? Rayleigh stood atop the coding facility, calmly observing Dio. Oh, what is the matter? Dio shrugged. Worry not, it shall vanish soon. Rayleigh's expression turned serious. I went at Area 30. You killed a celestial dragon, did you not? Dio shrugged again. You were quite the danger, aren't you? Although Rayleigh carried a long sword at his waist, he did not wish to draw it. Or rather, he dared not. He sensed that should he exhibit any hostility, his demise would be inevitable. This was a terrifying aura he had not felt even from Roger. Were he younger, he might have boldly challenged it. But now, he was old, preferring to retire and enjoy a peaceful life. However, he could remind Shanks to steer clear of Dio. Rayleigh, if you have no business here, do not impede our departure. Barrett suddenly emerged from the cabin. Barrett, you aren't supposed to be? Rayleigh's eyes widened in disbelief. At Impelled Down, right? Barrett grinned. Hee, you'll understand soon enough. Seeing Rayleigh frozen in place, Dio paid him no further mind and directly commanded the Platinum Star to consume the nearby ships that had completed their coating. Watching the ship that devoured vessels, Rayleigh felt dizzy. How could the world pirates be so bizarre? After devouring several coated ships, the Platinum Star evolved to acquire coating capabilities. Farewell, Pirate King Rayleigh. Dio waved his hand. Rayleigh, unable to act, had lost interest. Comparatively, he found it less troublesome than Hancock, who had been unable to break through his lightning. Hancock, with her ample bosom rising and falling, glared at the electromagnetic cage with displeasure. She could navigate through this lightning, but the ships of the Snake Princess pirates could not pass. If you wish to leave, just say so. Dio stood at the bow of the ship, a teasing expression on his face. It's him. Hancock's eyelids twitched upon seeing Dio. To resolve the issues behind you and your two sisters. Come find me in the New World. With that, Dio gave Hancock no chance to respond, activating the coating function of the Platinum Star and submerging into the sea. As the Platinum Star vanished, the electromagnetic cage slowly dissipated. However, Hancock had no mind to deal with the lightning. Dio's words echoed incessantly in her head. Her body trembling, cold sweat pouring down. How does he know? Chapter 94. Fishman Island. As the electromagnetic cage of the Sabaody archipelago dissipated, the frantic ringing of the Marine and World Government and AMP, Oppos, din mushy echoed throughout the air. Soon, news of the World Pirate Crew Captain, Dio, having slain St. Roswald, reached the ears of the five elders and Sengoku. Bang! Saint Satan slammed his hand angrily on the tea table. Damn Dio, he has become exceedingly arrogant. Saint Maz furrowed his brow. Should we dispatch the Knights of God? Saint Nazashira contemplated for a long while before shaking his head. They have already gained significant momentum. A conflict would be ill-advised. Furthermore, according to intelligence, they have submerged into the sea and are likely preparing to move from Fishman Island to the New World. If we promote them properly, trouble will come their way. Saint Vacheli, sporting a mustache, sighed. Does the Lord have any thoughts on this? They have already informed him of Dio and AMP, Oppos' report. The Lord stated he is not AD, so we need not concern ourselves, replied the blonde-haired Saint Peter. The others concurred. Very well then, Saint Nazashira resigned. At Marine headquarters, Sengoku rubbed his temples after the meeting concluded. He had anticipated the downfall of that celestial dragon. Dio truly was beyond reason. However, the death of the celestial dragon would stir many minds. Sengoku's eyes glimmered. They would realize a fundamental truth. Celestial dragons, like ordinary people, could be slain. Dio, you have done well this time. In the depths of the ocean, Captain, can and AMP, Oppos, we fly directly to the New World? Lafayette asked, puzzled. Barrett and the others turned their gazes towards him. Dio gazed into the unfathomable ocean. Fishman Island holds treasures. What treasures? Kid and AMP, Oppos' eyes lit up. Historical texts. Dio quickly corrected himself. Aside from Joy Boy and AMP, Oppos' apology letter, I wonder if that red signpost of historical text still exists. It was still there when Roger visited. If I go now and it and AMP, Oppos' gone, the suspicions toward Roger and AMP, Oppos' crew would be significant. Casting a glance at Barrett, Dio lamented. This guy missed the chance to accompany Roger to Raftel and disembarked early. Otherwise, he could have extracted much information regarding Roger and AMP, Oppos' crew. Oh, I see, Kid said, somewhat disheartened. Realizing it was for Sister Robin. Robin and AMP, Oppos' expression turned peculiar. Dio would specifically seek out historical texts? I had no idea. By the way, I heard there are many mermaids on Fishman Island aside from the fishmen, Dio stated calmly. Kid, Killer, Daz, Van Oka, and Bagus, a group of spirited young men, straightened their backs. Let us go. We must visit Fishman Island. Who says Fishman Island is bad? It's magnificent. Robin smiled at Dio, knowing he harbored ulterior motives. Victoria, with a lifeless gaze, stood behind Kid, her tone chilling. Do you want to see mermaids? Kid was about to speak when he felt a chill run down his back. Stiffly turning his head, he chuckled. Victoria, it's Killer who wants to see mermaids. As his brother, I naturally must accompany him. Killer? Victoria turned to Killer. Is that so? Killer swallowed hard, catching a glimpse of Kid and AMP, Oppos' pleading eyes. Closing his eyes, he resigned. It's me who wants to see them. Victoria scoffed. What a good brother you are. Humph. With that, she linked arms with Robin and walked into the cabin. Thank you. Killer, Kid sighed in relief. Killer remained silent, arms crossed. standing straight as no one knew his expression beneath the mask. After a while, the Platinum Star smoothly arrived at Fishman Island. After all, any Sea King that approached was deterred by Dio, Barrett, or Kid and Amp, Oppos, S Conqueror and Amp, Oppos, S Hockey. Entering the island via the correct path, not a single fishman dared to obstruct their way, as they believed Dio to be a warlord recognized by the world government. Indeed, Captain, your identity proves remarkably useful, Lafayette jested. Unfortunately, it won and Amp, Oppos, T last long, Dio remarked, gazing at the town ahead with a contemplative expression. After empowering the Platinum Star, Dio addressed everyone. Let and Amp, Oppos, S disembark and explore. We shall rest here tonight. Long live Captain. Kid and the others hastily rushed out. Mermaids, we are coming. Are you going? Robin approached Dio. Can you bear to part? Dio retorted. Robin remained silent, merely extending her right hand. Dio grasped her delicate hand and leaped off the ship. Soon after the world pirate crew departed, Neptune arrived with a squad of soldiers. Esteemed warlord, Lord Dio, I am Neptune, King of Fishman Island. Please accompany me to Ryugu Palace. I have prepared a banquet in anticipation of your arrival. After a moment of silence, Neptune scratched his head. Did I speak incorrectly? Your Majesty, it seems there is no one aboard the ship, a soldier explained. Neptune suddenly understood. Oh, I see. Quickly, find Captain Dio. If Fishman Island does not extend proper hospitality, it could lead to trouble. Also, summon Jinbei. The soldiers immediately scattered. Neptune and Oppos' expression grew serious. After all, he was dealing with a warlord. Moreover, this Dio was not one to be trifled with. He wished to avoid any mishaps on Fishman Island, especially with Odoheim working hard these last few days. Meanwhile, Dio and Robin strolled through the streets of Fishman Island. Dio, why do I feel like some people are watching us? Robin frowned. They are hostile towards us, aren't they? Dio continued. Quite normal. After all, those despicable human traffickers consider the fishmen a unique race, their most lucrative commodity, Dio replied. Robin felt a heaviness in her heart. I see. She recalled her years in the underground world, and it did indeed seem that way. Every unique race, especially beautiful female mermaids, always fetched a high price. What are your thoughts on this matter? Robin inquired. Dio shrugged. What more can be said? We can only watch the situation unfold. The issues of Fishman Island are time-consuming and laborious. They cannot be resolved overnight. If it were up to me, I would directly suppress them by force, recruit the good and eliminate the bad. Particularly, the extremist fishman, Hody Jones, would be a prime target. Robin paused, then shook her head with a wry smile. Indeed, such matters are too troublesome. Please sign here. For the peace of Fishman Island and humanity, please sign here. The world nobles have already consented to establish a friendly relationship between fishmen and humans. Please sign. Just then, a gentle female voice resonated ahead. Dio and Robin turned to see a lavishly dressed golden mermaid persistently seeking signatures from fishmen and mermaids. Odoheim. Dio narrowed his eyes, recognizing her as a quintessential idealist. Let us head to the mermaid CAF I just learned about, Dio suggested, leading Robin away. Though White Star was pleasant, he preferred to keep his distance from Odoheim. This woman, to put it mildly, was a good person. To put it bluntly, she was a saint. Thank you. Thank you. Odoheim offered a sweet smile to a fishman. Hee, no need for formalities. Your Highness, the fishman replied, a hint of blush gracing his simple face. After bidding farewell to the fishman, Odoheim caught sight of Dio and Robin departing in the distance. Oh, humans. Chapter 95. Divination. They moved with remarkable haste, standing amidst the crowd. Yuki watched the two figures of Dio and Robin vanish, feeling somewhat helpless. She had wished to engage in a meaningful conversation with those two humans. Nevertheless, there will be ample opportunities in the future. After Yuki departed, Dio emerged from the alley with Robin. Why are we avoiding her? Robin inquired, puzzled. The female mermaid had seemed quite amiable. Dio shook his head. That individual naively believes that the celestial dragons can coexist peacefully with Fishman Island. Although Dakihoti Masard was influenced by Yuki's Kombucha Haki and experienced a change, the consequences of that transformation were dire. To save old Kai, who was brutally attacked by Charlos, Leo, and others, he was sentenced to death by the Divine Knight's Order. Could Yuki possibly sway all celestial dragons with her haki? Don't be ridiculous. Robin found herself at a loss for words. She was unsure whether to call the woman innocent or simply foolish. Without further discussion of Yuki, the two quickly arrived at the mermaid CAF. Welcome. Oh, humans. The mermaid waitress gasped, covering her mouth and taking a step back in fear. Dio remained silent. But Robin offered reassurance. Please don't be afraid, Miss Mermaid. We are merely here to rest. Perhaps because they were both women, the mermaid waitress relaxed her guard slightly. Please follow me this way. As they walked through, both mermaids and fishmen regarded the two with curious glances. Is there a more private room? We would like to stay for the night, Dio frowned. The mermaid waitress hesitated. Kylan, after our guests have tasted their coffee, take them to the vacant coral apartment. She instructed. Charlie, seated behind the bar with a smoking pipe, nodded. All right, Sister Charlie, Kylan replied. The waitress continued, I sincerely apologize, but the CAF is a public space. However, if you wish to stay for the night, there is a coral apartment not far from here, which is our staff and Oppos, lodging. Dio and Robin exchanged glances. Resigned to this arrangement. Do you recognize me? Dio asked, his expression peculiar as he looked at Charlie. The 19-year-old appeared quite striking, but her brother, Arlong, had perished at the hands of their pirate crew. Charlie exhaled a plume of smoke. The warlord of the sea, Lord Dio, I can certainly recognize you. This revelation nearly made Robin laugh. It was yet another layer of identity. Dio sighed, aware that having an established identity certainly had its advantages. Then thank you. Please bring us your finest desserts and 2 cups of coffee. Kylan promptly guided them to a table before swiftly departing. Observing the jovial interaction between Dio and Robin, Charlie's penchant for divination resurfaced. She placed her hands upon the crystal ball, beginning to predict Dio's future. Moments later, a scene of bloodshed flooded her mind. Charlie's pupils dilated as she envisioned the cold expression of the golden-haired man standing in Fishman Street, surrounded by severed limbs of fishmen. Charlie gasped, drawing the attention of everyone in the CAF. Sister Charlie, what's wrong? The mermaid waitresses gathered anxiously around her. Charlie, did you foresee something terrible? Someone asked, noticing the crystal ball before her. Charlie clutched her head, terrified as she gazed at Dio. That man will destroy Fishman Street, will massacre the fishmen. Silence fell over the CAF. Dio's face twitched. Although this woman's divination was accurate, it was prone to misinterpretation. If he ever chose to assist Fishman Island, he would indeed first cleanse Fishman Street. Yet this woman only saw the negative aspect. Truly, it was exasperating. Some astute fishmen discreetly exited the CAF to contact the Ryugu Castle Guard in G Bay. Dio noticed the surrounding fishmen's expressions, filled with suppressed anger, and sighed. What a disappointment. Charlie regained her composure, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. If this man could indeed slaughter Fishman Street, then his strength was undeniably terrifying. Having exposed him, would he retaliate against the mermaid CAF? Everyone, quick, flee. With that cry, chaos erupted in the mermaid CAF. Before long, only the pale-faced Charlie and a few trembling mermaid waitresses remained. Dio lightly tapped the table with his fingers. Now that everyone has departed, could we please have our coffee and desserts? Kylan snapped back to reality. I'll be right there. She hurriedly began to prepare, with the other mermaid waitresses rushing to assist. Divination? Your predictions are accurate? Robin inquired, intrigued. Charlie gritted her teeth. I have never been wrong. Is that so? Robin pondered, stroking her chin. What exactly is Fishman Street? Charlie hesitated, mumbling for a while before finally responding. It is the most chaotic area of Fishman Island. Upon hearing the word chaotic, Robin realized that someone had likely provoked Dio. Dio fixed his gaze on Charlie. Could you perform another divination? Specifically about the future of Fishman Island. Charlie was perplexed by his request, but her curiosity about the future after the destruction of Fishman Street was piqued. Taking a deep breath, she placed her hands once more on the crystal ball. Seconds later, images of sunshine, the sea, gentle breezes, and joyful laughter filled her vision. Mermaids, fishmen, winged beings, giants, and other unique races coexisted harmoniously. It was then that Charlie noticed the golden-haired man atop the highest structure in the scene. The very man who had destroyed Fishman Street. How is this possible? Charlie gasped in disbelief. The man who had slaughtered Fishman Street could also bring about a new dawn for Fishman Island. This would fulfill the long-held dream of Princess Yuki. Seeing Charlie's expression, Dio understood. After receiving the coffee and desserts from Kylan, he leisurely began to savor them alongside Robin. It seems we shall not need to stay at the Coral Apartment tonight. I suspect we will soon receive an invitation to Ryugu Castle. Following the initial panic, Kylan and the others began to notice that Dio and his companion did not appear as fearsome as they had thought, and gradually relaxed. Kylan even wondered if Sister Charlie's divination had been erroneous. No, Charlie wouldn't be wrong. So what is truly happening? After a while, Dio and Robin had just finished their culinary exploration when the door of the mermaid CAF swung open. The newcomer was a large blue figure, not a blue whale, but a whale shark fishman. It was none other than Jinbei, the warlord of the sea from Fishman Island. Are you the evil emperor, Dio? Jinbei's gaze locked onto him. I am Jinbei. The king invites you to Ryugu Castle for a gathering. Before Dio could respond, Charlie interjected from behind the bar. Jinbei, you must be aware of the divination results. Jinbei's expression shifted to seriousness. The predicted calamity has not yet occurred. I will not lay a hand on Mr. Dio. However, if Mr. Dio intends to act, I will stop him, even at the cost of my life. Dio smiled lightly. You won't be able to stop me. Unless you try, how will you know? Jinbei stood his ground. Observing the escalating tension between the two, Charlie waved her hands frantically. Jinbei, please, not like this. I just performed another divination, and this Mr. Dio can fulfill Princess Yuki's dream. Jinbei paused, confused. What do you mean? Chapter 96, Bleeding Peace Fishman Island. Dragon Palace. Odoheim held the signed document, staring blankly at Dio and his companion. They were the two humans she could not catch up with. Charlie's two predictions had come to this. Jinbei stood before Neptune with a calm demeanor. Well, Odoheim, what do you think? Neptune asked, his expression conflicted. After exhaling a long breath, Odoheim regained her composure, her face resolute. Although it may bring the peace that Fishman Island desires, I do not want to witness any bloodshed. Mr. Dio, I apologize, but I hope you will leave Fishman Island tomorrow. Upon hearing her words, even Robin, usually mild-mannered, could not help but frown. Was this princess being overly idealistic? Neptune and Jinbei exchanged uneasy glances. Her words carried a hint of expulsion. They hoped Dio would not take offense. However, they all agreed on one point. They did not want to see Dio massacre Fishman Street. Dio and Appos' expression darkened as he stared expressionlessly at Odoheim. Though he had little interest in the troubles of Fishman Island, her words infuriated him. He had initially considered saving her life for Shirahoshi's sake. Now, it seemed better if Odoheim simply perished. After all, with her presence, it would be difficult for him to claim Fishman Island and Shirahoshi for himself. The atmosphere in the banquet hall grew increasingly tense. Jinbei quickly interjected to lighten the mood. How about I accompany Lord Dio to explore Fishman Street for the next few days? Once you grow tired of it, I will personally escort you away. Odoheim realized her words had been somewhat reckless. Hearing that Dio would slaughter Fishman Street, she merely wished for him to leave swiftly. Bowing apologetically, she added, Captain Dio, my considerations were insufficient. As long as you do not involve yourselves in the matters of Fishman Island, you are free to explore at your leisure. No need. Dio replied coldly. We will leave tomorrow. Feeling Dio's growing distance, Neptune and the others exchanged worried glances. What should they do? This diplomatic blunder was dire. A Shichibukai harboring resentment towards Fishman Island was not a favorable situation for their beleaguered race. Odoheim, too, felt a pang of panic, quickly bowing to apologize. Tears welling in her eyes. I am sorry, Captain Dio. I was reckless. I hope you can forgive my rudeness. As she spoke, Dio suddenly felt a peculiar aura of observation emanating from her, which only served to chill his gaze further. Yet, he did not outwardly express his disdain. After pondering for a moment, he stated coolly, I will not involve myself in your affairs, but as compensation, take us to the sea forest. Let us see the historical records. Neptune and the others were taken aback by this request, instinctively glancing at Nico Robin, who understood immediately. They even speculated that the world pirate crew had come to Fishman Island specifically for the historical records of the sea forest. Then I shall lead Captain Dio to the sea forest tomorrow, Neptune volunteered. Very well, Dio nodded. Odoheim placed her hand gently on Neptune and Appos' shoulder. I will leave it to you tomorrow, Neptune. Do not worry, Odoheim. I am the great knight of the sea, Neptune assured, thumping his chest confidently. The chill in the banquet hall began to dissipate. Father, mother, a guest? Shirahoshi burst into the banquet hall, bypassing her brothers. Upon seeing Shirahoshi, Neptune's heart raced. Her timing was quite unfortunate. As someone aware of his daughter's identity, he did not wish for Dio and his crew to see Shirahoshi, especially with Robin present. Ahem. This is Sir Dio of the Shichibukai. We have urgent matters to discuss, Shirahoshi. Please go rest in your chamber. Neptune gestured discreetly to his sons. Sharkstar quickly caught on and seized Shirahoshi and Amp, Appo's arm. Yes, yes. Shirahoshi, father, and the others are discussing important matters. Let us leave. All right. All right. Shirahoshi pouted, reluctantly departing. Once Shirahoshi and her brothers left, the atmosphere in the banquet hall grew even more peculiar. Dio and Robin gazed at Neptune with penetrating eyes. What is it? Neptune asked, touching his face, finding nothing amiss. Dio spoke calmly, that must be the mermaid princess. The legendary Sea King. Robin chimed in, indeed. Neptune and Otoheim and Appo's expressions shifted dramatically. Jinbe, however, appeared puzzled. The Sea King? Princess Shirahoshi? Did you inform Dio? Neptune gripped his trident tightly, glaring at Robin. Robin shrugged. This fellow might know even more than I do. Otoheim grasped the impulsive Neptune, pleading with Dio and Robin. Shirahoshi is still just a child. I hope you will spare her. However, her plea went unanswered. Dio simply turned and walked away, followed closely by Robin. Please, I beg you. Otoheim suddenly fell to her knees. Your Highness, Jinbe exclaimed in shock. What is the meaning of this? Neptune rushed forward to assist Otoheim. Dio paused momentarily, glancing back. By the way, remember to take us to the sea forest tomorrow. With that, he was guided away by his attendants to a resting place. Neptune stood frozen in place. Otoheim felt a wave of anxiety. Had he just agreed? Jinbe remained by her side, his expression complex. It seemed the king and queen had withheld something from him. Meanwhile, after entering the resting chambers, Robin finally voiced her curiosity. Dio, if it were in the past, that princess. Looking at Robin, who seemed hesitant to continue. Dio understood her unspoken question. She is but a dying person. Rather than perish by my hand, let her death serve as the catalyst for turmoil in Fishman Island. Does she not desire peace for Fishman Island? Does she not wish for it to remain bloodless? Dio sneered, without bloodshed, how can one truly appreciate the value of peace? There was one more thing he did not say. Personally killing Otoheim and capturing Shirahoshi would be troublesome. Is she going to die? Robin inquired, more confused than ever. The princess appeared to be in good health. She should just be observed for a few days. Dio lay back on the bed, patting the space beside him. Robin approached, only to be pulled into his embrace. What are you doing? Even the cunning Robin felt her cheeks flush. Dio looked down at Robin, whose eyes were clouded. A smirk playing on his lips. I am quite agitated at the moment. You rascal, Robin rolled her eyes. In Fishman Street, within a dilapidated house. Hody Jones cast aside his soldier and Appo's armor. Boss, that human pirate has been bribed. He will burn the signed document tomorrow. A fishman crept to the window. Oh, excellent. Hody and Appo's eyes lit up, his hands rubbing together eagerly. Coexisting peacefully with humans? Dawn and Appo's. TB ridiculous. Otoheim, you traitor of Fishman Island. Fishmen are the strongest race. Tomorrow, Neptune will take that Dio to the sea forest. If I can just drive Jinbe away, then your demise will be imminent. Otoheim, gather everyone. Hody commanded the fishman, plotting his actions for the following day. If he were to fail, he would annihilate all humans on Fishman Island. In doing so, there would be no hope for reconciliation between Fishman Island and humanity. Chapter 97, Assassination the following day, within the intelligence department of the Dragon Palace Kingdom. News and bounty orders were being transmitted via the telephone book. The left minister, stationed beside the fax machine, stifled a yawn. Humanity is truly dulled. There have been no significant events this year. The newspapers are filled with trivial gossip, far less interesting than the romantic escapades in Fishman Bay. As usual, the left minister casually picked up a newspaper to glance at the information. But upon a mere glance, he froze in place. This. The left minister trembled all over, struggling to steady his cane. Easy, Kachak. The bounty order was completed. The left minister quickly looked. And at the very top was the latest bounty for Dio. Hiss, Your Majesty, this is serious. The left minister wedged the newspaper and bounty under his arm and fled as if for his life. He needed to inform Neptune about the latest intelligence regarding the world pirate crew. What? Your Majesty took Dio to the sea forest? Upon arriving at Neptune and Appo's chamber and hearing the report from the guards, the left minister felt as if struck by lightning. What about the princess? I heard the signature box caught fire, and the princess went to extinguish it. The left minister and Appo's heart raced. The signature box caught fire? Why did this have to happen now? Could it be the work of the world pirate crew? This is bad. The princess is in danger. We must go protect her. The left minister exclaimed. The guards were momentarily taken aback. After Jinbe dealt with the pirates, he would also go protect the princess, Shuden and Appo's She be fine? Hurry. If anything happens to the princess, we will all bear the consequences. The left minister retorted angrily. Understood. The guards hurriedly ran to summon help. Meanwhile, deep within the sea forest, Neptune, Dio, and Robin stood before the historical text. Strange, this is different from the historical text I saw before, Robin remarked, somewhat surprised. It resembles more of an apology letter. Neptune inquired, an apology letter? Robin nodded. Yes, the apology letter of Joy Boy. Upon hearing that name, Neptune momentarily lost his focus. Dio scanned the surroundings. Indeed, the red road sign historical text was nowhere to be found. Neptune, where did the red road sign historical text go? Huh? You really know? Neptune snapped back to attention, looking at Dio with curiosity. Why does it feel like this guy is more familiar with the historical text than the scholars of O'Hara? Previously, there was indeed a red historical text here. However, shortly after Roger's death, it vanished. Neptune shook his head. We also do not know where it went. Dio squinted. It seems that Jabba from Elbaf is highly suspicious. Blurp 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 Neptune and Apos. As telephone bug rang. Apologizing to Dio and Robin with a nod, Neptune answered the call. Not good. Your Majesty, someone has shot the princess. What? Neptune's eyes widened in disbelief. Robin glanced at Dio. Truly he was right. I am terribly sorry, both of you. Dio waved his hand. I have finished reading. Let and Apos go together. Neptune wasted no time and dashed outside. Gilcrude Square. The sniper is nearby. Protect the royal family members. Jinbei, who had just dealt with the pirates, bellowed. Mother. The three princes, Shark Star, Royal Star, and Capsized Star, rushed to the side of Odoheim, exclaiming in shock. Shirahoshi stood there in a daze. The right minister held Odoheim tightly while directing the guards. Princess, please hold on. Quickly call for the emergency team. Odoheim, already weak, was now on the brink of death after being shot. The square descended into chaos. The gathered fishmen broke out in cold sweat. This was serious. Vander Decken 9 stealthily approached the dazed Shirahoshi, placing a mark on her. Oh dear, princess, how unfortunate. Who are you? Do not approach Princess Shirahoshi. The guards, noticing Vander Decken 9 and Apos' suspicious actions, immediately raised their weapons. Frightened, Vander Decken 9 fled in haste. Watching from the crowd, Van Oka and Lafitte exchanged glances. Realizing that this man was problematic. You go, Lafitte whispered. Van Oka nodded, pursuing Vander Decken 9 while carrying Chopper. Mother, who could it be? I will surely kill him. Sharkstar gritted his teeth. Odoheim reached out to comfort her child. Do not let hatred and anger consume your heart. Mother. Shirahoshi bit her lip, on the verge of breaking down in tears. Shirahoshi, be strong, Odoheim reassured, but her words had little effect. Royal Star and Capsized Star noticed Shirahoshi and Apos' distress. Recalling their mother and Apos' warning and Shirahoshi and Apos' terrifying abilities. We must not let Shirahoshi be further agitated. Tears streaming down their faces, the two princes approached Shirahoshi, engaging in antics. Singing and dancing. The gathered crowd was stunned. What are the princes doing? Even at such a time, they still have the heart to sing and dance. Shirahoshi was drawn to her brothers and Apos' actions, though still crying, she had not completely broken down. Sharkstar clenched his fists and knelt before Odoheim. Mother, we will continue to gather signatures, and the three of us will become powerful warriors. We will protect Shirahoshi with our lives, so please do not worry. Odoheim smiled with gratitude. We are only one step away from living in the true sunlight. After saying this, her breath grew faint. Princess. The gathered fishmen were in tears. On the other side, after dealing with the pirates who had been bribed to ignite the signature box, Hody Jones informed all the guards of his discovery. Jinbei hurried over, his expression changing upon realizing it was a human. Hide him. We cannot let anyone know his identity. Otherwise, everything the princess has done will be in vain. Hody Jones' eyes flashed with disdain, but this is the truth. Saying this, he dragged the pirate and Apos' corpse and stood aloft. Stop it, Hody. Jinbei attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Yes, a human killed our princess. The princess was killed by a human. Both the princes and the fishman populace were utterly shocked at this revelation. Why would the princess, who had always promoted peace, be killed by a human? The left minister, who had just arrived with the guards, wore a face of despair. Too late. The princess is dead. What did you say? Neptune flew in from afar, glaring fiercely at Hody Jones. A human killed Odoheim? Hody Jones brandished the pirate's corpse. Your Majesty, this is the proof. Neptune and Amp, Apos, S right hand, gripping the trident, bulged with veins. Upon spotting Dio beside Neptune, the left minister exclaimed, Your Majesty, stay away from that human. This shout drew all eyes. That man is no longer a warlord of the sea. The left minister unfurled the newspaper. He destroyed Eni's lobby, invaded Impel Down, and killed the celestial dragons. He is an undeniable criminal. Just yesterday, the princess had a confrontation with him, and today she was killed. He is highly suspicious. Neptune and Amp, Apos, S pupils constricted as he turned sharply. Below, Shirahoshi and the others stared blankly at Dio. This man, is he truly that terrifying? Dio and Amp, Apos, S expression darkened. Can I really be blamed for this? The members of the World Pirate crew, who had been passively observing, were bewildered. What is going on? Would the captain really attempt to assassinate the princess? Shun and Amp, Apos, did he just kill her directly? Chapter 98, The Reckoning. Dio and Amp, Apos, S expression darkened, his ominous aura seeping forth. The nearest Neptune tensed, realizing that Dio possessed the Conqueror and Amp, Apos, S hockey. Neptune immediately understood the urgency. He had to prove Dio and Amp, Apos, S innocence, lest Fishman Island fall into peril. Silence. Regardless of whether Mr. Dio is one of the 7 warlords, he remains our guest. I firmly believe that Mr. Dio would never resort to the cowardly act of assassination. Jinbei below nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed. From what I and Amp, Apos, VE seen in the news, Dio dares to confront even the world nobles openly. Why would he assassinate a mere princess? The left minister and Amp, Apos, S face stiffened, realizing the truth in those words. After all, they were beneath the sea. He feared he might never return to the surface. Hody Jones sneered, Let them fight. Best to wipe out the royal family completely. That way, I can seize control of Fishman Island effortlessly. Besides, even if he is not the one to kill her, the princess was still assassinated by humans. Yes, humans are truly vile. Hody continued, his malice evident. Hody, be quiet. Jinbei was taken aback by Hody's persistent attempts to incite the crowd and Amp, Apos, S emotions. With a smug grin, Hody was suddenly met with a flash of darkness as a sword of pure black sliced through him. Hody felt a sudden dampness on his face and wiped it, only to find crimson blood. What is this? A thin line of a wound extended from his crown downwards, blood oozing forth. With a thunderous crash, the ground split open beneath him. Hody and Amp, Apos, S eyes glazed over as he gradually lost his vitality, his body cleaved in two. Everyone present was stunned by the sight. Neptune and Jinbei broke into cold sweats. Was this the true power of Dio? That human has killed Hody? They gasped in horror. Humans are truly barbaric. Hearing the crowd and Amp, Apos, S cries, Jinbei and Amp, Apos, S expression shifted, and he quickly positioned himself in front of them. In the next moment, blood splattered as a grievous wound manifested on Jinbei's body. Captain Jinbei, the fishman behind him gasped in fear. Are you all right? It and Amp, Apos, S nothing, Jinbei replied darkly, allowing the blood to drip freely. The royal guard and Amp, Apos, S doctor rushed forward to provide aid. Neptune, disregarding his sorrow, urged, Mr. Dio, they are speaking nonsense. Please do not take it to heart. Dio, wielding the 7-star sword, hovered above, his gaze icy. I had no intention of meddling in your affairs. But if you wish to tarnish my name, so be it. Since you believe me to be the murderer, I confess, I shall not only kill Odoheim, but also obliterate Fishman Island. You shall all perish. The oppressive conqueror and Amp, Apos, S hockey engulfed Fishman Island. With the exception of Jinbei and Neptune, the other fishmen knelt, bereft of any desire to resist. Is this truly a human? Were humans not supposed to be weak? Many among the populace felt an overwhelming dread, their first encounter with the might of a human warrior. I beg your pardon, Lord Dio. Both Neptune and Jinbei knelt, their voices hoarse with desperation. As king, Neptune repeatedly bowed his head until his forehead was bloodied. Please, Lord Dio, spare Fishman Island. Everything that has transpired was our error. Dio chuckled coldly. You do not recognize your mistake. You simply comprehend your impending doom. Despair blanketed the citizens of Fishman Island. Stop this! Princess Shirahoshi cried out, a unique wave emanating from her. A towering shadow loomed over Fishman Island. Neptune and Amp, Apos, S eyes shimmered with hope. Shirahoshi, you must save Fishman Island. Is this a jest? Such a colossal sea king. Kid and his companions gasped in astonishment. Dio slowly turned, observing the massive sea king encircling Fishman Island. Is this your last hope? Then I shall extinguish it myself. Dio transformed into a bolt of lightning, dashing towards the outer seas of Fishman Island. Jinbei and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. What is Dio doing? Has he lost his mind? Not just him. The rest, aside from the world pirate crew, were equally perplexed. Why was Dio seemingly committing suicide? With a crack of thunder, Dio reappeared submerged in the ocean. To everyone in Appo's astonishment, Dio moved through the water with ease. How could this be? Those witnessing the scene were left with a singular thought. The giant sea king also regarded Dio with intrigue. Dio had no intention of unleashing a widespread lightning attack. After all, should Fishman Island and Appo's barrier shatter, his crew would suffer immensely. His palm glided over the seven-star sword as he murmured, "You have yet to taste the blood of these beasts, have you?" The sword glimmered with an uncanny green light. Armament hockey enveloped it, the Conqueror and Appo's hockey intertwining. Dio and Appo's gaze turned steely. A giant sea king? It too is but flesh and blood. Reversal. Annihilation. The withering of 10,000 bones. The demonic sword, infused with murderous intent and an overwhelming aura, swept across all the colossal sea kings. In an instant, a crimson mist enveloped Fishman Island, the stench of blood causing many fishmen to turn pale. Is this still a human? Is this Dio truly human? From within the sanguine fog, Dio strolled with an air of nonchalance, surveying the entirety of Fishman Island. Neptune and Jinbei wore expressions of despair. Could Fishman Island truly be at its end? Big brother, please, do not harm anyone, Shirahoshi implored, disregarding her brothers and Appo's attempts to restrain her. I beg of you. If you spare everyone, I will do anything you ask. Princess. Many fishmen felt humiliated by her plea. Dio and Shirahoshi locked eyes for an extended moment before he gradually descended. That is your promise. Shirahoshi and Appo's expression hardened. I am the mermaid princess. I am Shirahoshi of Fishman Island. Protecting my people is my duty. Jinbei lowered his head as well. If you would spare Fishman Island, I will submit to the world pirate crew. Neptune gritted his teeth, making a difficult decision. I will abdicate for the sake of my people. Your Majesty. Many gasped in disbelief, not expecting Neptune to go to such lengths. Dio raised an eyebrow, finding unexpected amusement in this. After much contemplation, he decided to utilize observation hockey. And with a flash of lightning, he reappeared, holding a shark in his grasp. Mekaro? Shirahoshi and the others were taken aback, unsure of Dio and Appo's intent with the creature. Relay what you have witnessed to them, Dio instructed, releasing Mekaro and Appo's tail. Mekaro promptly swam forward, chattering excitedly. As Mekaro recounted the events, Shark Star, Neptune, and others grew increasingly enraged. It was Hody Jones. Jinbei, too, was incredulous. He had never imagined that Hody would be so audacious. Nearby, the citizens of Fishman Island were filled with righteous fury. Soon, news spread throughout Fishman Island that Hody Jones was indeed the true culprit. The pent-up anger from being deceived, coupled with the frustration directed at Dio, found its release. Damn Hody. He got what he deserved. We wronged Lord Dio. Apologies, Lord Dio. Forgive us. One by one, the fishmen and mermaids bowed in submission, not merely due to misunderstanding, but also because of Dio and Appo's terrifying prowess. Of course, there remained Hody's diehard loyalists. Humans are a lowly species. Fishmen are supreme. They proclaimed, voices dripping with disdain. You worthless scum, only capable of pleasing humans. These words echoed from the ruffians of Fishman Street. Observing Neptune's reddened eyes, Dio smiled. I could spare Fishman Island. However, Fishman Street has no reason to exist. This is not good, White Star lamented. Mother has instructed us not to succumb to hatred. The choice lay between Fishman Island and Fishman Street. Surely, you are all wise enough to discern. Dio raised his hands in exasperation. Neptune, gasping for breath, declared, Royal Star, the Rolling Star. Escort White Star back to the palace to rest. Yes, father. The two immediately grasped the intention behind this decision. Jinbei closed his eyes, never anticipating that matters would escalate to such a degree. Yet all of this stemmed from Hody and his extremist faction and Appo's own making. Not only did they offend the king, but they also antagonized Dio, a figure akin to a deity among humans. Following White Star and Appo's departure, Neptune found an unexpected calm. The rebellion in Fishman Street, led by Hody, who assassinated the princess, is utterly unforgivable. To execution.